We're back live. Let me take a look at what's happening here. What do we have going here? A new one? Am I live? Ooh, something's happening. All right, it's playing on Troy's channel. That's good. Let's see. Is it playing on CEG? It is. All right. Look at that. Now it's playing everywhere. Everywhere but my channel. Hey, y'all. I see there's some people here. I'm looking at, looks like Don pressed by one. Where are you joining from? We're having some weird technical difficulties here. Where are you guys on my channel? Skill. Let's see. Where are you guys? I'm trying to find my own stream here. So hold on a second. I don't see it. Okay, so you're seeing on HTS and DGE. You're on El Toro's channel. It's everywhere now but mine. You're still like you're seeing it on my channel. Really? I can't even see it on my channel. When I go to my own channel, it's not there. That's funny. Wonder why that is. So if I go to content and then live, it's weird. This is weird because, all right, skill and luck. You're saying you're on my. You guys are on my channel. Because on my channel, I can't find it. And that's strange that I can't find it on my own channel. Even in my YouTube studio, it shows that it's not there. I don't see any kind of a stream. It must be the old stream that you're hooking into somehow. That's really fascinating. Square Pair is good. Yeah, I can find it everywhere but my channel, which makes sense because I've stopped streaming to my own channel. But it's not. You're finding it. You're finding it every place but my channel, which means if I do this, check this out. I'm going to go ahead. Okay, something might be occurring. I wonder if I add my own channel back. Let's try that. Let's try and add my channel back to it. Hold on a second. Let's do, so I can see it there. My channels. If I turn to add a channel, YouTube. Aha, here we go. Turn that one on. Let's try it again. I think we're going to get there. Nope. What I've got is the one that I did before. The first 10 hours of it. Yeah, I'm going to try and pair myself. Let's turn this one off. Here we go. Let's try this one more thing here. We're going to take this. Copy that. Go here. You are the host to stream this on my social channels. Yeah, well, let me do that. Damn it. Grr. All right. Well, this is weird. It's everywhere but my own channel, so that's fun. Let's try and save that and see if I can't make it happen. Worst comes to worst, we just show it everywhere but here, right? I guess that's gonna be the thing. And here goes our porn stars are here again. Let's see, studio content. Ooh, it's live. Hey, it's working. Now I'm back on my own channel again. Fantastic. All right, let's go ahead and fix this. Had to trick it a little bit. We got it. There we go. Craps-a-Thon, save. Just put the thumbnail in there and then we'll be good. Thanks for being so patient, everybody. You all are awesome. Projects. This is why we do this overnight, right? Craps. All right. Can somebody look at my channel and see if it's there? If you can see it now? I'm pretty sure you can. All right, there we go. Now it's back. 3 people watching it from my channel. This is awesome. All right, we're back and normal again. Cool. So we have effectively 2 streams, which is okay. We have one stream that was 10 hours, one stream that's going to be whatever, a different number of hours. It's fine. We're back and we're normal and we're cooking with gas. Cool. And the porn people are back again. What is going on there? Wow. I think we're good. Look at all the funny chat. Yep, we're good. Did it good. Thank you all. You guys rock. I would have a drink with you if you were sitting next to me. But cheers, everybody, for sitting with me and coming back after that. That's awesome. Now we're live across the whole internet, which is fantastic. We're even Skill Luck, you're still number 1. Yes. We're probably live on Casino Quest too. I think we actually were in Casino Quest and we're good. So Vince, thank you for that. I screwed up, man. I went to the wrong channel to start with. So we're good. We're all good. Everybody's streaming it back to normal again. Great. All right. So with all that said, what do you want to talk about? How am I doing, John? Mike, I'm doing great, actually. It's only 4:30 in the morning. I'm doing fine. I'm pissed though, because I screwed up the beginning of this thing. We got off to a rocky start. It wasn't streaming to start because I messed up. We just now figured out why it's messed up. I got it fixed, but kind of blew this last 45 minutes with y'all troubleshooting. But it's 4 in the morning, and thanks you for troubleshooting with me. You guys rock. All right, let's talk about money. Yeah, could have been the whiskey. That's funny. No, we're doing good. Actually, I'm going to go grab another cup of coffee here in a minute. What I want to do though is I want to, if you don't mind, I'll take some questions here. We had some good questions here a minute ago, and we were getting, I think, doing pretty well there, and then we got sidetracked. So, questions you got are great. Papa calls. When am I visiting my home state of New Jersey again? I don't know when I am. My sister lives in Florida. My parents live in Florida. My mom and my stepdad live in Florida. My real dad lives in Jersey. I'm going to see him in Florida next weekend. We're going down there for a birthday party. So I will see him in a week. So that means there's no need to go to Jersey again for probably another year. There's a possibility I go back though next summer. We'll see. But yeah, if I do, are you there? If you're there, that'd be fun to get there and hook up. Yeah. How do you talk to me? You can, for some reason I can't chat back anymore, which is interesting, but, you can talk to me if you'd like to talk in person. I can give you the interview link. So I can give you this here really quick. Copy link. Oh, I can't paste it in here because it's not my chat anymore. Yeah, Skill, there's no way for me to give you the link unless I email it. Can I email it to you? Are you able to check emails? One thing I plan to do tomorrow, by the way, is if you're all around in the last hour. So at 4 o'clock, the schedule, as you know, changed. So 4 o'clock now is going to be Greg from 555. He's going to be the last guest we have. And then at 5 o'clock, I'm going to open up a Zoom call. And the plan is to have everybody who was part of this thing come back at 5 o'clock and join a Zoom call. Now, some people can't. George, of course, will be middle of the night for him. He can't do it. Jeremy will probably be on an airplane at that time. He may not be able to join us, but we can probably get, 10 or 15 people on the Zoom call, and I'll pass out the link in chat so that everybody here that wants to join can join the Zoom call. And we can have like 100 people on there just kind of talking and celebrating and that kind of thing at the end of the day. So that's a plan for sure. Skill is at the end of the day, get us all together online, one big ass Zoom call. That'd be cool. Yeah, Papa calls. You have showers in Jersey. I don't want to hear it. I live in Seattle. All I have is showers. I have showers. Seattle rains like 300 or 200 and some days a year, and they're all from pretty much like October 1st until May. It rains, never stopping the rain. So it's pretty brutal. Yeah, Zoom calls are great, Vince. I actually live on Zoom because of my work, but I think it'd be fun to get us all on Zoom and just kind of have a bunch of faces and sort of, a lot of you guys, I know you by your icons. I don't know what your faces look like. Vince, we all know, of course, but it's like it'll be fun. I think it'd be really really cool to end this thing on a high note like that. So, um, cool. So, let's see. Any other questions here before? Because I was going to show you guys the video, the money management video, the 401g account video that I've got. Vince, oh, by the way, I got to tell you something cool. I'm not sure if you saw the updated schedule, but let me make sure the exact time so that you don't miss it. If you're able to watch, let's see here. If you're able to watch, then at 11 o'clock, at 10 o'clock my time. So you're on the East Coast, Vince. So 1 o'clock your time. I think you're East Coast time. We're gonna have Steen will be on from WinCraps. So I talked to him over email yesterday. He's gonna jump in and he'll join us at 10 o'clock Pacific. So 1 o'clock your time. WinCraps. We could talk about that, and I can give him all of my wish list items in person, and we can talk about when the Mac version's coming out. So we can have Mac Craps, and we can talk about how to write scripts and all that stuff. So if you've got questions, Vince, I know maybe you can't join live, but you can email me and I can ask him your questions if you have anything you want to ask him for sure. That would be cool. Papa Calls wants to know, is there craps in Florida now? Nada, kinda. There are roll to win tables going in. I don't think they're live yet. I'll be there. Like I said, I'll be there Friday, this coming Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And my understanding is that there's roll to wins, but they aren't manned yet. But maybe next week. It's like a day-to-day thing. So the difference, Troy, is that in Virginia, you guys get 44 inches, but you get it like in an instant. Like it rains. Here it drizzles. We get this like gray sky drizzle. Yeah, Ross, you're right. Seattle, best summers in the world, right? From July to like September, fantastic. And then it's just gross. Yeah, that's true. We don't get the summer rain. When I was in Florida visiting my parents this summer, we never saw the sun. I was there for a week and it rained every day. It was brutal. Yeah, Steen is amazing. Steen's going to be really, really cool. The thing with WinCraps is, and I'll tell him this too. I mean, it's clearly he wrote it a long time ago, right? So it needs to be upgraded a little bit. Visually, I need some better graphics. I need some digital. I need a phone version of that thing. I need a Mac version of it. Like, there's some things he's got to do that would make it rock. And like for me, like Crapsy's good. What I want to do is test the strategy. I want to be able to say, I don't want to, have a bankroll. I want to throw, my bet spread out there and say, run this bet spread 100 times. And when I'm making the strategy, I would like to get a quick look at what my potential wins per number are. And when I have an app that I wrote for that, but it's ugly, and it's the kind of thing it's just that one missing piece that we need. So yeah, for sure. Yeah, I know the problem with WinCraft, and you want a better language, but remember, he wrote an app and he gives you a language to write in. He's turning that into whatever he wrote it in. I'm not sure if he wrote it in it almost looks like Visual Basic, but whatever he wrote it in, he's translating your words into code that he then compiles down. So it's very limited. That's why there's only 99 variables. There's lots of things with it that has to be looked at moving on. So, yeah, and Crapsy, you're right. Skill has to be iPhone compatible. That's the next piece of that. It's got to be, once they get this to the iPhone, it's one of the best game plays. When you're playing Crapsy in the browser, it's fantastic. But yeah, it's got to be phone ready for sure. And it's got a couple little issues with it that I need to be fixed. Like, to me, like moving bets around the way that we all like to do, pressing options, I think would be there's things that can be done for sure. But as a V1, Crapsy is fantastic. And I'm not sure if you all heard this or not. I'll repeat it. Everybody who signs up for Crapsy this month, David is going to donate $5 from all the signups to this charity. So everybody who signs up and gets the account, $5 from all of you from David go to the thing. So it's going to be great. Yeah. Can God, the techno geeks of the world, we're going to keep this country going, man. This is where all the jobs are now. So I don't know who's going to do the work, but it seems like tech is where it's at, man. Everybody's getting tech jobs right now. So it's going to be the tech and the non-tech people running things. So, Vince is rocking the Crapsy right now. And Vince, I'm sorry, and all you and Ken too, since you're here. I watch everything that you all do. I don't always comment on the videos or write emails, but I watch everything. So I'm not ignoring you. But yeah, Vince is all over it. And if you guys haven't seen, Vince and I talked over chat one day. The video that Vince put out maybe 2 months ago ish, where he built his table, the one he's using right now. It's awesome, man. Vince put so much work into that table, and it looks like, acts like, and feels like, it sounds like a roll to win table. I mean, it's really, really cool. It's awesome. Joe, you're here. How you doing, bud? Craps Master Journey has arisen a couple hours early. That's great. You're on in an hour and a half. Are you ready to go? What is your plan, Joe? Let's talk about that. I know you're starting a new YouTube experience. You're going to be building a bankroll up, and I have lots of questions for you about that. Now you've been at this for a while, so you're going to be first up in the morning session. You're actually going to lead us into the Wizard of Odds, which is kind of cool. So I'll send you actually an email here with a new link to join the chat live. So yeah, Shackleford. Oh, you're gonna be at church. Bummer. Well, not a bummer. Church is great. But you can come back and rewatch. I'm gonna repost the video with Shackleford. If you've got questions for Michael, let me know. I've never met him. I've emailed him like 3 times, and his email to me was very much, I hope you know that I don't believe in trends or dice control. So good luck. That's what he said to me. It's all good. I'm looking forward to it because I've got some pointed questions to ask him, not like challenging him, but there's questions that I need answers to. And I think he's the guy that can give me my answers. So looking forward to that. That's gonna be pretty fun. So, yeah. All right. Let's do this. I need to get some coffee and freshen up a little bit. So why don't I do this? I'm going to show you, I'm going to preview a video for you guys, not preview, but I'm going to play a video for you. And I teased it earlier. This is a video that I mentioned an hour ago that I filmed back in June and I never released. It's a money management video that I put out, and I didn't like the production quality of it, and I'm kind of a perfectionist. So I like what I said. I don't like how I said it. I don't love the visual that I did, but I think it's a good message. I'm going to play it for you now. It's another 20 minutes or so. And let me know what you think of it after the break here. After I play it, let me know what you think of this video, if it resonates with you at all, and if I should refilm it and re-release it with better quality. But I'd like to know what you think. So I'm going to play that for you now. Derek, you're right. Crapsy does not work with the phone at all. It's a bummer. It works on the iPad okay, not the phone though. So without further ado, let me go ahead and play this money management video for you. It's about managing your money in a 401g account. And I'll see you back here right after that. And I want to get your thoughts on the messaging here and what you think of the video. You're the first 35 people to ever see this. So thank you in advance. Hi, this is John with ProCraps. We're going to talk in this session about money management and specifically about managing your bankroll and your gambling accounts. First and foremost, I want to remind you that, as it says on the screen here, gambling puts your money at risk. There is no sure system. There's no way to guarantee victory. You're eventually going to lose, right? Casinos don't have all those pretty lights and all the shows and everything else because people are winning. Know that going into this thing. Gambling is a risk, and it puts your money at risk. What I want to do is talk about ways that we can prevent and protect our money. Knowing that the house has the edge on us means we have to have a higher level of knowledge about the games we play. That means a lot of practice. It means really knowing the rules. It means really knowing your bet payouts, knowing when you have the advantage and how to take advantage when you do. It means having bankroll. By having a bankroll that you gamble with that's not attached to your life is a big thing. You can confidently go play with this money, knowing that it's not going to affect your way of life. And that's a really important thing. We'll talk about that more in a little bit. Money management is a critical piece to this as well. I think it's what separates the professional or the pro level player from the amateur
or weekender, I suppose. Having good money management skills, which means knowing how much you're bringing to the casino, knowing the source of it, how much you're willing to lose, how much you're willing to walk with. Managing your session money at the tables is a critical piece to this. Money management, so much money just leaks away from tables through poor chip management, poor rail management, poor strategy, and just poor general money management. You got to be on top of this. Money management, along with discipline, are the two most critical factors here. You've got to be disciplined in knowing when to get up and walk, and sticking to your strategy. By bouncing around and by being a little bit unattached to your strategies and maybe not so plugged into your money, that's where leakage happens. So we got to make sure we prevent that. I will remind you to, again, only gamble with money that you can afford to lose. You're not bringing your mortgage money to the casino. You're not bringing money that you're using to pay bills at the casino. You bring money to the casino that is set aside for the purpose of entertainment. And again, think about gambling as that. It's fun. It's entertainment. You may walk away with something extra, but it's not a guarantee. So you gamble with money you can afford to lose that you're willing to lose. And know that going in. One of the ways that you can help identify what that money is to set aside a separate bank account. We call it a 401g account. This has been a name, moniker floated around for years. It's been talked about in books. A lot of folks online talk about it. My turn to talk about it. The 401g account is a bank account that you set up. For me, it's just a debit checking account that I load full of money specifically set aside for gambling. When I say that, it's not just tables. It's the money that I use to get to the casino. It's my flight, it's my hotel, it's my food. If I'm going local, it's my gas money. Maybe even the McDonald's on the way home from the casino. That's all coming from that account. Not a thing that I do going to, at, or coming back from the casino ever comes out of my regular bank accounts that we run our house with. That's critical. How you load that account, up to you. Me, as you know, I'm a software developer, which means I can, on occasion, take side work. I'll do weekend jobs or longer, even bigger jobs. All that money, if I'm not paying off a school loan or something else, whatever I have from those side jobs, that goes into my 401g account. I use that to fund what I'm going to go play with. And then as I play, every winning that I get goes back into the account. And that account builds itself over time. As I win, it loads. As I do extra work, it loads. That account is kind of a self-sustaining thing. And I'll actually give you a window into that. I'll show you some software that I use to help me manage that account, to give you kind of an idea of how that can look for you to keep yourself organized. It's important to know, and for you to set up an account like this with the proper funding sources, and ensure that you don't touch your other money when you go to the casino. If you burn through your 401g account, your gambling days are done until you can refill it. That's an important thing to remember. We're not chasing gambling losses with house money, and I mean your house money. And when we reach our goals, win or loss, we call it quits. I think it's important to roll the idea and the concept and the love of discipline and organization into this conversation. If you're not organized and you're not disciplined, you're going to lose more than you would lose otherwise. And what I mean by that is when you get to the casino, you're going to have some portion of your 401g account with you that you're going to use to gamble with. And it's important that we manage that money right as well. I want you to follow what we call the rule of tens. I've seen this called the rule of fives. It depends on your bankroll and the way that you're going to manage your sessions. But the idea is you have in your 401g account enough money to sustain you for 10 sessions at a casino. Again, the casino trend, right? You're going to hit the wave. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some. You may have a long streak of losses before you have a nice big win. Your 401g account should have enough money in it to support you for 10 sessions. So you can sustain and survive a downward trend while you're building yourself back up again. Similarly, at the table, the thing we recommend is to have enough money for each session, each table buy-in, to cover you for 10 shooters. Again, you may win on the first shooter and then you're good. It may take you till the shooter number 9 to hit your goal. But you're bringing enough money to survive or to work on or play with 10 shooters. The rule of 10s. 10 sessions in your 401g account, 10 shooters in each session. And it's important that we don't cross those streams. You don't bring more than 1 session's worth of money to the casino. So if you're, let's say you've got $1,000 in your 401g account, that would be 10 sessions of $100. So when you go to the casino, you're bringing 100. You're not bringing 150. You're not bringing 2 just in case. You're bringing $100, one of your 10 session buckets out of your 401g account. At the table, you're playing 10 shooters. So in this scenario, you'd have $10 per shooter. Whatever strategy you're running, you're gonna use $10 on. Great. You run through 10 shooters. If at some point you win whatever your win goal is, you pack up and go. If at some point you go through your entire $100, that's it. You don't dig into your pocket for more. You don't go to the ATM machine. You're just done. You are going to be done when you hit your win goal or when you hit your loss limit. What should your win goal be? 10, 20%. You can win more. You can have a great run. You can be in a session where you're just crushing it and somebody's on a 27 roll streak and you're just rolling in it. That's great. When that streak's over, you get out. 20% doesn't sound like much. You know, if you bring $100 and you walk away with 20, it doesn't feel like you did anything, right? $20 is not a lot of money. It's enough for a burger on the way home, depending on where you live. Don't get caught up in the number, the dollar figure. That's, I think, where people get hung up on this thing is the dollars. And I can't stress that enough. 20% is a lot of money. You know, if your house goes up 20% in value, that's amazing, right? You'd sell it in a second. 20% in the stock market, also amazing. 20% at the casino, people scoff at that and go, what's $20? Well, $20 is 20%. That's a pretty good return on your investment, especially if you've only been there for a few minutes. So think in terms of percentages, not in terms of dollars. That will put a nice frame around what you're doing at the tables. It'll help you to feel like you're staying focused and feel like you're on point. That's a really big piece of this puzzle. Percentages, not dollars. Now, on the losing side of things, how much can you afford to lose? That's a kind of a loaded question. Don't want to lose anything, obviously, but you're going to, potentially have a bad night. I would posit or put out there that whatever you buy in for, whatever that session money is the amount that you're willing to lose. If I'm bringing out of that $1,000 we talked about, if I'm bringing 100 to the table, I'm banking on walking with 20 or losing all of it. I've seen people advocate for, well, just lose half of your bankroll or lose half of your thing. If you're on a money management, if you're not managing your money, just walking up there with whatever's in your pocket and you throw it on the table and yeah, that makes sense. Lose half of that so you don't go broke. If you're managing your money and you're using a 401g account where you've got this plan and say, yes, I have 10 sessions in my account. I'm bringing 1 session with me. That session is all in. You're trying to win or lose with that session, period. You're on a plan. You're not randomly throwing money out of your wallet or going to the ATM and seeing how much money you've got in your checking account. In that case, your strategy would be different. I would advocate for you, go pro level, have an account with a certain number of sessions in the account, which you're not to exceed. Bring money to the casino based on one of those session buckets and bring that to the table. Work the table, work your strategy, work your money. If you're organized, you'll be okay. You may still lose, but we'll limit our losses. You may still lose, but we're in control of that loss. And if you're betting right, and if you're following good management at the table, you may come away with more money than you probably are used to coming away with, because money management doesn't stop in the bank. Money management continues at the table with how we manage our rail. More on that later, different video coming up. What I want to do now, though, is transition us over to the computer. I do want to show you an app that I use. It's just a Google Sheet that I use to manage my 401g account. It has a couple of tabs on it that helps me to manage where I'm at in my account. I can plan a session, and I can even look ahead and do some future predicting as well. So let's move to the computer, and I will show you that spreadsheet and walk you through it, and of course give you a link to that at the end of the video here. So let's switch over.
Okay, so let's take a look now at this spreadsheet that I put together to kind of help me manage my 401g account. It's got a number of tabs in it. We'll go over each of those separately. First and foremost being the log tab. Now, I'm going to start with the logger first because I feel like this is the place that keeps me the most accountable for how I manage my money. So here's an example blank starting 401g account. We say our starting balance is $1,000. So of course our current balance would be 1,000 because there's nothing in the account yet. Now let's go ahead and do a couple of pretend sessions. Let's say we went to the casino on like, I don't know, 215 or something, and we brought $200 and we won $68. So you can see it's going to auto calculate our account balance, and we can leave notes to ourselves too. And I like to leave notes to let me know kind of how that session went and what led to a win or a loss. So here I might say like something like 3B set on the blender all night. Worked great for me. That's great. Maybe a week later, let's say like on the 22nd or something, we go back and we bought in for 200 and we lost all of it, 200. As you know, I'm all in, right? So when I bring session money, I'm either going to win 20% or more or lose what I brought. In this case, we lost a little bit, and we'll say tried hard ways and a 64 across strategy, which did not work that night. And now you see that our balance is below the ideal number of having 10 sessions in our bankroll, but we can see that, right? And we have a reason why on the right-hand side. And again, now I know I've got basically 8 sessions left to get through this. It was a pretty tough night there. So given that, I might say, you know, again, I'm a little bit tough on myself here. I may have to go out now. I may go on the 1st of March and not really do a session, but I might go out there and run some Uber or something, Uber driving, and replenish my account a little bit because it makes me feel better to have the full 10 sessions in there. I'm using this kind of as a line item, right? I'm using this as a daily logger to see how my account changes over time. Now, yeah, you're going to get, if you have a separate bank account for your 401g like I do, you're going to get this part of it. You're going to get the date, and the profit and loss piece and your ending balance. You're not going to get what did you start with? How did you arrive at the result? So I think keeping a log of what I do each day keeps me accountable to myself. It also gives me a little bit of historical look and see like how things worked on given days. I think keeping a journal of what you did and didn't do, or what worked and what didn't work, is just going to help as you play later on. You can always refer back to things. That's the logging piece. Again, that's for accountability. I also use a tab on the spreadsheet to plan my sessions. So again, sometimes the math isn't always super easy, especially when you're old like me. And I haven't really had a math class since the 80s. So my percentages and my adding sometimes even failed me. So let's say that I'm playing a strategy. And for example, and I'll show you the strategy at some point later, my come ladder strategy, which requires 7 units per shooter. Well, at a $25 level, that's 175. So I need 175 per shooter, and I want to last for 10 shooters. I want to make the strategy go for 10 shooters, and I want to win 20%. This tab tells me how much to bring, right? If I'm going to go 175 per shooter for 10 shooters, I need 1750. I don't know what 20% of 1750 is, but I can put this in here and say, oh yeah, it's 350. So now I know that session I'm bringing 1750 to the casino. I'm looking to win 350 and cash out with 2100. That's my goal. Again, this is just a time saver to do the math. I know that this is not rocket science, spreadsheets like this, but it's helpful to go and log it in, put the numbers in, see what the math comes out to, and know in your head, I'm bringing 17, I'm coming out with 350, and hopefully my ending balance for the day is 2100. And when I go back to log that in, we can log in and say, yeah, let's pretend, let's say on 3-2, we did 1750 and we won our 350 back, which is great. Great day. And we just crushed it. We'll just say we just crushed it with the come ladder today, right? And that might be our simple log to keep us honest for the session. But again, I use this tab
mainly to see how much I've got to bring. If I've got some oddball number per shooter that I'm going to do, what if I'm doing 64 across for 10 shooters, right? Obviously, I'm going to buy in for 640 because 64 times 10 is 640. But what's 20% of that? I have no idea. It's 128. For, to fudge it, you can say you're going to go to win 130 or 125. But that's your go to the casino knowing what this number is right here. This is really the most important number, is what's that win goal based on how much you're going to try and bring. So I think that's an important piece to look at. The next tab is my trip planner, which takes the session planner kind of to the next level, obviously. And let's say we're going to go to the casino. Let's say we're going to go to like a trip, not just a one nighter. This really feels like a one night plan to me, where the trip planner feels like it's more of a, how's my weekend going to go? I'm going to go to Vegas and I'm going to bring 2,500 with me to Vegas. And I, of course, want to win my 20% like I always do. And let's say we're going to plan ourselves for 5 sessions. Typical, flying on Friday night, play a little bit, maybe play 3 times on Saturday morning after lunch and like maybe an evening session. And then once more on Sunday before you go. That's your 5 sessions. If I'm bringing 2,500 with me, this is telling me, okay, John, bring 500 with you. Looking to win $100 each time you're at the table. Hopefully you're going to win 500 for the weekend and walk out with 3K. That's a good way to look at a weekend and keep yourself honest. And remember and remind yourself, each session is 500. We talked about this earlier. What's in your pocket when you go to the table is $500 in this particular scenario. No ATM card, right? Maybe your Players Club card, no ATM card. You're bringing $500. You're buying them for 500. You're looking to win 100 and get out. Okay. Keep your goals. And again, this is a way to just, again, simple math here. This is like 4th grade math in a spreadsheet. But the idea is come in here, plug in the numbers, see them on screen, even print this out if you want to and have it with you. It's honesty. It keeps you accountable, right? This gives you the fodder to log things into your log when you're done. And again, I think organization and planning is critical, right? You stick to your plan, you're going to be fine. The last screen on here is the fun screen. It's the estimator. Now, before I show you how the estimator screen works, reminder again, this is not designed to show you how you can make $1 million gambling, okay? It is designed to show you how your money can grow over time if you're diligent about it, okay? Eventually, I'd love to be able to retire and just play craps for a living. It'd be awesome if I could work a system to where I can do that. This kind of shows me that it's possible if I'm sticking to my plan. Now, let's take a look at how it works. The blue are obviously, as you can tell, the things that we're able to change. So let's say that our session win goal is more conservative, 20%. We'd like to keep 10 sessions in our hopper, as always. And I'll talk about this multiplier in a minute, but basically, when I don't up my betting tier, like my buy-in amount, until I've doubled what I had in my 401g account previously. I always stay at that same level. So, and I'm going to max out my buy-in at 2,500. I'm really, at some point, maybe I've got, $1 billion in the bank and I'll bet $10,000 a hand. I'm not there. So I'm going to say conservatively, the most I'll buy in for is 2,500. This spreadsheet will automatically cap your session bankrolls at whatever number you put here, just to give you an idea of how it could look. Let's say you start with 5,000 in your 401g account, which is a decent amount. And let's say you want to have that 10 sessions in the hopper, which means your session bankroll is $500. And again, stick to that. You're looking to win 100 each time. And your goal, your next tier goal, is to double the money in your 401g account to get to $10,000. Well, if you're going to bet $500 per time, winning 100, it's going to take you 50 sessions to get to that $10,000 mark. Now, depending on where you live and how your situation is, that could be once a week. It could take a year to get there. Frankly, if you can make 5K in a year gambling, that's pretty damn good. If you live in Vegas or in a city like in Colorado, somewhere where there's lots of casinos around, you may be going more frequently, and this 50 becomes 2 months instead of a year. Again, your timelines are different than mine. Once I've doubled up, I'm on the next tier. And the next tier says, okay, we're at $10,000 now, which means that my 10 shooters in the hopper, now it's $1,000 per session that I can afford, because then there's 10,000s in 10,000. So now I can bring 1,000 to the casino for each session. Each session I'm looking to win and pocket $200. That next tier, doubling my money, is 20,000. And again, with the math, it takes 50 sessions to get there. After 100 sessions, I should be at 20. if I started with 5. That would be the goal. And this spreadsheet goes on and on and on through that, doubling around until you get to about here, where you hit that threshold of like, I'm not ever going to bet or bring more than 25 to the casino. So at that point, it starts to level out a little bit. If you're following this plan, again, here's my life goal, right? I'm following the plan. I get to, let's say it takes me 230 sessions to get to 80,000, and then another 160 sessions to get to 160. Okay. 160 is not a bad amount of money to retire on, is it? Right? If you'd like to make 160 a year gambling, which is actually kind of doable, right? You can live on 160, most of us. Look at what happens here. When you start with 160, you're buying in for 2,500. You're only looking to win 500. You're not looking to kill them. You're looking to win 20%, $500, right? Every 300 sessions, you're doubling that money. So if you're going to go to the casino, every morning, you could go there in the mornings with 2,500, win your 5, and make another 160 each year, and live on it. I'm not advocating to live on this, right? I'm not even going to try to live on this. I'm showing you this for fun, because it is nice to see that if you stick to a plan and you're actually diligent about winning what you're supposed to win and staying true to the system, you could potentially pocket some pretty good money if you're diligent about it. Again, spreadsheets are fun. These first 3 sheets, the logger, the session planner, and the trip planner, are really useful spreadsheets to keep you honest and keep you on target. The estimator is just for fun. It is nice to have a target and know potentially when you might want to double up your session bankrolls. It's good to like live in this world in here, really, where you're feeding your account from your winnings and knowing that you've got a goal. Right? I'm not going to bet more than $500 per session until I've got 10K in the bank. Then I can up myself. And I think that's the magic of this sheet here. The magic of this sheet is not looking at how can I make 320 or how can I make 5.5 million. The magic of this sheet is say, yeah, I'm going to stick at 500 until I've doubled my 401g to 10,000, and then I'll move up to the next tier. I'm not just going to be feeling great this weekend and bringing 750 because I think I got it. That's not the plan. The plan is $500 per session until you hit your $10,000 goal, then move on. Really critical that we don't get caught up in the emotion of things and feeling like, man, I got $9,300. I'm almost there. Well, you're not there yet, right? You're not there yet. Make sure you stick to the plan. Again, it's boring. It's discipline. Discipline's not fun, right? But discipline does get you to goals. And I think that's the thing. I think we say this all the time here. Money leakage is a killer, right? Don't let your money leak out. Don't jump to another tier when you're not ready to jump to that next tier yet. Stay to the plan, stay focused, stay on track, get to work, right? If you're working at this game with practice, with money management, with discipline, with knowledge, you're going to have 1,000 times more fun because you don't have any worries, right? You're going out there with full confidence. Confident players make more money. Confident players have a ton of fun. So I'll link to this spreadsheet for you in the description of this video. You can copy it down and use it. You can use it in regular Excel too, but this is a Google sheet. As always, we ask you to leave, like the video if you thought you got something out of this. Let us know. Comments are always appreciated. I'm an instructor for a living. I did software development for 25 years. Now I'm an instructor of computer programming. I believe feedback is a gift. I learn every time I teach. I learn something. I teach because it makes me better, because it plugs me in, and my students always throw me lots of feedback. I need the same from you. If you're getting something out of this, if you have a comment, criticism, question, something to add, a better spreadsheet of your own, fine. Put it in the comments. Let's chat about it. Let's make ourselves better. We are a big community here, so let's work together to make this thing rock. So that's it for this session. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for your time and your attention.
All right. Well, let's see. We have Mike. Yes, we do. There we are. That was it. That was the premiere of my second ever video. Like I said before, we showed that. I see we have some new arrivals. Looks like Greg got here. Good morning, Greg. Bruce Stern has arrived. Bruce was the first donation to the charity today. That was awesome. Bruce donated a couple of days ago. Thanks for being here, having breakfast with us on the Craps-a-Thon. It's awesome. Yeah, so that was a video for those of you who just joined late that I did. My first ever video was the one with the lammers, with the separating the chip rail with the separators. That kind of, put me on the map or whatever. This one I filmed that same week. So I did 2 videos that week. You can tell by I'm wearing the same shirt actually in the videos. But this one, like I said, I like the messaging. I don't think I did a very good job with the filming of it. And there's some mistakes there that I want to clean up. So I never released it, but I think the message is pretty good. And that's why I wanted to show it to you here. I thought this would be, because we're talking about money management with every single guest that we have, I thought that would be an appropriate time to sort of debut it. And I'll take your feedback. If I should release that as it is, I can just check the button in YouTube and it becomes a real video. If you think I need to redo it, I will definitely redo it. Oh, Bruce, I know you're a teacher. That's right. You're a retired computer teacher. I teach computer programming right now to adults. I teach at a boot camp. So we teach, my school's called Code Fellows. We teach web development. We go from HTML, CSS, JavaScript. We do Python, Perl, C#, Java, and a little bit of C++. Full stack development. It's the way of the future. And I really am blessed to have that job because A, it's technology, which I love. B, it's teaching, which I love. C, everybody who comes to our school is a career changer. Everybody is leaving a field like food service or construction or whatever they were doing. A lot of military come through and they're getting a whole new life in 20 weeks. It's a fantastic, and yeah, computers ain't going away for sure. Greg, I'm doing fine, man. It's funny. People are saying, John looks tired. I feel like $1 million. I really feel good. The only thing I was drained on earlier was food because we had 6 or 7 straight guests and I didn't eat. So I was trying to like munch on a sandwich in between that stuff, but it ended up being okay. So I feel really good. And Papa, yes, discipline is the name of the game for sure. It's all about discipline. And I think that we're good. I think Ken and I, like I said, we disagreed on the piece of that, which was Ken only uses that 401g for gambling. I use it for the business expenses associated with it. If you're running, and not that I'm saying you should be a professional gambler, but if you're running your gambling operation like a business, then you would have separate line items for food and travel and whatever else. And it's all part of the thing. Actually, Charlie, who was on earlier, DGE, we didn't get a chance to talk about this because we got into other things, but he actually advocates for, if you're doing this more than just for entertainment purposes, that you set up an LLC and run all of your expenses, including your winnings, losses, and everything else to an LLC. It separates that tax burden from your family to your gambling stuff. And if you're doing it more than part-time for the purposes of winning money, even if it's not like professional to make a living with, that's not a bad recommendation. I don't know enough about it yet, but that's the thing. Yes, Fives. Not everybody tells you what to do for a living. So yeah, you have another computer genius on your channel. So Bruce will help you out for sure. Patty is back. Patty, did I show you your chip? I'm not sure. I showed it earlier, but here it is. It's been on my desk all day. This has been my good luck charm. I've been actually fiddling with this thing the entire episode. It came in the mail and I've been just kind of monkeying with it. So it's giving me luck, keeping me going here, and hopefully we'll get us through the next 11 hours or so. So Mike is here, Honey Beginnings. Good to see you here. Justin Davis again back. Ross, the description is not in the video. Really? Did I screw that up? Let me do that right now. Actually, I thought that I put that in there. Let me go. Studio. Let me go back and re-edit that video while we're talking. Again, we're not in interview mode right now, so I have a chance to do that. So let's go back and edit this. This is the live one. It's in here. It's wrong, but it's in here. This should be 555 Craps. This at 1 o'clock should be Jeremy Color Up. And 10 o'clock should be Win Craps. Now, my channel has the right stuff on it. Not everybody put the description in their channel correctly. So some channels, if you're watching it through a channel that's not named Pro Craps, your description might not have the right stuff. Not everybody copied it. So I'll reping all the content providers and say, hey, get the description right. So if you're not seeing it, my channel has the links in the description properly. Let's see what else we have. More porn people bugging us, which is terrible. Yeah. My practice session were a hoot. Yeah. Yeah, this is fun. I tend to talk a little bit fast, as you well know. Ken says release, release, release. I should put it out there, actually. That video is pretty good. It's got a lot of good things in it. Like I said, I've learned more about video editing since I did that one, so I could do a better job of it. I'll think about releasing it. I don't know. I might put it out there. We'll see. You taught Excel word processors. This is from Bruce here. We're just going to talk shop for a minute. Old students are the best students. Adult students are interesting. They learn differently than children do, for sure. Their brains are matured. Adults are very set in their ways, so they're harder to get through, but they're also very highly motivated, which is good. I think that's very true. And oh boy, we're gonna have to have this conversation. Is Rust really the future? It probably is. R as well. I just don't know those languages well enough. I'm not a professional developer anymore, right? I've moved on from pro development into teaching. So I'm teaching computer science concepts and engineering principles and that kind of thing, not so much the language, how to use a language. And Rust and some of the newer languages, they're so functional in the way that they code, you code in them. It's different than OOP. So I know I'm nerding out with you guys, but it's different now than it used to be. So it's kind of fun because it keeps the old noggin like alive. Like Craps, to me, thinking game. It's a thinking person's game, and you're always here. So it keeps me young. And I think coding does the same thing. That's why I love that industry so much. So good to have you all here. Ken doesn't want the government knowing crap. Just me. That's fantastic. Yeah, I hear you there. It's those hand pays and that kind of thing that if you end up in that world and if you have a separate little thing, you keep it separate. It's all good. I don't know. This is why I say old number 7. I don't know how that works. I want to have Charlie on again because I know he does this, and I want to have him on a separate episode just to talk about how he manages that, because the tax implications are different if your earnings and losses can be claimed there or versus your house. So I think it's an interesting conversation. I don't know enough to give you any kind of a good answer on that, other than I know that he does that. So it's definitely good. Yeah, definitely so. Let's see. John and Bruce playing side by side. You know what, Greg? Let's make that happen sometime. Let's make that happen. Yeah, I would love to pop down to your place and play with you side by side with the cats. That'd be so cool. Yeah, definitely so. Coding for a living is not bad. Troy, it's actually it's fun. People who code for a living are actually funner than you think they are, believe it or not. Greg, you're not getting comments on your channel. It just depends. Here's the way the comments work. Now, I do want to explain this because you and I think Jeff might be here too now. The way that the comments work on the streaming thing is weird. When people hit the live stream, whatever channel they're on watching the stream from, in other words, if I'm at Big AZ's channel and I'm chatting, my chat shows up on Big AZ's channel, but not on your channel. Me here in the control center, I see every chat. I can see like one stream of all the chats in the app that I use. So I get the collated thing. But you all on your channels will only see chats from people who are watching from your channel and typing into your into your channel. So your chat stream will be probably pretty light. I'm seeing the full thing. So that's kind of a bummer about it. Not much that they can do about that, unfortunately. Let's see. I'm not sure what else is going on here. I'm running through chats here, make sure I didn't miss anything. So, yeah, you and Bruce are talking to yourselves. That's great. But that's the reason why you can't see them all, is because it's just weird. There's no way that the thing is the streaming service that we use to broadcast all the channels doesn't have access to write chats on your behalf to the other channels. Otherwise it would broadcast them everywhere. It's just tough. So, there's no answer to that. Unfortunately, we're just going to have to deal with it. Or everybody comes to one channel. You guys can all agree to go to one place and we'll be fine. 0.7 now updated my description for 0 users. That's great. Um, I don't know why there's a blank description on some channels. Jeff said that he updated your description, but it's not showing up. I don't know why that would be. That's weird. That's a YouTube thing. Let's see. Yeah, people aren't up yet. The good thing is that the links for the donation sites are here on screen, so you should be able to see the links at the very top of my screen, the very top of the video. It should be showing you that, and I'll keep showing the totals and all that kind of stuff soon. Yeah, Robert. So if you run it through the LLC, higher taxes on income, but you can claim losses. Now you can't. I don't know that you can claim personal losses on your regular taxes. That's why I want to have somebody on who knows. That's not me. I don't know the answer, but I thought it was interesting, so I figured I'd throw it out there. All right, let's go check a quick tally board here. We're getting into morning time, so it's now 8 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. Sun is up, birds chirping. Here it's still 5 a.m., which means we're going to start seeing more people show up, which is good. I think we're going to start seeing the viewership rise here as we get into this. So, Ken, good day at work. I'll see you later. The current stats are this. We are at 939 on the donation screen. So we're getting close to that 1,000 mark, which is great. The auction site, we're still not where I want to be on the auction site. So I'm going to challenge folks. Greg, I am seeing, let me go actually and show you the screen here so you can see it, the donations total page. As I look at the page here, I'm seeing some interesting things. One is Greg's 555 Craps, one of a kind, the only 555 Craps shirt that will ever be created is at $55. Now, the one of a kind, only one of its kind ever to be created Pro Craps tie-dye shirt is at $63, which means I'm kicking your ass, Greg. So challenge your people to bid your shirt up for sure. I'm seeing bids on random things. I'm not yet seeing bids on the color up layout. I'm not yet seeing bids on golfing and gambling with Big AZ. Now, the Blue Wrench crew is a hardcore bunch, right? Somebody's got to want to go golfing with Big AZ, right? Get on bidding on that thing. The picture here, I cannot stress enough how awesome this picture is that our subscriber Zoff did. This picture that I'm showing you does not do this thing justice. It's ridiculous how good this picture is. Get on that thing. That's a treasure when you get it, as is the El Toro crystal. That thing is a treasure as well. A lot of really good stuff in here. The dice grinders, hats, and chips. You're going to meet Arnell in a little while. Arnell will be somebody who's playing fantasy craps. Arnell's been a member of Craps Nation forever. He's great. He's such a cool dude. And he gave us 6 hats and 6 chips to donate here. So the top 6 bidders on his hats get them. They're really, really cool. So get on those things, will you? The auctions here, I think, are really interesting, very unique items. They're all one-offs, right? Nobody else will ever have an El Toro 2-pound square crystal cube with his logo etched in it. That'll never be developed again. Greg has said he's never doing a shirt again. This is amazing. We got to get on this, right? Get on these auctions quickly. We got, like I said, we're going to go till 6 o'clock, but I want to see them numbers up. That's going to really drive the donations for this thing way through the roof. And again, the address to donate is above here. It's bit.ly/craps-auction is how you get there. So that's going to be the way that works. So let me get back to my screen again. We're having fun. So Buckeye Slim is asking a great question. The answer is no, and I wish I did. So here's the thing. I don't have any control or choice in who gets help by the fundraiser. We're going to the National Council on Problem Gambling, which is an enormous organization. They run the 1-800-GAMBLING phone number. They run all the live chat. They do outreach, and they actually bring families in and do like on-site counseling. The money we're putting in goes to that function, right? That outreach function. We can't target a family they may do it. They may give it to a family. I've asked them if that's what we want to do. We don't control that. The thing is, I had this idea for this, what was it, 3 weeks ago, when I thought of the idea for the fundraiser. And I wanted to direct to a single family. If we could do it, that was always been my goal. I want to do it before Christmas time, and it's impossible to do it before Christmas. The problem is getting donations, going to a 501c3, which they are, Um, to get it with a particular family, like an adoptive family or something like that, to get hooked up with that takes too long, and I couldn't get it done before Christmas. So this was the best bet for us to go with before Christmas. Because we're having success, and I think we're having a great success already. It's been fun. I'm already having a great time. It's been 12. We're halfway through, 12 hours in. Um, we're doing really well here, and I want to do this again. And I may do this again in the summertime. Maybe we'll do it like at Memorial Day, and we'll do an actual adopt a vet type thing in the summertime when we have time to get the actual 501c3 hooked up properly. So that there's a lot of logistics in it, and I wanted to make sure we hit this thing before Christmas. So that was the idea there. That's a good organization. I'm really stoked about it. It will definitely go helping. Somebody asked earlier, does the money go to the charity organization, operational stuff, or does it go to the people? Our donations go to the people that are being helped. They have a separate fund that you can donate to that runs their organization from an operational standpoint. So we're not feeding the beast, we're feeding the folks. And that's the way that this thing is going to work. So I'm pretty stoked about this. And yeah, I think we're on the right track here. So we've got about 40 minutes to go before our next, and our first interview of the new session. That's going to be Joe from Craps Master Journey. And I'm looking forward to talking about him. Yeah, Buckeye Slim, this is great. Look at this. I think a 24-hour casino. What I actually thought about this. So here's the genesis of this idea. I think that would be so cool to do. When you stay around for 8 o'clock hour, the 8 o'clock Pacific hour, when we do the fantasy craps, you're going to see that George from CY, he sets up like a 10 screen thing with all 10 players playing craps at one time. It's like a virtual casino. It's really cool. And Crapsy can do the same thing. FYI. When I first thought of this idea, I thought of it because there was two impetuses for this. One of the people who has a channel that's like, and I'm sure those of you who have YouTube channels have seen this, but like the how to run a YouTube channels, like how to do it the right way. One of the things that they tell you to do, like a way to get better at YouTubing or get better at being a content provider, is to challenge yourself to do, they'll say like 30 days straight of streaming, like 30 straight streams or whatever, and do something stupid like that to just get into the habit. I started that a month ago, and I've been doing the live every day, craps and coffee every day, as a way to challenge myself to be better at this and to kind of hone my craft a little bit, right? And that was the initial idea. And then I thought, what's the next challenge I can do? I said, what if I went 24 hours? And then I thought, oh God, there's the telethon, like Jerry Lewis. Let's tie this to charity. And that's why we're doing this. It's like this, wanted to better myself. And this seemed to be like the perfect way to kind of do all of it, kind of at once. I love the idea of a casino night. And if we could do something where we had like a room of like go from blackjack to baccarat to roulette to pie gal to craps and sort of rotate, and had people like run the room and deal the game. And we all just as a group kind of go from game to game to game and watch either fantasy or whatever. Man, that would be, wow. That'd be awesome. Roll to win. Ed, you're playing live fantasy and you're going to be on with me? You're doing both today? Is that a real thing? Because I've got you at 11 o'clock my time. So you're doing both. That's awesome. Yes. Bruce Stern is saying on the schedule on your channel, I see you're at 4 o'clock. So yeah, Greg is going to be on at 4 o'clock Pacific time, 7 o'clock Eastern time. My channel should be showing that right now. I'm not sure what Greg's channel shows, but he might want to change that in the description there. But yeah, Greg's on at 7 o'clock Eastern tonight. Greg is going to bring us home. Greg's the last guest. He's going to carry me across the finish line here at 4 o'clock. And then in that last hour, if you're all still with me, the plan is to have everybody on. So everybody who presented today and any of you in the audience that want to join in, we're going to have a massive Zoom call. Just a massive cacophony of people talking and donating and having a good time. We're going to end it that way. It's going to be great. So, yeah, Rick, I saw that. You know what, dude? So we're getting a little off topic here because we're trying to kill some time before 6, but pains me to say go blue, hail to the victors. For those of you who don't know, Rick is a Michigan fan. I went to Michigan State. That was my college of choice. And we have a joint enemy in the Buckeyes. Buckeyes beat Michigan State's ass last week, like bad beatdown. And as a Michigan State alum, do not like Michigan at all. As a Seahawks fan, do not like Jim Harbaugh even a little bit. Everything in my soul was like hating on Michigan, but Rick, love you. So you had my heart all day. I was like, yeah, let's go blue for you today. I actually spent the day today at a volleyball game. We went to University of Washington volleyball with my wife and daughter. My wife's a Washington State alumni. We were at the University of Washington, bitter rivals, but a girl that my son graduated with was playing today, so we went there to watch that. Yeah, Buckeye, that's a good idea. We could do it with Casino Quest. They've got everything there. They got cameras set up there too. That is #genius. I will talk to them. I'm actually going to leave myself a note right now. While we're talking about it, let's go leave myself a note right here. Casino Quest, next year, casino night. Casino night for 24 hours. And I bet we could work it so that a bunch of us could show up in Vegas and work the tables at Casino Quest with them over the 24 hours and take shifts and get the whole thing done and have a weekend in Vegas. Let's do that. Let's find a way to make it happen. That would be pretty damn cool. So, Victor, I hope I'm saying your name right, Victor. Am I saying it correct? Crapsy's cool. It's got a few little hitches, right? A version 1 of any software is going to be that way. But they're on the right track with it. I think you've got Craps players and Craps dealers making the game, and they just need some UI love. So they'll get there, and it's going to be great for sure. Yes, I can roll out some horsemen for sure. You want to see some horsemen? Let's do it. I'm going to turn my camera on and let's do it. Let me go back to the thing here. Let's go about a half an hour, roll some out for you. I'm going to switch my screen to the table. Camera on. You should see that in a minute. There's my table. I'm going to go ahead and switch microphones too. Give me a second here to change out my mic. I need my lapel mic to be on so I can do this. So give me a second here, and I'll switch it all out for you. Oh, and it looks like our porn friends are back again. That's wonderful. Let's turn this back on. And we'll go to Reaper and change the source. Reaper preferences. All right, so I think you all can still hear me. I hope that the volume is solid. Rob, half past bedtime here in Australia. Good night, bud. Thanks for being here. Awesome. I will hope to see you back later on today. Thank you for joining. All right, let's do a little bit of horseman here. So my rack is actually set up for fantasy craps. So I'm going to move this rack out of the way here. And let's see if I can do, how can I arrange my chips in a way that makes good sense? Because I'm playing the horseman a little bit differently now. And let's do this. Let's pull, well, what I'll do is I'm just going to pull these chips out of here. Give me a second to get myself set up. 2, 3. Okay, here we go. Puck's off. I'm going to go with this. So my new setup for the horseman is going to be 1 green, or 2 greens rather, in the don't pass. And then we're going to go a come progression instead of flat bet. So we're going to go with a $10 table. So we're going to go 2 units, 3 units, and 4 units as a progression. So it's going to be 20, 30, 45 against 50 coming out. So it's going to be a total of $100 in action. And I'm going to do the come ladder coming through instead of just plain flat bets. That'll give me a little bit of different action as I come through that. I may change it down a little bit and go with just single 10-unit bets. We'll see how it kind of plays out. But I like the come ladder for what it does. I'm going to play the come ladder as its own separate little strategy there with it. So we're going to need, it looks like, let's get our reds together. I'll do 3 shooters worth of reds that we have there. And we'll do 1, 2, 3 shooters worth of greens. And let's get our rack set up. There is going to be 1 shooter, 2 shooters. Our 3rd shooter will go up in the front, just like so. Let me get the light turned on too so we can see a little bit better. And I will roll this out totally random style. I'm not going to try and set dice only because my shooting table. Can somebody, I don't have access anymore. Can somebody please hit that thing that nukes these porn people? There's just, what do you call it? Just hit the ban button. Ross, not the border strategy. I'll do the border strategy after that though. I'll actually play a little bit of both here. So you can see the border strategy is fun. When the table goes, to me, a little colder, I love that strategy. Here we go. We're gonna roll the horseman out and we'll start out with a $50 don't. I'm not gonna protect it. Okay, this may be a giant mistake, but I'm not going to protect the bet. We're going to roll white dice today for this here. We'll see. If I lose that 25 bucks, I'm going to be down on this shooter. I don't have enough money on the bankroll to replace that bet, even though I probably should. We'll talk about that if it happens. Let's just get a number first. Perfect number. We're going to be on the 10. So our don't bet's going to be on the 10. Now we're going to come out with a 1-unit $10 table come bet. I'll put it here so you can see it. I'll spread that out too so you can see those. Here we go. $10 coming. 7 here is a great thing for us. We get an 8, which is also decent. So our first come bet goes to the 8. Next come bet is going to be 3 units in size. I'm playing the come ladder. Come ladder always has, the next come bet is 1 unit higher than whatever's out there in action. That's the idea here. So we're going to use 3 to save our 2 here. That's going to go to the 6. That's good. We have 2 good looking come bets, 8 and 6. Now we have 4 units coming out. And again, the 7 here still wins us money. We're still good on the 7 at this level here. And that's going to be the 617. That's perfect. So what happens in this case? We're going to lose this 25. We're going to win 20 in the come, and we're going to win 50 on our don't. And the Headless Horseman is designed for this exact scenario, which is the typical roll, which is crappy, right? The typical roll is crap. It's going to be a couple of rolls and you're out. And somebody says in chat, come ladder gets expensive. I limit my come ladder to only 3. I don't go come ladder forever. I do 3 come ladders and that's it. So I just kind of, I bring it up very, very slowly. Here we go again, coming out to a 7. So there's a bummer, right? That's the risk when you go out naked on the don't pass. But we won 50 on the last roller. So we'll do it. Here we go, an 8. Not the greatest point for the don't, but we'll roll with it. Here's our 2, there's our 2. Point's going to be 8. Yo, 11. That's great. This come bet here wins. Did a little job for us. That's awesome. There's a 5, a 4, 1, 5. That's on the wall. That come bet moves to the 5. We'll come out with 3 units. Goes to the 6. And our last one will be 4. Here we go. Let them all get set. We'll play it out. Goes to the 10. Not great. Not loving a comeback going to the 10. But here we are. We have 3 comebacks set for 20, 30, 45. I have $50 on the don't against the 8. That's not a great situation right there. I'm still in control. I'm still the boss of the deal. So we'll let it roll out. Hopefully the 8 doesn't come before the other ones pay. The 5 pays. Comes down, Take our 2 units, back to the rack we go. Now, I have choices here with this strategy. I can come back with another come bet if I choose to. I can cover what I've got out here. I've got 4, 5, 6, 7 units there. I've got 5 units here, not quite enough to get there. Or I could start recycling wins through the don't. And we'll see how long this roll goes before that decision gets made. There's another 5. Doesn't hurt, doesn't help. That's a 5-1-6. That rolled. I'm sorry, that was a 5-1-6. That'll pay us 3 over here. And that will come down. And now we're in a situation where we have 50 against the 8, and we've got 20 on the 10. We'll give it a roll or two, and then we can start making calls here, right? Then this is where you start deciding, do you want to lock profit up or do you want to start playing against the 7 for when it comes out? There's a 10. Oh my God, this is a great roll. 10's going to pay 20. I'm going to go 25 for 5 since I'm out of reds, and that comes down. Now we're just playing against the 8, and we've locked up a pretty stout profit. I'm actually going to go ahead and turn some of these reds in for greens. Let's do one more set of reds for green. There we go. So in our rack here, we started out with 50 plus the 45 that we had for the play. We're already here, right? We've already got profit locked up plus the 50 that's out there. This is what I talk about all the time when I say, do you want to pull a don't down? Let's look at our rack. We started the rollout with 50 for the don't, and 25, 35, 45 was our come bets. What's in our rack right now is exactly where we started the roller with, plus we have 50 still out here. This 50, technically speaking, is profit. It's profit. What do you do with that profit? Here's the question, right? I'm doing a $10 table, guys. What do you do with that profit? Here's the question. I say sometimes you can pull that don't, right? You can pull this down and lock it up. I have locked up 50 bucks in profit, and I don't care what happens the rest of the shot. Done, right? You have options on the don't. I could pull down a quarter from that don't and say, take this quarter back to my rack and ask for the 6 and the 8, or in this case, the 5 and the 6, right? We can grab a $12 6 and a $10 5 for that quarter. Take 3 back. And now I'm back in the game with a little smaller don't, right? But I've got some do action. I can actually run this thing through if I so chose, right? You see what I'm doing here? So you can lock in the win by pulling the whole don't down. I can take half the don't down and start placing bets with it. I'm playing with profit here, right? I'm guaranteed something out of this hand, right? No matter what happens here, we're going to be okay. There's a 5. So I went light side with half of my don't bet, which I'm allowed to do. That's going to pay 15 for 1 out of my rack. What I probably do is bump that up to 1. Oh, actually, I'll take 1 back. I'll leave it at 10. I'll grab the 9. Aces. That does nothing. There's the 8. So it turns out we lose half of what we had on the don't, but we're still out here hot in action. I'm going to bypass the come out roll. I'm not going to touch profit. Let the next shooter get a point. It'll be a 6. Let's roll it out and see what happens. 5. Beautiful. It pays 14 bucks. Let me get some whites over here. Again, we'll do 15 for 1. 15 for 1 out of the rack again. Choices. Grab the 8. Let's take 5 bucks for 5. We'll grab the 8. 3 to the rack. And now I'm inside, all on profit. 0 of that is at risk, right? And we're just kind of building through. There's an 11. Doesn't matter. Notice how the horseman is like the marijuana of strategies. Okay, it's a gateway drug, right? I don't play the horseman over and over and over and over again. I play it so I can get to where I want to be, right? So here I am, now I'm on the 6. That's our point, but we were on it. So again, that'll pay 15 for 1. One for my rack, 15. I'm gonna rack that up, drop the one in here, get us a new point. Okay, now again, no need to go back to the don't. I'm playing in profit. There's no need to put extra money out there. We're just gonna rock this thing, right? There's a 7 on the come out, doesn't matter. 12, doesn't matter. 4, great point. Oh, I love a point of 4. You know me, love my 4. Here we go. Now we're gonna start working on a mid press in here. There's a 1, 2, 3, the shocker that rolled on me. That's a shocker, 1, 2, 3. That's gonna be a 6, 4, 10. We're not on the 10. There's a 3, 1, 4. That's the point. We have no stake in the game down here, so it doesn't matter. Let's come out again. New point's gonna be 8. We're on it, it's fine. Let's get some inside hits here, shall we? 4, not on it. 3, the shocker. Boy, oh boy, we're not hitting the insides at all, are we? There's an 8, hard 8. 8 the hard way. Puck's off, that's gonna pay. I need some change over here. It's gonna pay 14. We're gonna go ahead and press it up by 1 unit and rack the difference. Get that pretty. There's a 5, 1, 6, new point. 7 out. Okay, so that hand ends, but we ended with a really good profit. And again, I got to highlight this to you. The Headless Horseman got us in there, right? We got into the hand from the Horseman. We transitioned to an inside bet. This is all profit in here, right? We rocked that roll pretty good by using the Horseman to get us in. So that was the idea. Let me ping Joe in here. All right. There's a round of the Horseman. Somebody had asked me, did I pay? Those bets, Chris, were turned off on the come out. So I would not have paid myself on that. So there we go. And I know don't pull the don't bet down. But you know what? What I did there with it, I pulled half the don't down. I got place bets with it. Those place bets paid the way that we worked out. So that was actually pretty cool right there. I like that a lot. Okay, let's go and do one round because somebody asked to see the border strategy. Let me show you the border strategy. The border strategy, this is a play on words. I call it the border strategy because if you remember during, I think early in the election, or early after the presidency, Kamala Harris was given the southern border, and they made a meme video out of it where she said, do not come, and then of course they had Trump saying, I'm coming. So the border strategy is 2 don't comes and a come in that order, and they're leveled. So the way that we do the border strategy is this. I'm gonna need a different level of chips here. It's 3 don't come, 3 unit don't come. It's gonna go somewhere, let's say it goes to the 8, doesn't matter. Then a 2 unit don't come. That's gonna go somewhere different, we hope. And then it's a 3 unit come bet. Okay, so you need a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 units. Whatever the unit is, if it's greens, reds, black, whatever you're playing with, 2 don't comes, 1 come. If the roll works out, you get paid on roll 3, you double your money, it's great. This strategy seems to work pretty well for me. But again, the table conditions have to match what you're doing. So let's go ahead and play it out twice here. I have enough, I think, for 2 shooters worth. Let's see how it works out. We'll run it through here once. We'll let the shooter get a point. That'll be a 4, fantastic point. I think that's Joe calling in. Let me answer the phone there. Let him stay in. All right, first bet, 3 unit come bet. This is the danger point. This is the bet that you can lose. 0.7 out, this will kill you here. Hopefully it gets set and we're good. Nope. 0.7 out, we lose it. Bummer. Big bummer. Next shooter's up. So that shooter there is light a few now. We'll try it again. Where's my dice? 5, 3, 2, 5 is the next point. And again, we'll do Don't come for 3. 12, that's barred, no effect. There's a 1, 3, 4. That's great. So the first come back, don't come goes to the 4. We come with 2 now. So the 11 would take 2, that would suck. The 7, we'd win 3 and lose 2. We'd win 1 unit. That's fine by me. We're in good shape. There's a 5, 2, 7. So what happens? We lose these as they're coming out, but we win 3 here. Our net for that shooter is a nickel, right? Nickels aren't great, I guess, but if these were greens, you just won 25 bucks. If they were blacks, you just won 100 bucks. If you're playing this, whatever level you're playing it at, it's all good. You can make a unit is a unit is a unit. Come out 7, do not care. 4 again, 1, 3, 4. And here we go. 3 units in the don't. Do not come. That goes to the 6. Not favorable, but it'll work. The next 2. 1, 2, 3. The shocker pays you. That's a pretty good little victory right there. We'll take that. Another one. 1, 2, 3 again. Love it. Anytime you're playing the don't, I look at the 1, 2, 3 and the aces. They're nice wins. I don't bank on that. That's not why you play this. But they do help you when they do come to eat up when that happens, when you get that 7. So we lose 2. You win 3 back here. How we doing in the rack? This shooter back here needs 8 units. There's 6 units there. Now it's a full shooter. There's your 1 shooter. 2, 4, 6, 8. There's your second shooter. We're up 3 units. Now again, I'm playing with nickels, so it doesn't seem like much. But if you're playing that same strategy with quarters, you're $75 into this thing, right? You're $75 to the good, and you're thinking about getting out of here, right? This is actually kind of a cool little strategy. It's quick, it's easy, it's relatively inexpensive, and it's a good way to scout the table. I'm gonna play it one more time before I start talking to Joe here, because I'd like to get to the point where we have a combat set. We haven't even gotten past roll 3. And, you know, I put a video out a long time ago where I made the wild claim that 28% of the time, it's a 0.7 out. And another 15% of the time, it's 0.1 shot and out. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. We're seeing no rolls so far that have gotten past 4. So let's get it on here. Let's get another point established and we'll play it one more time. Boom. Come out 7, do not care. Playing in a Washington casino, you have to worry about that. In my casinos here and locally, we have to have a bet on one of the lines on every shooter. That's coming soon to a casino near you, I'm sorry to say. Point's gonna be 9. Don't come with 3 units. Let's avoid the 7 right here. We didn't avoid it there, that's a bummer. 0.7 out, that's like our 3rd one since I've been doing this, right? That'll be there, we're gonna lose this. I'm gonna replace that shooter with a full shot. I've got 5 units here, 3 units from profit before. We're back to square. That's a full shooter. I have no profit left and I'm with my next shooter. Here we go. Rack management, right? That's what it's all about. Manage your money. Know where you stand. There's gonna be a 6-3-9. 6-3-9-9-9. 3 in the don't. Yo, 11. Oh, you sucker. Look at that. Took my money. All right, so now we're going to adjust, right? I'm going to do 3 in the don't. It's going to go to the 10. That's a great don't number for us, right? You're a 2-to-1 favorite here, getting paid even money if the 7 comes before that 10. That is fantastic. Now you have 2 units left. Normally, we would have gone 3 units come, don't come, 2 units don't come, 3 units come. We blew one of these things. We're gonna go to the come with our next bet. We're gonna get 1 light and 1 dark here, and we'll see how we roll out. That's my adjustment when I lose one of those don't comes. I'm gonna go to the come. Come back goes to the 4. Now I'm playing both ends of this thing, right? 7 loses 2, wins 3, net 1. That's good. Anytime you can net anything, happiness. Let's get a 4, and then we'll get a 7. That's the goal here. There's a 9. There's the 7. I don't care. We lose 2. We win 3. Right? You're up a unit there to kind of keep yourself clean and going. So that is kind of how that happens, right? And Buckeye Slim, you're right. After a great roll, right? Yeah, totally. The great roll drained everything for sure. That 100% happens, right? It always happens that way. And that's what Jacob said earlier. And I think we were talking about this as a group. Like, good roll, get the hell out, right? Once you're up, and I was up by a full shooter there for a second, you got to go bye-bye, right? Here at home with my fake money, we can roll all day long and we can see how it works out, right? So that's really, really solid, right? If you're doing that with quarters, you're doing solid. So yeah, there's no way to make money at this game. That's great. The house edge will break you. You've got it if you can get it, right? When you hit a streak, and we talk about the streaks, let me get my camera up. When we talk about the streak, no, the light's in the way. The streak happens all the time, right? You saw that roll early where I had, what was it, 9 or 10 rolls. That was a pretty good little run. We made some money on it. If the next roll goes south like it did, bye. You got to get on out of here, right? That's part of the problem. So I'm going to actually switch back to my other microphone real quick. Hold on a second. We're going to lose audio for just a second while I make the switch, since I'm sitting. All right, you can hear me now. There we go. That wasn't too bad. All right, so anyway, the streak is where the money is in this game. You can grind. You can sit on one thing, right? Greg will play the don't pass the same way all the time, and he will beat the house edge through diligence, right? And that will work on that kind of a bet. When you're doing this, like I did, to me, the horseman, like I said, it's a gateway drug, right? It got me to where I was across. I made some money, and we're out. I wouldn't play the horseman over and over and over. You're going to lose when you play things over and over and over, especially when they end up on the right side. So 3 come bets, 3 shooters in a row, you're going to get burned on that. You can't hit that many point numbers reliably. And that's why it works in spurts. So good deal there. Okay. So let's see. Trying to get through here. Next roll. All right. So Joe's having some issues. I'm going to bring Joe in real quick. Let's see if we can't get your audio troubleshooting taken care of. Let me go here so I can actually pull your video in. I can see you, Joe. And it's saying that your volume is not able. Are you having a permission problem with your volume, do you think? Or I wonder what's going on there. Just going to be the app picking up the right mic. Oh, I thought I heard something. Say it again. Nope. Joe's going to work on his volume here. I'll talk about some of your comments here. So yeah, go to your lowest investment strategy, see what you can do with some of it in the profit. We did this, Buckeye, the other day. I think it was Wednesday we did this, where the whole day we talked about what do you do with your extra profit, I call it plus money. So I hit goal and I had like 30 or 40 bucks left, and we just worked a strategy with the 40 bucks. Like, what do you do with the money you've earned above and beyond what your profit goal was? And I think you're right there. You go with your lowest strategy and work that thing through. And what I did there was, $12.6, $12.8, the lowest possible thing I could do, and see what we can do. So yeah, you don't necessarily go in hard after a huge win, for sure. We switched strategies here only because I wanted to show you that strategy, because somebody asked about it. So the table wasn't calling for the border strategy, but somebody asked about it, so I thought it would be fun to show. Joe's still working on volume here. My thing, Joe, if you can hear me, it says guest has muted themselves. So you might have a mute button hit somewhere that you don't know about. That's what it says to me. So you can know, you say it happens to stocks. I finally got the nerve to buy some crypto. I know this much about crypto. Zero. That's a zero. My son said, "Hey, buy some Dogecoin." And I'm all right, fine, whatever. I got the Robinhood app and I thought this is cool. So I bought it and I got my clock cleaned and that stuff because I don't know what to do. Right. That you know, this it's hard. It's hard to know. Gambling with anything is hard. Um, yeah, Joe's still working through it. Might be your earphones. It's gonna change something up. Looks like over there. I'm not sure what's going on. Hey, Terrence from Jersey. What part of Jersey are you from? I love my East Coast folks. Nope, Joe left. A chip in a chair is real. I've done that too. I have absolutely done the same thing. It's funny when I first, oh, here he comes again. When I first was playing around with the come ladder strategy, the two times I tried it was my last possible chip, and I ran a comeback with it, hit the 7, ran it again, hit the 11, and I actually worked a little tiny progression and ended up making profit that day. So, hey, can I hear you? I thought I heard Joe talking. I think I hear you. Can you say something? I feel like I'm hearing his table. Oh, you're up north. Oh, you're in Absecon. Okay, yeah. Up north, though. Joe, I thought I heard you there for a minute. Oh, with his mic plugged in, he can't hear us. That's interesting. So I should be coming out. Terrence, I grew up in my earlier years in like Mount Laurel, Haddonfield, Cherry Hill area, and later from middle school on down in Cape May. I think Joe can hear me, but I can't hear him. He said when it's with his microphone not plugged in, he can hear us. When he puts his microphone in, then he can't hear me. So that's weird. That's a weird combination of things. Yeah, we heard Joe for a minute there. Yeah, Cape May Point's great. My favorite fishing spot actually was off the jetty where Cape May Point and Cape May proper meet. There's a little alcove down there, or a little inlet down there. I used to love fishing off there. And now a word from our sponsors. You got it, Joe. Not much I can do though while Joe is trying to get connected here. So we'll have to just kind of bear with as Joe goes on. So ask questions, guys, while Joe's getting his volume figured out. Chat us some questions. We can kind of talk through it. So yeah, I heard you, Papa. When he had his earbuds on, they were out. We heard him.
What about now, John?
There you go. Gotcha. We got you. Magic. Craps Racket going to Cape May next weekend. Eat at the Lobster House. The food is terrible, but it's a must see place for sure. I worked at the Lobster House for about 7 years when I was a kid. I worked the boats, I worked the dock, I worked the raw bar, cooked. I did everything at that place. Joe, we had you for a minute there. What happened? Nope. Yeah, Joe's table build videos are awesome. Joe's really good. I mean, I was pretty proud of my little table, but damn, he put y'all to shame for sure. Yeah, I don't see you as mute anymore either. I just we heard you for a minute there. You were talking, and it was fine. Then it went away. Yeah, Seek to Know is saying maybe you're using the same jack for input and output. Like maybe you're yeah, it sounds like you're getting like you're using the same mic. Your microphone is set to input and output. Maybe that's why we can't hear it. I don't know. Papa's asking if I track my rolls. I don't track my rolls. I do here at the house when I'm practicing. I track my rolls. When I'm out at the casinos, I don't.
You can hear me, John.
Hey, there we go. I can hear you right there. What happened? Let me ask a skills question here. Answer skills question. Skills is asking, what is the chat, folks, and my opinion on axis rolling? So, I just had a conversation with George about this, and he gave me some education. If you were here to hear that, it was actually pretty cool. The slow motion video shows there's no such thing as an on axis roll, right? I think the misconception is the dice leave your hands on an axis and they will roll on axis to the back wall, hit the table, hit the back wall, come back on axis. It doesn't happen. And and George says that's not possible. Mudslide Mac, who I respect, says that's not possible, and it's not. When they say on axis, they're saying on axis result, and George explained it as the dice hit the table on axis. In other words, if you were off axis, he's saying you're off axis in the air, which makes the result be an off axis result. So what George is saying is you control the dice as they fly. So they're either separated, cockeyed, or not. And if they go off axis in the air, implode or double pitch while they fly, that's what he's talking about. George is saying double pitch, implode, explode is the behavior of the dice in the air that may result in a number you expect or a group thing that you expect, but he does not expect that he can ever target a number. George, his exact quote today was, the dice are in your control until they leave your hand. And from that point forward, you've done all you can do. And if they hit the table square into the back wall square, you hope for the best, that you set them up for success. Hey, Joe, we got you there. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can't hear you, though.
That's weird. What do you have set for your speaker?
Let me unplug here so I can hear you.
Yeah. Let's see. How about now? Yeah, fives. The back wall is the equalizer for sure. We saw it in the slow-mo, right? The slow-mo, we 100% saw that was the equalizer. Seek to Know what's the equivalent to card counting, but for craps, it's cheating by sliding the dice, right? By a way of sliding the dice to the back wall without hitting it would be the thing. You'll hear the box get mad at somebody for not hitting the back wall. I'm famous for that, right? I throw the dice so softly, they barely hit the back wall and they barely roll off it. I try and avoid the gators as best I can. That's as close to card counting as you can get. I don't try and whack the gators. I try and kiss the bottom and avoid them at all costs. So that's kind of where I get to. And yeah, you know what? Greg's right. The 7's a beast, but there's 84% chance of not hitting it. So your chances of rolling some numbers are pretty good. I'll tell you this though. The 7, right, on every every 2 dice can always make a 7. Right? That's the reason why it's so powerful. It's not because there's 6 ways to make it. It's the dice combinations always work out that the same dice, you can always make a 7. So Ross, my most memorable roll probably was, it was one of my good stories actually. One of my favorite memories was at the Excalibur. This is going back probably, oh boy, I want to say like 97 or so. We had just gotten married, my wife and I. We had done one of our first trips to Vegas, and we were playing out there. And as you know, if you know me, I'm a John Patrick disciple from way back. And so I'm playing a little do we don't to come out, and I'm doing a no 4 and a 6 and the 8. That was my strategy back then. It was simple, do we don't to bypass the come out roll. Based on the point, I would lay or set odds, and then I would come 6 or 8. That was all I played. And the dealer says to me as I do that, he goes, "Oh, you must have been watching some videos, right? Here's an internet expert," he said, right? I'm like, whatever. And so not only did I, play my strategy as was, I rolled like 40 times that day. And I just held the dice for, it seemed like forever. It's probably only half an hour, but it was great. And that was a good roll because the dealer was giving me shit, which I hate when dealers give you grief. There's no reason for that. And he got no tips, of course. And that was a good roll only because I've rolled longer than that before. But when you have somebody kind of chirping at you about, you're an internet expert and blah, 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 love it. So that was a satisfying roll for me for sure. But guys, talking about the roll to win table. I know, man, I love these things too, to roll on them because they're so easy to roll on. And Greg, this is where dice control works. On the roll to win table, dice control totally works. You can 100% helicopter spin those things. The back wall has no impact on those things. It's friggin' beautiful. Roll to win is great. So yeah. Yeah, Merlin, sorry, man. I'm not sure what channel you're watching from, but we screwed up the live stream early on. So the channel you're watching from probably didn't have it streaming until just recently. So it's my fault for not starting it properly earlier in the evening. All the channels are streaming it now. I made a mistake early on. So that's why you wouldn't have seen the notification. I'm sorry about that. It's my fault. But yeah, you'll be able to get, you can go back and watch on my channel, the Pro Craps channel. The first 10 hours of it are still there. You'll be able to see those later on. So you'll see it for sure. Yeah, Papa, that glass has no bounce. And I'll tell you what, my local casino has that same glass under felt. So I have that glass plus felt. I have no bounce on a regular table too at the one casino in my local. It's fantastic. The par throw I had trouble with on those tables. To me, the helicopter was where it was at because they kind of skip, like skipping on the water, and land almost what they had faced up. So it was interesting.
John, what about now?
I can hear you now. Yep. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yes.
Yay, we're doing it. Hey, and we're right on time.
Thank you.
And we're right on time.
Hey, I plan it big time. I get just on time, smooth it.
No, it's all good. It's only 6:07, so you're actually just a few seconds late here, and we're solid. So that's good. Awesome. That's good. All right, chat's been blowing up. Of course, we've been talking about all sorts of other things, but Joe from Craps Master Journey is here, and I'm going to.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Reset the recording here. So as you know, Joe, we're talking about gambling problems all day, right? And
yes,
a big part of it is bankroll, money management, all of that stuff. And I know nothing about your history in the game. Do you have a long history playing games in the casinos? Are you new to this, or how does that work for you?
I am by far the newest person you have on the guest lineup here. I actually started playing about 4 years ago, 3-4 years ago, and it was mostly on bubble craps for the first couple of years. And originally what happened was I was going to the casino up in Green Bay, and I was playing for a couple of years, and there's this one guy that I ran into that always played. He always played the real table, and But when the table was fully full over to the bubble craps, and finally one day he said, "Hey Joe, come over and play on the table." So I bought $100, and it lasted about 5 or 10 minutes. So it was a fast run, and literally scared me. Really scared me. So I went back to the bubble craps, and at the time I was watching Jacob's Wait Me This, all his videos and that, and learning strategy and trying different things on this and that. And I really wanted to get over to the real table because that's where the action's at. That's where the fun's at. That's
Right.
where, a lot of things are happening now. And again, it's scary. So I thought, I'm the type of person that I kind of go over the top on things. Kind of like you, John. I set
Yeah.
the standard high, set the bar high, and then I make myself earn it. So I thought, okay, how can I learn this game? So I built my own table. And in the research phase of building my table, I looked online, and there was not a single site that I could find that had a complete table built from start to finish, in detail, measurements, all that kind of stuff. So what I did is I found, I don't know, somewhere between 30 to 50 sites, and I just kind of pieced everything together. And YouTube was one of the places that I did research on how to build the table. So I thought, well, why not start a channel? If I'm looking, there's obviously other people that are looking. And, kind of everything goes from there. Once I got the table built, I'm like, okay, now what? I love teaching just like you. So I started, creating videos. I do a little bit of computer programming aside, self-taught. So I made my own little dice tracker program. So I record all my dice rolls and everything. But I was at the point where, okay, I need content. So then I went into that 10 tournament strategy.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if everybody caught my interview with Brian about a week or so ago. He asked, hey, how did you come up with the strategies? And I said, basically, I just YouTubed it, and that was the top 10 strategies that came up. So obviously they were the most popular at the time that I had searched it. So that's just right now. I'm in an exploration phase. I'm trying to find myself. I'm trying to see what I can offer to you guys right now. I know Jacob from Wade Ramirez is kind of calling out some of us newer YouTubers, to make sure we come up with some original content and that. And hey, that's a great idea. I would love to, but that I'm kind of in a phase right now. I'm trying to find myself. Jeff is bringing out a lot of stuff that his subscribers are bringing to him. And I'm finally getting to that stage now because I hit over the 400 mark for subscribers. And hey, thanks guys.
Fantastic.
And I finally got yeah, it is. John, we started at about the same time. We're about a month apart from starting. And you're just blowing it away, which is awesome. Brian's interview helped dramatically from that front. I've increased probably just in the last 2 weeks alone, probably about 60 subscribers. So that's awesome.
Yeah,
but that's kind of my history,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny
It's
how
kind
the
of my
YouTube
history.
thing
I've been,
happens. Yeah, the YouTube thing is interesting because, and like you said, we're both new at this, right? Relatively new.
Yes.
I think my first video was released in June or something like that. And I think at the time you were still doing your table build videos, right? So I had done a couple of strategy.
Yeah.
I did a couple of strategy math analysis type videos. So I had a little bit of a head start because I was more craps content. You were more niche build part of it. I went back and watched your stuff afterwards, and I'm like, holy crap, this guy is fantastic. Like the build, because I'm first to admit it, right? Like I don't have the bone or the whatever, the ability to build stuff. I like to think I can fix a lot of things, but I can't conceive and build. Like I can, and I think you have to have a brain for that. Like in computer programming, I'm a back-end developer, what they call a back-end developer. I can program on the front. I can make a UI, but I can't conceive of a UI, and I can't conceive how a table gets built and how the structure works and all that stuff. But I can fix it if it breaks. That's you know what I'm saying. That's why when I watched your video on that, I was like, that's how it all works. That's how support works, and I totally got it. I'm like, that's great. So
I'll tell you what, it took a lot of planning. I researched this probably about 2 or 3 months before I actually decided to pull the plug and to do it. And I'm no master carpenter. I think you told me I was, but I'm not. I've dabbled. I enjoy making things, and this just happened to be one of them. Um, and now my big passion is trying to teach everybody the game.
Mhm.
I'm by no means a professional. Like I was watching Jacob yesterday. I was watching Ken last night with you. Who else did I watch? Who was after Ken last night?
Oh, geez.
Big AZ.
Oh,
Big
Big AZ.
AZ.
That's right. Yep. Yep.
I mean, you got some heavy hitters on this lineup here, and I am by far the lowest and by far the newest. But hey, I've come a long ways, and that's the big thing. I've been playing at the real table for almost a year. So you were kind of talking to Zaf about being a new player and how we can bring that experience. Fire away, man. That would be me as well. I'm a new person. Even though my title is Craps Master, everybody forgets that journey at the end, because this is a journey, start to finish.
Well, it's funny. You actually tore a guy apart, which not tore him apart, but I mean, I love it when people are honest, right? And somebody gave you shit in your channel, like in your comments, or it's comments or YouTube or on Facebook, and they're like,
it was on Facebook.
What kind of master are you? And you're like, dude, journey. I'm on a journey. I'm not the master yet. I love that was so great. That was awesome. And I think it's good.
How can you respond to these people positive wise? How can you be positive when a lot of people, and Brian even said, hey, there's a lot of people are going to come at you. The more people you get, the more people that come at you. And guys, this is a difficult job to teach, deal, whatever, and there are a lot of good people out there. Like I said, a lot of us YouTubers are not the best, the most knowledgeable craps people. We're not. There's people out there who've been doing this 30, 40, 50 years, but they're not putting the videos up. They're not the ones that are showing to people. We're jumping out there on a ledge. We're putting ourselves out there.
Yes.
And gotta give us a little bit of room here, guys. Just a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, the thing of it is, and I said this the other day, I should put your name out here too. The reason why I think the channel is important to me, my channel is important to me, is because it holds me accountable, right? It's like, you're going to go live and I use the word pro craps in my name, right? You use the word master, Craps Master Journey. And I think that, when you do that, I'm going to put your name on the screen here, by the way. I didn't do that before. When you do that, it's you got to be accountable to yourself, right? You're putting it out there like, I got to perform, right? And I think that makes you better. Makes you better.
That is a big part of it, John. It really is. But I remember watching when I first started doing YouTubes, and when you started, your biggest thing, and this is in one of your first videos, you said, hey, I'm no pro. I'm striving to become. I'm trying to do daily activies as if I was, so that way I will become.
Yep.
And I remember you talked about that in one of your earlier videos. I do watch you.
I mean, you can be a professional level player without being a professional player, right? And that's kind of how I describe myself, is like I play at a pro level, but I'm not a I don't do this for a living. Because I'm not going to put my family at risk, for one. And you'll hear tomorrow when Ken talks about this tomorrow, when you go professional, like, it's no health insurance. You're not eating. It's, if you lose today, you're not paying your rent. Like, there's a different level of stress there that we don't have to worry about. So, but I like to I like to level it up. And I think, to me, that's what the channel's all about, is giving me a reason to be good. And I honestly, and this, we have subscribers out there. Gaynor Mason Rob from Australia is one of them. He's a great example, because I mess up my dealing all the time. You do too, right? Greg has messed up his dealing, and you make a mistake while you're dealing to yourself in a YouTube video, and Gaynor is like, next day you got a paragraph about where you screwed up. At the 18-minute mark, you paid yourself $7 instead of $6. Or whatever,
I haven't had that. I have Whalen and Durso at me.
Oh, there you go.
But they're awesome. We need people like them. We really do.
Yeah, but you need that, right? You need those guys to hold you accountable, because that makes you, okay, people are watching intently. and they're watching every roll that I make, and folks are playing along with you while you're rolling out your dice. Like I just rolled for fun here for 15 minutes, and people are
And I was
chatting.
watching a little bit.
Yeah, they're chatting in the chat room. Oh, I just made $300 on you. Like they're playing along with you, and I think that's important for us to know as YouTubers, whatever. It's people, they actually are tied in. So you are newer at the game. I've been playing craps for 20 something years now, right? You just did.
And I'm about 3 or 4 years, yeah.
Yep. So you just did the series where you did the tournament, right? You've done some bubble craps. I want you to hit on 2 points. One is you said you were a little bit nervous about joining a real table. I was too. My first time playing craps, somebody gave me money because they couldn't go to the casino. They say, here, take this $10. I want you to go pass line and hard 10. Right. And I literally bought in for $10 and put those 2 bets out for a friend of mine. That was my first time at a craps table. Right. Because I did not know how to play the game.
I did hard 10 last night.
Awesome. And craps is intimidating because you feel like everybody there knows what they're doing and you're the one that doesn't. And it's kind of tough to walk up, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Last night I played the table. I played for about 2.5 hours, and I was actually playing a combination of 3 different strategies. But after I was done, I, up and down, I bought it for 500. I ended up winning like $70. So that's not bad after 2.5 hours just kind of playing around. And I was up, with my girlfriend, and I was waiting for her to get done. So I sat at the bubble craps, and there was a lady sitting next to me actually at the bubble craps machine, and her husband deals at a casino in Milwaukee. And, she said she does not like playing the real table because she's afraid of what people are going to be saying about her, how she's betting, because she has some knowledge, but not a ton of knowledge, And it's a good point to bring up, John. It is scary at first if you don't know 100% what you're doing, unless you have no fear. You just jump in and say, hey, I'm new, help me out here, and there are people that do that, Another one last night, same thing, took the hook spot right next to this dealer and said, hey, I don't know what I'm doing here. Help me out, So then they, put it on the pass line or don't pass or, whatever, So.
Yeah, I can relate because I wish when I was younger there was bubble craps. There wasn't, there was only tables and you had to figure it out.
Sure.
And what I would do is, and it's funny, like my journey into this thing, when I first started, of course, I was watching a lot of VCR, I watched a lot of Patrick, but before I really got into that, when I would go to the table, I would go to the corner, I would go to the hook, and I would hide by the dealer, right? Because I didn't want anybody to see what I was doing. Because the same thing.
That's where everybody's gonna be watching is right there.
Well, the thing is, if you're at the very corner where the dealer is, right, and you're kind of slow rolling your bets, and I remember whispering like, $12, $6, and $8, and just kind of, slide my money to him a little bit and not know what I was doing. Well, that's where all the don't betters are, right? And I say to this day, I hunt down the table by looking at I look at the hook, and I see, is there old guys with a bunch of black chips in the hook? And if there are, table's cold, that's where I'm going to play. Or at least I know it's cold and I can make a decision. But by playing in the hook, I learned how to play the don't because I was around the cigar smoking old guys making all the money. And that's how I learned it. It's kind of funny. That's like where I got my way because I was so scared to play. And I think it's a personality thing. I think some of us are wallflowers, right? I was the guy at the high school dance that would sit in the back and look like a badass, hoping the girls would come to me. They never came, and I never talked to anybody, right? And that's, if you approach craps that same way, you're kind of in the same, right? I mean, so I got
last night it was kind of fun.
Good.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, that's right. Finish up.
Last night, it was kind of funny because I was one of the, I'm a hybrid player also. That's my style of play. Last night I was playing hedgeless. I was playing my new subscriber strategy that I'm rolling out right now, and I was playing out skilled rocks strategy. But it was kind of funny because I was, putting a don't pass bet on a table, and I was the only one, and it was hilarious because everybody's kind of laughing at you. Hey, he's betting against us.
Oh no, we lost him.
don't pass in here, but I'm gonna start putting some place numbers, transition it over to the light side here. It was nice because I kind of, I was up and down above that even line, and until the end. The last two shooters, myself was one of them. I had a couple of good rolls that brought me into that positive. But it is hilarious watching people. They do not like dark side players.
Mm-mm.
And I think a lot of them have a hard time with that whole hybrid strategy. You're the dark side or light side. There's no in between. But really, there is an in between.
People
strategy.
They take it very personal, and everybody's talked about it. It's funny. The dark side has become a thing. Like, used to be, dark side players were like really quiet about it. Now, here's an interesting point, right? When you go to YouTube, except for Jeremy's channel, right? Everybody who's on YouTube teaching strategies, we're all relatively hybrid to dark, right? We all kind of,
Correct.
right? And that's the reason for that, is because that's where the math takes you, and that's where the longevity takes you. But the books never do that. The doers never tell you that. And frankly, I always rail on about crapless craps, and I say crapless craps is crap because there's no dark side to it. Anytime the casino takes a bet away from you, it was because it was beating them. They don't do that because they feel like it, right? And they've taken half the game away, and they've made the other half of the game worse. What's worse than having a pass line bet and the point becoming a 2? You know what I mean? That's the worst thing.
I would love to try crapless just once. I have not really tried it. I don't have access to it around here. I know your biggest thing is the roll of the win topic now. Nearest roll of the win is in Milwaukee, which is like an hour and a half trip. And I just learned that last night from the lady that was sitting next to me. That they have a roll of the win table down there. And I think the buy-in Milwaukee is like anywhere between $15 to $25 is the table minimum on the regular table. That to me, I'm a single father. $15 to $25 buy-in, that's our minimum bet. That's a lot for me.
Yeah.
I'm used to Green Bay, which is we have $10 on weekends, $10 minimum bets. And that's about right for me. During the week, it's nice. Get spoiled if I can make it up. There's $5 minimums up there. But again, where you're raising money for people that have problems, and bankroll management, I know that is a big thing for you. It's huge for me too. I'm not as structured as you are, but I'm working in that direction. Trying to build a bankroll, and I don't spend money unless it's specifically for that, and that's a big part of
that's super smart.
Craps for me.
Super smart.
I try to get up once a week to play, but if I don't have money, I go 3-4 weeks before I get back up to play, at the casino. So
those minimums are tough.
One of them. It is.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, especially if you want to regress, right? Or even not if you're a regression player, but you got nowhere to go. Like, it's nice to have, even on a $5 table, I might roll out $30 bets, but I can go somewhere from there. If I feel like it's too long of a roll or whatever, I'm getting this, I can always drop to $10. But if it's at 15 already, you're kind of at where you wanted to drop to, and they're forcing you. It makes it hard for a low budget player to get in there and play. It's really tough.
You have to be creative, like last night I was using headless, and normally I'll do the $10 with the headless, which is, minimal.
Yeah.
But last night I was doing your $25. I was doing $25 don't pass, $25 come, but I was throwing the 6 and 8 out for 12 each.
Mm-hmm.
And that gave me a little bit of flexibility. If I needed to bring my bets down some, I could pull the 6 and 8 off then, So that was, $24 that I could save there, in order to make it, affordable at times, or if the roll is going in a way I don't like, it gives you a little bit of flexibility. So.
Yeah, that's the skill and luck way of doing it, right? I like that a lot.
I do. It worked out nice. It did. One time, it took off. I had a 6 and 8 up there. It allowed me to expand out then, by the time, I started with the headless, by the time I got done, I had all 6 of the numbers placed.
That's awesome.
Which worked out real nice. It is, and it was bought for, it was taken off of profits.
Yeah, the horseman's success is seen when you're not playing it anymore. right? Like I just demonstrated that, right? You play it to get going, and if three shooters in, you're still playing the Headless Horseman, something's going wrong. Like you should be out of it by then. You should transition to all don't comes or all place bets or something like that. That's the problem with it, right? If you're still in it, that's why it didn't win your tournament, by the way, because it doesn't survive over and over and over again. You need to use that as a move to something else, kind of a strategy. So, but I'm not holding it against you.
Exactly.
It's okay.
No. I understand.
It's
and Brian's all excited because it's one, but hey, every strategy that was in there has their pluses and their minuses. They really do. It just happened that, with your 5 rollers on your strategy, you got the worst end of the stick really.
Got crushed.
And Brian's, a great example. He got beat by a 3-point blender early in the tournament, big time. But then at the end, he beat him twice in a row. So
what's funny is
any given day.
I've tried. And we'll talk strategy for a minute. I've tried the 3-point blender. And when I first got on YouTube, I got stuck in the rabbit hole like you probably did, right? I was watching a lot of Jeremy. Everybody watches Color Up. And one of the early channels that I got hooked into.
I don't watch a lot of Jeremy. I love his videos. Extremely professional. I watched some, but my big one was Jacob.
Okay.
And you, John.
Interesting.
I remember my two.
I found Jeremy first. Yeah, I found Jeremy first, and I found Wager later. Actually, I was on Jeremy and Bone Thrower and El Toro was my first 3 big watches, right? As far as strategy stuff goes, and then I found 36 Full Press, and he had a ton of content out there. And for a while, yeah, Joe, your video's frozen, but I want to mess with it right now. But 36 Full Presses, the 3-point blender was the thing. It was like the Headless Horseman of a year ago. It was like everybody was playing that thing. I have never. Oh, I think we lost him.
I'll be back.
Oh, there you go. Hey, I have played the blender. I've lost my ass on that thing every time I tried it. I can't get the bet set. When I play the blender, I can never get all 3 points going. Something always whacks me. I get the 11 in the don't come. I get the 7 out early. I get the point hit. I've just never been able to get the thing set. And then when I do, it's a $9 win. And I'm like, you know what? I can't make it work. I tried it. El Toro did the El Toro style blender. That's great. He plays at like the $600 level. I'm like, yeah, I'm not bringing $30,000 to the casino to try a head strategy. So
I tried blender. Yeah, I never tried to blender adding the actual table in a casino, but I have tried it on the bubble craps, and it's very difficult because a lot of times if you have a pass or don't pass bet, they won't let you place the bet later on, on that point. So, it was very difficult. So what I would have to do all the time is I altered it on the bubble craps where I would actually place every number before the come out. And then after the come out, I pull everything down except for the one. Yeah.
That's a cool way to back into that. I like that. That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
That's funny.
It is what it is.
Let me ask you this. So you're rolling in now to your new series is going to be what? You're doing a Build a Bankroll. Is that right?
I started it. I have 3 videos in. I'm kind of halting it a little bit. I need to find something that I'm happy with on a consistent basis for a strategy. I love a lot of the Vince strategies, and that's what I was starting to do in this Build a Bankroll. And it was an awesome strategy. When I rolled it out, not like you, John, when I rolled it out, I was making money. And all of a sudden I get on camera, it's like I lose. And, it's just like that camera has that power over the dice, I think.
It does.
So I need to find that strategy that I'm comfortable with, both on and off camera. So what I'm moving over right now, and I'll come back to the Build a Bankroll because that is a huge topic for me. That is part of the journey going forward for Craps Master Journey. How can a person start from the beginning and get up to having a bankroll of 5,000, 10,000, even 100,000, if you go at it long enough. My goal, like you already have this bankroll set up. This is what I'm working on right now. I'm stuck with $300 to $500 buy-ins. But I would love to walk in a casino and have $1,000 buy-in and not even worry about it. Right now, $300 is I don't worry about money.
Yep.
Last night I happened to have $500. I brought it in, and I walked out with 570. That was awesome. $70 in the account.
Yeah, it's the thing is, it's hard to do. I got lucky with mine because a personal story here for me, so my gambling account was at almost zero for the longest time because my kids go to a private school, right? So and everybody should know this too, right? Like I coach my kids. I coached Zach in baseball for all these years, and so Zach, my son, played baseball from when he was 7 years old all the way through high school. And he went to a private school, and we paid for baseball, right? You pay for the summer league baseball, which is like $3,000 a year.
Traveling league or whatever, that's expensive.
It's right. My daughter plays travel league volleyball, also very expensive. My son went to Division III school to play baseball, which they give you academic money, but there's no athletic scholarships available at D3 schools. So between school and baseball, summer, and the college, it's killing us, right? So there's no going to the casino. And I think that's part of our show here too, right? There's no going to the casino when that's your life situation. You just stop going. Exactly. But the good thing is that I do computer programming. So I was able to get some side work. And so a good friend of mine, really good friend of mine, she was the CTO of a software startup here in Seattle. And I worked for her for about 5 or 6 months, getting her infrastructure set up. And all the money that I made from that, we paid off the school, and I put money in the bank, and I started the channel. Like all that money came in during the first part of COVID.
Sure.
And it's like, hey, I got a table now. I can do this. I can do this. I can practice, and 401g account starts getting money in it, and now I can do it. And it's like, it was not like my regular salary is enough to pay our bills. This was like extra money, and totally started the thing. Yeah. It came at the perfect time. And now that Zach's out of college, the college is done. We're done paying for that now. And it's like, hey, we take that breath, and when you can gamble, when you're like in that, I can take a breath mode, your whole life changes. Like you don't need to stress. And man, that's a good feeling,
Yeah, it is. Again, the journey is getting to that point, getting to the point where you don't have to worry, where you can have money to percentage out for each visit, to take that trip to Vegas. I was talking to one of my subscribers the other day, and he said, "You've never been to Vegas?" I said, "No, I haven't. I have a couple casinos around here. I've been on a cruise. I gambled for did craps for a week on the cruise, and that was another one. John, I had a set budget. You go in." This is my budget daily per session, and you make it last for the whole week or the 3 days or whatever you're going to do, and be disciplined. I know I was listening to Ken last night, extremely disciplined. I'm obviously not as disciplined as he is, but that is one of the goals. Go in with a set win goal and get out. For some of us, I travel about almost an hour to get to the casino. So my trips are not as frequent as say maybe you are, or the people that actually have access to the casinos. So I tend to do 2 or 3 sessions when I'm there. Or like last night, I only did 1 session. It was 2 hours long, and I was up and down. I was at that even point, and finally I got up. I'm like, no, guys, this is enough before I go back down.
Right.
Let's take that $70 and run. Where my goal actually was last night to make $100 to $125. So I got close. Didn't quite hit the goal, but I got close enough, and I said that's enough.
Yep. Well, it's like Jacob said earlier, and Ken said it too. You go there for an hour and a half, and you win $70. Most people don't make $35 an hour, right? And that's what you did, right? And you got to remember that. That's actually really solid work, So
yeah, it is,
It's good stuff. Got a lot of people showing up in chat. This is great. I see Arnell came. That's great. Arnell, welcome. There you are.
Morning, Arnell.
Yep. Yeah, everybody's waking up now, right? This is great. Yeah, right. So, Craps-a-Thon's here too.
I see your ladies are back again.
Yep. Craps-a-Thon is here. This is great. Yeah, we're still talking. Can you believe I'm still talking? for all this time. So I got to ask you now. So you're going to start something new, right? You were going to go into like maybe the build a bankroll thing. You ran the tournament, and you've played for a few years now. I think the tournament is probably really cool. I watch a lot of tournament play because I'm in the Color Up group, right? I watch a lot of Fantasy Craps. I watch they have a tournament that goes, and you see a lot of folks' strategies. Now you've had your fingers on 10 of the best strategies out there. You ran those, how many games? With 42 games, whatever it was. That was the whole
19 matches, but it was actually 29 videos I made. So
yeah. So what is your takeaway from all that? Like after all that, you probably have a good sense of what's going to win, when, and in what conditions. Like what was a favorable role for which strategy? Do you have a sense of where you feel like if you're going to start building something new, what's the base you want to build from, and which one of those things sort of resonated to you the most?
To me, you talk about like table trends. I have a hard time picking up on table trends. And if I do, it's almost like Monday morning quarterback type thing. It's like, oh, I should have saw that, type thing, but I don't. So I'm a lot like, the hybrid. Try to protect yourself in the beginning to get that base. Get to that free roll as fast as possible. And as soon as you get to the free roll, then you can start pushing out. I like doing a lot of half pressing in that. That's my way of increasing my bet size and all that. Results of the tournament, though, I found, John, that a lot of the strategies are the same once you get into it. Their setup is different. Brian uses 140 on the 4. Jacob uses whatever on the 10. Some people way that don't pass and throw odds on it. All the intro stuff is different, and that's where you got to find what you're comfortable with. But once you get going, a lot of it's the same. You either power press or you half press or you don't press. It's one of those three things. And I found when I had Jacob against Brian's HCS hybrid against Wage Minus One Hit Can't Miss. Once I got past the introductory stage, they were both increasing half pressing at the same time. And I was thinking to myself as I'm rolling this out, okay, how am I going to find a winner? They're going to tie here, unless one of them gets hit on a come out, which is what happened with Jacob. He got hit twice on that. I think the one time I rolled it out. And that's the only reason he lost. Otherwise, he would have essentially tied,
Yeah.
So that's what I'm finding with a lot of the strategies. A lot of them are the same once you get going. You're hedgeless. If you transition to the light side, you eventually get to the point where you're doing what everybody else is doing.
Exactly.
Or if you transition to the dark side, you're behind, but you still are doing the same thing.
Yep.
Or if you transition to the dark side, same thing. Last night I was doing a lot of that where I was getting 15 rolls in with either myself or somebody else shooting, and I'm like, this is getting to be a little bit too long here. So I would start, taking my winning off, and I'd throw it into DC, and run it through that way then, which is a big part of it. So if the place bet hit, take the profit, kind of like the I can't believe this wins type strategy. But that's not something you have to do right from the beginning. You can make that decision to transfer over, and that's the nice thing about playing hybrid styles. You can bounce back and forth and not have to worry about sticking to one brand, if you will.
That's right. Yeah, it's well stated that everything ends up being almost the same. Like everybody's goal is to get inside or across at some point and have it paid for. It's a matter of when they get there and how safe they are on the way to it. And you got these,
correct.
The one hit can't miss. It's one hit, right? You got to survive a roll to get there. Brian's stuff, sometimes you got to survive 2 rolls to get there. It just depends. With the Horseman, it takes 4 rolls to get there, maybe 5, And when I talk to like David at Casino Quest or the guys, Jason over at Sin City Living, they're dealers, right? And dealers are inherently aggressive when they play. And they will tell you the only way to make money is to, get the long roll, the hour-long roll. Otherwise, you're just going to tread water.
Sure.
And so we've talked, and he will say things like, oh, if you regress, you're going to be behind the shooter, right? True. There's truth in that, right? And the Horseman, I said I've used it, and I've had long rolls. I've been a part of long rolls when I've started with that thing. And you could be 9 or 10 rolls in before you're set to foundation with that thing, but you were safe the whole time. And if the shooter throws 61 rolls, so you scored on 51 of them and not on 9 of them,
Yeah.
you're going to be okay in that situation, right? If that's the role you're going for, you're going to be fine. And so I think the safety net is okay to have. And I think people forget to realize a little bit of that. So
Yeah, it is. It is. It's difficult. Like you said, table trending. It's hard to get into it. You don't know how long it's going to go, so you need that flexibility to be able to bounce back and forth and go whichever direction the table is bringing you once you figure it out.
Yep.
And I think the horseman is nice because it leads you in naturally. That's what I like about it. It leads you naturally. You don't have to fight to get into that strategy.
That's right.
Where a lot of the other ones set you up to go that way. You don't have flexibility to go either way.
Yeah, and the thing is that with trending is hard, and you said it, and we've all said it, right? Trends are easy to spot after they happen, right? That's the whole point of trending. It's like, oh shit, I was in a trend, and what do I do? How do I, I should have saw it coming, right? And you can't, the woulda, coulda, shoulda thing will kill all of us, right? That you can't play that way. And like I always say, my point on trending, and I'm glad that Michael Shackelford's actually in the waiting room. He can hear me talking now. My point on trends always is you hit the trend when it starts, and the only way to do that is to guess, right? And it's a guessing game. And like when I look at a game like Baccarat, where Baccarat, the only way to win it is you either bet banker every single time, and at some point you're going to get 4 or 5 in a row. You better be betting on it when it happens, or you follow the shoe. And when you get a trend, you're going to be on it. Black, red, and roulette, same thing. That's where you're going to make it. You can't see it coming. All you can do is say, oh, it happened twice. I'm betting. And then you're saying, well, if I'm going to be on a positive trend, I got it on the second one. We'll take 2 or 3 and be fine. If it dips for you, then you missed it. Big deal. And if you're going to bet that way, that's okay. Craps is harder because the trends, there's a million bets, right? Like you're not going to find a trend in roulette betting the inside numbers. You're going to find a trend in roulette on red, black, odd, even, whatever. Craps, you're going to find trends on, come out winners or, point winners or not, box numbers or not, high numbers or low numbers. You'll find trends in those areas. And if you see one, you go, oh, look, that's, two high numbers in a row. Maybe maybe this is the time where it happens. And you jump, you might catch it.
You throw in this idea too. I mean, there's all the different types of shooters. You have your random shooters. Last night I had a lady on the hook who just started playing. She rolled almost 30 rolls last night. How do you predict that?
You can't.
And you have one guy that had like a 20 roller. So I thought, okay, he's gonna be safe the next time I come around. He ends up rolling 3. It's. You look for trends, but you also have each shooter does differently every single time, that you roll. It's difficult, and that's what makes it in the casino's favor. These odds are totally in the casino's favor because of that,
Well, the casino, in the casino, the math. They make their money long term, right? And if you chase it around, you're feeding the beast if you chase it around too much. Like I said, to me, that you look for early markers on big things that are obvious. I don't look for trends on the 6. I look for trends on inside numbers, 1, 2 in a row. Maybe we're here. And if you catch it, you catch it, and it's literally catching it at the time that spike starts. If you can get there, you get there. And I look at things in that micro, not the macro, and I think that's where I win, I guess. It also bites me a lot, right? Because you're theorizing what's going to happen. There's no fact behind that.
It does. Yeah. Like last night, I was actually rolling good last night. Each time I touched dice, it was 12, 15 or more. And usually the first 2 or 3 times when I roll, I get 3 rolls and out. Last night I hit like 15 rolls my first roll, and I was playing the hedgeless, and it was amazing, John. I hit the 10 4 times in a row last night.
Oh my goodness!
And if I would have been parlaying, I would have been like, yeah, but I had 0 money on her because I had the hedgeless coin, and actually I did have money on her. I had 2 comebacks that hit it, and I knocked them off right away, which was nice. I got all my money back, And then after that, it was getting nothing, But then, using the same dice set 2 rolls later, 2 shoots later, I was doing the same thing on the 6. I mean, that's where the trending also occurs too. In that dice, per time that you're rolling, you can do everything the same, but it just seems like certain numbers come up, a lot.
Yep. And that's so hard to explain, isn't it?
It is. It is. And hockey uses the same dice set like I was last night, and the first time I was hitting that 10, the next time I was hitting that 6. I was playing a different strategy at the time. I had $180 all paid for off of profits on that 6. That I just kept on power pressing and pressing up, and and I got to the point where I was making enough profit where I didn't have to worry about the pressing up. So, which is a good position to be in.
Right. And it's, like I said, the harder part of the whole thing is you can't predict when that's going to happen. And what you're hoping for is the roll that breaks the probability, right? If everything went the way that the 1 out of 36 ought to be, nobody wouldn't make any money. So there's going to be times where the 6 7s that are supposed to come in the second set of 36 rolls, not the first. That's your long roller, right? And if you can find the roll that breaks what should happen, if you're lucky enough to be there, that's what you're saying. That's your 4 10s.
Exactly.
That should never happen. But when it does happen, if you're on it, congratulations. But you can't predict it.
And I happen to be kind of on it, but
you're near it.
It is what it is. You can't predict it. Exactly. I was on the 9 though. Just kidding.
That's awesome. All right. So what's next for you?
Again, we're going to be rolling out the subscriber strategy going forward. I have a couple of the subscribers that are commenting, hey, this is not my type of strategy, but hey, good job rolling it out, Joe. And I agree. The strategy that I'm going through is actually a very aggressive strategy. And I promise, the subscriber emailed me. He's from Florida, and he was actually up in Green Bay visiting his wife's family for over the Thanksgiving holiday. And he kind of explained the strategy over an email to me. And I said, hey, that's kind of interesting. I said, do you mind if I roll it out? And there's a lot of moving parts to it. So so my goal right now is just to roll it out for at least 10 shooters and see how it does. Like I said, I used it in the casino last night, not 100% my strategy, but I was actually surprised on how well it worked in a short run, even though I had a lot of money out there in the beginning. I have $150 to start off in the beginning with the shooter on the table, right? And it was amazing on how neutral balanced it was. It worked out a lot better in the casino than I thought it would. But my goal is to roll this out for a bunch of shooters, and then kind of pick it apart, kind of like what you do, what Greg does, what all you guys do is you take a strategy, hey, this is what I would do differently. That's what my plan is with this strategy.
Well, what you got to do.
So I have a couple videos that roll it out.
What you should do with that is once or twice, it'll do good or do bad. Roll the same strategy 50, 60, 100 times. You'll start finding all the weak points. Where's the soft spot? Where can I improve it? And that's what Jacob's challenging too, right? Is find the weak points, make it your own. The Horseman, we started it a different couple of ways. Now I have a new way that I kind of roll it out, and I transition from it because I've found the weak spots in it as I play it more, and I've morphed it again to where I want it to be. So I'd love to see you kind of take that tack, take that strategy, and just kind of work it, make it yours. That's gonna be great. So
and that's my goal is, I want to make it so it's something I'm comfortable with. And maybe that might be part of my building the bankroll strategy then, the strategy is definitely not for beginners. It's definitely a strategy that has a lot of moving parts. It's kind of like Brian's stuff has a lot of moving parts. And it also is a strategy that takes a little bit of guts because you're putting, a lot of your profits are going right back out there. You have to roll quite a few rolls before you actually start bringing some of it back in. And that might be one of the things I fix, who knows? Again, like I said, I need to roll that out many times here to get to the point where actually the stuff jumps out to you so you know what you want to do with it.
Yeah, and that takes hundreds of trials. It really does. You can't just try to once. It takes hundreds of trials to get to the point where you get a feel for, like I said, soft spots and everything else. So, all right, cool. We're going to, we got to roll. I'm going to do a quick check-in on the money real quick.
Okay.
And
Hey, congratulations. You were almost at 1,000. That's awesome.
yeah, right. I think we might be there actually. I saw a donation come in while we were talking. I'm going to go check the numbers, the tally board. Let's go real quick to the tally board and see where we are. Tally board is, let's see, the fundraising total right now. We were at 939 a minute ago. Let's see, did we get there yet? Come on. 939. We're still at 939. So that didn't come in. Let's take a look at the bidding though. Have we gotten some more bids? We got to get that bid up on, I'm challenging everybody here, right? I need color up bid on. I need Big AZ's day with Big AZ bid on. And this picture, right? There's some great stuff in here, folks. Now it's daylight on the East Coast, right? The rooms are filling up. There's a lot of people here watching this thing. Time to get the wallets out and start helping us out here, right? The charity is the National Council on Problem Gambling. It's a great organization that really focuses on folks with problems, controlling their gambling with real serious gambling addiction, right? I'm going to show you a little video here now while we get Michael prepped up for our next guest here. But let's get the bidding in. Let's get the donation, the auctions started. Let's get some more live donations. The links are in the description of the video, as well as labeled across the top of the video screen you're seeing. It's bit.ly/craps-donate, bit.ly/craps-auction. We're going to take a quick break. We'll look at the NCPG real quick, and then we'll come back with our next guest at 7 a.m.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, John, for putting.
Our National Problem Gambling Helpline is like a 911 service. Anytime, anywhere in the U.S., you can call, text, or chat for help in your area.
I just learned how to play at a very young age, and then I started playing in junior high and high school, and it was just such a part of my life.
When I got my own bookmaker, he was really helpful. He said, you know, Donnie, when football's done with, I got basketball and hockey.
We lost our home to foreclosure. We lost a motor home. We lost a car. This was all our daughter's senior year of high school.
I started going to meetings and got that feeling of hope, which is so important because I just identified so much of myself as a gambler, but now I realize, well, this is not going to be a healthy lifestyle for a family man.
Until I got in the door and started identifying with everybody else that was there and realizing that I wasn't unique, I wasn't the only one. It was an amazing place.
Life in recovery, is a way to experience the world.
My marriage to Diane is selflessly giving, not selfishly taking.
And that is awesome.
You have a choice to be brand new today. You can start your day over whenever you want. You're brand spanking new. It doesn't make any difference what you said or what you did in the past. The only thing that counts is today. In fact, the only thing that counts is this moment.
Please consider making your tax-deductible gift of $25 or more today. Just visit ncpgambling.org to give help and hope this holiday season. No gift is too small, and every gift helps. Thank you.
All right, we're back. We'll get Michael's going to step away for a second, and we'll get kicked off with the interview. I've got Michael Shackelford, the Wizard of Odds, joining us in just a moment. Couldn't be more excited about meeting him. I've never talked to him. This is my first interaction with him. One of the smartest men going for sure. And I've got lots of things queued up to ask him for sure. So we're going to go ahead. I'm going to quickly do this to restart the recording. We're going to get into, I'm going to ask him some dice control questions. I want to talk about bankroll management. A lot of people want to know the way that somebody who plays the math way plays. And I think there's a lot of interesting things here. So definitely, if you have got questions, drop them in the chat, put a big letter Q in front of it so I can find them easier. And then we can roll those in. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and bring Michael in now. We got take me a second here to get the cameras hooked up. And the title's changed. So let's bring Michael in. Let's see, there's Wizard of Oz. We're going to change this to, whoops, the Wizard. How you doing?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. That's great. Great audio. Pleasure to meet you. Like,
well, great to meet you too, John. I see you're now 13 hours into your marathon. How you feeling?
I'm feeling really good, actually. It's
yeah, you said, go ahead.
No, I say I don't sleep much anyway, so it's probably okay.
Yeah, you said it's daylight on the East Coast. It also is on the West Coast. I'll show you out my window.
Oh, it is. You know what? Yeah, I don't have my windows open.
There you go.
That's awesome. Yeah, so I got so many things to talk to you about, which is great. I don't even know where to start, but I think I'm going to start with the subject matter of the day, which is we're doing this Craps-a-Thon here for addiction, for gambling addiction. And a lot of our focus has been on money management, discipline, that sort of thing. And you've been at this a long time. So I'd love to get your thoughts, stories, just your personal thoughts on those subjects. And just the subject of gambling addiction in general, because I'm sure you've experienced or seen some things that you could probably share with us.
Yeah. Thanks again for having me. We have a whole hour, so we can speak in depth about things, right? Sure. Okay. I do have to say that I'm mainly a math guy. I don't claim to be an expert on gambling addiction, although it seems to come up a lot, and I will talk about it if it gets addressed. What can I say? I'm not even sure where to start with that. I do think that Vegas is full of compulsive gamblers. I think that you can go to any sports book or a lot of the local casinos and see the same faces there all day long. And I tend to think a lot of these people kind of have it controlled, where they budget themselves to, at least be able to survive and eat. This might be a little controversial, but I've always said that if you are a compulsive gambler, try to quit. But if you can't quit, at least make good bets and keep it in moderation. Much like I might say to a compulsive smoker or a compulsive drinker, if you can't quit, just at least keep it in moderation.
What's a good bet then in that case? Like where do you even advise somebody to go if you had a chance to be one-on-one with somebody?
I don't really, I wouldn't, no one has ever even asked me, like, where should I go with a problem for compulsive gambling? I suppose I would just throw at Gamblers Anonymous. But I don't know. No one's ever asked me before.
No, I'm talking about the bets. You say if you can't get it under control, at least make a smart bet.
Oh, right.
So where do you advise them to go for, like, what's a smart bet look like?
Well, I've realized that people like what they like in terms of games. And I have been trying to convert slot players to video poker for 24 years. And I don't know if I've made a single convert.
Really?
Because slot players are just slot players. So I try to at least keep people focused on the game that they like. For example, if it's a sports bettor, I would say just make straight up bets, either against the spread, the total, or money line. Forget all the cards, forget the exotic bets. All that stuff carries a much higher house advantage. And again, just bet in moderation. If it's anything, I would say bet in moderation. I think video poker is especially addictive. So there, I would say look for the games with the good pay tables, then play them properly, and again, bet in moderation.
What is it about video poker versus regular slots? It's a random number generator no matter what. Does your decision actually make a difference in video poker, or is it just an illusion that it's making a difference?
Oh, absolutely. The way it's dealt in Nevada and in almost every place in the U.S., you do control your own destiny in terms of the cards you get on the draw. For example, the cards that you get on the deal are 5 random cards from the 52. And you might ask, how do they determine what are the 5 cards? The deck is constantly being shuffled thousands of times a second. And at that moment you make your bet and press deal, you get the first 5 cards in the deck. And then while the game is waiting for you to make a decision on the draw, it's constantly shuffling the other 47 cards. And then when you press draw, let's say you get rid of 3 cards, it gives you the next 3. So, so video poker absolutely is fair and has the same odds as if a human being were dealing. Now, there are exceptions in some states that are pull tab states, and your outcome is predestined. For example,
our state is like that, yeah.
Yeah. So, but yeah, here in Las Vegas, there is a state law that any visual representation of cards or dice must follow the natural odds as if a human being were dealing it with fair equipment.
See, I had heard, I don't know if this is true or not. Maybe I've written a book. This is going back a lot of years, but in Atlantic City, at least, they used to say the video poker, they would deal 10 cards. You would get the 5 and 5 cards behind them, and they would just reveal what was already there. So the RNG gave you the 10 cards. That was going to be it. Like it predetermined your win or loss, because it figures you're going to, hold the 2 kings and, the rest are going to be garbage. And it would predetermine based on probability of what you're going to play. Maybe it's changed now,
Okay, I will say that if the game dealt 10 cards and said, here's 5 random cards for what you get, and then here's 5 cards underneath each one, that is what you're going to get if you throw it away, the odds would be exactly the same as long as it was all random. Right. And I'm not saying that nobody does it that way, but to the player, it shouldn't matter. A random card is a random card, but the way they design these games is they like the outcome to not be predestined. The game is more secure if the actual outcome is decided at the very last possible second. It makes it more difficult to hack and things like that.
Sure. What do you think of these people who say, and I literally watched a video today. I shouldn't say this. I watched it in the car, but I did. I had it on in the car while I was driving. Of a guy had to win at slots every time kind of thing, and his, yeah, right. And I'm like, is there actually a slot strategy? And his strategy was basically like, wait for the bonus thing and do something special with like check out the bonus money or something every time. Is there a way to win at slots, or is it literally just when you happen to show up?
Okay, I could talk about this a long time, but in general, with most slot machines are not beatable. The odds, I would say, much like in craps, are the same every single spin. So there's no strategy like wait for a bonus and then quit or anything like that. However, there are advantage plays in particular slot machines, and one could talk about this for a long time. For example, games like Ocean Magic and Golden Egypt. These I call variable state games, where one spin or one game affects the next game. For example, you might win. There might be wilds on the screen that are going to stay there for the next spin. So if the last player to play it abandoned it with wilds, especially on the left side of the screen, a vulture, as they're called, can swoop in, play off those wilds, and then leave when they're gone. And there are a lot of slot machine advantage players out there. I think it's one of the biggest advantage plays out there right now.
Really?
So some people are not going to appreciate me saying that, but it's true.
No, yeah, and one of our subscriber listeners here just wrote in slot vulturing as you said that, which is I've never heard the term before. I don't play slots. My wife is a huge slot player. She loves the video poker. That's her thing. Is the old fashioned one, the Game Kings, the original video poker. She hunts those things down, like the 5 machines that are in our whole state. She knows where they are.
Yeah, she may not be happy to know that the casinos are gradually getting rid of their game kings because they're
Mm.
not compatible with cashless gaming
Oh,
and new changes in technology. So that's why we're seeing less and less of those.
yeah, that's her. Always been her game. That one and the Joker's Wild Double Down, whatever the double win thing. That was her thing for years and years and years. She played that. Here comes the
Hmm.
porn folks again. Looks like, jeez, drives me crazy. All right, let's switch gears a little bit. And you heard me talking with Joe about trends. I know that you said this in your email to me. Um, I want to talk about trends a little bit because you're going to be able to correct me on this.
Hmm.
And I did a series, and I'm still in the middle of a series on dice control, and we'll weave into that a little bit too. And what I did is I ran a lot, thousands and thousands of rolls in win craps, and I showed the graph. I'm like, here's the graph, and I thinned the graph out over a billion rolls, and it's flat line. That's how the casino. That's the house edge, right? It's a flat line to the casino. They're siphoning off a little bit, but when you zoom in, you get these huge peaks, 20 wins in a row, 10 losses in a row. And I'm like, we experience the house edge, but in small chunks. And it's usually like this big spikes. And I'm always saying you're going to catch a good or bad trend because you're in there for the micro time, not the macro time like the casino is. And I try and catch that. You said in your email to me, let's talk about trends because you don't necessarily believe that there are trends, or how do you view that?
I will say that it's to be expected mathematically that in the short run, you do see a number of wins in a row and a number of losses in a row, and then maybe a choppy period in a row. Again, that's perfectly mathematically explainable, but you can
Mm-hmm.
never look at the past and say, here's
Right.
what's likely to happen next. Things could change at any time. The dice do not have a memory. So I absolutely do not believe that following trends helps you.
Okay. Um, not following, hoping to catch is that's why I describe it as hoping to catch. Like if I see two in a row, I'm hoping that might be the start of something. And I'm hoping that I can catch the budding of a wave. It's not
Hmm.
a thing you could actually like document, but
Well,
I hope for it. You know what I'm saying?
okay. If that makes the game more fun for you or for anybody else, by all means, have at it. I mean,
Mhm.
gambling is supposed to be for fun, and I don't want
Truth.
to, I don't want to not make it fun for anybody. But you should be able to document if whatever you're doing is working for you.
Hmm.
So I mean, just write down rolls, write down your bets, and say and see how something is doing over a long period of time. And I think you will see that if you make the same kind of bets, that over the long run, you see the same house advantage no matter what you're doing.
Yeah, the House Advantage will for sure grab you. There's so many questions coming in. My goodness. Um, quick shift of gears. So I have to ask because I see three people asking the same question. This is about blackjack, actually. Um, blackjack automatic card shufflers. How did they change the game? Like in terms of the math of it? Because I made
Hmm.
this point earlier where if you're a card counter, and my parents were huge blackjack players, they don't play anymore because of the card shufflers because they feel like the shoe was the shoe, and my dad never counted cards, but he thought the shoe would get thicker towards the end, and he
Hmm.
just kind of feeling about the shoe, and they felt like basic strategy was designed to kind of work the shoe. And there's no more shoe. Does that, in your mind, change the math?
Well, the basic strategy is the same regardless of if the game is hand dealt with a continuous shuffler, or dealt with an automatic shuffler. And I will say, though, that the odds are slightly better with a continuous shuffler than with an automatic shuffler or a hand shuffler. And this is a little bit difficult to explain why,
Hmm.
but it's extremely small. It's kind of significant in a single deck game, but in a six deck game, it's off the top of my head, it's like 0.003% better to have a continuous shuffler.
Really, that's interesting. I would have thought the
Right.
exact opposite of that.
Well, I mean, this is difficult to explain, but when you have a cut card game, when you hit that cut card, the dealer is still going to finish that hand. And if that cut card happens to be in a clump of small cards, then you're going to have a lot of these small cards coming out the rest of that last hand, and it's going to kind of, you're going to see a lot of these small cards. But if that cut card is in a clump of big cards, then bam, 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 there's going to be a lot of big cards coming out, and people are not going to be hitting a lot. So you're going to enjoy those big cards for less time. And of course, it could be choppy too.
Sure.
But this is the best way I can think to explain it. But simulations, which I've done and other blackjack experts have done, absolutely confirm what's called the cut card effect.
That's interesting. I've actually never heard of that before. It's
right.
It's interesting.
Right. But this is not something that I tell players to go out and chase because it's such a small thing.
Yeah, we said 0.006. Is that what you said it was? That's like,
yes,
that's like,
I think I said 003, but on my website I have a page called the cut card effect, and this endeavors to explain it in depth.
Yeah, it's like one card out of 100. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's like, it's zero change.
Yeah, but I will say that for card counters, continuous shufflers are absolutely terrible. They kill the game.
Right. And that's only for betting purposes, right? Like this, just you said the strategy itself, the card counters don't necessarily change their basic strategy. They're just what they're going in with. So.
Right. It's, card counters will vary their strategy according to the count, no matter what type of shuffle it is. But for the basic strategy player, just stick with the basic strategy and don't care how the game is shuffled, except I like to advocate a hand shuffled game because it slows down the hands per hour and you're being grinded down by that house edge for less time per hour. And I also think it's a nice break in the game. It's a nice chance to chat, and it's kind of like halftime watching football. I think it's a nice break to the game.
Interesting. I got a question here from Brian in Hawaii Craps Shooters. He wants me to ask you, if you were to play 5 days of craps, what would be the best single bet for a player in terms of house edge?
The best single bet would be if you had a gun to your head and could only bet one thing, then it would be the don't pass. Now, I would rather bet the don't pass and then lay the odds, but you said just one bet.
Right. So if you're playing for 5 straight days, you're just going straight up don't. Now, everybody in my chat is loving that. I can tell you that right now. It's funny, the YouTube craps folks, for the most part, are don't players.
Yeah, they're right. The odds are better on the don't pass than the pass by 0.01%.
It's a small difference, but I think what I like about it is the payout, man. I love the 1-to-1 payout when you have the hammer, which you never get that. I mean, you got to beat the come out, obviously, but once you have it set, that's the best deal in the casino.
Right. I mean, it's an extremely small difference. So I am not out there preaching bet the don't, because again, it's so small. And I think a lot of players just find it more fun to bet with the table. You get more of that contact high and feel that energy more. So, however you like to play, whichever side, that's what I would recommend. But for mathematical players who, you got to go with the don't.
Right. I was figuring you were going to say that, but that was my next question was, as a mathematical player, what would you do at the casino? And you're more of a don't.
Yeah. If I were playing craps, I would most likely be betting the don't. I would make a don't pass bet, lay the odds, and then I would probably make some don't come bets and lay the odds on those too. How many, it doesn't really matter. It might be depending, how, what my mood is, how much do I want to bet right now? And however, I will say that if I am, say, going to a casino with a friend and he likes to bet the pass, I will probably bet that way too, just so that we're not rooting against each other. And, I think it'll be more fun for him if we're both happy at the same time.
Sure. Well, that makes total sense. And that's a groove play, right? That's what you do when you're playing with friends. I like that a lot. So you said, if I play craps, that's what I would do. Do you play craps?
I really don't play that much. To be perfectly honest with you, I really don't gamble that much anymore. I've been living in Vegas since 2001, and, gambling gets kind of old, and I'm into other hobbies. And, certainly if I see an advantage play out there and it's it's a good one, I'll definitely be all over that. But my name has been passed around town as an advantage player. So I don't, at most places, I don't get the benefit of comps and points and stuff like that. There's things called a DNI list, meaning do not invite. Like, let this guy play, but don't give him any comps, and don't invite him to anything. And without the niceties, it's not worth it to me anymore.
Oh, okay. Wow. Next question, and this is from here's from Bruce Stern. There's only one wizard. That guy is amazing. That's a pretty great comment.
Thank you for the compliment.
Yeah, it's your site is awesome, by the way. I mean, you know this already, but it's such a wealth of information. I reference it constantly. I don't know, I've tried to like understand. I actually put up one of my videos, the calculation for house edge, and I was like, I don't understand how this works. But I looked at it like 6 times, like I think I understand it, and it's fantastic that you break it down the way that you do. We got to talk about dice control, because I know you don't believe that it's possible, but let's talk about it. Because I have one of my good friends, George from CY. He's he calls himself a controlled shooter, or an experienced shooter. He doesn't believe in dice control either, but he practices it for thousands and thousands and thousands of rolls. What are your thoughts on it?
Okay, I wouldn't say that I don't believe in it, but I'm extremely skeptical about it. In the many years people have been talking about that, I've yet to see any convincing evidence that anybody can do it. Now, to that, people say, well, the people that really can do it are keeping a low profile, which is entirely possible. But when I look at books and TV shows about people like the Dominator, I say, show me some log files, show me some tax returns, show me anything in writing that shows exactly, how you're doing over the long term. I don't want to just hear a lot of stories about the good days. I want to see some hard evidence. And I have thrown this out there for at least 10 years, and nobody has ever come to me and says, Mike, here's the evidence I can do this. So, and furthermore, it just seems kind of ridiculous to me. I mean, I once, when Stanford Wong and his companion Little Joe were out there claiming they could beat craps, I watched them once over about 50 throws, and those dice were tumbling all over the table. And I've also been out with Bo Parker. And again, to me, it seemed like the dice were just tumbling all over the table. I didn't see anything that looked especially precise. Now, again, I don't claim to have seen everybody. And so I will say that, is it possible there's a small number of people out there who can do this and have a slight advantage? Yes, but I've yet to see the evidence.
Okay, so so I have 2 follow-ups there. So the guy I was talking about, George, he wanted me to ask you this, because he's willing to. He has logbooks. I'll give him all that he's logged. Not enough. He admits it. Not enough numbers. He's got in a like handwritten, I think, book, and he's got some spreadsheets, about 30,000 rolls, which probably not enough to make a statistical finding. I don't think it's enough rolls. You would probably agree with that. But he asked me to ask you, what would you want to see? Like what kind of logging should he do and present? Because I think he wants to open up the conversation. And what he says, I take him at his word here, is I can't control the dice. He said, I can control everything until they hit the table. Like how I hold them, how I throw them. When they hit the table, it's in God's hands. He's like, I hope I set them up for success, is the way he describes it. And he says, I have a lot of success. I'm exceeding what you should see probability wise. And he's like, there's things that I feel like I'm doing that are setting them up. But he agrees too, the slow motion is a nightmare, as you have seen too. So.
Okay. Well, to that, I would start by saying that anyone can claim that they only control the dice until the moment they leave your hands. And then it's up to chance what happens after that. So, so even the best dice influencers, I'm sure, would say that they are not successful 100% of the time. And on Stanford Wong's old site, you heard a lot of people talking about their 7s to rolls ratio. And you would expect in a random game that 1 out of 6 rolls would be a 7. And the dice influencers are trying to avoid that 7, and they would say, well, I've gotten it down to 1 in 6.5 or 6.7 or maybe even 1 in 7. So you saw this statistic a lot. So as to the gentleman with 30,000 rolls, I would say that let's start by showing me how many times in those 30,000, how many times did you roll a 7? That's a great way to get started. I can very easily do a test to show how likely that outcome is. And here's a question for you. With the dice influencers, if it's a come out roll and they've got no old bets on the table, are they trying to roll a 7? Or can you answer that?
Everybody's different. George doesn't. I know he does not try to roll the 7s. He looks at the come out roll as a practice roll. The way he describes it is if my mechanics are bad, if I'm not feeling right, I'll use that roll to fix it, because if I roll a 7, it doesn't hurt me. But he uses it as kind of just mechanical practice. So if it happens, it happens. Some people target it. I know he doesn't.
Okay. Well, I would say that if the gentleman with the 30,000 rolls, if some of them are come out rolls where he, shall we say, they don't count, then just don't tell me those rolls. And if somebody is trying to roll a 7, that data should not be mixed in with the data where he's not trying to roll a 7. So just make it clear. Here's the data for when I'm trying to roll a 7. Here's the data when I'm not trying to avoid a 7. And here's the data where I don't care. And I'll take it from there.
Okay. Do you think it's relevant at all if a person who's setting, let's say, finds themselves with a certain set and a cluster of outcomes? Is there a way to give you data that would provide relevance on that? Or is that really just happenstance in your mind?
I will say that I know dice setters will talk a lot about what set they use, like the V set. I don't remember all the other ones. And if, what I could do is if someone were to send me some data, like here's set number 1 and here's set number 2 and here's my results, I could do what's called a chi-squared test to compare them to each other or compare them to expectations and see if there's a significant difference. But I think a good way to start is just looking at how often you roll a 7.
Okay. How much data do you need to make it right? Or to get a really good, comfortable look at it?
Yeah, there's no magic number, but I think I would like to see at least 10,000 rolls. But, I can work with anything, but the degree of confidence is proportional to the square root of the number of rolls.
Okay. He said he's got like almost 30,000 rolls logged, but I don't know that he's got them, logged with the set used or the target he was trying to achieve or whatever.
Yeah.
So
well, neither do I, but let's just start with, we can start with as little as how many of those 30,000 were 7s. We can break it down. If he knows the actual outcome of every single roll, then let's see that. Here's how many 2s, here's how many 3s, etc.
Sure. And he's totally transparent and wide open. He's not wearing a mask and trying to hide from a casino. He's literally filming himself twice a day for 2 hours doing his practice. So it'll be a legit set of data from him. I trust his whatever he's logging. I trust it.
Yeah. By the way, this is a good time if you like wearing a mask in a casino.
Oh, right. It's a good
time. It's a good time for card counters.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, I bet. And poker players, right? You can just lower the hat, put the sunglasses on, and nobody can see anything. It's like
absolutely, but that knife cuts the other way, as you can't see as much of your opponents.
That's true. On the dice setting thing, so number of 7s is important, obviously. If a person is getting, I don't know how you can say it, demonstrably longer rolls, like if they're averaging, out of 10 shooters, let's say, if 6 of them are going 10 plus and 4 are going, 4 minus, that breaks the expectation of 8.5. And I actually say it's less than 8.5. I always say 8.5 is like the number of rolls between 7s typically, but not counting the come out rolls. But if you're getting that kind of thing, does that matter to you? Do you think that's relevant at all when we see a higher proportion of longer rolls, even though the total number of 7 ratio might be the same? You're still getting 7s when they come. but you're
Okay,
getting these like long stretches in between them.
okay. If I understand the question correctly, first 8.5 is the number of times the average shooter will throw the dice before he sevens out. So the number of rolls between sevens should be fives. Should be five, not counting the sevens themselves.
Right.
And if you're asking, I'll just say this. I'm not sure if it answers your question, but I'm not big on betting according to how other players are rolling. I know that it's fun to bet on the hot shooter, and that's when the whole table gets excited. And if that's why you're playing for that contact high with the other players, then by all means go ahead and do that. But I believe that a roll is a roll, and it doesn't matter who's making it. So I'm going to probably bet the same way on a stone cold shooter as a really hot one.
Regardless. Okay. Somebody's asking me to ask you, what about guys like Dominic Laurigio who have been banned from casinos? Is that story true?
Is that the same guy as the Dominator? The one?
Yeah, he's the Dominator. Was he actually banned, or was he?
I really don't know.
Yeah.
I've got some of Frank Scobletti's books, and I think I've seen a thing about him on Beating Vegas or one of these shows, but I have never met the man, so I can't really speak to that.
Okay. I've heard that some of these guys who claim to have been banned for their great dice control have been banned for their attitudes and how they act.
Yeah, to be honest, I would probably agree with that. I know a lot of people that work in casinos, and their attitude is, as long as it's a fair roll, as long as you don't take forever to roll the dice, come on in and play. We welcome your action. And but I know this is a small sample size, but I do know one person who's a big believer in dice influence, and he at least had his own table and practiced a lot, but he was said to be a very obnoxious and rude player and got banned at some places, because he was so disruptive to the game.
Sure. Is the casino's biggest beef time? I mean, I've always figured that it's the biggest beef is like rolls per hour. You start affecting that and you start not hitting the back wall. Then they start getting fancy,
Yeah, no, I know dice dealers, and they find people that take forever to roll the dice because they're very carefully setting them and gripping them just the right way, and before they throw. They hate that. So they find that very annoying. So that's why some places, like I noticed this rule in Aruba all over the place. They just said when it's your turn to shoot, you just pick up the dice and throw. So that's what they like to see. And I know it's not what dice influencers like, but
sure. One of the things this is my personal thing, and I'm going to ask you if there's a math way to answer the question. I don't know if there is. So this is I have no idea. I'm a believer, I think, that if you throw the dice and you can control how many times they roll off the back wall, you can eliminate some of the possible 36 combinations. Like, in other words, if the dice hit the back wall and only like 2 faces ever show up on one die and 3 on the other die, because they rolled so lightly off the back, you've eliminated like 7 of the faces or whatever. Does that change the probability of a 7 coming out?
Oh, sure.
To the positive or negative? And how do you apply math to that? Knowing that I can't tell you which of the 5 faces will ever show. Only that 5 will, and 7 will not.
Okay, I'm not the best person to speak on dice influence about the fine points of it, but it's my understanding that what they are trying to achieve is to keep the dice on axis. And so whatever, do I have some dice here? Let me get a couple dice real quick.
Go for it.
Okay, so let's say you're doing this V set. The idea being that when the dice are in the air, and hopefully after they hit, they're going to stay on this axis, and they're not going to land on, the 2 sides. This is supposed to be a 1, by the way. And what's in here? It's like as if these dice are glued together. And if you're successful at doing that, you're not going to see any 1s or 6s. So between the 2, 3, 4, and 5, even if these randomly move apart from each other, you're going to see way less sevens. So that's my understanding of what they believe.
Mhm.
So if you can keep these on axis, even when they hit the back roll, if this one, shall we say, double pitches, which is I think what they call it, you're
Yep.
still going to get way less sevens. And I don't, it's possible that I know they try to put backspin on it, and maybe some are successful.
Mhm.
So that's about as far as I can take that. And again, I want to emphasize that I'm not saying that dice influence is impossible. I just have yet to see anyone make a convincing case
Yeah.
that they could do it.
And I've looked at a lot of slow-mo on this, and the dice are never on axis, right? And what George will tell you, and a lot of folks that I know that practice this stuff, they say it's not on axis when it hits the back wall, it's on axis in the air. And the double pitch
Mm-hmm.
happens as they're flying, and the explosions happen as they're flying, not after the hit. And they
Mm-hmm.
say, well, if you can keep them kind of cool in the air when they hit, you've given them a good chance. If you have low energy and you're controlling that part, I don't know. Slow motion to me shows me every single face is visible to the top. Like I
Mm-hmm.
always say, if a face shows this to the ceiling, it's a possible landing spot. And if all
Mm-hmm.
six faces on both dice showed to the ceiling at any point in time, you had a chance for a seven
Mm-hmm.
of all the chances for sevens. And I'm hoping that, hey, if I can maybe make them not do that, I can eliminate a couple of them.
Right.
So
I
yeah.
think that is what dice influencers say. And you said before that we have control up until the time they leave your hands. But I think dice influencers will say, I think I have control all the way to the point where they hit the back end.
Mhm.
And then there's some randomness. But if I have low energy, as you put it, then I still can influence the chances enough to have an advantage in the game. And again,
Right.
I'm just playing the devil's advocate here.
Oh, totally. And I think, and honestly, and again, the math on this is interesting because if you could do it and you could hold the seven off to 5 out of, instead of 7 out or 6 out of, or, one less,
Mm-hmm.
how much advantage do you actually get from that? Like you had a chart on your site, I think, that kind of shows you what the expectations would be. And it was interesting, but it wasn't like eye popping. I didn't think that there was that much there's some there, but is it, 100 hours a week worth of practice there?
Yeah, I do recall that I wrote about this a long time ago.
Mhm.
How far from 1 in 6 do you need to get that ratio? Like, is 1 in
Mhm.
6.5 enough? Is it 6.4? It's
Mhm.
somewhere around there. I mean, the house advantage is kind of thin, especially when you put in the odds bets. So you don't need to influence it that much to get the advantage. But off the top of my head, I don't remember.
Yeah, and I don't know, when I look at that stuff, I feel like, yeah, you get that little tiny edge, but it's one extra roll or two extra rolls during a point cycle.
Hmm.
Is that enough to make it, I don't know, worth all the time? I guess that's has always been my question about it. Like I try it myself, and it's like, is it, are you going to get that much money out of it? Like that, at the end of the day, it runs into how many more bets will you win if you can do it?
Hmm.
You know what I mean? And it's like, I don't know if that's actually a thing worth chasing. And that's what I was looking at your chart going, is it a thing worth chasing to reduce the house edge by a little bit, you know, in a
Yeah,
monetary standpoint?
yeah. The player would have to ask, "Why am I doing this?" And I think a lot of them are kind of hobbyists that just love craps, and they would probably correctly say that if I'm going to play, I may as well have an. It's better to have an advantage than a house advantage,
Mhm.
and maybe it's not technically worth my time, but I enjoy it. So I would
Mhm.
respect that. Like I know with card counting, there's a whole bunch of just recreational card counters that may have plenty of money but still bet red chips, and it's just because they enjoy the challenge of beating the casino,
Yep.
and they like the game, and it's like like let's say we're playing chess. There's no money in it for that unless we're gambling, but you just enjoy the game. And I totally respect the pursuit of being good at something.
That's where I land, frankly. I'm pursuing it for fun. I don't know that I can actually make a difference. But to me, it's like if there's a reason to try, why I might as well try. That's kind of how I look at that. So cool. All right, let's Brian. This is a betting question. Brian, and this goes beyond craps. This would be for, I guess, sports betting as well. What's your opinion on hedging?
I'm against hedging, especially in craps, because the hedge bets like the NE7 and the Yo are terrible bets. They carry a house advantage up to 17%. So yeah, absolutely no hedging in craps. In other games, it may not be so bad if the hedge bet doesn't carry such a big house advantage. But in general, I like to say, if you're out there gambling, then just gamble. And I have, a good situation is, let's say somebody makes a 6-leg parlay bet and they're one away from hitting the whole thing. Should they hedge? And let's say they're going up against a 4.5% house advantage. If they hedge, I would ask them, life-changing amounts of money involved here? And they usually say no. I would win $2,000. I would say, no, I would go for the whole thing. I would not hedge and go for it. The only time I would make an exception is if life-changing amounts of money were involved. Like, let's say it was a 12-leg parlay and you're one game away from winning $1 million. That, for most people, that would be a life-changing amounts of money. And I might consider hedging there. So
interesting.
Yep,
okay.
That's not as far as I can take that one.
No, that's good. That's good. We talk about this a lot on my channel, actually. Like when you're a don't pass player in craps, when do you hedge that flat?
I would say never.
You say never.
Right. You are there in the casino to play. So just play. And like I said, the hedge bets in craps are awful. If it's on the 7 or the 11, any hot bet. And
sure.
So just play.
Interesting. I've always given the advice of, like, not life-changing, but I say if it's going to hurt to lose that bet, like when you get your don't pass bet up to like 100 or 150 or $200, like that's going to really impact my bankroll. There's a decision point where you go, I have to get out of here. I have to hedge that thing. Or maybe you would say you shouldn't have that much out there in the first place.
Absolutely. You shouldn't be betting that much in the first place, where if one roll is going to hurt.
What about these hybrids? A big trend we're seeing in craps is hybrid strategies, where you get, $50 on the don't, and then you bet 44 inside. So you're basically playing both sides, right? And you're hoping that, you can win a little bit and sort of, one bet pays for the other bets, kind of a thing, until at some point you're even.
I think that's a really bad strategy, because you're facing the house advantage both ways, and a lot of your action is canceling out. So I would view that as like betting on the black and red at the same time in roulette. The action cancels each other out, but you can't win anything. You can only lose. So I would say pick a side and stick with it.
See, in roulette, though, it's a one roll thing, right? You bet them both, you lose them, you're always going to be hedged, right? And in craps, if you bet a don't and some inside numbers, and you take 3 or 4 hits on the inside and pull it all down, the don't saved you, or it kept you safe while you were in there. You would say just pick a side and go.
The only time I would hedge in craps is if you're playing for comps, and that can be a good way to lower your variance and make it to seem like you're a bigger better. But if comps are not important to you, then I would absolutely say stick with the side and be loyal to it. Yeah. Don't bet the other way. I think that it's just like giving the casino free money.
Interesting. Yeah, it's funny. I have one of my subscribers named PJ. He preaches to me all day long. Pick a side, and you're just,
I would agree with him.
Yeah, he's doing backflips at his house right now. I can tell you that. That's pretty funny. So another question coming in is, how you feel about? So he's saying the same thing: lay bets to protect a don't pass. So a one-time lay bet. So lay $200 lay forward to protect $100 don't pass for one roll. Pull the lay bet down, like a short-term hedge. That's not going to be a guaranteed loss.
So with the lay bet, those matter whether or not the commission.
Mm-hmm.
So when you make a lay bet, say on the 4 or the 10, is it usually that you have to prepay the commission, or is it only on a win?
It
You
depends on the
tell me.
casino. We're at the Fremont in Vegas, you prepay the commission. If you pull the bet down, you get your commission back.
Yeah. I don't recall the house advantage on that off the top of my head, but I believe it's one of the lower ones. But if the house advantage is higher than whatever you're trying to protect, I would not hedge.
That's interesting. Yeah. I mean, it's funny because I would have expected you to say the exact opposite of that. Like, yeah, use the math against the game for a minute and then take your stronger bet. But you're saying just go.
Just go.
Just go. Just go, baby. All right. That's great. When you see your opinion on, I don't know what this even means, but Ken Green's asking me for your opinion on Grafstein's pensioners play, the bet that don't, and then 2 don't comes per roller. That sounds like what you were talking about before. That's your preferred way to go, right?
Yeah, as long as he's laying the odds, I would say that's a good strategy. It doesn't matter exactly how many come bets you make. You can fly by the seat of your pants with that one.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm always preaching just make pass, don't pass, come, don't come, and lay the odds. And however you do that is up to you. There, you can have free will.
Okay, we play a strategy a lot where we do a don't pass bet followed by 3 come bets. And you're getting a little bit of action on the 7 for 3 rolls, basically. So the early rolls, you're kind of safe. Then you get three do bets and a little bit of seven love on the don't. How do you think about a strategy like that?
Well, I know I said to pick with a side and stick with it, but I'm not going to criticize that strategy because at least you're making good bets. And I will say that that lowers the volatility a lot. So if you don't like volatility, that would be a good thing to do. But I also view it like I gave the comparison before about roulette, that if you have bets that are opposite, that to some degree they cancel each other out, and you're just giving the casino money without even getting any action for it. So why would you do that? But some people want to do that. Depends on the reason for playing.
Are you a proponent of come bets versus place bets? Come bets with odds or don't
absolutely.
Come with odds? Really?
I just before this show, I was reviewing my email, and somebody made a big old long argument that place bets are better than the combination of come and laying the odds, and that person is wrong. But I think I'll make an Ask the Wizard question out of it and show why it's wrong. But say the place bets on the 6 and the 8 have a 1.52% house advantage, where if it's a 3, 4, 5 times odds table, then the combination between, say, the pass and the odds has a house advantage of, what is it, like 0.35%? I don't remember off the top of my head. But that's well below the 1.52% with placing the 6 or the 8.
So if you take this idea of, and that's a question I've written down here for you, is the house edge betting style like that you're talking about. When everybody says the come bet with odds, pass with odds, don't pass with odds, best house edge. But the likelihood of hitting it twice for the come better, you're fighting pretty hard for that, right? Where a place better says, well, all I have to do is hit it once and I can pull my money back, right? If you say $12.06, take your money and run, versus a come better has to hit it 2 times. How do you come back at, like, what's the counter argument to that? Because I'm sure that the person who emailed you wrote that in there. That's always the argument, right? You got to hit it twice.
I'm not real big on people who argue that, I only have to achieve one thing instead of 2 things your way. I'm very mathematical, and no matter what way you play, I can analyze it, and I can show you how much you can expect to lose per roll. And if you're making high house edge bets, you're going to pay for that. And it doesn't matter the reason that you make them or how you combine them together, whatever your strategy is, it all comes down to bet selection. And the reason for the bet should have nothing to do with it.
I'm looking forward to that Ask the Wizard article on this because it's a pretty hot topic, and you get people that say, all the experts write the books, that says come bet with odds is the best thing you can do. And casino people write the books because they want you to bet that way because it's terrible, and then so they're place bet with pressing, proponents, and all the math people say the exact opposite. And I just, I love a come bet. I do that all the time. My most of my strategies have a come bet component to them. Right. I believe in that. I believe that there's I get more gains from them than anything else. Now I don't do max odds. Can't afford, typically to go 10x odds in most places, but I live in that world, and the counter argument's hard because they are right. I get to the 6, they've been paid on the 6. They can pull their bet down and they're ahead of me. And that's hard to come back to.
Right. Well, I have some videos where I try to explain and debunk betting systems. And the way I do it is I simulate it, and I can also run it through Excel and show you that if you are playing double zero roulette, that no matter what your betting system is, you're going to be facing you're going to lose 5.26% of your money over the long run. And the way I analyze any casino game is if you're making a combination of bets, I analyze each bet individually and then average them all together according to how much money you're betting on each one of them. And there's your house advantage. So, that's how I analyze any given betting strategy.
So 000 roulette, you loving that?
Ew. No, I can't believe the players play that. Now,
oh my God. Harris has a sign that says a new way to win. Have you seen that?
Oh, really?
Do
you know if that sign is out there now?
Yes, it's out there now. A new way to win.
Really? Because I'm going to the strip later today, and I'm going to. Do you know where this sign is? Because I'd love to get a picture of it, and I'd love to see it, take a picture of it, and then shame Harris for that. Do you know if it's like on their marquee or something?
It was either on the walking up on the strip. I know I saw it in the magazine too.
Right. I do know that somebody in my forum said that in like on a website of one of the casinos here in Vegas, they claimed that 000 roulette was good because it gave you another way to win. But they changed the wording on that to take it down because they got embarrassed by the fact that it was how shall I put it? It was deceiving.
Way deceiving.
And people that write promotional stuff for casinos are not mathematical. And I will definitely I'll go down there later today and I'll look for this, and I'll definitely take them to task. And like I remember that when 6 to 5 blackjack first came out, Bally's had on their big marquee, and I saw this, it said our blackjacks pay a whopping 6 to 5. And I thought that was just terrible. I mean,
unbelievable.
It's true they paid 6 to 5, but to throw in that word whopping,
people see the big
it's not a lie, but it's just deceiving.
Yeah,
and I think they're taking advantage of people that that don't know which is greater, 3 divided by 2 or 6 divided by 5. Oh, 6 divided by 5 is bigger because the numbers are bigger.
That's insane. Well, it's like I say this all the time. Casinos do nothing for you, right? So like I'm a big anti-crapless craps player. Or I've been speaking out about that because again, they change the game in a way that benefits them. They take half the game away. And how do you feel about that?
I mean, well, the house advantage on the pass in crapless craps, I think is about 3% off the top of my head. So that's definitely that's twice as bad as the 1.4% in regular craps. So crapless craps is definitely a worse game. So given the choice, I would recommend definitely regular craps.
100%. Well, like I said, there's no don't. Getting a point of a 3 or a point of a 2.
Well, you have to do the math, and the math is the math, and it shows the house advantage is definitely about twice that in regular craps. And I don't like trying to explain why in plain simple English. You have to show the numbers.
Right. Yeah, and then they'll never obviously do that. So,
Hmm.
cool. All right. Well, that's where we're about out of time.
Oh, wow.
What thoughts do you have? Final thoughts. We're talking to a bunch of craps nerds over here, so
Well, let me say thank you very much for having me.
mhm.
I have said everything that I wanted to convey to you about playing a mathematical game and sticking to the low house edge bets. It doesn't matter the reason why you're making a bet. Just make the best bets. It's all about bet selection. I've conveyed my skepticism about dice control. So you've
Mhm.
really given me a chance to get everything I wanted to say off my chest. And
That's great.
I can't think of anything else to add, to be honest with you.
All right. Well, it was awesome to talk to you. I'm like honored that you gave us time at all. 7 in the morning, even like more amazing. That's you're a star.
Well, you're very welcome. Thanks for having me. It was no sacrifice in terms of the hour. I tend to get up early anyway.
Well, you added a ton to the conversation here for sure. I mean, it's just and a air of legitimacy to everything, right? That's the thing is like you come at it from a whole different perspective than us. Just hey, let's try this thing out. It's like, I love the fact based basis. So awesome. And people
Yeah,
are just
thanks again for
running.
having me.
Oh, of course.
And
People
thank you for
are
all the
in the chat.
compliments.
People in the chat are just praising you right now. It's great to have you. It's been an honor to talk to you.
All right. Thanks, everyone, for watching. Appreciate your comments and enjoy the rest of your Craps Marathon.
Will do. Thank you so much, Michael.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah. All right, folks. Back to just me. Yeah, that was fantastic, man. That was awesome. I think we could probably talk to Michael for 3 hours if we needed to. He probably wouldn't want us to do that, but there's so much more to talk through. Great stuff there. So I want to run through the board real quick and take our commercial break, and then I'm going to go help George get fantasy craps set up so we can watch 10 people play craps together. So let me go ahead and run to the board and show you where we are on the donations front. Let's see where we are. We'll go to the donations page first. Fundraiser page was at 939 before. Day shift has brought it over 1,000 thanks to Toothpick Ted. Awesome. Look at us go, right? This is great. 18 people just donated. We're crushing it right now, right? 1025. It's awesome. Big things to come, right? We've got a hell of an awesome lineup coming. We got live fantasy craps for a couple hours here. It'll be a chance for me to get some coffee finally. I've got Steen, who wrote Win Craps, coming in. We've got Ed from Roll to Win, El Toro, Jeremy from Color Up, Jeff from Mid Atlantic Craps, Ken again, and Greg back to back coming up here. Let's get those donations flowing. Let's get some bids going. Let's see what the bid board looks like. I heard through the grapevine we've got a bid on the Color Up layout from Rick, which is fantastic. That is Craps history there. Couple things still need some bids. Looks like we've got the mug hasn't been bid on yet. The El Toro Crystal Light has gone up, which is great. Let's get somebody on the big AZ trip too. That's going to be, I mean, I may have to bid on that myself. That's going to be pretty awesome. Everything else is looking like we're getting some traction here. Fan freaking tastic. This is going really well. I'm super stoked. Why don't we go ahead and remind you where to go to make your donations. So if you look at the top of your screen, it's bit.ly/craps-donate. That will bring you to this page, the fundraiser page at GoFundMe, which you just drop your credit card in and make that donation. It goes right to the org. The bidding page here, at the end of the day, we will announce our winners. I will send the winners to the donation page to make their payment there. And that way and then I'll collect your addresses and we'll get everything taken out. Waylon asked me this, am I tired yet? I am not even a little bit tired. No, I feel great. I feel like $1 million. I'm hitting my stride right now, actually. I'm feeling pretty good. That interview just jacked me up, man. I feel like, you get to interview somebody of that stature and you just feel like, wow, here I am, right? And not that everybody else isn't of that stature, right? You're all my friends and love every one of you. But to talk to somebody that, like I said, the Wizard of Oz is the Wizard of Oz, man. I mean, that was like fantastic to get to spend even a few minutes with him. It was awesome. The bidding page, I'm sorry, it's super small on my screen. I know it's hard to zoom it in there. So Why don't we do this? Let's take a quick break. We'll watch the NCPG commercial one more time. I will do a quick bio break, and I'm going to come back and work with George in Skype. We're going to come back. You're going to watch us fumble around a little bit because it's going to take us a hot minute to get the video and audio set up for live fantasy craps. Then we've got a 2-hour live craps that you can watch. I'll provide some commentary. You guys can come in and talk. We may even break away a little bit here and there. So I'll be with you all in a few minutes. Let's go ahead and get to learn more about the National Council on Problem Gambling, and back to you in 3 minutes. Here we go.
Our National Problem Gambling Helpline is like a 911 service. Anytime, anywhere in the U.S., you can call, text, or chat for help in your area.
I just learned how to play at a very young age, and then I started playing in junior high and high school, and it was just such a part of my life.
When I got my own bookmaker, he was really helpful. He said, you know, Donnie, when football's done with, I got basketball and hockey.
We lost our home to foreclosure. We lost a motor home. We lost a car. This was all our daughter's senior year of high school.
I started going to meetings and got that feeling of hope, which is so important because I just identified so much of myself as a gambler, but now realize, well, this is not going to be a healthy lifestyle for a family man.
Until I got in the door and started identifying with everybody else that was there and realizing that I wasn't unique. I wasn't the only one. It was an amazing place.
Life in recovery, is a way to experience the world.
My marriage to Diane is selflessly giving, not selfishly taking.
And that is awesome.
You have a choice to be brand new today. You can start your day over whenever you want. You're brand spanking new. It doesn't make any difference what you said or what you did in the past. The only thing that counts is today. In fact, the only thing that counts is this moment.
Please consider making your tax-deductible gift of $25 or more today. Just visit ncpgambling.org to give help and hope this holiday season. No gift is too small, and every gift helps. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, I am back. There's some background noise here for a minute. I can't really turn that speaker off, but there we go. We'll mute that for a minute. All right, so we've got the Fantasy Craps folks in Skype. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, which will bring them into the fold here, and we'll get playing here. So give me a second to pull them in, and we'll start talking through that. Give me 1 minute here to bring that screen up for you all. Here we go. There is the Skype screen. Let's bring this up there. All right, so there is Fantasy Craps. Can you all hear me? I think you all can, right? Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna narrate here a little bit. I think I can do this. Hold on 1 second.
He's not selected as NDI source.
Yeah, okay. We're good. So I'm just for the guys in Skype. I'm not sure if you can hear me or not. Let me do this. Give me a second here, folks. I'm gonna just change the window size here.
All right, so I'm
gonna mute
thinking
this.
best way to do this is to actually go to
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. All right. Well, it's 8, including myself. All right. So,
Yep.
yeah.
Howdy. Howdy, howdy.
That's right.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yep.
Okay. All right. So I think the way, sure, the way that we're is basically Craps goes first, then Matt's like Mark, roll between third, Jeff from Mid-Atlantic, Craps goes fourth, then we've got Jim, and then we've got others, and on the next page we've got Burdock 301 and myself, and that's how we're going to do it. We have a $1,000 buy-in, $10 table, and we decided on the pledging rules a couple of minutes ago, actually. The pledging rules are quite simple. What we're going to do is every player that gets a 7, whether it's a come out 7 or a 7 out, will contribute $1. Every 4 rolls that the shooter shoots, he contributes $1. And at the end of these 2 hours, we're going to put bankrolls together and make a contribution of 1% based on the final bankrolls. What we're hoping is that this is going to be sufficient amount of money to help the cause that you have started, and I hope that's good.
Wow. So let me get that right. You're gonna donate $1 for
All
every
right,
7.
so
Right, a dollar per 7. We got.
let's see who goes first. We've got Troy. Troy, you're first up, sir. Yeah, sure. Yeah, 1%. 1%. Yeah. Well,
Who thought you were? Yeah. Well,
yeah, let's give him a break. So I think Troy has taken over the idea of keeping some score, and because we have a tracker of our rolls, it should be easier. Hey, Born to Roll, good to see you, man. I'm sorry. Okay, that's probably my mic being turned up.
Yeah, I think the plan was to tally up everything towards the end, but I'll see if I can get a somewhat running tally, maybe a little lagged, but we'll see what we can do there.
Cool.
All right.
Troy, you've got dice in hand, sir. Good luck.
All right, so I'm the first one up, and in LFC tradition, I'm going 555 across the top. And for my personal strat today, I am doing something similar to Hawaii Crap Shooters option 70. I'm doing a $205 Iron Cross. It's going to be working from the come out. Looking for 2 hits. Then I'm going to go 66 inside. And then there's a little gambit I've taken to running, which is a Fibonacci sequence on the 10. Anytime it loses, I'm going to increase the bet until it wins, and then we're off and going.
All right.
So with that, dice
I'm
are
going
up.
555 ATS. And good luck.
212 ATS.
Here we go.
I got $10 on the line for the deal.
All right. Good.
All right, and as always, George, if I roll too fast for you on the virtuals, just let me know and we'll slow it down.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
All right, dice are out.
Okay.
I'm working.
And we are going to start this off with 325.
325. Point is 5. Banda to confirm that the 5 has come through on the virtuals. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right, dice out. And we got a 246. That's going to pay me another 35. So we're still on the point. I take all this down, and we're going to go 66 inside. All right, dice out. Break them down. That was a fast one.
Did you send it out?
I 7'd out.
What happens?
That's $1. That's $1 for me for the cause.
Yeah, that's right. Because
myself, guys, I'm just up in the corner of the table.
All right.
As I go along.
Good idea.
All right. So next up, we've got Matt's Like Mac. Matt's Like Mac. You got that answer. Pleasure to have you guys for the first time. So,
Well, it's a pleasure to be anywhere.
So maybe from California.
yes,
That's
sir.
right. And I'm wearing my plaid shirt in honor of the old bone thrower, right?
All right.
Okay. So I always start off slow, so I just that's line bet. I'll go from there.
Here.
Ready? Dice out. Yeah, easy.
10.
All right. My next strategy is I'd take a 0.7 out hedge on just a come bet. That's it. I'm doing a just a simple hard way. 4242. We got a 6.
Okay. All right. I'm so sorry about that. Okay.
Okay, y'all. I'm going to go ahead and do this. We're going to go ahead and try that one more time here. Let's go back to
All right, so, cool. I'm actually at marker number 1. So we go over to roll to win dice.
I'm going to go 10, 10, 10.
All right, cool. I'm going to go 10, 5, 10. And the ATS.
Just see them.
Nice. 555. 212.
Dice out. Got a 9, 6, 3. That's 9. I'll go for 9.
Yeah, we're losing the audio completely, so I'm gonna have to make a decision here in a minute, to move ahead or not. I think what's happening is just so much. There's so much data coming through right now. It's pretty tough. So we're gonna have to probably switch off of that. I'm gonna stop this right now and leave the thing. Yeah, there's too much interference. I think what's going on is just. Yeah, let me go and well, the thing is, if I try and show George's channel, I'll try it. I'll try and pull up his channel. He's streaming it live. I'll see if that works better. So let me let's give that a shot. I'm gonna go to let's go to Safari and let me see if I can't. Actually, I'll go to let's see YouTube.com. Let's go here. We're gonna try this here. I've got. I'm gonna bring this. There we go. I'm gonna bring that in. We'll see if we can see that a little bit better. I'm gonna change the view here. Let's do this. There we go. Let's see how that works volume wise and video wise. We can see a little better, and this is actually a better view of how they play it. Instead of seeing all 10 tables at once, we'll look at this exact preview mode here. Get my table out of the way, and we should be in better shape here. I'll work on the volume here for us from the system audio, but I'll let you guys run with that. Let's see how this works out.
All right, just give me 1 second, guys. Okay, back with you. Let's see. Next, we have Jeff. Jeff, thank you for doing all the inputting as well. So, here we go. Jeff, are you with us? Is Jeff with us? I think I must have lost quite a few people here. Something happened. Okay, I lost a couple of people from the stream. I don't know why. Let me just see. Is everybody with us? Yeah. Okay, cool. Jeff, go for it. Ten is a point. Could you update the KPI? Okay. All right. Cool. Yes, sir. Yeah. For some reason, Jeff's NVI stuck. Two, five. Okay.
Yeah, they're working through getting some of the audio and people hooked up. There's 10 people playing at once right now, so they're definitely having some audio issues. We'll get it worked out. Alright, for some reason, guys, everybody's frozen on my computer, so yeah, I know. I'm talking about OBS. Something happened with OBS, so no, it's my OBS. It's just frozen for some reason. All right, I don't know what to do in this case. Hmm. We got some audio or something issues from George right now. So let's see if we can't get this resolved. If not, we'll have to switch gears and hit it from a different angle here. So let me try and reload. I wonder if he stopped the stream. I can't really tell what's going on. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like his stream may have just be stopped. I'm not getting anything from it at all. So it's all right. We'll go and switch gears here. And we'll let. Oh, do I hear him? I think he's trying to reconnect everything. We'll give him another minute or so, and if not, we'll wing it for another couple hours. It's totally fine to do that. We have plenty of things we can talk about. In fact, I can run back to my table and play a little bit too. Looks like I'm getting a text from them. Let's see what's going on there. What is happening here?
Third time is a charm.
There he is. He's back. Look at that. This is just George's practice channel. We don't want that. We want to get the actual live stream. Let's go to George. Not streaming right now, so let's see here. Let's see what's. Hey guys, can you all hear me? So the problem we have here is when I'm in this view, the audio is really choppy. It's like there's too much going on.
We have people on yours.
All right, so it sounds like the audio is not going to work out. We're trying things out, but it seems like the audio is not going to happen. So that's okay. We'll just adjust here, and yeah, I guess instead of having breakfast, we're going to talk for 2 hours. Yeah, so George's OBS crashed. We have lots of things happening. So Troy's keeping us up to date. I'll monitor chat and I'll monitor the Skype room, and we'll see like that, and we'll go. So Rick. By the way, Rick, it looks like Rick is the person, by the way, who has bid on Jeremy's layout. So I think that's you, Rick. Thank you for that. That's good. The first bid on Jeremy's layout is in. That's fantastic. Yeah, we're still looking for somebody to get onto the owl picture and AZ's trip and all that kind of stuff. So let's not be bashful about this, folks. All right, so we've got a couple hours here before our next guest is coming on. George's channel's down as well. Waylon was up $200. That's great. I love it. Waylon, you're one of these guys that plays along with everybody as they're playing. I think that's really kind of cool. And I think, when I started my YouTube channel, one thing I didn't know was that was what's going to happen. I did not expect that people would be actually rolling along with us as we're doing our thing. So it's fun because, I always say this, Craps, one of the cool things about Craps is that you have 10, 12, whatever people at the table, and the same 4 or 5 rolls of the dice affect those 10, 12 people in totally different ways. In blackjack, dealer busts, everybody loses, or everybody wins. Dealer, scores 21, everybody loses for the same reason. In Craps, it's so different, man. We have like this, 11 different ways to kind of play the same thing. And, unfortunately, we can't watch them play because the live fantasy Craps is actually really fun to watch. And it's cool because you can look in and see what their strategies are going. So, yeah, it is what it is, guys, right? Yeah, this is why Crapsy is good because the Zoom feature is integrated and runs on a server. Crapsy does come from a server. Have you tried, Vince, the live version of it? I haven't tried the tournament version of it yet, but that would have been a good go to try something like this. But guys want to roll and they want to show their tables, and that's part of the fun of the live fantasy craps is exactly that. But I feel like because we're streaming across multiple systems today, it's probably more than the network can handle. I think that's what we're seeing when you get the choppy audio like that. It is what it is. So um, we'll deal with that. Ed is saying that George is trying to get it reloaded. I'm just going to wait around until you guys have another shot at it, and I'll for sure just go ahead and launch it back up again once you all are ready to give it shot number 2. But in the meantime, let's open up for whatever questions you want or thoughts you have, or stories and that kind of thing. So Vince is saying yes. Vince has tried Crapsy in tournament mode, which is cool. I think it's a neat one thing that George always talks about with the fantasy craps thing is he's written an app that's designed to let people have a virtual table. I think Crapsy solves that problem. Crapsy definitely solves the idea of being able to practice and play without having to invest in a whole table. If you don't need to roll your dice, then Crapsy is a perfect alternative to that. And to some extent, I think, and later we're going to talk to Steen from WinCraps. WinCraps also a great alternative. However, WinCraps requires a Windows machine to run, so it can't run on the internet, in the browser, on the phone, or on my Mac. So there's limitations to what it can do and what it does. And I think Crapsy attempts to solve some of that and make it more of a wide open and global thing, which is pretty cool. So old school Craps, it is great to see El Toro Dice Club out. Isn't that awesome that he's here tonight? I think it's really cool. Oh, look at this. We got Square Pear's daughter here too. This is great. Square Pear's daughter's in the house. That's awesome. That's great. And a lot of people are excited to see you in a little bit. Stent Placer. I guess, does your handle mean that you're a heart surgeon or something like that? That's interesting. That's a great studio name there. So yeah, we're waiting for them to restart the fantasy craft stuff. We'll see what happens. So what questions or thoughts do you guys have? Actually, Vince has been working with Craftsy for a couple of weeks, reporting bugs. Vince has been crushing that. I mean, if you watch Vince's channel, it's Crapsy almost every day, which is really pretty cool. So yeah. Let's see what else. Zaf has a question of left field. I don't mind left field questions. We have an interesting break in the action, so fire away, man. Just keeping an eye on the chat over here to see if something else rolls out for us here. Oh, that's interesting. A bug where the cum doesn't travel into Crapsy. I noticed that it doesn't automatically. I think it didn't automatically get the 6 and 8 bets right the first time I tried it. I'm not sure if that's been fixed or not since, but that was a bug that I noticed early on with it. Not a bad game though. They're still working on the fantasy craps, it seems like. I'm going to run back over to George's channel and just see if they've gotten the stream going. Not yet. Yeah, right. I have 2 good questions here. For one from Zoff here, talking about my dice setting when throwing the chopper or the Apache. So I call the chopper the Apache because the chopper is Cashier's Cage's name for the helicopter style throw. It's a helicopter style throw. I chose the Apache because when I was in high school, I wanted to be in the Army more than anything, and I wanted to fly helicopters. So the Apache was my chopper of choice. So what I do is this. So let me go to my table so you can see it a little better. Let's do this, and I'll zoom in so you can see my hands. The way that I do this, hopefully you can. White dice are actually better for this view. So let's say that you've got a set, and let's say that it's going to be the hard way set. The hard way set being this. And I'll put the dice up close to the camera so you can see. We've got the hard. I put the 4s on top, and I put the 6s on the end. So it's the 6s facing out. That way, the 4s on top. That's how I set the hard way. So the 6 on the outside, 4s on top, 2s facing me. So it's you call it the 4-2-4-2 set. if you're going to throw it the normal way, and somebody asked earlier in chat, what's the par toss? What does that mean? The par toss is simply grabbing the dice like this, and you're going to throw them backhand. You're going to come back here and release them in that fashion. That's the par style toss. It's a backspin throw. You're going to have the dice spinning backwards into the belt and then into the wall. When I set for the chopper, what I do is I take whatever set I was going to use and I just put it up on top like that. So normally, like when I'm throwing the par toss, I throw a lot of this set. I throw a lot of the 2V. So if I just take my hardway set and I flip the dice on the right side one like that, that turns into a 2V for me. I throw this all the time. That's a good way to target the outsides, the 4, 5, and the 9 and the 10. I use the set quite a bit. Matter of fact, the day that I threw the 27 rolls without hitting the 6 or the 8, I generally speaking just grab the dice this way and I throw it like that. If I'm doing this chopper style, I will just put that 6 on top. So for me, setting this is very simple, right? When I get the dice back from the dealer, I'm just looking for a 4 and a 6 and I stack them up. I can get them set pretty quick. And then when I release them, what I do is I grab them on the points. So I'll show you how that looks. I grab them. You can see this. I grab on the points like that. And when I throw them, it's a straight back, straight through. And I flick my fingers. And you're pointing when you're done. You're like, boom. And I point my finger right where the dice are going, just like you do with most any activity when you're trying to aim something. I point them right where they're going to go, and it's a flick, and off they come out of my hand. And I want them to kind of land, for me, low and right in here. I know that Cage throws them a little lower, and he lands them back here and lets them kind of run into the wall. What I have found with myself is a lower toss, right about in here in this area. I can get them to hit the lower points and pretty much die. That's what I'm doing. That's my Apache toss. Now again, it's not the quote unquote official way that the Cage would throw it, but that's the way that I throw it. So I think, yeah, for me, it's essentially taking your set, stacking them up on top of one another, and then throwing them out that way. So that's kind of how I do that. So, question. Hopefully that answers your question there, Zoff, about how I throw the chopper. Again, I basically take my set, and I'll do it again in the window here so you can see it. If I'm doing the hard way set, it's the 4s on top, it's the 2s facing me, or the 2s facing me this way, and the 6s on the end. And when I chopper set it, I basically take this, I roll it over so it's a 6-4, I put the 6 on top, and that's my set. So I set the hard ways on the table, I roll 1 to make it a 2V, up on its side, or I'm sorry, I stack it up and grab the points, and then I flick it. And that's exactly how I throw the chopper. So that's the way that I approach it. And again, what I'm trying to do is land them low. Yeah, Jeff, I'm sorry about that. I land them low and slow, and I'm trying to hit, if anything, the bottom row of points. Because again, you know me, I'm all about the energy. I'm all about let's have no roll after the back wall hit. So that's the way I approach it. And again, I'm no expert at this, right? I throw it my way because you learn from watching on YouTube, right? A lot. There's no books on that one. You just kind of watch people do it and you kind of find your own way. And some people, and I've done this, a high toss where it lands almost an inch from the wall. On a hard table, I can do that. On a soft table, it's got to be a little farther out, a little lower. So that's my Apache. Hope, Zoff, that answers your question about how I throw it. I also throw the underhanded toss, which, again, let's take the hard way set. I'll grab it like this. I grab it on the points. You can see that. I grab the points and I throw it. Let's see if I can get my hand on screen here. I throw it underhand, bowling style, and it rolls off the end of my fingers like that. And I get forward spin into the back wall. That forward spin launches the dice into the back wall with a lot of energy. And they come right off the back wall with opposite spin, and they just die. They die as they hit the table. So that's a pretty interesting shot. You got to throw it pretty hard, and it seems wrong to do that, but it works. And that, for me, it works pretty well. So that's the 3 tosses that I do. When I par toss, I'm on the points. I still hold the points and I throw it backwards. I feel like I get better grip and better control over the spin when I've got just the cut edges in my hand. It just feels like that's the right way to go. Waylon wants me to ask you about or talk about trends again. I'm not sure specifically what you want to talk about trend wise, other than what I've said, which is trends happen, right? Trends are 100% a real thing. And you can't see them until they've happened. And that's the other, like PJ and other folks will ride me about this. And the Wizard of Oz, same thing. You cannot see a trend as it's happening or when it's about to happen. You can only see a trend after it's happened. Well, what I do in my way of trend spotting is, again, non-scientific, but I tend to believe that there are many, many, many spikes. If you looked at, for example, just the 5, just the number 5 in a series of 30 rolls, you'll see that there's no 5s, and then there's 1, 2, 3, and then there's no more 5s again. I jump into it right there. So if I see 1 or 2 in a row, I may jump in, catch that third one, and then I'm out, right? Or I may catch the third one, press it and pull, or I may regress it down and achieve something on the third roll. You're going to be 2 behind, right? And I think PJ wrote this. There's no guarantee of a trend. If you try it the way I try it, you're going to be 2 behind. You're going to see 2 don'ts or 2 do's or 2 whatevers. You're already 2 rolls behind the trend. If the trend is a 6-roll trend, I'm okay with that. I'll take the next 4. If the trend is going to be 7s, fine. I'll let 2 of them go by and I'll grab the next 4 7s, and it's going to be pretty good. That's the way that I approach it. MLB wants to know this. What have I learned from everything? Oh my God, so much. The thing that I would probably say about the dice control thing is I still feel like it's worthwhile pursuit. I still feel like I'm not going to get enough of an edge to make a difference in how I bet, right? I think if I can hold the 7 off a teeny tiny bit, if I can achieve a 6.5 or a 7 SRR, all that means is that out of 36 rolls, instead of getting 7 or 6 7s, I'm going to get 5 7s. That's pretty good. But in the instance of a point cycle, what does that mean? It might mean 1 extra box number hit. Out of it, what I normally would get 3, I'm going to get 4. Does that change my take home pay? No. Does it give me more confidence to go with a higher initial bet and a regress down? Yeah. That's where it changes what I would bet. It gives me confidence to know that, that first one's probably not going to be a 7. I'm okay with the regression strategy that starts out a little higher. That's where I think the dice control thing or dice setting thing would impact the way that I play. Other than that, I don't see where I'm getting that much juice out of it. I don't see where I can affect it enough to bet. Now I watch George, and George will roll 25, 30, rolls. Once a night he rolls over 20. I'm not that consistent with it. I'm rolling 10 most of the time, but I'm not rolling multiple 20. So for me, I look at that and say, well, what can I achieve? I can achieve a regression. I can achieve a 3 or 4 hit strategy where I'm feeling pretty good. Pineapple Press, great example. That's why I focus on those short length, because I know the way that I throw and my averages are there. So I don't believe that I'm influencing or controlling any kind of outcome. I feel like I've gotten pretty good at holding the 7 back a little bit longer than normal, and that's about it. So, that's what I've learned about it. And I don't change betting too much, other than the fact that I'm more aware of where I'm likely to break it. El Toro, finally, right? We got the channel stream working. Yeah, I got them working in the overnight. We figured out what was the problem. It was my fault, of course. So somebody yelled at me for switching mics. When I went to the table, I had this mic here that I'm looking at. This is the one that's on. This is a podcasting mic, so it doesn't do good when I'm far away. So I apologize for that. Didn't realize it when I walked away. Low and slow. Yeah, absolutely. Right. Right. The underhanded knuckleball, you know what? I haven't done the underhanded knuckleball. I do the underhanded roll forward. I don't know about the knuckleball being a thing for me yet. It's a tough throw. You've got to really work on it. And I don't know the exact mechanics for it. And frankly, right now I'm feeling pretty good about the 3 shots that I've got. So working through that. So, you like throwing random. The comparison to bowling makes sense. It's just, you're right. The table surfaces are a freaking nightmare. You look at the bouncy, the hard, the cork, the new things, the neoprene. It's really, really hard to dial it in. And like I said in my last dice control video, you can't dial it in for free, right? you get to go to the table, buy in for $1,000 and try and throw and see if you can figure it out, you got to pay money to practice it. It's hard to do that. So for me, least possible resistance that I can control on every single table is energy. I can throw them soft. I can throw them low. I can target parts of the back wall, and that's the best I feel like I can do. So that's where I've learned. That's where I'm coming to, especially after talking to the folks tonight, for sure. So that's a big deal. I'm seeing like the LFC has started and it's frozen, and I'm going to just go take a quick look at George's channel and see if it's streaming again. I don't see it streaming. It is streaming. We're going to give it a shot here in a minute. Let me go through the chat first. I'll make sure that we're good. Yep. I'm saying that everybody has their own style and that should be allowed over time. That's what everybody's been saying, right? Jacob said it. The Wizard said it. Have your own style, play your way. And don't be bashful about it. Like if your style is 160 across with no protection, cool. If your style is 160 across with a $100 don't, Wizard of Oz says that's not a great play. But if it makes you feel better to save part of those bets up top with a don't pass hedge, more power to you. I think you've got to bet it your own way for sure. Skill and Luck, thanks for the reminder. Don't underestimate the power of giving. Donate. Please donate. We're working our butts off here. I know that we're having some issues with the live fantasy crafts, but we are rocking this thing. We're in hour, I don't even know what we're in, hour like 15 or something. So we're doing really good. Toothpick Ted is heading out to Vegas. Good. One more hit the table. So everybody send some love to Ted on his last trip to the table. Joe, difference between don't pass and don't come. There's no difference. The difference is when you make the bet. So when a point has not yet been established, you can bet the don't pass. Then, assuming a 7 or 11 doesn't roll, you'd lose on that. Assuming a box number, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, if one of those numbers rolls, that becomes the point. Your don't pass bet now says the 7 is going to roll before that number. So the don't pass is essentially saying, I believe the 7 is going to come before you can roll the same number twice. That's all it is. The don't come, you can make that bet after a point's been established. So if I go back to the table again, and we're going to go ahead and switch mics because I think it's good to point this out. This is a great lesson. Actually, I'm going to switch mics. Give me a second here to make that change. External. Okay, check. So we should be on the right microphone now. So if I go to the table now, you'll hear me. And I'll switch over and get the mic in here. Here we go. All right, let me go and switch the view for you so you can see my table. And we'll talk about the don't a little bit. Table view. Here we go. So let's roll out. And let's say we've got, I'll put 4 bets out here. Let's say that we've got a pass on the don't pass, and your puck's off, right? So there's no point established yet. When we roll a number, whatever it happens to be, it's going to be, well, a 7, good example, you'd lose this bet on a 7. Another 7, lose another one. There's a 9. So the point becomes a 9. Now what you're saying is, I believe you're going to roll a 7 before you roll a 9. So the don't pass has that danger zone where the come out roll, the 7, you'd actually lose that. We would have lost 2 of those $25 bets there. Once you're here, though, now that there's a point going, the don't come is now the next thing you can do if you want to stay dark. Now you roll the dice, and the next roll of the dice, it's a 6. This bet goes, and we say it goes behind the number in these boxes up top. That now is a bet that says, I think the 7 is going to come before that number. The good news about this way of betting is that unlike a place bet, let's just say we had bets on the 5, 9, 4, and 10. When you bet like this, the 7 can roll and take all of your money, which really kind of sucks when that happens. With the don't pass and a don't come like this, one roll cannot take all of your money. One roll can take this one, another roll on a 6, you lose that, but you can't lose both bets in one roll, which is the idea. So the don't come with the don't pass together is pretty powerful. If you put another one in here, and again, Big AZ did this today, when you're rolling multiples of these in, this goes to the 5. Now I've got, if the 7 rolls, I win here, here, and here.
The worst thing that can happen is they roll another 5 or a 6, and I lose one of these bets, but not all of those bets. So the don't come and the don't pass are the exact same bet. It's just a matter of when you make the bet. Don't comes can be made once the puck is on, and they will travel behind the number. We say it goes behind it, and that's what that means. So that's a really powerful betting system for sure. So they're saying LFC is back up. We're going to go ahead and run. Give this a shot. Let's see if we're getting a better feed here, and we'll try and get them. Whoa, Nelly.
I'm going to go 10 10 10 ATS and a nickel fire.
Looks a little bit better.
And we'll use some brand
I'm going to
new
mute
dice.
here for a minute. Hope that stream gets cleaned up a little bit, but let's let that roll for a second. We'll see how Fantasy Craps goes here. And we will talk more in a little bit.
And all the hard ways working. All right.
Go an iron cross on your bird dog.
I'm using a 1-4-2-4 set. All right, dice out.
Okay, I'm on coming out.
All right, we got a fever 5, 415.
That audio is so much better now. So good. We can let these
Rolled
guys listen in.
415.
And if you want to play at home with them. They're going to be rolling and talking, and you can look at the roll tracker as well and see how the totals are going. So that's good. Remember, every 7 that you see, every red 7 is worth $1. So root them on.
Yes. All right, dice out. All right, the 358. 358. Power press. All right, face out. Chip assist, and I got a 437. Ran into the landmine.
Ouch.
Sucker.
That's an understatement.
Yeah. All right, so we finish with page 1. We go over.
Yep.
Bird dog looks frozen.
Yeah, his screen's been frozen for a while.
He's not doing much because it's the landing zone, but let me just see how I can do anything.
Yeah. I'm just okay. Okay, hold on. How's this?
Oh
Yeah, man.
I'm going to be using some freshly cut, nice and sharp.
Oh, I tried that too. Didn't work out.
All right, guys.
Maybe we ought to
Let's see
start
if
using
this twister's
old
going to work today. And
All right, let's get a roll.
For my new favorite spot, stick right to.
Okay.
All right, guys. Hey, 516 is the point.
5-1.
Nice. I got a 555 TS.
What's up, Scott? Good to see you, man.
Okay, 459.
5-9. Very nice.
Big X out.
Okay.
Oh, 617.
Oh man.
Oh.
6-1 and done.
Oh, dear
Yeah. Cold tables, boys.
me. Alright. Down 6 markers and 25. Alright.
We're all in there. Don't move.
So I guess it's my turn. Hopefully I'll do something.
There we go, George.
All right.
Alright, gonna start with a 3-1-3-1, see where it takes me. Dice out.
Got us both up 555.
Unfortunately, I don't have that luxury, Arno. Dice out. 639. That's my point.
Good number.
So it takes me to 6363. Dice out. Aces in both places.
Nice. Damn one.
Ace 4, ace 4. Dice out. 628. Six two six two. Dice out. Hard 8. Four two 1-3-4.
1313.
Bringing us back, George.
Dice up. 4, 6, 10.
Nice.
4, 6, 4, 6. Dice out. 6, 2, 6, 6, 2, 8.
That's an 8, George.
6, 2, 8. $1,050. 1,800. 6, 2, 6, 2. Dice up. Sorry guys, 6, 1.
Oh, regress just in time.
With a 5, 2.
So you put a
That'll
dent in
be-
the bank's working stack.
Excuse me?
$3 for the cause, George.
All right. What was the stats? Somebody said something about the stats.
I said you made a dent in the working stack.
The working stacks.
Yeah.
Oh, well. 7,000.
We might need markers.
Oh, now you're getting markers? All right, we're back to Troy. Troy, you have dice in hand.
All right.
Good luck, man.
Get all this set up again. And once again, I am running a $205 Iron Cross. And in LFC tradition, go ahead and do the 555 on the ATS. And my Fibonacci 10 is sitting at $20 right now. And that is a buy. Everything's always working. Oh, and I'll forget the pass line. No pass line, no dice.
All right, I'll go 555 with you, and I'll work it. Work everything.
All right, and I am shooting a 2-1-2-3. Dice are out. How about a 2-4-6?
We'll take that.
Denver.
Dice are out. Oh, waiting on Arnell. There you go.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh my God, there's my namesake. 0.7 out.
Ouch.
Ow.
Ouch is right.
Oh my God. All right, so we go over to Matt Slide Mac. Mac, you have dice in hand.
All right.
Hey JD, good morning. Good morning, Clay. Good to see you.
All right, we okay, I'm using the modified 2V set here, and we've got an Iron Cross 125 and then 10 here, so 135 in action.
All right.
And we're working coming out.
Okay.
All right, I'm working to you.
All right. Dice are out. We got a 3-1-4, easy 4.
4.
4 is the point.
4, I didn't like.
Sorry.
Lucy, I'm home. Okay, here we go. Dice out. We got a 5-4-9 niner. Center field 9.
Good number.
Okay. Dice are out. Shooter looking for the 4. Got the 6-2-8.
Nice.
No, George, I think you had much like Frank a Little Mermaid the first time on LFC.
Yeah, I know. But I think he just got over those nerves, so he's shooting like he should.
I think he got
Yeah.
Oh, Bird Dog, don't jinx me, buddy.
Whatever.
Okay.
Whatever the outcome.
Dice out. Same shooter's looking for the 4. We got a 4-2-6, 6 easy.
Nice.
Okay, dice out. Looking for the 4. Whoa, 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 whoa. Boxcar. Midnight.
Oh.
Okay. Gave us a scare there.
Yeah. Oh, sorry about that.
Good deal, guys.
Oh, there it is. Big double.
Hmm.
Ace caught a 6.
Damn.
Not too bad.
All right. So we go over to Ed. Roll to win. Ed, you got dice in hand, sir.
All right. 1 sec. I'm gonna go quarters up top. 25, 25, 25.
Nice. I got us up 5, 5,
5 on the
5.
fast line. I'm gonna work the 5 and 9 for 100 each. Three V set.
All right, I'm working.
I'm working.
Six, 3, 9.
All right.
All right. Let me set up here. gonna go 640 across. We gotta get something going.
Slam right.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Waylon, good to see you, man.
Six, 2, 8.
All right.
Nice. Nice.
Nice, they're out. Six, 3, 9. There's your point.
Beautiful.
There you go. Front line.
Coming out.
I'm all working.
Working.
Working. Everybody's working. Getting out of this hole. Yeah, going home. There's a yo.
Hey, I like yours.
Nice out. Six, 2, 8.
8 is a new point.
Five, 4, 9.
Nice.
Taking my 9 to 150.
What's up, Steven? Good to see you, man.
Aces.
All right.
We don't know where we're at on the all small. That's all right. Four, 1, 5.
Yeah.
Nice, are out. Hard 6. Nice, are out. Hard 8.
Oh,
there's your point.
There you go. Front line.
Take my 8 and 180.
All right, I'm working on you.
Nice out.
Okay, I'm off.
5, 3, 8.
Very nice.
Go do it again.
Extra point. Nice out. Four, 1, 5.
There you go.
Dice are out. 6, 2, 8. There's your point. I'm going to work the 6 and 8.
Yep, working everything.
Still working.
Ace, deuce.
There you go.
What do we need on the small? A 4?
Looks like the 4.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll change dice set. 2, 1, 2, 4.
Uh-oh. Sniper.
Six, 2, 8.
Nice.
Nice. Back on the 8.
Well, that was still working.
I think everyone was working.
I'm gonna lay the 4.
Oh yeah, $100 lay
Not
on the floor.
much.
Win
Just
50 either way.
I'm going to 8 on the 4, or I'm going to 420 on the 8.
Only because at the casinos I would lay it.
Still going 2, 1, 2, 4. Hard 10.
There you go.
Out the other side.
55. Nice. 14.
We'll make the 10 to 250.
That was the call. Wasn't it?
No, we need the 12.
No, he needs midnight. 4 and midnight.
2, 1, 2, 4 still. Three, 2, 5. Take the 5 to 250. Six, 3, 9.
Good job. I'm gonna press the moon.
Take the 9 to 250. Nice out. Aces.
Yeah.
The repeater wins on that.
Dice are out. Six, 2, 8. There's your point.
Nice.
$420 pays 500 for 10.
Front line again. Nice. Right.
All right, we need to snipe at 4. 2, 3, 2, 1.
All right. I'll hop the 4s.
3, 2, 5. That's the point.
Nice.
New number.
What we need, a 4 and an 11?
4 to 12. And you're up
4
to
to
$5
12.
on the cause.
Hopper's back.
2, 3, 2, 1. Five, 5. Hard 10.
Oh, nice. Like pairs. Pairs good.
$250 pays 500. Go to 500 on the 10. Dice are out. Six, 3, 9.
Very nice.
I'm putting that in the back. Dice are out. Six, 2, 8.
Nice.
Nice. Hammered at 8.
Loving that 8. See, 150 pays 175.
Or I'll take the 8 to 900.
Woo!
Press. That's 6.
Three,
Well
1, 4.
All right.
Booyah!
Yeah, man.
Woo! Gonna drop 175 in your rack from me.
Ed, I have to hand it to you. Well done, sir. I just paid off all my markers.
I got $25 on the small. I'll pay $7.50.
I can breathe again and say, and regress.
Yeah.
Oh man, what a
All right.
goal. Well done. Take a breath and let's go.
All right. We're still working for a yo and a 5, right?
Just a midnight.
Oh, midnight.
Yeah, the easy stuff.
All right. I'll get that in a minute. Three, 1, 4 again.
All right.
Now you're just showing off now, man.
I pay myself on the 4 minutes.
That was done just in case y'all didn't hear it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave that 4 sitting at 100. I need a 10. I got 500 sitting on 10. Six, 4, 10.
Sometimes you gotta ask. Nice.
All right, that's banana chip. That goes in the rack. All right. Let's get a yo. 5, 3, 5, 6 dice set. Five, 3, 8.
We'll take that, man.
Nice.
Yeah, like the 8.
I got 900 on that 8.
Nice.
You got me pressed from 18 up to 210 now.
Troy, nobody's forcing you, man.
I mean, I'm not power pressing by any means. Got to have the profit so I can donate
Well
more,
done.
right?
I'll go to 1200 on the 8.
All right.
There you go. Max it up.
Should be there, really. Six, 2, 8.
All right.
Whoa!
Nice. All right, we got 220. 280.
I'll go to 18 on the 8. 1800.
All right. There's more to donate.
I'm drawing a blank. What's 210 pay?
245.
Thank
Got
you.
him easily.
Yep. 245.
440.
Nice out. 415. There's your point.
Nice.
Alrighty.
There you go.
Front line.
All right, we need a yo.
I'm working.
Okay, midnight.
Let's do a $50 midnight.
Midnight. All right. How about a 6-1 come out 7?
Ouch.
How about that?
Well, reset.
Oh, $1.
Glad I wasn't working.
I wasn't either.
We had a lot of money out there.
Yeah, too much money to be working on that one.
All right, but I'm gonna go back up on the top. I'll go quarters. I'll go quarters again.
I'll come back up.
Since you just
10,
threw,
10,
since you just
10.
threw that natural, I'm working now.
Probably should bet a midnight about now.
Hey, Coach. We'll see you later, man.
415. 5's the point.
Very nice. Working 208.
5, nice.
I got 250 on it. $426.
Yes, sir. I thought you were allergic to the 6-man.
Well, I thought it was too.
All right, stay strong.
I'll put that in the rack. If John's watching and looking at my rack, he's having a nervous breakdown right now. I mean, look at it. 325. There's your point.
Beautiful.
Yeah, man.
I'll go to 300 on that 5. Coming out.
I'm gonna work everything.
I'm working.
A little regression.
617.
Oh, I'm glad I regressed a little bit there. All right. Reset.
That's the way my life goes. I throw come out 7s. It's too much. Coming out.
All right, I'm back. 10, 10, 10.
Ace deuce.
Just a crappy 3. All right, working.
Yo. 6-5.
All right.
Nice.
6-5.
Okay, we're working.
Yeah, working as well.
Yeah. Press to the moon.
628. There's your point.
There you go.
You got 1,800 on that 8. Three, 1, 4.
All right.
Go.
I'll take the 4 to 250. Yo again, 5, 6.
That was on the front line.
Ace deuce again. See a horn, bet a horn, guys.
Looks that way.
Six, 1, 7. All things come to an
That
end.
was a brilliant monster roll. 42.
Incredible.
Well done, Ed. Well done.
Nice roll.
What we have?
I think it was 41.
41?
I think it was. Troy, can you confirm that, Troy? It was 41?
I believe so.
42 with the 7.
So, yeah, 42. That's amazing.
Wow.
Roll there, Ed.
Nice
All right.
roll.
Oh, $10. $10 up.
All right, Jeff. You're up.
Getting set up. Yep.
Hey, we got money to play.
Yeah, me too.
Yep. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing.
Thanks to Ed, we're back in action.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Got us up 555 for both of us.
Thanks for reminding me that.
And then Ed, you also had 3 7s in there, so.
All right. Yep.
All right.
All right.
I'm gonna work on you.
I'm on, but don't go by what I'm doing.
All right.
All right. All right. 110 inside working, quarter on the pass. For those out there that know I play the dark, I'm not doing that because Ed put me up.
5.
Dice are out. There's a come out 12 boxcars.
Oh, that's how you get one of them.
Show
Yep.
it.
All right.
Like that, triple the field.
All right. Five, 6, 3, 5. Dice are out. The 3, 1, 4. 3, 1, 4.
All right, 4 is a point.
Point is 4.
Dice are out. Five, 4, 9. 5, 4, 9. Field 9.
Yeah.
Dice are out. Same set. 5, 6, 3, 5. Hard 10.
Nice.
Hard 10.
There's a pair, nice.
I'm sorry, what was that last
What
one?
was it, 5-5?
Hard 10.
Hard 10.
I wasn't looking at the screen, Troy, because I thought you took controls.
Yep. No, I am. I just missed it.
Nope, that's fine. All right, dice are out. AC Doocy. AC Doocy.
Nice.
That's the 3 craps for Troy. If Troy is there, yeah, cool.
I'm here.
Yeah. All right. Dice are out. Hard 10. Hard 10.
Oh, nice.
Whoa.
Playing the hard ways. Nice. 35.
Waylon there is having a whale of a time. Sorry, bad joke.
All right. Dice are out. Same set. Five, 4, 9.
And we finally get our SOR in the green.
Yay.
All right, dice are out. Same set. Ooh, 5, 3, 8.
Hey,
That was a horrible roll on my part. 5, 3, 8.
you didn't know how to throw
Take-
inside numbers.
But I will take it.
Here you go.
All right. All right, dice are out. Hard 6. Hard.
Nice. Stay on pairs.
Dice are out. Ah, there it is, guys. 617.
Awesome roll.
Good roll.
Ah.
Jeff, well done, man.
Yeah. I don't think anybody's going to match Ed. But you're welcome to try.
All right, so who do we have up next? We have Jim. Jim.
We got about 15 minutes left, looks like.
Yeah.
15 minutes.
All right, Jim.
Put me up a ways.
All right, bring us home, Jim.
Ed brought me up a ways, so let's see if I can push this and make some money. 4.
Got us up 555. Nickel fires.
All right. 2, 3, 24. Yeah, 2,400 across working.
I'm working on you.
We're on, working.
All right. Coming out. Ha! 617 on the come out.
Oh no.
Ouch. Yeah, that hurt.
I was working too for 110.
Yeah, 110, yeah. Those two.
Not working.
Come back on everything.
I'm back to markers.
I'm better than that.
555 back for us.
$420 inside.
Still working.
Working.
Face out. Midnight.
Nice. To the field.
Face out. AC Doocy.
Okay.
Just gonna get all this stuff out the way, right?
Okay, Jim.
Get hard stuff.
Just lower release. Release your dice just a touch lower than you're doing.
Face out. 6, 4, 2, 6.
Alrighty.
There we go. We got a number.
Ice out.
All right.
617.
Oh. Sorry, guys.
Hey, it's all good. Go ahead.
Okay, so let's see who's up next. We've got Dice Grinders. You're up, sir.
Alrighty. Got one last roll. Let's go 555. Nickel 5. And 220 inside.
All right.
Working.
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 All the hard ways. All right. Same set. 1424.
I'm working.
I'm working.
Dice out. All right. So 426. 426. Right, face out. All right, 358. 358.
Very nice.
Chip. Stop. Face out. All right, so 415, fever 5. Crescent cake. All right, face out. All right, it's aces in both places. Double the field. Face out. Chip assist, and we got a 516.
Beautiful.
516. And where? Number 1, we'll press that 120. Heart 6 back. All right, working everything. Nice house.
Working.
All right, So 358. 358. Number. All right. Face out. All right. So 5-6 yo. 5-6 yo. Need that number. Press. Dice out. All right, so 134. 134.
That's a nice Whalen result.
Yeah, got a chip assist. All right, 20. 5. Go back. All right. Looks like an ace deuce, huh? 4-2-4. All right, dice out. All right, 6-2-8. 6-2-8.
Yes,
Front
sir.
line.
Yep.
Number 2. 20, 140. Push that up 1. And I'm working everything.
All right. I'll go along.
All right, face out. All right, so 4-6-10, new number.
10 is a point.
6-10.
Never saw a 10 I didn't like.
All right, hard turn back. Third stand, turn. It's 20 on the field. All right, press. Face out. 1-4-2-4. All right, so 5-3-8. 5-3-8.
Nice.
I'll push it up. 60. And Hardy back. All right, dice out. All right, it's a 4-6-10.
Nice.
All right.
Point hit. Point hit. All right. Number 3 for fire. Back on a hard 10. All right, working everything.
Okay. I'll go along.
Dice out. 3, 9, or 12.
We're working.
Ah, 5-2. Looks like reset. Came out 7. Alrighty. Lost a bunch there. That's all right. We're just going to come back 220 inside. Everything else down. All right. Still working.
Still working.
Oh, it's midnight. 66. Of course, we needed that last one. 10 out 12. Triple healed.
George is concentrating so hard up there.
Dice out. All right, we're on
Yes,
538.
sir. Thank you,
538.
sir.
Last I looked, they were still showing.
Really?
6-8, 6-8.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
Still streaming.
Okay.
I'm sure he needs a break.
Yeah, no, you guys are
been
still
on for
going
a
here.
while.
This will be the last roll though. I've got.
Yeah, I got to
our
be
next
up
guest
in
is
an hour on there.
Is in the green room. Yeah. So
All right, dice out.
We finish up here.
I think I stayed up and watched them till like 4 in the morning.
A couple of amazing rolls. Here,
1-3-4. 1-3-4.
Nice.
Let's get them 4 and 10.
I'll go on 4 and 10.
Press. All right, 1-4-2-4. Dice out. All right, so 5-4-9. Mina.
All right, Arnell, you're in second place with $7.
All righty. Dice out. Oh, chip assist. It's a 5-1-6. 5-1-6. Better fix these landmines.
Yes, sir.
Hey, George. You may want to mute Mudslap out of that so much.
Yeah, Joe.
All right.
You're really spoiling everything else. You can't hear everybody over you.
Yeah, he just said this was our last roll.
Here we go.
Oh, and it's over. 2-5. 2-5.
All right, so we go over to
That was great though. You had an 18 roller there. You had a 9 or a 10 and a 41, and my goodness gracious, you guys crushed it.
Oh, we're going.
All right, we got to color up.
You guys got to color it up. Well, I'll tell you, while you're coloring it up, I'm going to go ahead and mute you all for right now, and then intro a little bit. I'll come right back to you. All right. See you back.
I got to be back on there in an hour.
You're back here in an hour. That's right.
Yeah.
Yep. So let me go ahead and mute this channel here. I'll be right back to you guys.
I'm at 4,900.
All right, so that's
All right. Let me get back to me here. Hey, y'all. How you doing? Haven't seen you in a couple hours, but that was pretty fun. That was a couple of serious monster rolls there. Ed just crushed it. We're going to see Ed here at 11. So in about an hour, we'll get to see Ed. Ed's going to do 100 rolls for us, all for the charity, right? We're going to pledge a buck a roll, a buck a box number basically for Ed. So get your wallets out and figure out how much you're going to pledge to go along with him. You saw him roll. He's legit for sure. So yeah, there's that. Let's go ahead and take a quick little peek at the numbers here and see if I can entice you all to break in a little bit. Let me lower that a little bit over there, and we'll look at our tally board. Hold on one second. There's the tallies. So right now we are at, I think holding fast, we're at 1,200 on the donations. Booyah. That's amazing. And the bid tracker here, let's see what we got. Couple of things are starting to show up a little bit. Looks like we've got some competition here on the color ups layout, which is great. The beanies are getting some love. Let's see, the dice are getting a lot of love. It looks like my shirt is getting some love. We're doing pretty good. I got to see that big AZ trip. Someone's got to go golfing in Arizona for sure, else I'm going to take it from you. So with that said, let's take a quick timeout here from the NCPG, and then we'll bring in our next guest, Steen from Craps, another superstar. I can't wait to talk to him. And we're going to be joined by Vince Armenti as well. Vince, I'm sure, has got some questions. Vince does about as much Craps programming as I do or anybody does. So I think this is going to be pretty fun little conversation here. So I'll see y'all back in about a minute.
Our National Problem Gambling Helpline is like a 911 service. Anytime, anywhere in the U.S., you can call, text, or chat for help in your area.
I just learned how to play at a very young age, and then I started playing in junior high and high school, and it was just such a part of my life.
When I got my own bookmaker, he was really helpful. He said, you know, Donnie, when football's done with, I got basketball and hockey.
We lost our home to foreclosure. We lost a motor home. We lost a car. This was all our daughter's senior year of high school.
I started going to meetings and got that feeling of hope, which is so important because I just identified so much of myself as a gambler, but now I realize, well, this is not going to be a healthy lifestyle for a family man.
Until I got in the door and started identifying with everybody else that was there and realizing that I wasn't unique. I wasn't the only one. It was an amazing place.
Life in recovery, is a way to experience the world.
My marriage to Diane is selflessly giving, not selfishly taking.
And that is awesome.
You have a choice to be brand new today. You can start your day over whenever you want. You're brand spanking new. It doesn't make any difference what you said or what you did in the past. The only thing that counts is today. In fact, the only thing that counts is this moment.
Please consider making your tax-deductible gift of $25 or more today. Just visit ncpgambling.org to give help and hope this holiday season. No gift is too small, and every gift helps. Thank you.
John. All right, here we go, guys. Ready to bring Steen in. A lot of people looking forward to this. This is gonna be pretty fun. Let's bring you in. I'll have to set your camera over here. Just give me a second to get you in, and then we'll be able to hear you and see Steen. All right, here you are.
Hey, John.
All right, how you doing, man?
Hey, pretty good. How you hanging in there?
I'm doing great. This is hour like 19 or something. So I'm on my second win. It's gonna be just fine.
My God, that's a long time, man.
It is.
A lot of talking.
It's a lot of talking, but you know what? My guests are good. Everybody's doing a lot of talking for me, which is good. So I'm able to stay out of it a little bit. You know, everybody likes to chat it up, which is good.
Yeah, good.
Yeah. So you and I've emailed quite a bit actually, because I try and write scripts, and I always run into little glitchy things, or like, how do you do this, or what's the variable name for that, or whatever. And I use WinCraps, and I've got Vince Armenti with me too. He's in the green room. He's going to join us. He uses WinCraps probably more than anybody, with lots of scripting, because we like to see how the strategies we talk about play out over thousands of roles. And I think that seeing the trend line on the strategy running is so entertaining for me.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of value in knowing what the numbers show according to real probability and stuff like that. You know, if you're a controlled shooter and you believe in that, that's, you know, you're not going to run a random number generator through and get any use out of that. But it's a comparison, right? There's some things that you could sit down as a mathematician and figure out precisely, but, you know, most of us not that kind of level mathematician can't figure it out. But it's easy to set up a script and have it run through for you and figure out all the numbers you need. You don't have to be a super mathematician to figure that out.
Right.
And if you're a guy who likes to do controlled shooting and you want to record your rolls, you can do that, and you can play those through, and you can just run those through all kinds of scenarios and scripts and what have you.
Yeah, that's my number one use case, actually. What I do, like, I'll run a strategy, I'll run it through the auto run just to see how it handles over time. But what I typically do is I'll load in, 30 or 40 shooters, and what I call is my golden set. So I've got, a couple of PSOs, a couple of 0.1s, a couple of, 5 rolls with no box numbers, and I have like all these different scenarios. And I run my strategies through these short scripts, because it covers all the basics, right? How do I do in a 9 roller? How do I do in a 20 roller? And instead of just running random over a billion rolls, I find that I can tune a strategy to fit certain criteria, and that works really well. And it runs fast, of course. So that's how I've been using it. So it's been a godsend for me, actually.
Yeah, it is amazing. The different ways people are using it. Some like to use the hyperdrive. I think we mentioned Vince. He's been using the hyperdrive a bit, but a lot of the shows that he's done, he's doing things manually, entering the dice rolls manually. And it seems to work out very well. There's just different aspects to be used. I don't know. It's just I'm a craps player. I liked to play craps years ago, and I had some ideas that I thought might be worth exploring. And so I started working on the computer to help me out with that. Came up with some kind of a program. After a while, I thought, this is pretty good. I bet you somebody might be interested in that. I put it on CompuServe, if you remember those days.
Oh, I totally remember it. Yeah.
Yeah, people started downloading it. Wow. Okay. So I made some improvements. Just got better and better. And I just keep adding things according to what users are saying they're interested in. So it's got all kinds of aspects to it. And of course, you can't use them all, or wouldn't want to use them all at once anyway.
Right.
But I'm still open to all kinds of suggestions. People want to add things, and I'm up for it. But it's been a little difficult. I don't know if I'm an airline pilot, but I'm 2 weeks from retirement here. So yeah. So it used to be when I first got out of the Air Force into the airlines, you'd go on a layover, and you'd sit around and watch a movie or something and read a book, whatever. Got kind of boring, and I got into doing my programming. So I'd go on layovers and I'd do my programming. Wow, I could get really involved in that. So, and yet I didn't have 100% of my time available to do the programming. It was just pretty much layovers and a little bit at home. But now I'm going to retire, boy. I can really get into some cool things.
That's awesome.
Looking forward to that. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to the Mac version. I keep telling you that.
I've looked into some things on that several times, and I would love to do that. I probably need to hook up with somebody who's really versed on that and tell me which direction to go. I also like to do a mobile version.
Oh, definitely. So that's the thing. It's like, because the mobile games that are out there are games. right? And this is not a game. I look at WinCraps as a tool. Like you can use it as a game, I guess, right? People probably do that, but for us, we look at it like this is a way to vet stuff out and test strategies. And I like what Vince does. This versus that kind of a thing. And there's nothing like that works on a phone or over the web, like even a web version or something like that. That's the thing. Like that's the next level stuff for me is just because what I have to do to use WinCrafts, I have to actually I have an Azure account and I have a virtual machine that I'm paying like $30 a month for that I have to launch into a window to get it to work for me. So it's hard for me to play now.
Yeah.
It's costly actually for me to do it, but yeah, that's my number one wish.
Yeah, I get some feedback from the Mac users. Some have been using these, what was it, Boot Camp or something, different things. I'm not an Apple guy, so I don't know all the verbiage on that. Yeah, I don't know this online. I don't really see the value of having an online program. What's the big deal for make a download and have it on your computer?
Sure. If it
People
worked,
keep downloading. Other
yeah,
than
if it
if
was universal.
if we set something up where you could have multiple players playing online, yeah, that'd be really fun. I think that would be worth pursuing.
Yeah, I think the only reason I suggest online is because just to make it might be easier to do that than do a Mac version. You know what I mean? That way,
Yeah.
us, we can get it with whatever system we got. Then it's just easier.
Yeah, that's true. I've heard some people suggest, oh, just buy, you can buy some older PCs for next to nothing. And you can run some Windows programs on that. So I don't know if you're paying $30 a month. I hope it's not just for WinCraft. You're doing other things too. But if it's
That's
just for
it.
WinCraft,
Well,
really,
I have it. Well, I teach programming too, right? So when I teach my .NET class, I use the same VM for that, so I get double use out of it. But when I'm teaching, it's like a 10-week schedule, and then I switch out of that. So I have the thing running for other things, but
yeah,
that's the primary use case for sure.
Yeah, if you get other use out of it, that's good. But if it was just for WinCraps, I'd just suggest get yourself a little cheap PC, $50, $100,
Right, some used thing I haven't sitting over here.
That'll pay for a few months of that stuff.
Right.
So what do you want to know?
Well, I guess that's part of it, right? Is what's next, and really like how do you when you first wrote it? Like I'm a developer too, right? What was your intent when you first wrote it? Was it to play or was it to test things out?
It was to test things. Yeah. I played craps, and like everybody, you have some winning days and you have some losing days, and you come up with some ideas. Gosh, what if I did this? What if I pressed? What if I parlayed? 3 presses and a drop and whatever. So I wanted to try some things, and it gets kind of tedious rolling your own dice, and you realize that how much does 100 rolls really tell you? How much does 1,000 rolls really tell you? I mean, you got to get some more data, right? So I started putting it on the computer. And I think if I recall right, I started out, it was like GW Basic. I was doing some things on that. And I eventually got into Visual Basic, got pretty good at that. I'm all self-taught. And just like I said, it caught on, and people requested more things, and I added more things, and just got better and better. I'm pretty proud of it, really.
There's so much to it. Like there's so much to it. It's the more I dig in, and every time I email you, I'm like, oh, I wish I could do, and you're like, oh yeah, just do this, and there's a feature that somebody's asked for that it's hidden in there somewhere. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, I guess. I don't want to get the table so cluttered that it's just a confusing mess. Like this here, that here. I want it to look like a normal craps table, nice and clean, and yet I want the features to be available. So it's not that they're hidden to make it hard to find. It's just that it's try to be nice and clean. If you don't need that particular feature, it's not there to bother you.
Right.
And as you get into the program, you'll figure out where it is. And I'm always here to answer questions. I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, one of the things. So let me ask you a how-to question, because one thing I do when I do the big rolls, right? When I do like a 10,000 roller or something like that, is there a way to scroll backwards into that graph that comes out? Because that's the thing that I'd like to see, the longer pull, but I seem to get like a rolling window of it, and
Yeah, yes and no. Yeah, I've had a lot of requests for that, and initially, we were kind of limited on disk space, and the prospect of having several million roll files sitting there was pretty difficult. So I didn't have it store all those things. These days, that's a different story. I mean, we've got tons of memory. We can do all kinds of things. So I'll probably add something to that. But basically, what it is a dice roll file. I mean, you can open up a dice roll file, just a blank one, and record all your rolls into that. And of course, you can scroll back and look at all those. You can turn on the events log as well. But if you're going to run some big, long simulation, that eats up a lot of time and space. It takes time to write it to the disk, and it's going to create a huge file, which you can do it if you want, and then you can roll back through and see all the things that happen. I kind of view that really as more of a smaller, a record for a smaller simulation, a shorter simulation. The long ones, I think you're looking more for aggregate data.
Yeah, the scroll back. Yeah, the scroll back thing is just for a quick visual. That's all that I use it for. So.
That's probably one of the things we'll add in time. Right now, I've got version 2.6 almost completed. I've got a few people working on the beta. I gave a beta to Vince, and I think he just mentioned there, I added some new prop bets, hot roller, goes along with the
roll to win. Yeah.
Well, I reorganized the prop bets that I had. So I basically 5 prop bet screens, and I changed how you access those. There's a little arrow at the bottom now, so you can just click back and forth through all these screens, or you can open them up all at once into its own separate window. So they're all there right in front of you. You can see what's going on. You can reorganize them. But I put the hot roller. Well, let's see. Actually, can I share my screen here somehow?
Sure. Yeah. Let me give you a bigger view. Hold on one second. I'll switch over to you full screen. Let's do. There you go. Okay. Yeah. If you share your screen, we should be able to see it.
Okay. So I clicked share screen, and
let's see.
What am I looking at here now?
I might get a different window here when you do that. So once you have to give permissions.
Just choose what to share. Entire screen. I don't know if it's going to work for me. Well, at any rate. 2.6, let me go back through that. Okay, so new prop bets, left, center, and right field, a hot roller, reorganized the center prop bets into the displays. Added the ability to display all center prop bets in a separate window. Sorry, repeating myself. I made a little list here. Added ability to set the background color of players' status boxes. So instead of what it was before now, I had everybody kind of in this cyan color, and then the selected better in yellow. Because, with the computer, really, you can only address one player at a time. So that kind of just highlights it for you. But now I've changed it. So each player, the selected player has a rotating ring around his selected check. So now the same thing with the status box. I've got a rotating, some dashes that go around each selected player. And then the players can be separate colors, which it's kind of interesting. But if you like to view the table, instead of looking at checks, you want to look at actual number values, then it's going to display those in these separate colors. So it kind of helps differentiate it. I tried to organize it so that just like a real table, the checks are placed according to where you are at the table. But still, it's easier sometimes when you're doing a simulation just to look at the different colors.
See the colors, right.
Yeah. Let's see, what else we did. Added an extra large option to players' status box sizes, added font sizing for extra long player names, added the ability to display different bets in the table corners. I recall someone saying that they played at a casino, I thought it was back east somewhere, where they had the midway in the corner. So I put good old big 6A to midway. And
that new thing too, what is that thing called? Muggsy's Corner or something like that? That weird.
Oh, yeah, I don't recall that. Yeah. Anyway, so you can change the corner bets. Let's see. Also increase the ability to set the dice colors. For instance, on the dice roll files, right now I've got it so in version 2.5 and prior, The 7 can be one color, and then the pairs go together. 6 and 8 can be a color, 5 and 9 can be a color, etc.
Oh,
But now I've got it so that you can do each separate one. So if you want to just look at the 10s in brown or whatever, you can just set the 10s to brown. It's not going to be 4s and 10s.
Mhm.
So, you might have a reason you want to look at certain numbers and you want to have them certain colors. They really pop. So I know Vince had one thing he was doing some hyperdrives, and he had the dice roll file open so you could see the
Oh, just
dice
whipping
whipping
through it.
by, and he had all the red, the 7s were in red and everything else was black. And it was kind of interesting to see the patterns going by.
Yeah.
Let's see, what else did I do here? I tied the max fire bet to the max prop bet payoff. I added fixed width versus proportional font options to the check stack screen. And let's see, I added an option to display the hot bets either as a dice or as an alphanumeric. So that's for the next version here, but
Right.
a lot of other things I'd like to get into. We mentioned the mobile version. I'd love to do a Mac version. I don't know if you know, Microsoft doesn't really support Visual Basic anymore. It's kind of a
Right.
dying language. But there's been a lot of programs out there. A lot of people like it. But I've been doing a little exploring into C++. I might get into developing one Craps in that.
Yeah, the nice thing about like C#, for example, C# will let you develop one executable, and it runs on Linux, Mac, and Windows. The UI might have some challenges across OSs, but the executable parts can run across, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, I was trying to ask somebody about this Java too. I thought Java was something that could play on multiple platforms.
You can, but it's a little wonky. A little wonky on the Mac, especially. Like the UI for the UI for Java's, it's a little outdated now. So for me, cross-platform UI stuff is better done in C# for sure. And Visual Studio has everything, including HTML5. You can export out the UI into HTML, which is kind of neat. So
yeah, well, maybe I'll have to talk to you about some of that stuff.
Yeah, right. Yep.
Probably know a little bit more about that than I do.
Just the C# part of it,
see.
but yeah.
I can't remember if it was you or somebody recently asked me about outputting the text to a text file, the check stack screen.
Mm.
And I created a little AutoBet script that will do that, but I think I'll try and just incorporate that into the basic program.
Yeah, I think
I'd
that was
like to
me.
be
I was
able to-
trying to, what I was trying to do is I run a lot of things where I don't care about the money. Like I'll run simulations, and my goal is to see how many times a strategy from not having a point set to when the 7 comes, how many times a strategy wins. Just if it won anything at all. Like that's what I do, those kind of things. And I use check stacks all the time to just track number of times I won versus lost or whatever. And and I oftentimes will use 30 or 40 of those things as I'm going through, just to track all these different things that I'm trying to report on as far as the relevancy of a strategy.
Yeah. I've written some scripts that are pretty long, pretty intensive. I probably only used more than the 100 check stacks a time or two, but I've had other people who have done that. And of course, you can access other players' check stacks in your script. You just got to give it permission.
Mm-hmm.
In one way, I'd like to expand the capability there. As a programmer, you go in, you can initialize variables and come up with whatever list you want. And I'm not really allowing people to do that in here. I'd like to, but it gets to be so complicated that really not many people can do it. They're certainly not going to enjoy to do it. So I wanted to keep it fairly simple. I want to use Craps lingo, good old if-then logic, and maximum flexibility. If you want to write it, this way or that way or whatever, if the program can figure it out, it should. It shouldn't have to force people into a certain type of format.
Right. It does a pretty good job of that, I think. I think where I struggle sometimes is finding the right variable names to use, or like how do I reference, if come bet wins, do this kind of thing. And when it's hard to find those, what I should be saying in the if statements, or what the next bet should be. But once you figure it out, it comes so natural because the whole thing is written like English.
Yeah. Well, I provided a lot of scripts on the website also people can access to look at, well, how does somebody do this? Oh, here, okay, seems pretty simple.
Absolutely.
there's no one way to do anything on here. You can do it a million different ways, and as long as it does what you want, that's really all that matters.
Right.
But I think also sometimes people they think they got to write the final product right off the bat, and it's very difficult, and they get frustrated and they give up. But really, it's kind of like anything else. You sit down and brainstorm. You kind of just say, well, okay, write this down. Okay, well, what about this? You write it down. You listen. You write down all your ideas, and then after you've got them together, you start thinking, okay, well, this goes together with that. You move things around. You get it organized, and then you start to develop some logic to it and flow to it. And it takes a little while to develop what you want. Of course, if what you want is kind of already out there, you can get a script that's already written, and you can just modify it. You won't have to go through as much of that thinking.
I've done I've learned every programming language I've ever learned is from modifying somebody else's stuff. And so I grab the sample scripts all the time, look through them and go, okay, that's how we got to that. And, but I look at this thing always and I think it took me a hot minute to figure out the fact that the script runs after the dice have stopped rolling. And then it goes, then it goes from top down. And I look at it like I coach baseball, and look at it like on a baseball team, if the ball's hit to you or this guy, what happens? And I say, okay, for every bet I've got active or everything I wish I could do, what am I doing? Right. And if you think of it top down that way, it works really well.
Yeah.
There's sometimes you need some subroutine logic, but most of the time it's just like, if this number hit and I had money on it, half press and come down. That's the way you think about it.
Yeah, I think when you're writing programs, I guess you're just so used to it. It seems obvious, but it's not obvious to a lot of people. You write into the script, if this come out roll, bet $25 on the pass line, and you think that it's going to go roll a dice then and come back to that point and continue on after that roll, but that's not the case. Now you could make it do that way programmatically, but you could write a script and say, on roll number 1, do this. On roll number 2, do this. You could go through 1,000 rolls telling it what to do on each and every roll.
Yeah.
But, that would be pretty tedious, right? So it makes sense to try and figure out, well, what am I trying to do here? What is repeating about my system? Is it repeating every shooter? Is it repeating every 7 out? Whatever. Every time a certain number rolls. Whatever it is, it's got some repeatability to it, and then you can start paring down. You don't have to have what happens on every single roll. It could be what happens on every decision of a place 6 bet.
Right.
Whatever your criteria is. And that's part of the thing. When people sometimes write to me and they say, well, can you help me out with this? And of course, I'm happy to help. If it's really involved, I might have to charge a little bit. But if it's just a simple little script, I'm not charging anybody for that. But I need an accurate description. They'll say, do this and do that and so forth and blah, blah, blah. And even without starting to write any of the script, just as a person trying to understand it, well, you forgot about this possibility and that possibility. And what do you want to do here? You need to have clarity before you really can get going on it.
Oh yeah. Clients are the worst at describing what they want, right?
Yeah.
Always, right? So one of the things I think I asked you for this once, and we got it done with the script, is I always want to know. So when I'm developing a strategy, I'll drop a bunch of bets out there, whatever it happens to be. Let's say it's a don't pass, 2 place bets and something on the like a horn or something. And I want to get an instant look at what's going to happen if the 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever rolls. If this number rolls, I'm going to win 20 and lose 18, or net for a net of 2, or whatever it's going to be. As I'm working a strategy, if I can see if my hedges are right, if I can see where my payment needs to be, or if I got to move things around, that would be a huge help, because getting that visual as you're going, you're saying, oh, I missed a spot, or I want to take that hedge away and move it over to here. And that's an interesting piece. We have it with the pop-up on the check stacks right now. A visual of that as you're developing would be kind of cool.
Yeah, we could add a window and have something you have off to the side and just watch the numbers change with each roll. Yeah, I could do that.
Yeah, just to see if before you roll the dice, here's what's going to if all these things were to roll, here's what you would end up with. I did one of those on a website, on a React app, and it's gross. It looks terrible, but it gives me the math I want. I'd rather have it as part of WinCraps, because it's the tool that I go to for everything except for that one feature.
Yeah, that would be perfectly doable.
Yeah, cool. Awesome. I think Vince is here, and I'd like to, because I think people are most interested in using WinCraps because Vince and I do coding. Obviously, we write scripts, and I think that's interesting to see. And I would like because Vince uses it like a user would, right? And I don't know that a lot of people have seen somebody actually use the program. Because when I bring it up, I'm like, here's my script, here's my my hyperdrive. Let's roll it out and see what happens in a million rolls. Vince does a whole different thing with it. And I'd like to bring him on and let you guys talk a little bit here with me and maybe have some either questions answered or whatever. So is that okay with you?
Yeah, sure.
Great. I'm gonna bring Vince in and find the best way to show us all three. Let me add Vince here. Let's see if I do this. I make this be Vince. That'll be your screen. Let's see. We can see Vince's screen. I might make Vince the primary here. Vince, can you talk so can we hear you? Let's see. Can I hear? I might have to add him to the scene. Give me a second here. This might be a little wonky, so give me a minute. Screen and maybe then we'll be able to hear him. Oh, we lost him completely.
Uh-oh.
There he is. Now I can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, we got you, buddy. We got you. We got you.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
it's great to be back.
Yeah.
Hey, Vince.
Hey, I don't see Steen, but I'm telling you, that guy, if he's listening, that guy is the god of digital craps.
He is here.
He is here?
He's here, yeah. Yep.
Where is he?
Yeah, we're here. You can't
Vince,
see him.
can you hear me?
I'm messing the screens around, so we can hear you and see you, and the fans can see you. So,
hey, it's all about the fans, John. John, this is a beautiful thing. You know what? I gotta give a huge kudos to Steen and also the WinCraps Pro team for developing such a beautiful program. It's absolutely incredible, and the reason why. You got guys like Brian from Hawaii Craps Shooters.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Brian creates a strategy from his home. He'll take his team to the casino, and what his motto is, they pre-qualify shooters. Okay, so just keep that in mind. Brian's motto from Hawaiian Craps Shooters, they qualify shooters at the casino. Now, then you got Drunk Guy Explains. I think he was on earlier.
Yeah, he was on last night. Yep.
Drunk Guy Explained had mentioned, hey, you know what? I do all my work at home. If I create a strategy, if that strategy qualifies to make $100,000, then it's safe to assume that it's going to make it's going to make anything at the casino in total confidence. And this is what WinCraps is all about. This is what I want to explain. I don't know if you could see the layout.
We can.
Can you see the board? Oh,
I can
that's
see
awesome, guys.
I can see your board. Yeah.
This is it. This is Steen's baby right here. It's got I got 8 strategies running right now on auto roll. So what I do, I like Hawaii Craps Shooters Brian and Drunk Guy Explains, I pre-qualify strategies. And how I do that with the WinCraps Pro software. What I'll do is I'll create a strategy overnight. Say some crazy strategy. I'll call it the Headless Horseman.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? And what I'll do is I'll go into player 1. I'll open up an auto bet file, and I'll put all the steps for the Hedgeless Horseman, starting with the don't pass line. After a point is established, I'm going to put a comeback. After the comeback gets established, I'm going to put a second comeback, and keep on going from there. But now what I do is I say, okay, well, I can't just run just one strategy and run hyperdrive 10 million rolls, and if it qualifies to make $10 million, it's good for the casino. I like to take it a step further. What I do, I make a few changes, but what I do is I notice there's also what's his name from 555 Craps. He's got
Greg. Yeah.
another version of the hedgeless horseman. So what I do, I write his version and put it on player two, and then after. Now I got two versions of it. Now what I do is I take another version of it. I make some tweaks. Guys, when you are developing a strategy, you got 8 opportunities to run 8 strategies at once utilizing the WinCraps Pro software, and you can make those tweaks. Just like you had mentioned to Brian from Hawaii Crap Shooters, this is how I like to play the HP 120. This is how I like to play. So what you do is I will take, like a guy like me, I take the HP 120, his version, put it in player one. I'll take your tweak and put it in player two, because I love that idea that you had mentioned by putting extra on those hedge bets. When you're hedging, put a little extra. It's easy to make up. That money is easy to make up. But now, guys, keep in mind, WinCraps Pro is free. Okay, it's complimentary. You could go to the cloudcitysoftware.com and download it and use it right away. Yeah, there's some features that you can pay for to enable, like hyperdrive features and stuff like that. But guys, it's right out of the box. You just download it, write your file, and push play, and away you go. But is Steen here?
He's here,
Is
yeah.
Steen still here?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Hear me,
man, I
Vince?
thought you were sleeping.
No, we got him. We got him.
I talk too much, guys.
No.
I do apologize. I talk way too much, but
It's
I'm
all
just
good.
so
No.
overwhelmed.
Your energy is amazing. Yeah. And I've been up for 20 hours. My energy is not amazing right now. But you know, you're right. The software is fantastic. And I love the A/B testing. In software, we call it ABC testing, multivariate testing. It's great to do the little tweaks and see what's the difference. If I were to go and say the horseman with 25, 25, 25, and a horseman with 25, 10, 10, 10, what's the difference over time? And I think when you see that, that's where I think the software really sings. And I think that's to me, that's the magic of it. I think that our listeners would really benefit from that. And yeah, he said it's free software, right? But the paid version isn't like it's $500, right? What's the paid version?
$14.
Yeah, it's $14.95.
Right? I mean,
Are you still hearing me?
Oh yeah, we got just fine.
Okay,
$14.
I don't know if Vince can hear me. Yeah, it's $14.95. You know, I'm not trying to get rich on WinCraps, but I do spend time, and I think it's worth something. But yeah,
a penny per line of code, I guess, right? Is that right?
What's that?
About a penny per line of code you wrote is what that.
Yeah, that's right. Probably less than that.
Yeah.
But you know, gosh, anybody can get a craps game for free to do something, and why should I charge just to do the basic game? I'd rather just provide it for free that somebody can look at it and say, well, this is pretty interesting. I like it, and I would like to write a script and run it in hyperdrive and all that. So then they might be interested to make a purchase. But they don't have to get into that. They can do it all with no charge at all.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic.
You know, Steen.
Yeah.
Steve, I wanted to mention, because John also mentioned he's into programming and Visual Studio, Visual Basic, stuff like that. I wanted to mention HTML5. I know a lot of people write object code and they write SWF files, games that way. But I wanted to see if there's a possibility, because right now I have been putting the WinCraps in behind the scenes, because what I'm trying to do right now, I'm trying to incorporate Zoom features along with the WinCraps Pro. I did notice that, you know, sometimes you get way too much stuff going on. It starts to lag and stuff, especially when you got 12 or 8 players from Zoom. So, you know, I wanted to mention HTML5. Are you familiar with HTML5?
I definitely am.
Yeah, I've written a little bit of HTML. My website, basically, I handwrite that, but it's not very sophisticated. It's just pretty basic. I don't know if I had to write all of WinCraps in that would probably be a big challenge.
Yeah,
But
the HTML, yeah, you got the PHP scripts. You could make scripts, but HTML5 actually takes code and it totally optimizes it for to use the complete software online as a video game.
Yeah, the nice thing about it is we could, if it was done that way, you could. There's an app called Electron, and there's another one I forget what it's called now. But basically, you can package up an app written in HTML5 JavaScript and into a package that can run on all the systems natively. That's kind of that's actually how like Discord and that's how Slack work. They're basically written in HTML5, but they're apps that feel like your native app. It's kind of a cool thing. So, hey Vince, why don't you show us a script? Can you pull a script up? Is that possible to show? I have somebody in the audience here is
Yeah,
asking.
I can do that.
And this is
Actually, you know what? Where I share a lot of scripts is on Reddit. Reddit.com. I get a lot of people requesting for Craps Pro scripts, and what I do is I don't really give them the script, but I give them an example script. But yeah, it's real easy. What you could do is you simply open up you go to the action menu of the WinCraps Pro, and what you do is you click on Auto Bet. And it's going to bring up the auto bet screen. What I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I could capture that screen and show you a little bit of something here. So I'm just going to add, I'm going to go into the OBS. I'm just going to add, I'm going to add a window capture. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new one. Oh, we don't want that one. Hang on. Sorry about that. Give me 2 seconds. What I want to do is I want to capture the auto bet screen right here. That's what we want. Can you see that?
Yep, we can. Can you zoom in a little bit for us?
What? Yeah, no. What I did is I make it really simple to use. Like I know there's a lot of sophisticated programming, but I teach people to do their own programming by utilizing the basics. What I'll do is I'll say, hey, just take the first top part. See the top part right there? I say if initializing script. Oh, I got to stop the auto betting for a sec. If initializing script or beginning new session, auto handle winning bets, take winning, same bet, and then beginning bankroll right there. That's the top part. That's where it all starts. Then you add your bets. Bet $25 on place 5, bet 25 on the don't pass. And after a point gets established, you could say bet $25 or bet $50 on don't pass odds. You know what I mean? And then from there, you go right to the very bottom, and that's where I'll put my limits, where I say I could go on forever with it making money, but I want to put a cap. So I usually say when I'm doing an inside press, I say, hey, if place 5 is greater than $86, regress, go right to 35 on place 5 and continue from there. But when I run an auto roll script, I always want to say, hey, if my bankroll reaches $2,000 from there on a $3,000 or a $3,000 bankroll, and I make $2,000, I'm doing what Brian does at HCS. I'm pre-qualifying that strategy. I'm going to take that strategy and put it in another folder saying, okay, this is doable. This is playable in the casino. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. See, I do the same thing. In my ending script, my last if statement is basically if my current bankroll is greater than 20% of my starting bankroll, log a win. And I say, yes, my strategy succeeded one time. And I keep logging those things out. So I let the auto script run and I don't worry. And what I like to do then is reset the bankroll. Go back to $1,000 bankroll, try it again. And rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat.
Keep on doing it. And
what I'm saying? Yeah.
Run a hyperdrive with that.
Yep. Because I don't care about the dollars. I care about did it win? Like, did the strategy do its job? Yay or nay? And to me, it's a thumbs up, thumbs down 10,000 times. And if it's $1 million or if it's 875,000, I don't care. I just want to know, am I on the right track? And that's how I use that last screen for sure.
What got me on the... Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Steve.
That's all right. What you can do on some of this stuff is you can get a lot more data out of it by running multiple sessions. One big long session is fine if you want to just get some aggregate numbers, but it's interesting to break it into sessions and then make utilization of the sessions log. Then you get all the stats together with that. So that's in the script, of course, you just say start new session. And there's some things that go along with that. If you're using check stacks, you can tell it to preserve the check stacks and what have you. But you record your games, and then you can go in and look and say, well, okay, I want to see what, let's say I'm going to run 1,000 roll sessions. So out of all my 1,000 roll sessions, how many wins did I have? How many losses did I have? And you can basically get your bell curve, and you're going to be able to see where the most of your activity is and where the outliers are, and you can pick out data. Now, there's some certain data that's already selected for you, but you can customize whatever you want. Hey, I want to look at how many fours were hit after a 7 out. And before the next 7, and I want to graph that out. Well, you can just use one of the check stacks and play that out. And when you look at the sessions log, and you look at that check stack number, and there you go. There's your bell curve. It may not necessarily be bell curve what you're looking at, but you get the idea.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting, because I think it's interesting to look back, and maybe that's what I'm missing is some of the session logging, and we talked about other logs earlier. Because I want to know, like, when my strategy fails, what's the condition that made it fail? Especially if it fails frequently. It's like, okay, it fails, but the common factor is whatever that is, and
yeah. So sometimes I'll put something in there. So you run let's say you run your auto bet script, and you're telling it, when I reach a certain bet, I want to stop. So then you can pick another check stack, and this will be my reasons check stack, or this reasons for stopping the game. And let's say that reaching this certain level this is reason number 1. And you assign that to the check stack, and you start a new game. And then this time it goes through, and you say, well, if I lost 4 times in a row, that's also another reason to stop. Okay, so now this is going to be reason number 2. And whatever reasons you have, then later you go look at the sessions log, and you look up the check stack that you're using for reasons. Let's say check stack number 10, you look at it, and here it is. Here's all your bars showing you exact numbers, how many times it was stopped for reason number 1, how many times for reason number 2, et cetera, et cetera. You see the percentages?
That's creative. Yeah. Because that's really interesting to see. That's a really cool thing. So we use the same check stack with multiple reasons in it, or would you a reason for each check stack number to do that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
So when you're doing that kind of thing, let's say you've got 10 reasons why you would stop betting for whatever reason. Would that be a different check stack for each reason, or one check stack dot reason, check stack 2 dot reason?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
No, just one check stack, and just the value of that check stack. So let's say we're going to use check stack number 10 for my reasons. Mm-hmm. So the game ends, and the reason was it reached my max bet. That's reason number 1. And then you start a new game, and this time it ends because you lost 4 times in a row. That's reason number 2, and you start a new game. Now when you go back into the sessions log, you pull up check stack number 10, and it'll show those values, 1, 2, 3, 4, all your reasons, and you'll see the bar graph.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know. That's a feature I didn't even know existed, that you could do that.
Yeah. There's so much data people could want, and if you try to pre-select from everybody, it's not going to have much usage. So you have to be flexible. So, but getting people to understand how to use it, that's a different story.
Right. Well, I guess that's the reason too for having the script library that you've got, because I can go up to your site, download a number of scripts, and sort of reason through how somebody figured that out. And that's what we were talking about here. Like that kind of logic right there that you just said, that's a game changer already. I'm already in my head coding that out, because I do that all the time. Like, and I'm using like 70 check stacks to log everything possible as a separate thing. I didn't realize I can go back in time and look at the sessions log and see that history with graph data. I've been doing it like run it 10,000 times. When I run out of money, clear everything out, start over again, and just do it. So there's a better way, it sounds like.
Yeah. Sessions log.
Yeah.
And it's got stuff in there already. You can look at the number of wins per session, the number of dollar amount won per session, dollar amount lost per session, number of rolls per session. But like I said, you can choose. I've only got it set up for the first 20 check stacks right now. I could increase that in the future if people have an interest in it. But you can use the first 20 check stacks and set them up for what you want. Like I said, you can have one for reasons. You could have one for the number of fours after a 7 is rolled, whatever it is, you can put it in there, and then you can look at that data later.
That's fantastic. I think I've been doing it very, very iteratively, manually. I think this is a better way.
Yeah, the big thing is the data. You have, you can choose some of the data that's already there for you. There's bet results screen has got all kind of stuff for you, and you can access that. Everything's broken down into hands and sessions, and you can go via that. But a lot of people don't necessarily work that way. You don't necessarily want to count the number of events per hand. Maybe you just have some other criteria. So you set up your own criteria then. Use check stacks for that. Let's say I want to count the number of times a shooter has rolled 3 4s and no inside numbers. Well, you set up a check stack to track that for you. And it's just a matter of if it rolls this number, you increment it. When you want to clear it, you clear it. It's pretty easy. I find though sometimes people are not really good at organizing this stuff. I think if you start out, first of all, as I said, you have to define what it is you want. You have to make sure all your bases are covered. You have to gather the data first. So that really kind of should be the first thing you do. You can say, if this happens, I increment this check stack. If that happens, I do this, et cetera. And once you got all your data, then you can act on that data and say, okay, now because this check stack I was looking at became this value, now I want to make this bet. So you get into acting on it. And then, of course, your criteria for starting new sessions and all that. But, I hope it's fairly easy to understand. Even simple tools, though, can be used to make complex structures. So some things can be done very nicely with very complex code. Other things, you can do the same thing with smaller, more simple things, but you have to have many more of them. That's okay. Who cares? No one's going to go in and grade your script. If it does what you need, that's fine. It doesn't have to be done.
I always tell my coding students that nobody's looking at your code, they're looking at the results. Sometimes it can be long and gross, right? Like, it's all these if statements, and that's totally fine. If it works and it gets, and it's speaking English to you, like Vince's script is right here in front of us. That's what you want. So,
yeah. Vince did some really good things there. I really like what he did. I like watching them. Vince is a good talker. He's interesting. I would love to start producing some YouTube videos now that when I'll be retired here, I can do that.
Great.
Because I get so many questions, people asking about how do you do this? How do you do that? Well, it'd be great if I just had a video. I said, well, here, look at this video that I explain it right here.
Yeah, a tutorial. Yeah, that was. I've had that question come in chat 3 times now. Where's the tutorials? How do we do this? And I'm used to scrubbing documentation and figuring it out. That's my live. I make a living that. Not everybody does. I think a video walkthrough and like how a script works and just how do you use some of the data you've got there would be fantastic, because this application is so ridiculously powerful, and I think I'm using about 10% of it.
That could be.
And it's
I like what Vince did because a couple of reasons. First of all, he's showing how to do some of this stuff, which I think is very interesting. But it's useful to me also because I like to see how people use the software. Are they using it the way I thought it would be used? Is it useful or can it be made better? And if I see somebody get confused on something, I think, oh, okay, well, I guess that's not really written clearly. I need to change that. So yeah, I like watching that. Cool. I like feedback from people.
Well, I've been getting a lot of queries from folks to say, hey, because I reference my WinCraps runs before I show strategies. They always say, can you show us your script? Can you have like a coding day with us? And I may do some of that. And I think that'd be cool for you to kind of judge me a little bit and come back and say, here's a better way you could have done that. But then that is fodder for what you're about to do with a potential channel. That'd be so well received. You have no idea.
Yeah, I'd like to do that. And, I'll have to talk with you and Vince and some guys about some ideas on the channels. You've been doing that. You're doing a great job. I think what you're doing here is fabulous too.
Appreciate that.
But yeah, I could see posting some things myself and posting things from other people. You know,
Yeah,
I'm happy to be happy to do that.
Be super cool. Super cool. Vince, you have anything else you want to
Steen,
talk through? We got,
yeah,
another minute or so. Yeah.
Steen, I can't wait for you to retire, my friend, because I'll tell you, I do the craps thing 24 hours a day. I'm running 12 computers. I should show you all these computers.
Show it
but
to us.
I'm gonna
Give us the camera.
No. Later on. I want a fear of loss, you guys. But guys, you know what? I'm running hyperdrive consistently all night. All night.
That's awesome.
About 35 strategies. 40 strategies, between 8 strategies for each computer, and I'm running them all night. And I wait till they all hit that $10 million goal, because there's a pop-up that comes up. Sorry, we cannot go further. You just exceeded. You can't exceed more than $10 million. So that tells me, hey, that's a good strategy. But I'm running them all night. And you know what I noticed that I really liked about Steen and the Craps, the Win Craps Pro team, is the support is amazing. The support is golden. I can't believe it. Like I got stuck on a lot of stuff. This was about 5 years ago. I got stuck on a lot of stuff, and I'd always be bugging the support team saying, how do I do this? How do I do this? How do I do it? And they did it. It's like, wow, this is beautiful. It's like, I love it. I cannot talk enough about WinCraps. Guys, go to Cloud City Software and download WinCraps Pro right now. And there's over 100, there's over 150 strategies right there that you can play with. It's crazy.
It's pretty awesome. And you're right, Vince. I don't think I've ever once emailed support and not gotten an answer back like that. Unless now I know you're a pilot. You're probably flying sometimes when I write to you, and it's like 2 hours later instead of a minute later. I get responses back from you so fast. And you're always like
it's
really
helpful. He's on autopilot.
It's yeah, right. The plane. Don't tell me about that. I flew on an Airbus, or not Airbus, the Boeing 800 Max coming back from Vegas last time. I was holding on to the ceiling the entire time because I know it's all software driven. I know that coders write bugs, not software, and it scared the crap out of me. So,
yeah, what can I say?
Yeah, you guys, you're a short timer now. It's great. We were out of time. I got next guest coming. Thank you both for joining me. Vince, I'm so glad you're able to join. I thought you couldn't. Steen, and everybody should know this. I asked Steen yesterday. Hey, spot opened up. Can you come in? And you were like, yeah, sure. I'm back. Let's do it. Like 0 questions. And I think that's great.
Well, John, I think what you're doing is great. Appreciate it, and good to see you, and good luck.
You too. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Vince. We'll talk to you later.
Yeah, you're very welcome, Steen, and thank you. So thank you, guys. And guys, do support what's going on right here. John's doing something really good right here. So donate. The link is right at the top. https://bit.ly/craps-donate. You probably didn't get all that, so you can still rewind. Cheers, guys.
All right. Thank you both very much. Very much. Thank you. Awesome.
Take care.
All right. Wow. That is some energy, right? I love Vince. I thought Vince couldn't join us. I'd asked Vince before, and I had a hard time getting a hold of him, and I thought he was going to be gone for the weekend, so didn't have a spot just for Vince, but this worked out perfectly. That was amazing. And I got to make an announcement. I'm going to do my first ever one of these. Now here, listen up. Right? There's my clapping. That is for the fantasy craps that you saw. So they rolled for 2 hours, and our next guest rolled 41 rolls in that 2 hours. It was ridiculous. They raised $400, right, for the charity between them. They had money on the 7. They had money on the length of rolls. They had a percentage of their bankroll that they were donating to us. It came up to $400 in the end. And we're going to go ahead and take a look here. I want to switch to the screen and let's look at the donations total now, because I think it might have changed. Let's take a look here. Let's go back to the this window here, and let's look at the bidding. First, we'll look at the auction. The auction's fun for me to look at. Honey Beginnings is bidding up the 555 crap shirt, but 555 is still about $30 behind me on the shirt. So that's the thing. AZ still blank. We got to get AZ's thing bidded up. The color up layout is now up to 5.25. That's great. Let's get somebody on this custom owl, and other things are starting to show up here, which is good. I'm seeing bids all over the place. Let's get that done. I want to see those things pumping. As far as the donations go, we were at 1,200 when last we spoke. We are now at 1,587. Ba-boom. That's fantastic. There's, I can see Eduardo, Bird Dog is in here. That's great. Will's in there. That's really cool. And if I look back here, you can see that there's $1,500 here. If you add up the number of bids that are actually people bidding on them, we're going to be over $2,500 here by the time this next segment is over. So that is fantastic. I need somebody's help. We have the porn folks back in, it looks like, so somebody can delete those messages for me. I can't do it. They're on all the, now what they're doing is the porn folks find all the channels, and that's what ends up happening. So that's a big bummer. All right, with that said, let's bring in our next guest from Roll to Win. It's Ed. I'm going to go get you on here, talking head visual, and let's get your video and audio here. Ed, here we are. How are you, my friend? Oh, we got no volume for you. Hold on. Is it me?
All right, do you hear me?
There we go. Now I can hear you. Yep, now I can hear you.
Is it me or you?
It's just,
okay,
you know what? It's just delayed. Yeah. There's a weird delay with your voice. And, yeah. Yeah, that's a weird.
Make sure I had the right mic on it.
Yeah, you're good, but we're having a delay with your voice and your video. Maybe disconnect and reconnect. Sometimes when you wait too long, it seems to do that. Can you do that for me real quick? Let's have you try that just to get the delay going.
Reconnect?
Yeah, disconnect and reconnect, and we'll see if that helps that clear that up a little bit. That still says the wizard. Just need to say roll to win while we're here. All right, let's get you in there.
Any better?
You're sounding good. I think we're going to be much better this time.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you know, what happens is if you sit in the green room too long, it seems to like pause your vocals. It's weird.
Okay.
So
no problem.
Yeah.
You're good.
Well, good roll earlier. That was great. 41.
Yeah, that was it. We started out really cold, and it got heated up.
Yeah, that's good.
Heated up.
Well, you got to warm up a little bit, right? And one thing I always say, and I have to ask you this, because you don't get to warm up at the casino, right? You got to pay to warm up. So what do you?
No mulligans.
Yeah. How do you take care of that? What is your strategy? Are you like let me get my feel down in the hotel before I run downstairs, or what do you do?
You know, I do not toss in the hotel at all. I will hang around a table and watch the other dice, watch their landing, watch the reaction. If it's a table I know, obviously I'm more comfortable, but I always start out with a really slow bet, first toss or two, just to see if I'm getting what I want.
And then you're making it, obviously you're making a ton of adjustments on the fly, obviously, once you see your rolls.
Always, yeah. You're always making adjustments, looking for the right LZ. You're looking for the right arc, the right spin rate, different things, even changing die sets, whatever.
Yeah, I was talking to George overnight, and I'll ask you the question, and then I'll share with you his answer to the same question, which is when you're rolling, you have an expectation, right? Whatever your set is, you think you're going to get this cluster of numbers, and you're not getting it, or you're getting sevens instead of what you expect. What is it that you are looking for, and then what do you change?
Well, if I'm getting clusters of different numbers than I expect, I'm okay with that. That's a table reaction, the way I look at it. If I'm looking for even numbers and I'm killing 5 and 9s, I'm just going 5 and 9s and go. If it's sevens, I'm looking to see whether that 7 was a single pitch, or whether it was a double pitch, or whether it was an off-axis pitch. And then I'll adjust my die sets depending upon if I'm getting a lot of 7s. I'll adjust based on that. All the die sets I use require initially that I start out with require a double pitch 7, and then the rest are off axis. so I can make adjustments pretty quick from there.
So you're adjusting the set, not so much your mechanics. Do you change landing zones, that kind of thing? Or you're just like, I'm going to work with what I got and let the dice do the work?
Usually, I keep my landing zone pretty standard. 4 to 6 inches from the wall is usually my goal. There are some tables I've run into where I've really got to really crash the wall, get in within 1 or 2 inches. And then that leads you to hitting the rubber sometimes, so you get a wild spin out of that. But so what George said?
Yeah, George. Well, it's funny because it was the exact opposite of what I expected, and you agreed with him without knowing it. Because I'm thinking, what I do is, and again, I'm a novice thrower, trying to learn how to do this thing, and I tend to like, oh, okay, I'm screwing this up somehow. Let me change my landing zone. Let me change. I'm arcing too much, or I'm letting my dice go wrong, and my fingers don't feel right, and I'm trying to change what I'm doing with the same set. And George says, it's, your mechanics are your mechanics that day. It's like the quarterback goes to the stadium and he's throwing the ball a little bit cockeyed because whatever, you got to adjust your target, right? You adjust his grip or whatever. And George is like, no, you don't do any of that stuff. You change your set based on what you're seeing. You don't change your mechanics in the middle of the game. Like, nobody's Patrick Mahomes, right?
I agree. Your mechanics are going to be your mechanics on any given session. Sometimes your mechanics stay the same miraculously well throughout a day or through 2 or 3 days, but every table's going to have a different reaction to your mechanics, and so I just adjust my set.
Okay, that's interesting to know. I really was, and again, novice here. I'm thinking you got to change everything based on table type, based on conditions, and you're not changing everything. You're changing one thing for the most part.
It depends on, I think it's, George practices a lot. We all know that. I practice probably as close to the same amount as he does daily. So, I can see differences in my toss from one day to the next. From the morning to the afternoon. I practice in the morning and then I practice at night. I practice in the morning because I like to make coffee runs early, and so I like to practice early with my coffee. And I feel like that's kind of like practice like you play like you practice kind of thing.
So, talk to me about the concept of axis, because, and again, I love this because you didn't hear George's interview, so I get to ask you the same question again. When you talk about, and I know what Mudslide and I have talked about this separately, right? When you talk about on-axis throwing, Mudslide says to me it's on an on-axis result that he's diagnosing. And I was under the assumption, and I've done all the slow-mos, right? You've seen my videos, I have all these slow-mos, and I'm like, oh my God, what's going on? When I see the slow-mo and the car wreck that happens, I'm like, the dice were never on axis. How can you call it on axis? But really what George is saying is something to the effect of, it's more about the flight pattern. Is that how you see that too? Is that how you describe an axis throw or an off-axis throw?
Well, I'm looking for an on-axis result. So I'll go with Mudslide on that. But your dice need to fly on that axis as much as you can get them to with your mechanics. I believe in order to get the result.
So you're
there's a lot of violence off a wall.
Oh my God, it's crazy.
But I've seen guys who have such soft tosses that they just die right there on the wall. And I can't get that.
Yeah, see, I feel like that would describe me. I don't have great mechanics or great flight. Like if I watch George or you up close, I picture your dice are tight and you're under control. Mine are not, but I'm so feathery soft that I get that click and dead. And I've learned how to throw softly and like kind of respect the wall a little bit, but I don't have the other part of the control piece down. I control energy. I don't control motion, I guess, right?
Right. It's all part of the mechanics.
Yeah, right.
And we've all got a slice, and you got to play to your slice. And
Totally.
a part of that playing is adjusting your sets so that you get, you adjust to that slice that day or whatever.
Mm-hmm. So,
we're on a putting green. We're not on the driving range, right?
Yeah.
And I don't play golf anymore, but we're on the putting green when we're on the table.
Mm-hmm.
We're not on the driving range. We're not trying to hit it through the wall, just get it to the wall.
Right. I'm going to answer a question because one of our viewers asked this question. Dr. Don't Pass says, more about the flight pattern. Please elaborate. And so what I would say, and this is the way that I understand it now, right? So if my dice are connected or somewhat connected, they're married and they're flying together, that's the flight pattern. If they get cockeyed in the air or they're flying gross like this, the flight's gone, right? And like what a dice controller would say is you control everything until the hit on the table. And if you left your hands and the dice are doing this in the air, well, you've lost all control, right? That's the mechanical thing, right? So if they're together, a good flight pattern means they were married, they're together, you've done all you can do, and they were in control until a certain spot. But if they leave your hand and they're jacked up, or you double pitch in the air or split in the air, that's where all bets are off. And when I throw, sometimes I will see one die just go over here, like, or it's spinning like on the points.
Yeah.
And like that die, I've blown the whole throw,
Yeah, I got into a bad situation late summer where one of my left die was always, I mean not always, but it was an obvious run to the left, and that had more to do with my grip and my thumb, which was affecting the toss through the air, and then obviously the landing. It took me a little while to get out of a bad habit that I had built in.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting. It seems like when I hear the word after today, of course, when I hear the words on axis, there's two meanings to that, right? There's the flight axis as it's in the air, like you expect, and then there's the on axis result, which we think is based on that. I still don't know how when I see slow motion how that all works together, but I mean you've been doing this for a long time, so maybe talk through it a little bit, yeah.
I've done a lot of slow mos too, and if you can get them to hit square into those pyramids, you get less violence. You're going to get some violence, obviously, but you do get less violence. If you go in where one lands and it goes edgewise into that pyramid, then there's no telling where it's going to go. That's extreme violence on the top.
Right.
The .775 dice, if you're hitting them square, they don't even go into the pyramid. They just hit the surface and come right off of it. If you can get it square in there, that's the hard part.
Yeah, right. Well, it's funny because like 1 micron of difference, and the slow motion is where you see that, right? If they're like that, like just you can't even see it, like a little dinky bit off, you're done. Like you've lost, right? And that's where the in air axis stuff is hard, because if you're off even a little bit, they're gonna hit and go sideways, and you're kind of screwed.
I track throws every day. I track hundreds of throws a week, probably 1,200 throws a week into my computer. And so I look for which die is off axis the most. I'm a 50% on axis result. So which of my die are off axis the most? Is it my left die or my right die when they land? We use the chi-squared, chi-squared, however you want to pronounce it. It's the Greek letter chi that tells you whether or not you've got an edge, or you're having control. And so if you get under that 0.05 level, then you're having some influence on the dice. So I've seen books that had a lot of off axis, but the chi was really low because it was consistently off axis. And so chi measures your faces. which faces hit the most over a long period of time. And so that helps you know if you've got a little edge on 2 or 3 numbers out there.
Mm-hmm. And that seems to be the thing that's given us the clusters that
I
you're
love
seeing, right?
clusters.
Yeah, right. So you did a video. Boy, when was that? It was maybe probably more than 2 weeks, maybe a month ago, where you broke down the 3V set like I've never seen before. And
Right.
George did something like that today, very, very quickly. He didn't have a lot of time to go through it, but can you walk everybody here through like the basics of that? Because that was an interesting breakdown of like, it's a 3V set that, you know, I wouldn't have known there were 17 different 3V sets. And just the differences between them, right? I'd like, okay, it's a 3V. I know one way to set the damn thing. And you broke that thing down like it's a whole different thing.
Yeah, let me adjust my camera.
Sure.
Over here. That'll help. Get a little higher. And let's see. All right. So you can see this, right?
Yep, we got you. We see the big dice pretty clearly, yeah.
Can you see the 2, 1, 2, 4 on front?
We can, yes.
Okay. Believe it or not, that particular 2V set has the same facial matches as this set right here for 7. Right?
How?
I'm going to pull out another. Do what?
I said how? I mean, that's the thing. Yeah.
You don't see how. There's actually 24 die sets that have the 7s in the same location as that set right there.
Really?
Yep. There's 24. If you could think of it, I'm going to try to pull my finger across here. If you could think of it, 24 columns of die sets. There's 24 in rows in each of those die sets that all have the same 7s ratio. Okay. I was looking for my other big pair of dice. I don't see. Yep, here they are. Here they are. So these are not as correct as the 3V as the blue ones, but everything is in the same location. All right. So there's the 2, 1, 2, 4. There's the 3, 2, 3, 6. Right.
Yep.
Can you see them both?
Yep, we can.
All right. All right. Obviously, you got double pitches, top and bottom or 7s on both of those, correct?
Right. That's right.
All right. Where's my other 7? It's not there, is it? So let's do this. Let's go this way. There's a 7. I go this way. I go this way. There's the 7. All the 7s are in the same location. All the different numbers or different faces all make the same. Right?
Yep. So the dice, you're saying in the same location, it isn't the same 7, but it's the fact that the dice act that way. One flips out, one flips over. It's going to be a 7.
One was a 6, 1, one's a 5, 2. It's still a 7.
Still a 7, right?
Yeah. But so this die set here, if I throw it 100 times and I throw this one 100 times, I'm going to have the same SRR.
Same number 7s, but different
different
clustered outcomes.
Numbers.
Sure.
Different. Yeah.
Yep.
It's going to be different numbers. What else we got? We can roll this one forward, roll this one to the right. 4, 3. Roll this one forward, roll this one to the right. They're both 7s. Right? So you got to know where your 7s are. That's the key. That's the huge key to getting your die sets doing what you want. And if you've thrown enough, logged enough, and you know which of those columns you're in that I'm talking about. There was a mathematician, we call him Coaster. He's the one who actually figured this out. And it's obvious once you know it. It's just, I didn't believe it till I ran it through test after test after test because I'm hard headed. But once you know what 24 sets give you the same numbers and it's your best SRR sets, then you can start looking at which ones you don't even need to worry about. You want one that maybe is heavy on 12s. For example, here we go again. That 5-3, 5-6 has the same 7 spots as that right there. Pick one for me to turn. You don't. You're shaking your head like what?
I'm like, yeah, but yeah, if you turn one right and one forward, you're gonna get a 7, right? Is that what's gonna happen?
Yep.
Yeah. That's fascinating. Yep, that's fascinating.
So I will use a set. I will use that set right there because I single pitch a lot. I'll use that one on a come out a lot. Why? I get a lot of 5-6s.
That's
Maybe
so.
I'm trying to snipe.
It's fascinating when I watch this, right? Because I'm looking at this. Okay, I mean, it all makes sense, right? I can see exactly what you're talking about. How do I make my brain do the math on what? Because what you're saying makes sense, right? If they do this and this one rolls that way and that one rolls this way, it's a 7. If they don't, you're gonna get a good result. But then I see them hit the back wall and they go all cattywampus, right? And how does that turn into a good result? After you know what I'm saying? If you were bouncing flat into a flat wall and back to flat surface, I can see where you could maybe do it. But the diamonds screw all that up. And how do you make that? How does it work?
Part of that you broke up on, right? Now, if anybody tells you they don't PSO, they're lying, right? They don't play craps.
Right.
So we all PSO, we all have short rolls. Your mathematicians that were on earlier, the math is the math. So what we're trying to decide is if we can get results, favorable results that we're trying to hit on a regular basis, enough to decrease the house edge on certain numbers, right? So if I can I turned that 3V around. This is a 3-6-3-2, right? That's the opposite pointing direction from what I just had. But that moves the other 7 of the other faces that make the number, right?
Just because of the direction.
Yeah, it moved the other faces. I still got double pitches on top and bottom.
Sure.
Right? Still got the 3-4. I still got 5s and 2s up here. But if I go this way and this way, I've got aces. If I go this way and I go this way, I got a 7. So 3V, all 3Vs are not the same. In fact,
yeah. So the same action gives you 2 different results, but just based on which direction you're throwing from, like that when you spun it that way.
Yeah. So you've got a certain amount of 3Vs, a certain amount of 2Vs, and a certain amount of cross 6s. Some of those I'll call them mutants, where they're not traditional sets, but they're in that same family. They all got the same SRR.
How do you feel about the ability to hide other numbers? I know we're always trying to hide the 7. Do you ever try to hide other numbers? Like not throw a 9 or not throw a 5 or something like that?
No, I don't do that. I'm not one of those no 7 or no 9, no 5 guys. I'm not one of those guys. I play in Mississippi too much, and they have automatic buys on the 5 and 9s.
Oh, really?
I like them a lot. So I'm not going to avoid them.
That's right. Yeah, it makes sense. But yeah, but you could potentially say the same thing about a set. You can set up a set that would potentially avoid those if those same axes things were happening. You can almost
Yeah, I
hide
mean,
them completely.
you've got sets that won't give you as many, not many of the same numbers. You know, I use the Bone Tracker software, so it'll tell me what sets give me the most fours and tens, the most sixes and nines. I mean, sixes and eights, even numbers, all the horn numbers, best crap numbers. Gives me different sets within my SRR column to use. So I can change sets, but I'm not ever trying to avoid a number. You know, you could find some that will help you avoid a number, but I never personally try to avoid a number.
Yeah, I just ask because I know people do that. They're specifically laying the 5 on the come out, for example. You know, or laying the 9 to
Yeah.
get, you know, because it's, you know, it helps them a little bit better with having to lay less to protect their don't. And that's a thing, right?
Yeah.
So if you can avoid one, you can avoid another number, I would suppose. So
Yeah, I just, you know, it's not something I do. I'm not really big into hedging a lot, anyway, and you know, it's probably because I don't have good enough mechanics to cost what I want.
it's
You
funny.
know, I mean, there's a lot of shooters out there better than I am.
You know, it's funny. A lot of people say, and I've never had a good answer to this question. You know, if you could set the dice and do it right, and I clearly am not there yet, but if you could, why not target the 7 and be a don't better?
Because I like the all small money.
That's a great answer. You're shooting the moon then. You're going for the ATS, right?
Well, when I come out, you know, typically when I'm coming out, you know, I've got my pass line. I've got anywhere from $15 to $75 on the all small, and then I'm going to do either a 3-way craps. My preference would be a world bet, and I'm going to try to hit the craps numbers first. I'm going to set the craps
on your
numbers
come outs,
and
right?
try to hit those first. If I can knock those out quick, I can make enough money to place my bets and not even have to take money off my rack. That make sense?
It does. It does. It does.
Doesn't always happen.
Right.
You
Right.
know,
I mean, the theory
but-
holds. I see what the theory, what you're trying for sure. It just, like I said, I always, you know, yeah.
If I can throw a 3 on a world bet, I get just a little bit of money. But I press the world bet up again, then I hit a 2. Well, then I'm in the money. Then I throw a 12. Then I'm really into the money. I mean, the most I've ever strung together was 4. But that's a good start. That's a good start. You got money in your rack that you're not even going to bet on your hand yet.
Yeah.
You ain't even set a point. And you knocked off 1 or 2 or 3 of the hardest numbers to get for the ATS.
Oh yeah, yeah. If you can start your roll, your point cycle with the outside ATS stuff is gone. That's fantastic, right? That's.
You know, and we play a lot of crapless in Mississippi where I go, so that's part of the game too. You know, I go to a crapless game, and I'll bet a 3-way craps for $15 on a $25 table. If I set one of those numbers as the point, I don't have to take money out of my rack because I got them covered. I've got them covered down here on my three-way craps. Make sense?
It does. It totally does.
So that's kind of the strategies I use with it. Hard part's hitting the number.
Right. That's why you practice, right? That's why you
strategy
practice.
is easy. Hard part's hitting the number.
Yeah, but if you're, but like I said, if you're practicing stuff and you're able to cluster them up, and it's working. Like I said, I get clusters of numbers when I'm throwing with a little bit of control, and I'm not able to make any adjustments yet. I'm still, like I said, just working mechanics, but you can, and that's where and people in the chat are always on me too. It's like I see the results. I don't get how it works, but I can see results, and it's fascinating to me. So you feel like rolling a little bit? You got a little bit of time. You're gonna do 100 rolls.
We're going to do, I don't know if we're going to get 100 in 30 minutes,
Yep.
but we're going to do $1 for every box number, right?
$1 for, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run the KPI.
Okay, I already owe you 49 bucks
Yep.
from this morning. I've already got that sitting aside over here in my rack to remind me. But what I'm going to do, I've been working on the new toss.
Okay.
And that won't zoom in real far. Hopefully you'll be able to see it. But
I'm going to switch views here.
Throw out of my normal position. I'm going to get out of my normal position is stick left 1, stick left 2, down to the hook. I'm going to go to my right. I'm going to go stick right 1, and I'm working on a new toss into the hook over here. Okay.
All right.
So we'll see what we get. And I'm going to start out with a 2-1-2-4 just to see what I get.
I'm going to log your rolls here too while we're going. So
card 4. You're logging them, so there's no need for me to throw chips out there, right?
no, I got you covered. I'm just going to get my spreadsheet going here, and
I invite anybody out there who wants to accept the challenge to make a wager on box numbers.
I mean, everybody should. I mean, I think anybody should be able to pledge here
That's
with
a
us.
yo.
A yo, okay. So hard for. I'm waiting for my thing to load here. Come on, here we go. Input.
But these are landing pretty well. I say that, and I'll probably break one off the road. Ace deuce.
Okay.
I'm not making anybody any money. I'll change dice sets. I'll go to 2, 3, 2, let's see, 2, 3, 2, 1. There's a 9.
All right.
And you can ask questions. I can talk. Whatever.
I'm just logging them in here. And they're kind of coming in kind of slow in the log, but that's okay.
All right, another ace deuce.
Ace deuce. Okay.
Yeah, I'm really just working this toss out. I'm still practicing with it. There's a 3-1-4.
Okay. 3 box numbers there.
Good. All right, take me a second to get back down to the position. 5, 3, 8.
Okay. There's an 8. All right.
Change into that 3, 2, 3, 6. Hard 4.
Now we're getting it.
It just takes a little bit.
Hey, folks in the chat, let's go. Somebody pledge. Even 10 cents.
Yeah,
10 cents a box number. What is that?
Yeah, that's a hard 6.
Hard 6. All right, 33. 33. There we go.
And most of these are hitting pretty well.
It will. The tracker will. It's updating slow. Arnell. It's my computer's running really slow right now because of all the data coming into it. So.
5, 1, 6.
All right.
No, you're doing big on axis, off axis, dice control reel, and all that kind of thing. Bad toss. Got 5, 1, 6.
Wow, 3 in a row. That'll work.
Yeah, I hit 9 sixes at Vegas, one hand.
That's unreal.
Aces.
All right. Again, folks, all for charity here, right?
Yeah.
Let's get those box numbers in. Yep.
Somebody make a little bit of a wager on these box numbers.
I want to see one person throw it out there, right? One person throw even 10 cents. 10 cents a box number would be fantastic. There we go. Journey Life, 25 cents per box number. Love it.
There we go. There was a 7.
All right.
That was quite a few tosses between 7s right there.
Oh, yeah. Arnell's asking, do you ever practice with landmines?
Yeah, I do. 538.
All right.
I do, but this is for charity.
Yeah, there you go, right? That's awesome.
Actually, it helps you. It helps you to focus.
Oh, sure.
The yo.
Okay. You're just hammering that corner. Great.
Well, you know they're landing pretty well. Every once in a while, they separate on and they get stuck with a finger. 325.
Okay.
Six, 3, 9.
All right, 9.
You want me to stay with that same dice set?
I mean, it seems to be you're in the box. I mean, you got on this roll alone 3, so
6, 2, 8.
8. That's the point.
And they're all hitting the wall, I think. I never try not to hit the wall. I got ran out of valleys when I was in Vegas.
I heard that.
6, 3, 9.
You know, one of the people bitch about, you know, how long it takes, and I think most folks, except for the folks that are betting the don't purely, they shouldn't bitch about dice setters because you're trying to like make them money too, right? It's just about the time. Aces again, yeah. And I can see you. We're just talking, you're throwing, and I'm not seeing like 15 seconds between throws, right? You're getting them set and you're getting them out there, and that shouldn't bring any attention to you, you know?
I'm having to be my own stick man too.
Right. I mean,
aces again.
Aces again. My goodness. I have a strategy where I bet the aces every single throw. I'd be banking on you right now. Man alive.
You should be on it.
But I tell you, what drives me nuts about that is that you're not slow. You are hitting the back wall. There's no reason to get on you at all, unless you're making money, right?
Well, I was working my third fire bet in 8 tosses. 3, 1, 4.
All right, 4.
I've changed to a cross 6 variation.
Were you seeing something that made you change to that?
8 aces.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I was on crapless, I would not change. 6, 4, 10.
All right, first one of those.
Is that okay?
Yeah. Let's see.
3, 1, 4. Yeah, he just didn't like it. I don't know why. I think it had to do with me hitting the box, working the box number for the fire bet.
Yeah, that's rough. And Bally's is getting a kind of rep for that now. Hard 8, all right.
Hard 8.
There you go.
Yeah, and every time I made a point, I was changing my set because I was trying to set a different point.
Oh, to go for the fire.
Yeah, I was trying. I left I left the fourth fire bet hanging probably at least a half a dozen times, if not more.
Man.
That we 516.
All right, new point. I'm sorry, the 9 is the point. My bad.
All right, good, because I have no idea. I'm just throwing.
Yep.
Aces again. That was a bad toss. But here we go. 10, 6, 4.
Wow. And since you made that change, that's 2 4s and 2 10s.
Yeah, I would expect that off that set. I would expect more even numbers off this set than odd.
That's what we're seeing.
There's a midnight.
Wow.
Four, 1, 5. Yeah, I just started working this toss about 2 weeks ago because I wanted an alternate position. Hard 10.
Rushing the outside.
Yeah, those pay better.
It sure does.
There's a yo.
Have you tried roll to win yet? The plexiglass tables?
Couple of times, and that's another reason I'm working on this toss right here.
Mm-hmm.
Was I thought maybe this toss would work on that table, but I don't like them. But I'll be glad to win on them if I can.
Yeah.
All right, there's a 7.
I like those tables because I use the helicopter style toss most of the time, and that thing kind of slicks into the back wall, and they pretty much die right when they hit because the table's so sticky, you know.
Yeah. Three, 1, 4.
Okay.
You want to stay with that cross 6 set I'm using?
Yeah, definitely.
See how many hits the board and 10. So you're asking how does it work? I don't know, man. This is just what we do.
It just does.
There's a 3, 1, 4.
All right.
That's 2 in a row, right?
That's right.
Or the other one a 10. I can't remember.
Nope. 4 4.
Another yo.
Okay.
You just got to know with that set I'm using, you're going to have some yos come in, and a few of those do some once in a while.
It's mostly even numbers for sure. We got one person betting. We got one person here. It's at the 25 cents a box number. Anybody else want to jump into that?
Got 538.
538. Okay, there it is.
So yeah, I'm expecting even numbers out of this, more so than even. I bet a lot of even numbers. A lot of times I won't even start a 5 in there. Yep, 6-1.
Oh, it's already there.
All right. You want odd numbers, or what do you want?
Yeah, show me some odd numbers. Let's see. Let's see
I
what
don't
target
know.
does.
I'm just being a smart ass.
All right, Journey Life is saying another 50 cents each for the horn numbers too, so we'll get a good total of that as well at the end here.
Oh, okay. There's
Yeah.
a 538.
All right, there's an 8.
5-3. You want horn numbers? We won't break it.
Hey, Hawaii Crap Shooter says, hey, let's roll to win. There it is.
Yeah.
Journey Life is, I'm going to put your pledge up there for another 50 cents for each horn number. Journey Life is
Ace
all
deuce.
in. Ace deuce. The
Ace
shocker.
deuce.
See, El Toro's in the guest room and people are queued up, maybe.
I like El Toro.
Oh, yeah.
426.
All right.
But again, this is all a new toss for me, and I'm way out of location.
Another pledge for 25 cents per box. That's awesome.
639.
All right.
You see how those dice are kind of just sitting down there flat?
They really
for the
are.
most part? That's what I'm really liking about this toss. And I think I could exploit it, maybe. I intend to find out on that plastic table. 426. Six, 4, 10.
Yeah, somebody just asked you for an outside number and you delivered. That's great. Yeah. Yeah, we're loving the SRR too. This is great.
What am I at?
You're at SOR of 14.3. Dice Grinders, Arnell wants to know what kind of toss are you doing? He's saying you like this toss. How are you throwing it different?
What? I can't show it with one camera. But I did a video on it the other day where I had there's an aces. It's really a 3-finger grip, kind of deep, but I'm trying to keep the rotation down to less than one.
The one rotate. That's right. I remember that video now. You're trying to make it rotate only one, super soft, right?
Yeah, I really want it to land on the numbers my thumb are on.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be a quarter rotation, right?
Wow, that's really light rotation. That's tough.
Yeah, that's mentally that's what I'm thinking. Now, whether or not that's actually happening, 437.
Okay. We have another pledge. Another pledge from Magic Aces coming through.
Good.
Another Journey. She's going to match, or Magic Aces is going to match Journey Life's entire donation. That's fantastic. Thank you so much. I'm going to put that up again, just so we can celebrate that. That's awesome. Yeah, Dicey. Or no, he's floating the dice. Is what it sounds like. Yep.
325.
Yeah, El Toro has sniffed it out too. Got another 6-7 minutes. Yeah, El Toro is saying, by the reaction of the dice, I'm going to put this up here. El Toro says, by the reaction of the dice, it looks like an underhanded knuckleball into the mixing bowl. And basically, it's what it is. He's doing a 1 or a quarter of a rotation and barely landed him in there. So.
No, it's not underhanded.
No, he said it looks like it. Yeah.
That's a 538. I'm actually throwing it just like this. Just like that. Can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm throwing.
So you're like from the right side then. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm doing it from down here on the stick right. I started practicing this when I got back from Vegas.
Yeah, my right side toss is always underhanded because my shoulder hurts so bad.
There's aces.
All right. Boy, I'll tell you what, I would be paying the rent on you right now.
Well, I'd love for you to be there.
All those aces, boy, oh boy.
Three, 4.
All right. Waylon
We'll throw a few more.
says, I would love Wait, where's your other comment, Waylon? You're like, I would love the black dice. When there's a way that you can get the black dice. There's a secret way you can do it. You can outbid everybody else.
The black
That's how we get it. And here's Don is going to pledge $1 for every come out 7.
Oh, I don't do those.
We don't try for those, right?
325.
All right.
Let me change sets.
I'm seeing some new users in here. I'm seeing Sledge Nail It's in. It's funny because people are coming in and joining us from different channels and don't know who we are. So that's fun.
628.
All right. 628. So introductions. This is Ed from Roll to Win. I am John from Pro Craps. We're running the Craps-a-Thon, if you don't know. And we're going 24 hours straight, raising money for problem gambling. So that's the deal here. And right now, Ed's rolling maybe 100 rolls. We'll see.
314.
Pledging money for all the box numbers that we hit here. 314.
Go back to the 3V. My 3V. Hard 6.
All right. 33. Yeah, Dice Grind is a good point. If you're an ATS better, you're certainly not trying for a come out 7, right? No question.
6-1.
Mm-hmm.
I'm shrinking my SRR.
Yeah, I just dropped a little bit.
Where's it at?
You're at 10-8.
Yeah, that's about my norm. There's 11. I'll take a 10 SRR from this position at this top.
All day long.
And I'm still using, I haven't ever tracked any rolls from here, so I'm still using my stick left dice sets. 415.
And you're at 55 rolls. Let's get like 10 more rolls in.
All right. Ace deuce. Got 9 more to go.
Oh, here's the porn stars again.
Ace deuce.
Oh boy. 2 shockers in a
You're
row.
hurting somebody.
Yep.
You're hurting somebody.
Well, if they're in the field, if somebody's iron crossing you, they're doing all right.
Yeah. Aces again.
Wow.
John.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Now I have changed sets I changed to a 2-3-2-1 when I started that string. This is a set I would use on the crackle table for stick left 1. 9-5-4.
Okay. The antenna's back. Hey.
How many more shots?
We got 5 more.
5-3-8.
All right.
I can't watch this. I can't wait to see El Toro.
I'll show you the statistics here in a minute.
I used to watch El Toro all the time. 6-2-8.
All right.
How many more we got?
You're at 61 rolls, so 4 more.
Okay. 5-3-8.
Woo! 3 in a row.
Yeah, I had my 8 up to $1,800 in that LFC one.
Oh my God.
I was trying to knock it. Trying to hit it. I had it 420 when I had that long roll. 538.
Oh my gracious, that's 4 in a row.
So you can't repeat numbers or something like that. The math says, right?
That's what the math says. Yep.
628.
Oh heavens! Are you kidding me?
Nope.
That's your
there it
65th
is.
roll. We're gonna roll T7 out now. We're gonna see where this goes. Yeah. Journey Life just says triple Lux heaven. Yeah, if you're triple Lux in this thing, you are to the speakers right now.
There it went. 4-3 right there.
All right.
You
I jinxed you. Totally jinxed you.
Yeah.
All right. Let's take a look at the totals here. I'm not sure can you see my screen when we're talking here?
No, I can only see you.
Okay, I'm gonna switch to this. I think I can make you see me. Hold on, I'm gonna go to this page. You know what? Nobody heard any of that because I was on mute. I'm sorry, guys. I always mute when I go to the screen. I'm sorry about that, folks. Let me repeat all that for you for the video here. So we've got, if you're keeping score at home, here's the totals. So the box number totals were 8 4s, 5 5s, that's 13, 7 6s, that's 20, 13 8s goes to 33, 5 9s, 38, and 4 4s is 42 box numbers and 18 horns. So if you're betting where you were donating or pledging based on box numbers and horns, it's 44 boxes, 18 horns. And you can pay up on the donations page, which is bit.ly/craps-donate. Ed, that was fantastic rolling. Your SRR was a 9-6, and I was joking that I jinxed you because I made you go one extra roll. But hell, that's what happens, right? Nothing like seeing 5/8 in a row in real time. That was really cool and fun to watch. So, Ed, you're a pleasure, man. Thanks for jumping in here with me today. Yeah, that was awesome. Fun to roll, fun to watch, great talk, and I appreciate you breaking all that stuff down, bud. All right, we're gonna switch over now to I'm gonna go back to the main screen here. Let's get to I'm on the wrong scene. Hold on one second. We're gonna go here. We're gonna go there. All right, now I'm back. Let me hit that and then hit this again. All right, so we're back. Thanks to Ed. That was great. Man, that was good. Fun to talk. And it's good for me, like, and I know I've got a lot of folks that join these things and we talk about dice influence, dice control, all the things. And I've had Ed and I've had George and I've had, Michael Shackelford, who certainly doesn't believe in it. A lot of folks in chat. It's good to go back and forth, right? And get some perspective and really get some definitions around words that we throw around a lot, right? So we talk about on axis and what does on axis actually mean? And I'm starting to get a better definition of it. This helps me in that dice control series that I'm doing. So selfishly, these interviews are going to provide us some good content for that. And I think that's actually really, really good. So I'm pretty happy about that. So with that said, let's take a quick look at the tally and see if we've done any better since Ed started. I'm going to go back and show you the donations screen real quick. We were at 1587 a minute ago before Ed started. Let's go to 1662, right? That's great. Don is our most recent donation with $50. Thank you very much. And we've got a few pledges that just came through off of Ed's roll. So I suspect we'll start seeing those donations hit the wall here in a minute. And let's run over here to the bidder, the auction screen, and refresh that. And yeah, let's take a look here at where we are. I'm telling you, I'm challenging somebody here. I need this Big AZ thing to get bid on, right? A day in Arizona with Big AZ. Come on, man. It's sunny all year long. Big AZ. You get to golf and play craps with Big AZ. I mean, that's got to go. That's got to go. And we got to get this owl picture. The owl picture, I'm telling you, it's one of the coolest things you'll see. And we're about to have El Toro in here. So I'm going to go ahead and bring in the crystal light so you can see it in my hands. I'm going to show it to you here in a second. And we're going to bring him in. So let me show you the commercial while I go and refill my coffee cup. And I'll be right back with the man himself, El Toro, joining us in about 3 minutes.
Our National Problem Gambling Helpline is like a 911 service. Anytime, anywhere in the U.S., you can call, text, or chat for help in your area.
I just learned how to play at a really young age, and then I started playing in junior high and high school, and it was just such a part of my life.
When I got my own bookmaker, he was really helpful. He said, you know, Donnie, when football's done with, I got basketball and hockey.
We lost our home to foreclosure. We lost a motor home. We lost a car. This was all our daughter's senior year of high school.
I started going to meetings and got that feeling of hope, which is so important because I just identified so much of myself as a gambler, but now I realize, well, this is not going to be a healthy lifestyle for a family man.
Until I got in the door and started identifying with everybody else that was there and realizing that I wasn't unique. I wasn't the only one. It was an amazing place.
Life in recovery, is a way to experience the world.
My marriage to Diane is selflessly giving, not selfishly taking.
And that is awesome.
You have a choice to be brand new today. You can start your day over whenever you want. You're brand spanking new. It doesn't make any difference what you said or what you did in the past. The only thing that counts is today. In fact, the only thing that counts is this moment.
Please consider making your tax-deductible gift of $25 or more today. Just visit ncpgambling.org to give help and hope this holiday season. No gift is too small, and every gift helps. Thank you.
All right, let's bring him in. Everybody's been waiting. El Toro, can you hear me, bud? Let's hope so. I got no volume for you, pal. Check, check. Nope, not yet. Send him a text message here.
John, can you hear me?
Oh, there you go. Hey, man, how you doing? You're loud. Awesome. We just can't see. We have your OBS screen, but that's okay. We'll just talk to your picture.
Hold on a second, buddy.
All right, no problem.
Hold on a second, buddy.
Yep. Oh, we got an echo.
Well, I guess I can't hear you through my earbuds, but I got you.
Okay. There's a little echo there too from something. Maybe your computer's on, or check the check noise cancellation.
Gotcha. I think I got you right there.
Yep. And I'm not echoing now. Good. Oh, we might have lost them. Is there that big of a delay with us?
I just now heard you, buddy.
Oh wow. Let's have you disconnect and reconnect. I'm going to send you a text message here. There he goes. Okay. Yeah, it seems like for some reason when folks are in here, let's go ahead and turn these things off. Close that. Let's close this. Yeah, it seems like when folks are in the green room too early, we're definitely having an issue with delay. So that's okay. We'll get him back in here. We'll start it back up again. Yeah, Don, we're not gonna, and maybe we might not have video. Here he goes. Let's try it again. All right. You're back. Do we have?
I'm right here, buddy.
On this? All right. Can you hear me in real time now?
Looks like it.
Good. All right, cool. Yeah, we're not gonna have your video, but we can hear you, and I can tell you that the chat's going bonkers because you're back, right? Cannot. Yeah, we're still in that really weird delay, aren't we?
I guess I don't know what's going on, but hey, it is what it is.
Well, you want to try with your phone instead of OBS?
Dude, I am not tech savvy. I barely got this to work.
Well, as long as you can hear me and we can have a conversation, it's all good. I just want to make sure that we're timing up. All right, cool. How are you? The world wants to know.
Oh, I'm doing good, buddy.
Yeah. So let's talk. We we're doing this thing obviously for reasons of gambling problems and that kind of thing. And you do this, right? You play for purpose.
Yeah.
I'd like to know a couple things. One would be, what have you seen, heard, experienced in the world of gambling addiction or problem gambling? And then, because you're doing it for reals, what is your way to not get sucked into that?
Discipline. Mm-hmm. Buddy, this is not for everybody. And I think really what I see a lot of is, a lot of people go out to have fun, which is great.
Mm-hmm.
But then you see a lot of folks out there that are thinking that this is going to be their means to having a short month, let's say financially. Mm-hmm. Kind of like that guy that plays the lottery ticket and says, golly, I hope I get a scratch off and win.
Yeah.
That's not the answer to their problem. If folks would really look deep into themselves, they'll figure out that they're, let's see, how can I say this properly, right? Their outgoing is greater than their ingoing.
Totally. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
we talk about budget. You and I talk about budget when we're offline a lot.
Yep.
And too many of these folks, whether they're like me, I'm an alcoholic and I'm an addict, right? So I have to make a choice, and that choice is to not start because I don't have that off button. Well, other folks have this addiction which is to gamble. They're never-ending optimists. They think that, hey, I'm going to get to the table and it's finally going to happen to me. It doesn't. It doesn't. Uh, when you and I talk about budgets, we talk about, what's your goal, right? My goal is if I can double up my money, that's a great day.
Mm-hmm.
But if I walk away 20, 25%, 30%, I'm happy as can be.
Me too. You know that. The thing is,
Absolutely.
when you talk about, man, that's a good way to say it. Like when you're an addict, and thanks for sharing, by the way, that's big
Oh,
deal.
you are too, though.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. And the thing is, when you're addicted to something like physical, like food or smoking or alcohol, the end that you get from that is the high or the whatever, right? With gambling, and like you're not chasing it, like you're not chasing another cigarette or whatever. In gambling, there's a physical loss that you got to go after, and it's a self, it's a vortex that you get sucked into
Mhm.
with it. And I think that's why gambling addiction to me is the worst kind, because there's that double negative. It's like, yeah, you're an addictive personality, and like all addictions, it causes pain to you and your family.
Yeah.
But man, I mean, you have to go for more. Like you once you lose $1,000 and now you're blown rent, it's like, well, shit, now I got to win $2,000, and the cycle
right.
just goes and goes and goes, and it's like I it's tough, and I think you
So,
used the best word, which is discipline.
yeah. So last night, before I before I passed out, I I also day trade too, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So I was listening to how people were talking about how gambling and day trading are similar. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I'll tell you why. You know, day trading, when you buy or sell a position, you're only winning or losing on paper. You
Mm-hmm.
don't realize the gain or the loss until you actually exit your trade. In craps, when you put your money on the table, pass line, box number, whatever, wherever you play, DC, once that hand is over, you've realized the loss.
In real time with real money.
Real time, real money.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we were talking about. Once you go in, if you're down $100, and I think Jacob was talking about this too, was when you're down $100, your next hand you got to make up another $100 plus the 100 you want to win just to break
Yeah.
even.
Yep.
Those are realized losses.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier about like regression systems, right? Regression systems they're great.
Love them.
If you hit the number though, right? You got to come into a regression and hit the number. If you come into a regression and you're 220 inside or 320 across and they PSO you, well,
Sure.
now you got to work. You got to
That's
work to
right.
get back to where you started, and that's a bitch, right? And that's where bankroll, right? And Jacob touched on this, about bankroll meets strategy is the way that you win. The marriage of those two, and that's a big. And
Yeah.
I think that's where you kind of talk through. Bankroll's a big deal for you.
Bankroll's huge. Huge is money management too, and that's the other thing I see too at the casinos a lot. Unrealistic expectations
Mhm.
with an unrealistic bankroll.
And no
Those two
management
is a
of it.
recipe. That's a recipe for disaster.
Yep.
You can't walk in with, let's say, $500 or $200, $500, whatever you come in with, and expect to win thousands. Can it happen?
Right.
Sure, it can. There's always something to be said about luck, dumb luck.
Yep.
But
Yeah, and
the reality of that happening, man, I wouldn't count on it. So your
No,
your
I hear you.
expectation is like what you and I talk about, right? If you're going with $500, what is your expectation? Is it 20%? That's $100. Man, be happy with that. That's a 20% gain in an afternoon.
Yep. Yeah, we talk about it all the
You know.
time. It's like, frankly, anything positive is going to be good because, and I'm going to put a quote up here that you probably can't see this, but this is from PJ. He's a subscriber of mine, and he's really, he's interesting cat. Always has great things to say. And he says, stop comparing gambling to the stock market. And you're right. It's
I
not
see it.
a 1-for-1, right?
That's
You
right.
can hold stocks over time. They grow in value. Gambling, when you're gambling in a casino, you are playing against somebody who's got an edge on you all the time. And they're in business to take your money. They're in business to siphon off of you, right? Stock market isn't like that. Stock market, everybody's trying to win. There's no house that's trying to screw you in the stock market, right? You may get screwed. You may make a bad decision. Your bankroll may not support what you're trying to do. But it's way different than craps or any other casino game where you're actually fighting somebody who's unfairly advantaged. And that's the negative EV piece that he's talking about. We compare it to those things because the percentages, right? You're putting money at risk to win some reward. And it's about what's the amount of reward you're willing to be disciplined enough to accept. And that's the hardest thing for me to teach when I'm on my, and I teach every day on this stuff, right? It's like, that's the thing that we got to remember is like, you're putting money at risk and you have some target in mind. That's what you're talking about. What's your goal?
Yeah, that's exactly. Hey, I just want to real quickly say hey to Don. Looks like Don Stanley's the one that's winning the El Toro Crystal.
What's that thing up to right now?
And then and to PJ Strong's point, and this is what really differentiates the gambling and stock market, right? Stock market is a long-term hold. If you decide to stay at the casino long-term hold, you're done. You're going to lose money. That's what it's designed for. But again, this honestly, this isn't about stock market. This is what I see. I kind of compare it that way too because I have investments, and we all have diversified portfolios. We have good, quick, short-term, long-term. I look at the same thing as what's my short game, what's my long game, what's my whole objective of going to the casino, right? Am I going to have fun with my buddy Big Money Mike, or am I going to go make some money, make a living?
Right. And what do you normally go for? What's your
I'm a 50-50.
Yeah.
I'm a 50-50. So when you go to the casino, right, you go in there, and if I'm by myself, I'm going in there for business. It's like Mike Tyson in the ring. I'm going there, I mean business. I'm not there to screw around. And that's why I said I'm quiet. I'm super quiet. I'm there for a reason. I'm concentrating and I'm hyper focused. But when I go with my buddy Big Money Mike, we go to have fun, but we also good at trying to make money. But it's hard to do sometimes, especially when one of them gets off script.
Which sounds like he does every so often, right?
Oh my God, dude! When I go see you in Seattle, we'll see how close to script you stay.
Oh, I am on script, dude. I'm on point. I'll deviate here and there when and I talk about the trends, right? When I sense it, I'll deviate here and there, but I build the deviations in. Like I'm playing this, and when I see that, I'm going to go here, and here's the money for that diversion. I don't get a wild hair up my ass and go, you know what? We're just going to switch the entire thing and go. I don't do that, and you'll see that. And I play with and Brian. I always talk about this because I play with Hawaii crap shooters, and they were like, you practice what you preach. Like you're like a maniac with my rack and the way I do things, and I just I got it figured out. I treat it like a business trip, right? And I think having this channel has helped me. And I say this quite a bit where I like the channel keeps me accountable to myself and to everybody else, right? And when I was in Vegas this last time, I met up with somebody, one of our subscribers, and played with him. And we were talking, and I said, what I do at the table is I actually pretend I'm on camera. Now that I have a show, I do that. And I actually recite to myself what I would say. So I stay on point, and that's how I stay focused. Is I like literally probably my lips are probably moving like an idiot. I probably look like an idiot, out there. But I literally talk to myself as I go, like what's going to happen, and I do the baseball thing. I'm like, hey, if the 4 hits, I'm going to press to here. I'm going to move this over here, and I'm going to collect 6. And when
are you saying you're doing incantations over there at the table?
All
like a Harry
time.
Potter.
If people seriously, if people saw me now, and I know that they don't, right? But if I was literally on, like if they were zoom the camera in on me, right, and watch my face because I'm sure my mouth is moving when I'm doing this. It'd be like the people from the 21 show. Like they're like, where's the microphone? Who's he talking to? Like it might look like that. But I literally do that. I say to myself, in this roll, if the 4 hits, we're gonna go up to 15. I'm gonna pull 6. If whatever, and I got the whole thing figured out. No matter what number hits, and I got my chips or my rail are ready to drop.
Yeah.
And I have them in a row. And so if the 8 comes, I've got whatever, $2 sitting in my rack. I drop it in. I say, go to 30, and I've got my presses figured and I'm just on. And that way I can talk. And if I feel like if I'm a machine, we can have fun and I can still not fuck it up. And that's kind of how I look at it. You know what I mean? And it's
Well,
it's
see,
fun,
that's
but
the
it's
difference
also work.
that's the difference between you and I and others, right? So once we figure out that, hey, we've got these addictive personalities and we like to just I don't even know what the word for this is, right? Where we go all in on something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Thank goodness it's not gambling, because you were probably the best of the best chain smokers.
Oh my God, dude, I was 3 packs
I
a
was the
day.
best of the best. I was the best of the best drinkers.
Oh man, I was 3 packs a day. And if I could have stayed awake longer, I would have smoked more.
Yeah, right.
Like seriously,
But
I smoked a lot.
sorry for, but I don't feel sorry for him. It's so tough to realize when you're dealing with real dollars to get out of that cycle.
Yeah.
And that's the tough part. And that's why I really just kind of like what you're doing here. And I think we could raise a lot more money. And I saw a bunch of chats. I know they were some of maybe a little bit off color about some of this, what it was, but the reality is that the innocents, the spouses that are the ones having to deal with it, if that families have children, those kids are the ones that are having to watch as this thing goes on. They're the ones that are the real, they're the ones suffering.
Oh yeah,
and I think that's what this is about.
It's collateral damage, right? And that's a big deal, And I said this earlier. You might have been asleep because I've been talking now for 20 straight hours. It seems like.
I don't know how you're doing it, bro.
No, me neither. It's just just on fumes, right? But the collateral damage of the family and all that is a part of it. But I think I lost my train of thought now with the addictive personality. It's like I think there's a piece that doesn't connect, right? And whatever, and it takes logic out of the equation, and it takes the ability to make a decision out of the equation when you're in that mindset. If you have that kind of a mind, right? If you are addicted to food or whatever it is, right? There's definitely a piece of you that doesn't work, right? In some cases, there's medication. In some cases, there's counseling, but there's a bit of personal responsibility has to come. You have to make the decision to not want to be that way, but you need help to not be that way. I don't think you can just go, I'm good.
Well,
if everybody could snap their fingers and do the right thing, we wouldn't be burning our fucking cities down. Right.
Well, that's
the thing.
That's exactly right. And I'll
Sorry
say
for the
this,
language, but I've been up
YouTube, no, I mean, you're passionate about it, just like I am. And I'll say this is some of the good and the bad about YouTube. So if you're a gambling addict, you've got now access to everything on your cell phone, YouTube, while you're at the casino, looking for that nugget, right? That says, okay, this is what I'm going to do to get me out of trouble. That's why, as the content providers, we've got to be really, really careful what we put out there.
Oh yeah.
And for me, again, it's I don't sell anything. It's just school of hard knocks for me. And I think you and I talked about this before. Is the reason I'm so quiet and the reason I don't want folks to recognize me is I feel guilty, man, at the table if someone recognizes me and I point 7 out. Which, yes, it happens.
No question.
I feel bad because their level of expectation of you is unrealistic.
Yeah. There's pressure to that too, right? I've played with people and they've said things like, when the dice come to me, it's like, oh, this is why I came. This is what I'm here to watch. And I'm like, fuck, don't do that to me. I don't know what's going to happen here. There's pressure there for sure.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I've got a conscience about it, and that's why I said I try to stay as quiet as possible. Hey, looking through the comments here, I like it. So California Craps Club, you're exactly right. I don't know if anybody here remembers, but it was 36 full press. He and I are still good friends. just kind of going back to this little thing about the Craps Nation, that
Mhm.
it was probably like early in the morning, 3 in the morning. Dex and I were chatting it up and came up with the idea of having a Craps Nation. And then, of course, neither one of us were tech savvy or technology savvy. So that's where George came in and started putting it all together,
Mhm.
which was great, you know, and it kind of evolved into this. So it started out with, I think, a group of 9 of us kind of getting together on a Sunday and playing. And we were testing out softwares and whatnot, which was pretty cool. And now it's grown into something
It's
it's
big.
big. I mean, it's pretty good sized. It's pretty
Yeah.
good
I
sized.
mean, you look in the Craps Nation, the Skype and all that stuff, there's 160 people in there now. You know, and
Yeah,
and we said this when Dave Carlin was on. You know, not everybody's got to have a YouTube channel and be some expert,
yeah,
right? That's not
yeah.
the
But it's
point
a
of it.
place. It's a place you can go.
100%. And there's the meetups are, you know, I haven't been yet, right? Because I missed 2 of them because of travel and family and other stuff. But it's, you know, it's a collective, and it's like, you know this, the community that you've got with your subscribers. I'm starting to build that. I have a smaller, obviously much smaller group, but with Craps Nation and everybody kind of coalescing around it, it's really cool. It's like a miniature family. You know,
Yeah.
my wife calls you all my crappy friends. Can somebody maybe stop the spammer again? But yeah, you're all my crappy friends, and I think that's great. And I think it's one of these things that I didn't expect to have happen. Right when I started the channel, I expected to kind of, you know, just do a thing, and here it comes. Right.
I never thought I was going to have a following at all. I never,
Yeah,
never
I
even.
wouldn't call
That's
it.
not even when I started it.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a following. It's following. Sounds like you got disciples or something like that, right? It's just people that are, you know, like minded, and
Well, there
it's a
you go.
community. It's a
I
community,
never
and it's
thought I
like,
was going to have I never thought I was going to have 1 subscriber. Period.
well, I knew I'd have 1 because I made my son do it. My son was my first, you know, and that was, and Craps live in the casino CSL. He was my 2nd subscriber. He actually thinks he was the 3rd. I'm like, no, it was me. It was my son and my wife, and then me, you know, and then you came in. Is the first actual like human that saw anything I ever did, you know, and like it's kind of fun to talk about that stuff, but it's real, right? It's like this community that you built and these friends, and I've never, Dan Tanner, right, is here, and I can't put this comment up because it doesn't make any sense, but Dan Tanner is a guy that I'd never met. I've never even seen his face, but I consider him a friend because we talk all the time, you know, and you get to know folks. It's pretty damn cool doing this. I wish I can get paid for it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I wish
Well,
I wish it actually paid money. Like it
no,
doesn't pay
I
any
see
money.
all Dan Tanner's comments. I mean, he's making sense. You know,
He's
chance
great.
favors the prepared mind. Yeah, it sure does. You know,
Yeah.
when luck happens, be ready. Sure. You know,
Mhm.
and then to me, that to me is the basis of the regression strategy for me.
Yeah.
You know, and it's kind of when I started out my, you know, I did an El Toro 200 for what was the minimum, because I had a lot of folks always ask me what's the minimum I can walk up to a table with.
Mhm.
You know, I never really thought about it, since I don't walk in with a minimum, right? I was like, well, let me see. And to me, that was like, oh wow, that was my oh wow moment.
Yeah.
How
It's
do I make
hard.
this? And then my wife and I talked about it, and you know, we were talking. She says, you know, whatever you do, she says, whatever you do, remember that everyone has a budget. So, and I owe a lot of this to my wife anyway. She's so strong. She says to me, you know, make sure that all your strategies, whatever you put out there, is scalable from the entry level craps player with a small budget to someone who has your budget, right? It's all the
Mhm.
same. A loss is a loss is a loss. And that's
Yeah.
one of the things that you got to look at is uh, no matter what, try to keep it where it's scalable to the comfort level of the player. Um, you know what I mean? Does that make
Mhm.
sense?
Totally.
Uh,
And I talk
that's
about
the other feed.
units a lot.
I've
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of guys in here. Smart guy, 5552, I think 555 craps.
Mhm.
I don't know his name, but
Greg.
you know, he talks Greg. Okay, so Greg, sorry about that, buddy. Um, I think I've seen him say people usually bet way above their means, and I know you and I talk about that too.
Mhm.
Uh, that's so damn true.
Well,
That's
they
so
bet above
damn
their
true.
means. They bet above their means, and Jacob said this again. You got to have bankroll to make your strategy work. It's a marriage there. They bet above their means.
Absolutely.
And what Greg and I talk about offline a lot is people betting above their skill level. And I know that people will say there's no skill. I'm looking right here at here, there's no skill, right? A lot of folks will say that, but you can look at like somebody who thinks they can throw the dice. Me, I'm not a great dice thrower yet, right? Short into my career of learning how to actually throw the dice correctly. I certainly would never bet on myself high because I know I ain't there
your
yet.
skill.
I'm not going to outbet my skill, which my skill is 0, right? And the folks who
No,
think,
come on, don't say that.
It's all right. It's a 6 out of 10, right? Which
that's
I'm a
better
6
than
out of
table
10
minimum.
anyway, right? I'm matching it all, right? But if that's your skill level, then you bet below that. You don't bet above you don't, when I was in high school, here's the story for you. And this is actually a sad story, another sad John story. When I was in high school, I wrestled, right? My sport was wrestling because I'm short and I'm wide, right? So I was always a wrestler. I tried playing football. It didn't work because I didn't weigh enough. I played catcher in baseball. So that's my body type. So I wrestled, and I always wrestled overweight, right? I always wrestled. So when I was in high school, I weighed like 165,
What does that
170.
mean?
I wrestled 188.
Oh, okay.
And I did it for 2 reasons. One is I wanted to never I never wanted to have to hold back. I always felt like, and this is cocky, right? I always felt like I was gonna, if I wrestled at my weight, I was too strong, and I wanted to be able to go all in. But I also didn't want to have to cut weight. I always felt like if you cut weight wrestling, and those of you out there who coach and know wrestling, if you cut weight, I feel like that make you weak. So I always wrestled above weight, and I think that was a mistake in some respects. I had a good time eating and working out as hard as I wanted to and building muscle, but I lost a lot of matches because it turns out the guys that weigh 15 pounds more than you, pretty much going to be stronger than you. And a lot of them are longer and bigger than you and can tie you in in a knot, right?
Yeah.
So outplaying your weight in that sport didn't help. I actually broke my back wrestling. That's why my back is bad. And it's not good for you in craps either. Not good for you in craps either.
Don't outbet your bankroll. And you got to look, and that's kind of what I look at too. So I have a different approach to bankroll and bankroll management. Think about it like this, right? And this is something you and I talked about. I want to say like 4 or 5 nights ago. You asked me, how do you play your strategies? And I was telling you, hey, like if I play the ATS, that's a strategy. And if I play it at, let's call it $5 a spot, right? That's a $15 in action just for that strategy times 10 shooters is, $150, right? Add that to my next strategy. So what's my total net all in? Add how many different strategies I'm going to play, and that's what it's going to be. And then from there, I've got that, I bring additional money that I call that I lost my mind money because I didn't follow my strategy. Or my big money Mike bailout money.
Like, damn it, Mike, now I got to put this extra in, right? It's funny because and somebody asked me earlier today about that same thing. Cause I do the rule of tens, right? I got my 10 shooters up there. I usually bring an extra 300 when I'm playing at a bigger, I'm there for a win, that I play my 212 strategy with, right? And that's a separate little bankroll just for that. Like you're doing for the ATS. I do it with the 2 and the 12. Which I parlay those things up. It's actually kind of fun, but it doesn't affect anything else. That's a side bet. And that's like the ATS to me is a side bet. It's like, if you throw 150 at it, I'll throw 300 at the 12, and that's fine. And I do have a little bit of extra money too. I call it my hedging stack, which is like, if I feel like I need to hedge or I want to drop an extra lay or an extra odds, I have this extra thing. It's not part of every shooter, but it's just here,
Oh, I can't stand hedging. Sorry, Vince.
Yeah, I know. Hey, Vince.
I can't stand hedging. Scotty, how you doing, bud? Yep, Scotty free. Talking to you, buddy.
Yep.
No, I don't like I don't do a hedging at all. I just kind of choose to play my box numbers and that's it.
Yeah, I don't hedge a lot. I do a lot of transition strategies. So I'll do a lot of, I'll play the don't and the box for a little bit, but I'll remove one or the other based on the trend that I'm feeling. So I use them in tandem for a couple of rolls, and then I make a choice, but I want to make sure I hit that first number.
Yeah. Well, I'm a regression king. I love to regress.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I put more money out front, but to me, it's the amount of losses I've sustained are a lot less than the wins.
Mhm.
Now, that kind of
Well,
goes back to one of the other comments there. It says, be prepared. When you regress down to table minimum on that point, I'm prepared. I'm ready, because from there, I'm just boosting it.
right. Which is what you want to do anyway.
So,
And I've given this
yeah.
example a lot, but when you get down to table minimum and you get the good roll, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You're 3 presses behind on a 60 roll or a 40 roll. Big deal.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
what
I never
if
worry
you're
about what I miss.
right. Yeah, FOMO is a real thing for a lot of people, and you can't play that way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, just for free beer. Come on.
Yeah, there you go. Right. Well, if you do the do we don't, you're gonna get or you hedge it, you're gonna get all that all the what do you call it? You get to stay there forever, and you get the little bit of comp action and stuff like that.
You don't get
A lot
any
of people
comp
are.
action.
Yeah. No. Well, I don't care about comps. I'm the anti comp person because I could give a crap. I don't need a room or your food. I just feel like that's kind of a suck job. I know people factor that in. I don't, and I'm probably wrong
Yeah.
about that, but I just don't worry about it. I don't even have players cards.
Yeah,
I just don't even
nice
have them.
to have. Comps are
Yeah.
nice to have.
They're cool. But yeah, I don't. It doesn't do anything for me, so I just ignore them.
Yeah. So, anywho.
Yeah. So, quick question for you. A lot of people are asking, and I don't know why we're going down this road here, but I'm going to ask you the dice control question because everybody keeps asking me. I'm doing the big series, right? Which everybody has said you're crazy to do the series, right? Greg said to me when I first said, "Hey, Greg," I called him and I'm like, "Dude, I'm going to do a dice control." He's like, "That's channel suicide. What are you doing? You're gonna piss off half your audience no matter what."
No,
right?
you're not.
And I told him I'm taking a 60 minutes approach to it. Like I practice throwing, right? Because I think 2 things, right? I think number 1, it's something to practice, which that's what I do. And number 2, I feel like if you're not trying to improve or trying to increase your edge, you may as well play a slot where they tell you if you win. And I know that's baby sounding, right? But that's kind of like I want to feel like I'm trying. Like I want to, I'm going to practice free throws because I might get on the foul line someday, right? That's how I look at it. Do I believe in it now after I've seen the slow-mo, after I've done the series, and I've really taken, I think, you can correct me if I'm wrong, a pretty down the middle approach to it. Like my videos, I'm trying to sell both sides, the truth. And having seen the slow-mo, and you've seen the videos too, and you're a thrower.
I've seen my own.
You've seen your own on the slow-mo. I'm sure you have. Where do we land on it? Where do we land on that? And I think there's dice control, dice influence, controlled shooting, experienced shooter, and what I try, which is energy. I'm an energy control guy. Where do you land on the whole thing? And I'll give my answer as well.
All right. I love it. Love the questions. Right.
Yep.
So dice control, I think, is a term that is misused, probably misunderstood. I call myself a dice influencer, and I call myself that for a reason, or an advantage player. That's really what I am. Now, regarding the dice, I can control the dice from the time from the time they're given to me to the time they hit my landing zone. That's my control. I can control my controllable. That's it. After that, I can't control the reaction of those dice. I can't control what they're going to do given on any given pyramid at the back. What we try to do is it's like I was telling you, I try to toss them low with just enough energy to get down there so that it reduces the explosions and the randomness that comes with hitting that back wall. If you can get them close to that little the bottom piece where there's no pyramid, you're gonna have a little bit more success, about that stuff, about those dice. I mean, it's such a tough question to answer, right?
It really
Controlled, dice controllers. I don't believe that. Can you sharpshoot? Yeah, you can. But am I there? No, not with the ability to say, yeah, I'm 100% sharpshooter and I can call out my numbers within 2 or 3 every 5 minutes.
Right.
I'm not there yet. I'm working my way there, but I'm not there yet.
Yeah.
It is a thing, right?
It's an interesting thing. And there's lots of good comments here. I'm going to scroll up and get to some of these things too. And PJ saying what you're saying, right? Everybody's dice control until they hit the wall, and then it's random. And I always say there's degrees of random. And by what I mean by degrees of random is if they hit the wall with low energy, not every face is available to appear. You reduce the number of possible combinations. That's reducing the degree of randomness. That may thicken the number of sevens. It may loosen the number of sevens, but that's the low energy thing. You can't, even with the slowest energy to the wall, and I've slow mode myself like with almost no action on the wall, you'll still see 4 or 5 faces on each die show up. It's almost impossible to control, but you do this, and somebody is gonna put this out here. California Craps Club says El Toro was the first to talk about dominant numbers. And again, even in my infancy in this world of trying to learn how to do it, I find dominant numbers. I'm finding that when I throw a certain way, I end up with like, hey, why am I getting so many 9s? Like, what's up with the 9s? And it just seems to. And again, I can't explain it. I look at the slow-mo and go, that was a disaster. The slow-mo to me, and I showed all those shots in the video were my slow-mos looking like car accidents, right? And I'm like, there's no way I'm controlling the dice. Yet my clusters of numbers end up being, the 6 and the 9. I throw a ton of those things and it's like, don't know why it happens. And I can turn a die. I can turn one die and go, now I'm throwing 4s and 10s. And it's still the same car accident at the end of the wall. I don't know why it works. And that's why, to answer PJ's question, do I believe in it? I believe in God too, and I can't prove it. It's childlike faith, right? And that's how I feel about it. It's a childlike faith. I just know in my being that I'm not alone here. And I know in my being that somehow those damn things are coming out 9s. And I don't know how it works.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's another thing too, John. So dice control also has to do with your mechanics and controlling your mechanics and really honing in your skills to your mechanics. There's a video I put out a long time ago. There's a video I put out there that actually had nothing to do, and I even told everybody on the video, this has nothing to do with dice sets. It has everything to do with your mechanics and how you hold true to those. If you can practice your mechanics of how you toss the dice and be consistent with your grip, your landing zone, whether you like to rotate the dice forward, backwards, or toss knuckleballs, if you can be consistent with all of those things, it doesn't matter what that dice set's going to be. Because when they scramble up at the end, they're going to scramble. Now, how much they scramble is determined on a couple things, right? And this is probably where your physics guy comes in. Velocity times what is it? I can't even remember the dang formula from my old physics day, but it has something to do with velocity. It has something to do with the angle that the dice are coming in at, and then how much energy is dispersed when they hit the table.
That's right.
Now I know this. I'm not a physicist, right? But I do know this.
No. And it's what percentage of the die hits the table?
Yeah, right? The less surface area of the die that hits the table, the more explosive they're going to be.
Yeah, and it hits the back wall with that much with like no energy reduced. When they hit flat, it sucks 40% of the energy off on a flat hit. If it hits on the edge, nothing got reduced. And it hits the back wall. Full steam ahead hits the back wall,
That's right.
And so that's the thing where I look at it and go, okay, you're right. You can control it to the table hit, and then hopefully you've set them up to like not go completely all over the place. That's the best you can hope for. And like I said, I can't explain why I see clusters. When I look at slow-mo, it blows my mind. I'm like, there's no way I'm doing anything positive here, but it seems to
because you're not looking at what your dice are doing at the end. So being a little random is like being a little pregnant. I love that one.
I love that. Yeah, isn't that great?
So what you got to look at, John, is this, and is every time you throw the dice, right? It depends what your dice are doing. It's how they're ending up overall. How
Right.
they're ending up. Is your right die always double pitching? Is it, exploding, imploding? What's happening there, right? At the end result. And it's not just as simple as that, because if it were just implode and explode one turn, 2 turns, that would be great, right? We could easily figure out how to manipulate those dice and come up with a result. The problem is those dice will spin, turn, go diagonal. They do all kinds of stuff
Mm-hmm.
depending on how your mechanics are on those dice are, right? You're not consistent with your speed into the wall. You're not, it's not consistent. That's why you get different results. Now, the dice sets that you use based on your mechanics are going to yield you the same grouping of numbers no matter what. That's
right.
I don't know why it's that way. It just does.
Mm-hmm.
It just does.
And it's interesting.
You're right, PJ Strong. Hey, yeah, it's
Yeah.
right here. PJ Strong's right.
Yep.
Low energy doesn't reduce the randomness. It just reduces the amount of space that those dice are going to rebound. It's just like a tennis ball. If you play tennis and hit the ball against the wall, if you barely get it there, it's going to bounce back at you not very far. But if you knock the crud out of it, it's going to fly right back at you. Or ping pong, right? Same type of thing. No one's denying that the dice are random after they hit the table and hit the back wall. It's just, how do you manipulate those dice to reduce the amount of revolutions or turns or
that's what I'm looking at.
yaws or skews. I mean, that's what I do.
I'm trying to reduce revolutions. That's the entire thing. And I said, when I look at my good throws under slow motion, you'll see that only on one die, only 2 faces ever turn. It's off the wall and it's boom, and they stick and die. And if you can do that, I still get 7s. They're still random which 2 faces are there, but you potentially don't have a match. And I think that's the best I think I can hope for. And somebody brought up the robot, and without going to a huge rabbit hole here, because that's a whole video in itself.
No.
The robot study was done in a way that was trying to disprove it, right? Which is fine. Most hypotheses have a goal in mind of what they're trying to prove or disprove, but they measured the wrong things and they threw it the wrong way, which is unfortunate. It wasn't a consistent throw. It didn't have. It was missing a lot of pieces to it, and all they measured was 7s. They didn't measure anything else.
I'll say this, brother. All this stuff that y'all do, that you guys are doing to prove or disprove it, it makes my head freaking hurt.
I know.
It's not that hard, man. It's not that hard. Everybody's trying to overcomplicate the game.
Yeah.
It's
you know
simple,
what else?
Man.
Here's the other thing to it, right? And I think this is kind of funny. Now, unless you're a don't player, this doesn't apply to you. And I've said this on other interviews I've done here today, is this: somebody setting the dice is trying to do good for you, right? If you're a right side better and I'm setting the dice, you should be happy that I'm setting the dice. Like, God forbid I understand what I'm doing. What if I figured it out? You should be happy that I'm doing it, right? Not the belittling stuff that we see all the time. And I think that's what I'm like. That's the series I'm trying to go with here, is like, hey, there's a little bit of something here. When nobody's getting hurt by trying it. In fact, we're trying to do something good. If you think it's silly, who cares, right? If you think it's silly that I go to church, who cares? It doesn't affect you either way, other than it makes you wait 4 seconds or 10 seconds instead of 2 seconds for the dice to come. That's the only effect on your life. And it shouldn't matter unless you're a don't player and I'm good at it and I'm taking your money, which is, a shame.
I see you, Dylan. I was getting there. I was waiting for John to finish. So, Dylan wants to know, am I retired? I retired forever. No, I'm not. And what do I think the future holds for me? El Toro for president. No, just kidding. I'll be coming back. Yeah, I believe I'm gonna probably get back. I'm gonna get back, I think, January. We moved. My table has been retired for a while. Plus I was I was down and out for a while. I got blasted with COVID. It was a 2-month ordeal. I couldn't even function. I wasn't sure what was going to happen to me actually. And that's no joke either, man. That stuff is brutal. So after I got out of it, I had the hardest time getting back into it, or getting the energy and the desire and the spark, to get back to my table and start practicing. I mean, shoot, I didn't even go to the casinos. And after you don't go, it's like not going to the gym for a while. It's so damn hard to get back there, right? So, and of course, here I am, this time of year where I usually don't go anyway. Just, you know, usually it's family time,
Mm-hmm. And this takes a lot out of you too. I mean, doing these shows every day takes a lot out of you.
Oh, buddy, and you know how to program and video, do whatever. For me, I'm just I don't know how to do any of this crap.
Well, and you're not quite settled yet. You moved, but you're not quite
No,
moved yet.
we're not settled at all. I'm still we're still sitting in a hotel until we get the certificate of occupancy to move in,
Mhm.
Once we get that, then it's going to take a little bit. I'll get the table back up, and then, get the cameras, kind of get the studio semi set up, which will be great. Have to bring my kids up to help me do that. But yeah, it's going to come back next year, so that
That's good.
we'll be starting back hopefully in January with with some videos. I got a lot of
That's
stuff.
awesome.
One of the things that I will, and I'll say this to everybody who's out there, I haven't been on a casino table or my house table for maybe 6 months. So one of the very first things I'm going to put out here for my video is, has to do with muscle memory. We're going to see, really, because we all talk about it, including myself. I'm going to see on a live show, do I really have muscle memory? Is that something that does have an effect on how these dice go? And what's my 7 out ratio, right? We're going to see. So I'm kind of excited about doing a video like that.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I think what you find, I can predict. Here's my predict. Write this down. You're gonna have great success out of the gate. It's like golf, right? When I go,
dude, I'm gonna point 7 out, because if it's like golf, buddy,
no,
I'll be in the woods.
Because here's the thing, man. The fates have it in for you. Because I haven't golfed in forever, right? I last time I golfed was probably 3 or 5 years ago. It's been a long time. I was good when I was younger, and I went with a buddy and did great. I had a good round, right? We had a good time. I shot like at 87 or something like that, and it had probably been 10 years since I played. And then I went, oh, that was good. Muscle memory, right? It's all good. And what happens is the big muscle groups figure it out. And then you start messing with the minutia. And then you get to the driving range. Hey, let me just try changing my grip. Let me try and let me start more square. And before you know it, you're slicing everything and you're shooting a 102 and you're pissed. So you're going to have a great first week.
Craps, it's all about the small. It's all about the little ones.
It is. You're going to have you'll have a good backswing. You'll have the major motions down, but you're going to be pleasantly surprised at first. And then you're going to go, John, the hell am I doing over here?
my own personal challenge for me is, can I still throw the damn knuckleball? Can I still throw those dice dead to rights, man? Can I toss it? I don't know. That's such a hard thing to do, man.
Well, it's hard to do anything consistently and they're so small, and there's so many variables, right? There's so many variables to it. That's the thing. It's golf is a good analogy. I always use the golf analogy with throwing, because there's so many moving parts to both things. Golf doesn't have the back wall, but everything else holds true. There's the grip, the backswing, the stance, and all the motion and the energy, and all the things you're trying to do it's very, very close in terms of the amount of skill you have to have. And the skill you got to bring to the table, essentially, for every single shot. The difference is you don't.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I see that.
James.
I see that. Yeah.
James.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh,
here we are, in hour 22, getting political, right?
I know, right?
Right. And what's funny is I don't have the energy to stop it. It's like, yeah, whatever. Oh my God.
I guess we know where your audience stands, man.
Yeah, that's funny. No, that's hysterical. You got my vote too, man. I'll be your running mate. All right.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
That's some funny shit right
El
there.
Presidente. That's funny. That is too damn funny.
I love the community, man. It's just something
Yep.
else, you know.
Oh no, let's go, Brandon.
I
Now
think.
we're
Oh God, is it rolling now?
it's
Now
rolling.
we're
You
starting.
guys have got to stop this. It's gonna get out of hand soon.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
let's go, Brandon. I love it.
Yeah, William, this is a great thing. I love this. The goal of golf is to play as little golf as possible.
That's right.
The goal of DI
Back when
is
I
to play
played
as
golf,
much
it
as
was drink.
possible. That's right. That's funny. Oh my gosh, that's a really good way of saying that. But yeah, I think the goal of golf, different goals, but all the
one of the things I do want to touch on, one of the things I want to touch on you and I talked about was, and I know you talked about it, and with some of the other guests, was the team play.
Yeah, that was, you know what? It's on my list of my next things. Can you go a little longer? Do you mind? I think Jeremy's going to be a little late getting in. He's at the airport, so
you know me. You know me. Yeah. You and I talked for 2 hours, and it felt like 10 minutes.
100%. Let's talk team play, because you and Big Money Mike play as a team. I have done probably 5 shows on this, right? Where I'm like, if we were sharing a bankroll, how would we play? Because I don't think if we're both doing the same strategy, that'd be stupid, right?
So on your show, when you had a square pair, you guys were doing the team play thing, and that's where I first kind of chimed in with you, I think. And everybody was playing the same, or wanted to play the same strategy. So to me, that is not the way to do team play, because everybody loses on the exact same rolls, just different levels of bankroll. That's all.
Yep, that's right.
So if one loses, everyone loses. If one wins, everyone wins, right? That's kind of the baseline of it, right? Now, the way Big Money Mike and I, when we do it, it's kind of fun. So Big Money Mike is I've known Mike for years, man, years, best friend, and we'll drive up, and we live in Dallas, so we'll drive up to Choctaw, right where Dan I think is, Don, where Don is. So we'll drive up Choctaw, and on our way up there, it's about an hour drive. We'll talk about, hey, how are we going to play? How are you going to play? Blah, 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 blah. What's your dice set going to be? What do you think my dice set should be? And, we have all this, the pregame play. We get there and we kind of start out that same way. I'm pretty, I'm pretty dedicated to how I play because I do it so often, right? So to me, it's like second nature. If I'm playing one strategy, I'm just going to play it. And if I see the table turn, I'm going to flip to a different strategy to make sure that I maintain. I'm not a one strategy kind of guy. But so my buddy Mike will tell me, hey, I'm going to play this strategy and this is what I'm going to do. And we go in and let's say we buy in for, X amount of dollars each. And at the end of the night, if he's down and I'm up, we pretty much get even first, get both of us back to hole, and then whatever's left we split. So let's call it $500 and $500, right? Is our net. That's our buy-ins each. And if he's down $200 and I'm up $200, it's a wash, right? We both net $500 each. We're back to even. Now let's say he's up 1,000 and I'm down 200. Well, then we've got $800 to divvy up, $400 each, right? Now that's kind of how the bankroll management of it works, or the bankroll portion of it works when you split it.
Right. And that's now, because it's a combined purse, right? It isn't like
it's a combined purse, yeah. You're just playing two different strategies, right?
Exactly.
Or two different ways.
It's not, yep, got it.
Now the tough part about that is when you're like me, when I'm watching my strategy and I'm watching his strategy starts to change. So he doesn't quite stick to the plan. So I'm usually the one that's kind of the conservative player all of a sudden, right? Instead of being a heavy player. It's a little bit tough to do. But all in all, when I go with him, it's to have fun. Bottom line with him, he and I go to have fun because we, like I said, it's not he's got a really good job. does real well financially. He doesn't need to go to the casino to make money. He's like most
speaks
everybody
to
else. They
discipline.
work for a living, right?
Yeah, it speaks to discipline, though, right? If you're disciplined with, like you say, you always joke about him going off kilter, right? But if you're both
Yeah, he
if you're
does.
both here, right, that discipline that you got here is good, right? That's kind of what you're looking for.
Yeah. So the more to the left he goes, the more conservative I get.
You've got to pull it back in again, right? And which changes your
Oh God,
mindset
yeah.
at the table too, right? So that's interesting.
Yeah.
You know.
And it's fun though. I mean, I have fun with him. It's always good. I mean,
Oh sure. What do you find when you're playing team play?
Yeah.
We've both said this, and it's true, right? You can't play the same thing. You can't play. I know that George may or may not be here with us right now, but George, I know when George did the team play show, he basically had everybody playing the exact same strategy. It was all across, and it was at different bet levels and at different pullbacks. Like one person was across high regress, one person was one hit and down, one person was 3 presses and out, but it was all the same numbers. They just did it. Manage the money on the numbers differently, but it's still the same numbers.
That's
the
right.
same thing still wrecks all of you at certain points in time. How did you approach it?
Yeah, yes or no, right? If you put more money down, then you're going to be winning a lot more money per point hit.
Mm-hmm.
You're offsetting the losses of the other guy, right?
Yep. That's what the thought process was for sure.
Yeah. That's the thought process of it. It does kind of work that way. As long as there's different variations of betting levels, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the better way, to me, the way I've seen it more successful when Mike and I go, our outings are always more successful when we're both playing 2 different types of strategies. Now, Hawaii crap shooters, it's not because there's a trend on the table that he changes his plan. I think it's because he finally gets lubricated with alcohol and he just loses his mind. Just kidding. I know he's watching too.
That's funny.
No, we just like to have fun when we go. We like to have a lot of fun when we go.
So when you say different strategy, how do you guys approach? You don't have to give it all away, but I mean, is it more like place bets? Are you like one guy's inside, one guy's outside, one guy pressing, one guy not?
Yeah, so I like to put place bets in. I like to put place bets. My buddy Mike loves to play. He loves to play come bets, right? He loves to play come bets, which is awesome. And he does his own come bet strategy. He'll do, I guess it's you do 3 come bets and then down. He does pretty good at that. I'll play the hard ways whenever I get to a certain level, on a place bet. So if my even numbers are at, let's call it a black chip, then a quarter's going on the hard ways each. Because it's a no-brainer to lose the $25 on the off chance that you hit it, right? It's worth the risk. And then every now and then Mike, he'll just he'll play that he'll just get that wild hair and says, hey, give me a 12, it's right in the middle of nowhere. And he'll do that a few times. And then we'll both decide who's playing. We'll figure out who's going to play the ATS. We may do that. I'll play it one guy and then he'll play it the next guy. So our bankroll stretches for our ATS strategy, right? At different levels. Or when I'm shooting, I will typically hit the smalls first. So I'll usually go super heavy on the ATS small, throw a quarter up there, and then quarter 5-5 or quarter, 5-10, whatever.
Interesting.
So that we'll play it that way too. But then again, my budget.
Interesting.
Yeah, I cluster them down at the bottom for some weird reason. The 5 is down on the small side too.
That's your number, right?
I'll bang out that 5, man. I don't know why. I just bang it out. But that's kind of what we do is we make our bankroll set up a certain way so that it stretches us to a particular period of time. And then after that, we're back at the cashier's cage and off we go. We're done, Then we'll hang out, have dinner and hang out and just shoot the shit for a while.
Right.
Then eventually I get a text from my wife says, "Are you coming home today?"
Ever? Yeah, right. That's awesome.
Yeah.
No, I see it the same way. I definitely see place bets and come bets as being the way to approach at least a 2-person team. And I can see leveling between that the way that you'd work it. And I can actually see people playing come bets staggered. Like I'll take the first 2, or I'll take 3 and you wait 2 and then take 3 after me. And you're going to kind of catch where you're going to catch as they come. I think that's actually an interesting way of approaching like a 7 to 9. Everything I do is 7 to 9 rolls, right? I figure that's
it's also another way that we beat the table max.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
So, and you asked me a conversation one time we had at night was how do you beat table max?
Yeah.
That's how you do it.
We've talked about it, right? And I've talked to David about it once too. It's like, or what can you do? Because if my casinos here, when you come out here, you'll see they're $500 table max, right? So if you've got a decent bankroll and you're coming out a little bit hot, you can hit table max in a couple of shots. And then what do you do? Right?
Yeah.
Where are you going next? Well, the best you can do is do a put bet. And once that's maxed out, the best you can do is the big 6 and 8. And then you're like, at least you got like, here comes the porn stars again.
I told you that's what I did, right?
Yeah, that's exactly the way you do it. But the interesting thing is with the put bets here, I asked a dealer friend of mine, you can't go max bet on the put and then also put odds on it. The total bet has to be. So the best you can do is like $100 flat and then $400 in odds or something along those lines, depending on the number.
Oh, for the table max, you mean?
Yeah, for table max on a put bet, you
That's
have
correct.
to basically, as low as you can on the flat and max the odds out on it. That's the only way to get there, because you can't exceed total unless I've heard of places that let you do it.
Some casinos won't allow you to do that though either. Because you're the same player
they'll
with the
say
same
max to a
bankroll.
number.
That's right.
Well, they'll also say max dollars to a number versus max per bet. So you can do a place and a put unless they tell you can't, max to a number.
Correct.
And if they know you're sharing bankroll, then you certainly can't do it.
That's right. Well, that's why it's better to go with a team now. Currently it's hard to find, those guys that'll be consistent or that you can trust really, that more than anything else, or just you like hanging out with. That's all in the same city. For me, Mike and I go way back, so I know he's not going to steal from me. And I won't steal from him either. It's just we just have fun, man. We just have fun. Anytime you can make a good outing, and it's your kind of like what you guys did when y'all went to I don't know if you went to Nevada or Las Vegas with
it
the
was
crew.
Reno. Yeah,
Reno. Y'all had a good time, and everybody won money, and it was great. That's the best time anyone can have. It's the best thing you can ask for.
It was awesome. It was the best time because it was people, right? It wasn't just me going to work.
Well, what's neat about the more people you have at your table, and everybody's playing a different strategy. If somebody has just a bad luck on the dice, right, a bad draw, you can make that guy whole again. You can make that person whole on your team, and everybody has that same understanding, which is okay. We all bought in with $500, so we got $2,000 total action between the whole crew. Anything above 2,000. Fantastic. We make sure that everybody's clean at 500 each that you walked in with, and then we divvy up the profits. That's the best way to do it. The more people you have, the better.
For sure. You cover so much different stuff. Yep.
Oh God, you cover a lot of ground that way.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, when we were in Reno, one of the things that happened, which I'm sure doesn't happen, it happened for a minute and they kind of shut it down, but Brian's here. How many people shot from stick left one that night? Like we kept changing spots. Like whenever somebody else's turn to shoot, we just switch with them. And they would take,
see, you're lucky that the casino would let you do that. Most casinos don't let you do that.
They let us do it until they brought the dishwasher out to try and chop the roll up. I mean, it was a
they don't let you do that.
They didn't like it after a hot minute.
Take it from me. Most casinos will not let you bring 10 people and you can all take 10 stabs at the same place. They won't let you do that.
Yeah, they didn't care too much early on.
I play a lot in Biloxi. They'd kick you out.
Yeah, and it wasn't even a private table. We're just playing, and it was like they didn't really seem to care. So it was that, but it made it fun. It was kind of one of those things. It was all hooting and hollering and having a good old time, and it was clearly not a shared bankroll team type of thing, So that was pretty fun.
Yeah, well, we all bring our own money to the table, and we all bring our own, extra, which is our oh shit money.
Mm-hmm.
But when we decide we're going to play as a team, then we all pony up the exact same amount, and then we all play responsible, hopefully, and just kind of make it work. But if you're there to have fun and you're not pooling you're pooling your bankroll, and you guys want to just have fun as a group, then do what we do. Instead of us standing side by side, I stand on one side, he stands on the other. So we've got minimal amount of shooters in between us.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Because my
You
boy
don't
can
got to
shoot.
wait for 6 people to come before.
Yeah.
Because, and then it's you guys back to back, and then that's it. That makes sense. Yep.
Yeah.
And Ferdinand says that this is true too, right? If you're looking to control dice here, keep the landing zone clear.
That's right. Yeah, it depends where you shoot. Like that's why I shoot into the mixing bowl.
Yeah, that's right.
I love shooting in there. You can't put money in there.
Yeah, and what's funny is so many people say avoid that thing, and it actually does keep the dice pretty still. You watched Ed
tighter
today, roll to win. I mean, he was hammering that hook today, and those dice just sat down. It was great.
Yeah, when I did my Field of Dreams video, I was shooting from stick left 1 or 2, and tossed them right into that corner.
Mm-hmm.
It was money. It's the way I shot them I either shoot them from the end of the table and let them roll out, or I try to put it really close and tight into the mixing bowl, one of the two sides. For me, it just gets better results based on my mechanics and how I toss the dice, right?
Mm-hmm.
After a while, you get to know. Yeah, after a while, you get to know how your dice react to how you're tossing, right?
Right. Sam wants to know what is the mixing bowl?
It's what you put a cake mix in. Mixing bowl is the rounded part of the table that supposedly will make those dice jumble up. That's what they call the mixing bowl.
Oh.
But it actually, the closer to that rounded piece you get, the better off it is. Now, I will say this, kind of interesting about a casino in Kansas City. This is kind of an odd looking table. It didn't have quite the corners that most tables have. They were elongated. Kind of weird.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it didn't have a true radius.
Not really tight. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it didn't have a true radius on it. It was more like an oval. It was odd. I'd never seen one like that. I can't remember the name of the casino I was at, but one of the guys there was a regular, and he was he was telling everybody how to shoot on the table, right? This is how you do it.
Local. Yeah.
Yeah. He was the coach. He was the table coach.
Right.
And
there's always that guy at the local casino.
Yeah. And I don't mind him either, right? Because I you tell me how to play on your home court field, I'm great. But when you start like overdoing it, buddy, it gets a little off. So he was telling me, hey, this table here, you got to shoot right here and let it kind of roll in, almost like a ramp on a highway, right? And sure as shit, it worked. I don't know how, but it worked. It was weird because I tried going right into the corner like I typically do.
When there's no corner,
it was disastrous.
Yeah.
No true radius. It didn't stop the dice. It popped them everywhere. So.
Hey, Jeremy from Color Up just showed up. He's at the airport.
Oh, all right.
So you mind if we cut short here and I bring him in for a little bit before he flies out? Is that cool?
Get him in. Yeah, get him in.
Man, hey, great talking to you. Always great talking to you. I'm glad we got to talk in front of everybody, and now the world knows you're coming back. El Toro's back. Coming out of retirement. Yeah, man. All right, we will chat later. Hopefully I'll see you soon, bud.
All right. Peace.
All right. You got it. Bye. All right. We're going to go right to Jeremy because I know he's at the airport. So, Jeremy, I'm going to change your name here so people know that you're not El Toro, but you are Color. Whoops. Color Up. Hey, man, how are you? Can you hear me okay? Good. Yeah, you're actually at the airport, like waiting to board a plane here, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we don't have a lot of time, obviously, because you're going to be flying out, and I got a guest coming on in a little bit. But let's chat real quick. So You're a big reason why we're doing this fundraiser for this charity. I think this is a piece that we had talked about privately. This issue of problem gambling, gambling addiction. I've been talking to everybody about it a little bit, and just kind of like it was interesting to talk to David Casino Quest as a dealer, what he's seen, what he's kind of gone through himself, and some of that stuff. And everybody's got their horror stories or things they've seen. I have as well, not me personally, but I've seen people go through this because I grew up near a casino. How about you? What is your connection to this, and what have you seen, heard, and how do you deal?
I don't know. I know I'm hearing a lot of echo, by the way.
Oh,
it's kind of tough to. I don't have a personality that's very addictive. So it's not really a problem for me, but I've seen it, and I know people deal with it. So it's tough because I'm obviously involved pretty heavily in in the industry, I guess you could say. And
yeah,
it's just a shame that for me it's an entertainment device, but it is a shame that people can't stop there. They can't set up boundaries for themselves, and so hopefully we can do a little bit of help.
Hopefully, I was talking to somebody. I won't divulge who it was, but I was talking to somebody about possibly coming on to this podcast or telethon, and he called me and he kind of grilled me a little bit, and he's like, "I love that you're doing that charity. It's a good cause, but why are you doing that?" He's like, "Why do you even have a channel? Like, if you're going to try and raise money to stop gambling addiction, why are you teaching people how to gamble?" And he kind of went after me pretty hard, and it was tough for me to answer the questions. So I'm going to make you answer the tough questions. Why? It's an interesting point, right? It's like we're trying to raise money to help, yet also teach people how to do it. And how do you? Because you said it's an entertainment thing for you personally, but your channel and my channel and everybody else we're talking to, we're on the other side of that.
I think it's doable because, for one, we're trying to have people, whether through strategy or whatever, to try to approach the game as thoughtful and in the best position they can with as most knowledge about the game. But although it is a problem, just like anything else, it's not a problem for everybody, and it's not even a problem for a majority or maybe even a minority. It's probably a small amount that it's a problem for. It's just like actually drinking or whatever might be a bigger problem for people. But it's it's a small percentage, and we just want to help those that it does affect. But yeah, I think it is. We're not talking about huge numbers. I mean, if you look at the way that Las Vegas has transformed over the years, it's not really so much a gambling town as much anymore, right? It's like an entertainment town. Just because the money's not there, and especially these next generations that are coming up, they're not gamblers like it was. Because I think back then, prohibition and different things, people, it was that sin, that they're looking for. Now it's just like, these, the younger people growing up, they don't really care.
That town has changed so much. I remember when it was a pure gambling mob run town, and then it was all about the family. Remember, they had all roller coasters and
they tried
kiddie
that.
ride. They tried that, and that did not fly. I loved it, actually. I was telling the story earlier. My wife's a camel gambler. She can gamble for hours, 8-9 hours. She can go, right. I can't. Craps is in and out sometimes. And I went to every casino. I've seen every casino in that city to go on the rides. I've seen the Sharks, the Mandalay Bay. I mean, I've just done the tour. I actually enjoyed when it was family time. Now when I do that, everything is off color now. Just, you're running around, you're running away from porn basically. So
yeah, it's an adult town for sure.
Yeah.
But it's just not, I don't know. They just don't cater as much to the just gamblers. I mean, it's still there, obviously. There's still plenty of opportunity. And, I've recently moved to Reno. It's a little different than Vegas in that it's more of like a city with casinos in it, as opposed to like casinos with a city surrounding it. But you see the couple people lounge, around that you can assume have a problem, but I think it's a small percentage, and you do want to look out for those. It is a problem for everybody, just like anything could be. So that's all. I don't think it's you know I don't think it's a huge deal, but you have to admit that it is a problem, and so that's what we're trying to do here. We're just trying to address that.
Just raise some a little bit of awareness for sure. Yeah, Vegas.
Yeah,
It's funny. Vegas is it's changed. That city's changed so much, and one of the things we joke about the mob running it. The mob ran it right, except for unless you cross them, you get your knees broken or something like that. But it's so different now, isn't it? Like the comps are different. The comps are all done on a computer. It isn't like, yeah, you're doing okay, we'll give you a room, because they want to keep you there. It's everything's a percentage of play, and things like crapless and the 000 roulette and all that is spreadsheet calculation, like Shackleford. Everything there is a tweak on a thing, and that's the new rule because Spanish 21 pays 0.0002% more than regular 21, and that's the thing. It's just so different now, and none of it's designed to help you.
No, it's corporations and they're squeezing pennies, so that's what they do.
Yeah.
It's not like, yeah. And sometimes you think it's gonna hurt, and like these decisions, like, okay, let's all go to 6-5 blackjack or whatever. You'd think it would hurt them, but I mean, that's my goal is, I will not play a $15 table. I'm like, if everyone could band together, we refuse the $15 table. Maybe they'll keep them 10, but it's just not, feasible. And so the casinos will just make more money because that's what
there's always somebody. It's just it's like drugs, right? It's like, okay, we all stop taking drugs, but there's somebody else in line that's going to buy the meth, right? There's always somebody that doesn't know any better or doesn't care, and they'll play the $15 table, and as long as they're full, they're going to keep them. And the same old true. Like, me, I'm always so against. Oh, here's a comment from Greg, by the way. So awesome to see Jeremy here. He's been such a positive influence. Thanks for what you do. That's from Greg at 555. But yeah, they're nothing they do is in your favor, right? And me, I'm always, I'm so anti-crapless, and I'm, halfway anti-roll to win for lots of reasons, and I think that's more what we're going to start seeing is big time game changes like that.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of these comments. I like with William. I don't know what he says. It's actually getting worse with crypto and things. I don't know if that's the case or not. I'm not sure. From what I've looked at and read, I don't think that's the case, but I don't know.
Well, the interesting piece, excuse me, is like the crypto stuff and like the sports betting. That's legal almost everywhere now, and you can just grab DraftKings, which and then all of a sudden you're betting. It's so easy to click a button on your phone and bet like a video game on sports. At least you can't do like casino games everywhere just yet, but sports is becoming pretty prolific, and that could be a danger for kids when it's too easy to do.
I don't know. Maybe because it's just like playing a game on your phone. Maybe they're not making a connection, but that might be the case with sports betting. I'm not connected. I'm not a sports bettor. I like to bet on horse racing, which ironically enough, now that I'm in Nevada, I can't bet on horses unless I'm at a casino. But
right,
I like betting horses, but I'm not into sports betting, and I know it is. It's like everywhere, and it's on your phones. But I mean, I'm just kind of in the casino environment. I'm just not seeing as much addiction. But as far as sports betting, it's booming for sure.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's the thing now, right? It's everywhere because every state.
By the way.
Yeah, right. So this is my fifth T-shirt of the night, by the way. I've been changing because I've got everybody's swag and I'm wearing everybody's.
Yeah, that's funny.
Well, I'm a degenerate, I guess, right? That's my addiction is swag, and I got people's chips, and I'm showing the chips all day long, and it's like, it's fun. It's a cool community, and and you were called out earlier today because, you're obviously the big dog, right? You got so many subscribers, but like, it's really interesting the size of the community that you built, not just your own, but like all of us together. It's kind of cool. And you look back at like the path behind you, I guess, like you kind of let this like carved a wide path, and here we are just walking behind you, and it's pretty awesome.
And I don't know why that is. There were just when I started, there were just very few channels, and I think that's why I'm so big. Is I mean, I'm not doing anything special. I have some production ability, but I mean, there's plenty of guys that know more about the game, or they definitely play more than me. I'm not. That's part of. I don't play much. I don't. Some people might think, he's in the casinos all the time, but I rarely play. So there's obviously guys that play more than me. They have more experience than me. They have more knowledge than me. I just happen to be, not the first, but one of the first. And since then, I mean, I try to follow everyone. So I'm following like over 200 different crafts channels out there. So it's fun to see everybody and everyone's little niche and different personalities. But yeah, I don't know why. I did see it was a hole in the YouTube environment, and I tried to fill it with good content. And so it's been a fun ride for me. But yeah, as far as, I mean, just seeing so many channels, coming behind and doing it has been cool to see. And I'm not sure why. I mean, I guess they're like, well, that Joker could do it. I guess I could do it too. So yeah, it's been good.
Yeah, it's interesting. I know you didn't try to do this, but you filled a void that wasn't there, right? Here comes the hookers again. I'm sorry for the porn stuff. You filled a
You got to
hole that
put
wasn't there. Well, I don't have the
them
button,
on a
right?
blacklist.
Everybody else is the people who are chatting are hitting the button to ban these people, but it comes up every like 20 minutes.
Yeah, you got to go in your
But
YouTube settings and put blacklist those words.
yeah, that's what I got to do is blacklist the words, the XYZ, the .xyz's are where it always comes from. It seems like, but remember, we're streaming on 20 channels right now, so this is coming from everybody. This is the combined chat that we're seeing. But yeah, you filled a need that wasn't there, which was thoughtful content. Like a lot of guys were filming themselves practicing, or here's my ideas, or here's the DVD I'm trying to sell. So it's a 2-minute video, or here's me holding up my book while I talk about craps, and you've called some of those folks out. You just went at it like, hey, I'm going to make a quality video and teach. And there was nothing like that when you started,
No, yeah, just a couple like casino promotions, a couple guys trying to, get quick, selling books about whatever. And then there were a couple, Bone Thrower was there. There was a couple guys. Maybe El Toro was before me, I think. I don't know. There wasn't much, that's for sure. Just maybe 2 or 3 active guys at least that I was aware of at the time. But yeah, not much. But I knew it was big because when you look at some of these, like the Sahara had a video how to play craps, and it was 10 years old, but it had 500,000 views. I'm like, people are interested. So
now, did you do the Elf channel before or after the Craps channel? Like, were you already in YouTube space?
That was after, I think. I'm not sure, actually.
Yeah, I was just curious because I think
it was
that
after.
could lead you to. Yeah, okay. Because one begets the other, right? Once you figure out the whole way YouTube works, then you can, I'm already, I'm such a nerd. I'm already thinking about other channels to start. This has been so much fun for me and learning like how it all works, like we're doing here. But I'm a cook, right? I'm software developer too, but I used to be a chef. So now I'm going to do a little bit of a cooking thing, and I want to do a little bit of coding, how to code with John kind of thing. And it's like, it's fun because there is a niche out there that isn't filled.
Yeah, if you could find what it is, I'm pretty confident I could start a channel on anything I wanted and make it successful if I find that there's a hole missing and I'm interested in it. Obviously, you got to stick at it. I mean, I didn't see anything for 2 years on my channel. It was pretty dry. I remember it was like 3 months and I had like 10 subscribers or something ridiculous. It was a long haul for me. So if you guys out there with all your channels, hang in there, but it takes time. But yeah, I came from a production environment, and a guy told me about you. He's like, this guy makes money on YouTube. He's talking about Casey Neistat at the time. I don't know if anybody knows him, kind of a famous blogger. And I'm like, people make money on YouTube. So I always had in the back of my mind, like, if I can stumble upon an idea that there seems to be people interested in, if there's not great content out there, you could build a YouTube channel around it. And so one day I just stumbled on a Craps video, and I'm like, I love that game. Let me look for more videos, and there just wasn't. So I kind of did the same thing with the little elf on the shelf guy. I'm like, I'd been making a couple videos just for family things and for fun. And then I looked online. There's like one other lady, and she was just dominating every Christmas. I'm like, I can make elf videos, and so yeah.
And that's like a 1 month run. Like you start that on Black Friday, and then that's it, right?
Yeah, yeah, I've tried it. I mean, there's been years in the past where I've made videos all throughout the year, and it's just completely dead. But as soon as like the day after Black Friday, it just takes off, and then the day after Christmas, it just
Goes to
completely
zero.
falls off. So it's pretty funny. Yeah,
That's pretty cute.
yeah, it'll go from like 50 views a day to like 50,000 a day in the
Right.
and,
That's funny.
yeah,
50 to 50,000.
in the
That's
month.
hysterical. Well, I was telling my wife, I'm like, so my daughter, my son's out. My son now lives over in Oregon. He's moved out, graduated college. My daughter is a junior in high school. And we've stopped the Elf on the Shelf thing years and years ago. I'm like, we're resurrecting it this year because I was thinking about when I was making the picture for the auction for your tablecloth. And I've been telling everybody all day, like this thing, it's Craps history. You got to get on this and whatever. And I said, and it's got elf blood on it. And if like there's like 5 people that probably remember you saying that last year on one of your, I think you interviewed with Dave or somebody, or maybe it was the guys on the podcast. And I'm like, that's fantastic that you had this. Why don't you tell that story? What's on the table?
It's one of my biggest videos. It happened to be the Elf on the Shelf operation. So we through a little video magic, we cut the elf open, and he's got like, I forget now, like candy and little toys and stuff is inside this elf, and I'm pulling all these things out of this little elf. And there's some goo with glitter, and so on that table, and I haven't got it off. There's a little couple red spots of elf blood with a little glitter infused in it. So.
Of course, elf blood has glitter in it. That's fantastic.
Yeah, of course. What else would it have?
Right. I'm gonna go see real quick. I'm gonna switch over here. I'm gonna refresh the screen. Now that you're on, you can start telling folks. Let's see. You're up to 525 on the layout. It's pretty good.
Oh, okay,
pretty good
cool.
auction price right there. Yeah. I'm trying to pump that thing up, but I think, you've put up a bunch of things for the auction and everything's got bids on it. So that's really cool. We appreciate
glad to
that.
help.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think that layout is, I think that's one of the coolest things that we could have had.
Yeah. So I mean, obviously, if you're a fan of the show, you know that the payoffs in the prop box are not standard. They're a little lower than they should be.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's a 10-foot table. It's got the big 6 and 8 though. It's disappearing. So
right.
Get that big 6 and 8 while you can.
That's funny. What's on tap? What's coming up for the channel? I know you still do the dice advice. I haven't seen you do a challenge in a while. Are you bringing those back at some point?
I mean, probably I might do it for maybe my green club members or something. Not a lot of people appreciate it, which I thought was kind of odd. I mean, they just pull in low numbers. So I think it's just really for hardcore fans would like to see 2 different strategies kind of against each other, but they just do poorly. So I'm not sure that the interest is all there. But I'll probably do a couple more. I did just recently I redid my layout. So I got one where I could flip it around and it's crapless. Just because everywhere I go, it seems like there's a crapless table and they're full.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll probably be making more videos on that. So people could send me dice advice. Now, I have a database. It's literally hundreds. So people are like, "Oh, you just did my strategy. I submitted it 3 years ago," and I'm like, That's how it goes sometimes. So I have hundreds of those, but I don't have any craps strategies. So if anyone has any, probably jump to the top of the list pretty quick. But
it's probably not a come bet strategy, I'm sure, for crapless, right? Nobody's doing a come bet on a crapless table.
I mean, I don't know. It's pretty high house edge,
almost
6%. But
having that thing go to a 2, having to repeat that, man, that's rough.
No fun, but if it hits, it pays well. So.
Well, it's a flat, right? If it's a come bet, it's a flat, unless you're taking the odds on it. But that's a
well,
rough,
yeah. I mean, if you're playing the come, you should probably be adding odds anyway. So then you go with your 6-to-1 payoff. So that'd be fun if it hits. But yeah, unlikely. But you never know.
Yeah, Greg, 5 My crapless strategy is to skip it. Well, Greg, you can't play crapless because you're a don't player. There's no such thing. They wouldn't even
Nope.
let you near the table. They'd see you come in like, nope, can't do it.
Yeah, so I'll probably sprinkle that in. I mean, I'm not interested in the game too much myself. And, I want to keep the standard game alive, so I
Mhm.
definitely keep in with the standard game. But I'll sprinkle in the crapless a little bit because there are people that play it, and I think it'll be
Yep.
kind of a little interesting. But yeah, I don't know. I have a list, spreadsheet of ideas that always come through. It's more of like finding time to do the ideas in my videos.
Right.
I'm just like anyone else. I'm not a full-time YouTuber. I got a job, so I'm just like a lot of you guys
Mhm.
out there. So if you're in the YouTube grind, it's tough. It's tough to squeeze all your ideas in. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, these things take time, right? And I tell people all the time, this is hard work doing these videos. It's really hard. But and I have no production skills like you do, but it's hard work. It still takes time and dedication, and
yeah.
people
There's
appreciate that.
planning, and then the actual filming of it, and then editing, and then
Mhm.
just simple stuff. Description and thumbnails and scheduling and planning out the next one. It's all kind of
It's a
it's
lot.
involved, but yeah.
So when someone sends you a strategy for your dice advice, what's your criteria? I know you like funny names.
Yeah.
What is it about a strategy that kind of catches your eye and you go, yeah, I want to put that out there? Like, what makes it valuable to you?
uh, that it's different a little bit. People say there's, a couple. You could probably fit everything in a couple different categories as far as strategies go. Um, so something that's unique and different. Um, you know, I've probably got 200 different, barely slightly variations on the Iron Cross, and I think
Mhm.
people would probably be sick of that. But if you're trying something different, I'm not a hedge player myself, but I know people have fun thinking that it might give them a better chance, and so they like watching hedge strategies, where you're playing this to offset this and kind of going around in circles. But I always say it's more about what your goal is at the game. If you want to win, it's probably not the way to go. But if you want time at the table and a chance to win $20, then yeah, let's hedge. But
Mhm.
yeah, so I think it's something unique if you can, and then a catchy name that kind of explains it quickly. Is always helpful, and just an easy way to describe it. When it's a couple of them, they just get so complicated um, that
Mhm.
it would. I mean, I think I pride myself a little bit on being able to explain things and break things down in an easy way for people to understand. But some of these strategies I get are, I mean, I can't explain them in an easy way, and so they kind of get
Right.
skipped over. But,
Yeah,
yeah.
and I play some things like that where it's a transition strategy. You start with this, and after hit, it turns into that, and after that, it turns into something else, and you couldn't do it in a 15-20 minute rollout and ever get there.
Yeah, it's tough to do that. So I kind of stick to things like, here's the setup, you do these 6 things, and then you just,
Mhm.
repeat. Obviously, at some point, with any strategy, you can always adapt and adjust, and you probably should. But yeah, that's kind of it. I look for ease of use, kind of simplicity, a good name. And
Right.
I know some strategies I get in, I'm like, these people have never played craps. And um, it's just kind of apparent the things that they're submitting. Like, you've never played, have you? So,
That video the other night was funny. The one where you did the hard ways. That was one of your worst rollouts ever.
yeah, I
The hard
mean,
eight.
I'm,
Yeah.
I'm pretty well known, and most people know this, but I give strategies one chance. So
Mhm.
I feel like that's the fairest way to do it. So I don't re-record them to make them look good or bad, and I'm
Right.
kind of known as the strategy killer. They all look bad, typically. I mean, every once in a while I win, but
Yep.
so I'm doing my part for gamblers right there, because if they watch my channel enough, they'll be like, "You can't win at this game."
Why would I ever do that? Yeah.
So yeah, why would I play that game? Because this guy plays it every couple times a week and loses every time.
Oh my gosh. I think it's good when they lose. I do a live stream every day, and I'm like, I don't love losing because you want to be like, here's a strategy that is a good idea. Let's try it. And then it gets whacked. You're like, well, it's good to see that it doesn't win. Like I can film the perfect video like you can. Here's the way it works. Here's the golden way it's going to pay you and all these things. And then the live rollout comes in. Rick does this with Let It Roll. Here's the way the strategy works. And the next day you get the live video, of it actually being rolled out. I think it's good when they fail. It's good to say, you know what,
sure.
there's a hole here.
Yeah, and sometimes not too bad, but I do feel bad sometimes whenever a strategy just hits on all cylinders and it's the perfect roll and it weaves, through the trouble areas, which all strategies have a trouble spot, and it looks like amazing. And I'm like, people are probably going to take this and think like, that it's like the magic formula. And I don't say it in every video, but I definitely try. Every strategy wins sometimes. None of them win all the time.
Right.
So, sometimes I feel a little guilt about those ones. Like they just thread the needle and just, come out like looking like a rose, smelling like a rose. And, if I played, 10 more times, they might lose eight of them. But that's what I decided to do when I first started, was just rolling one time and that's it.
What's your go-to? Oh, here's somebody calling in. What is your go-to?
What do you mean?
Your go-to strategy. What is your?
Well, I'm not a big bankroll guy, and I don't play that much, so I have a small amount. So I don't really have a go-to strategy that has a name, but it's usually start small, win what I initially lay out there. Like, I guess if I did have a go-to, it might be like 22 inside or something like that. But I start small, try to win that money back, and then once I've recouped, that $20, $40 that I put out, then I'll start pressing heavier and go for a big score. And that's kind of it. That's kind of how I find my enjoyment is, pay it real conservative at the beginning just to get that. I don't, they call it house money. I don't, obviously, I think that's been beat to death. I think most of us know it's not house money, it's our money. But it is a little more comfortable when it's money that didn't come from your pocket and you can press. I feel comfortable pressing that money. The money that I saved up for the last 2 months to go to the casino and have fun with, not so fun for me pressing or playing really big for the 2 rolls in regress. It's not me.
Sure.
So I'm usually start small and slow and then move fast once I got some winnings.
So you're building, not regressing and going. That's more your style.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of do every once in a while. We'll play kind of in the middle a little bit, but it's kind of the same. I'm trying to get the same, reach the same goal of, get that money off the table, get it back into my pocket, and then with any winnings, then I'll press, play big. So that's the only time I wouldn't play and just regress and then watch the table. Usually if it's regressing, it's to recoup that money so then I could, with any other further winnings, press big.
Right. Cool. So I guess a couple of other things I want to chat with you about is, well, we talked a little bit about the channel. What's up next for the channel? Anything new and exciting you want to launch here or talk through, or different directions maybe?
No, I moved to Reno for a specific reason, and that's to find a partner with a casino. So I'm working on that. I got a couple, I don't know, what's the term, pokers in the fire or whatever. So I got some interest, and so that's moving along, and we'll see where it goes from there. I don't want to say too much, but I'm not the type that announces, and I'll just wait until it's in place, and then I'll let you guys know. But yeah, that's what I'm working on.
But you're digging Reno.
Oh yeah. I couldn't, for me, Vegas, I love it. It's a favorite place, but 3 days and I'm done. But Reno's different. It's got a small town feel, and it's just it's a nice place to live. And then it does have this Vegas style resorts. There's a couple really nice ones that are worth going to. So small town feel, but you still have access to that Vegas weekend if you want.
Yeah, you're not that far from Vegas. Yeah, and it's not when I was there, I really enjoyed, like, you said, like the casinos are smaller, which is nice. You're a little more personal. And I loved how you said it's like it's a town that happens to have some casinos in it versus the casino with the city around it kind of thing. I went and looked at Mesquite, and it's the same sort of setup. Mesquite's got 3 or 4 casinos, little tiny town. It's same sort of deal, which is nice and comfortable. It's
Yeah,
fun.
yeah, you got the 3 downtown like connected, like so you can walk to all of them. But I avoid those actually. They're El Dorado or Caesar casinos,
Yep.
just because they're $25 tables and they're just more corporate-y. But there's the Peppermill and the GSR and the Nugget and the Atlantis, and that might be it for tables. And then there's the Lake Tahoe ones. But yeah, they're just they still free parking. They're still kind of that. They're all individually owned places except for the ones downtown. So they can do things. I think the comps are better if you come up and visit. You learn the rooms quicker and different things. So like I said, free parking, and they still have the $7.99 steak deals and stuff like that.
Right.
So they're still they have to attract the people. So it's still kind of got that part of it, which I love.
That's cool. And you're close to Tahoe. Like I said, Tahoe's a nice little vacation spot. If you want to get away from it, but also not have to drive 9 hours to get someplace or fly. Tahoe's pretty cool.
Yeah, but living in Colorado, we picked up skiing, snow skiing, so we really like that. So we knew when we picked the spot, we wanted to kind of access to that. So the weather's been nice, but it's right there. We live in the foothills, but we see the ski slopes just out our back door, and so itching to get out there this year.
That's pretty cool. Yeah. Brian just says that it was cool playing with you and me at this GSR. That was fun. Get on an actual live table. We played some bubble craps earlier than that, but that was fun playing there.
Yeah.
That was a really cool place. If GSR is big, that's a big place. That's no joke.
Yeah, that's probably one of the bigger ones. They have all the shows and different things like that. So GSR is a nice one, kind of big open feel. Peppermill is more of a classier one, I would say, but it's like amazing. I get lost in there still. Atlantis is just like an old school 1980s themed. It's kind of a tropical theme, but it's kind of a little, I don't know. It's okay. And the Nugget's different. I haven't spent much time in the Nugget. But yeah, it's a little different for everybody,
Yeah, the Atlantis I thought was really tight. It was small. And they had a table there which I had never seen, which was half 5 and half 10. $5 on one half table, $10 on the other half of the table. That was weird.
Yeah, they're the most crap friendly, I would say, because they do run those tables. So like you said, they're split, which means I think they're the only one in town running on the really small ones, running $5 tables. There's some in Carson City, different thing that are $5, but so yeah, they half the tables 5 and half 10. I think more places should do that. And then they also have like the roll counter, like they do at like Fremont and different things, where they keep track of the roll, and they have TVs up around the 3 tables where you can see the leaderboard for that day and different things. So I think they kind of cater to the craps player more than the other casinos. But yeah.
I got a picture of that somewhere, and it's kind of funny because the picture makes me laugh. The roll counter was, I think it was 21 rolls, you win a t-shirt, or whatever, 25 rolls as a t-shirt, and then it was like 60 rolls, you won this half of the progressive jackpot, and 75 rolls was the whole jackpot. But I think the 60 rolls, like the jackpot was like $230. And the 75 was like $4. I'm like, if I roll 75 rolls, I'm making more than $400. I can tell you that.
I would hope so, unless you're really playing some hedge strategy.
I mean, you can same bet one number over 75 rolls and still make $400. You could, I mean, that's kind of funny. No, it's cool. It's cool. I love the town. It was actually a lot of fun being there. It's an interesting place, and I think for people looking for a place to go, that's a little different. A smaller city, Mesquite, Reno, Tahoe, there's other places to go than all of that. Because Vegas is a lot. Vegas is fun, but it's a lot. You're right. It's one of those things where it can be overwhelming. And especially if you've got kind of a predilection to, some kind of a problem, it's tough.
It's
And you came
different. It's a
from
different feel, different environment.
whole different feel. You're surrounded. You can't get away from it, really. Now you were in Colorado, right? Compare Colorado to where you're at now, because I've never been to Colorado casinos. I hear good things about them, but compare that. Like, what's it like compared to Reno and Vegas? For those of us who've never been.
Blackhawk is. I loved Blackhawk. Now this is most of my time there was pre-COVID, so it's like everyone was $5 tables. Everyone. It's kind of like a almost like the old Vegas downtown. It's a little bit more spread out, but everything's walkable. So there's probably 10 casinos all within a little bit of a walking distance. So that part's really nice. You can stay at one and kind of walk to where all of them. Whereas Reno, you can't. You really have to drive around or Uber around. So it's like a little miniature thing, but it's an old ghost town. So Denver said, or Colorado said, we're going to allow gambling, but we want it pushed out. So they picked these Cripple Creek and Blackhawk, these old ghost towns with nothing going on. So it's all these couple of antique houses and then just all these casinos. So they've got, most of them are smaller places, and then they got a couple, the Monarch and Ameristar are, I would say like Vegas style casinos are big and nice, but for the most part, they almost have like a mom and pop feel. Now since COVID, everything's like $10 and it's hard to find crews. So they've got, it's not a 24-hour town and stuff anymore. It's usually like a weekend town, and maybe you can, half the tables in town are open, at 8 p.m. or whatever, but it's a little hit and miss now. But before, and I hopefully it gets back to that. It was just like $5 paradise. So it's cool in that way. Now there's nothing else there. There's no restaurants. There's no shows. It's literally just half of them are decent casinos. The other half are all just slot parlors. And a couple places have food, Ameristar and different things, but it's not like a town. There's no restaurants. There's no shopping. Like if your wife's not interested in gambling, you're bringing her. There's nothing but casinos. So it's a little different in that way.
Well, definitely a destination.
I mean,
I
it
wanted
is,
to see it,
yeah, 30, 40 minutes away from Denver, so you can obviously just go there. But
yeah. But the ride sounds great. It sounds like it's a beautiful ride up there. So
yeah, you go through this little canyon. If you go the right way, it's really beautiful along the river through this canyon. It's pretty cool. Reminds me of I went to Deadwood, which I had to do off my bucket list. So we went to Mount Rushmore and Deadwood, and Deadwood's kind of the same thing. It's an old Western cowboy town, but they're a little more mixed. They have casinos, but they have more touristy, shops, and they sell trinkets, and they have restaurants and stuff. So that's more of a family. Everyone could find something to do, whereas Blackhawk is more just gambling.
yeah, Deadwood. I've been through. I was actually in Deadwood, but in the '90s, so they didn't have the casino when I went through it. I had more fun at Wall Drug than I did in Deadwood. But you're right. That's a bucket list thing for me. Wall Drug. Have you been to Wall Drug? In South Dakota? No, it's stupid. There's Wall Drug signs everywhere, and it's like a giant weird like curiosity shop. Alligators with human heads and that kind of thing. It's just a weird place.
Okay.
The South Dakota's kind of famous for that. But yeah, I want to go to Deadwood. Deadwood's definitely a bucket list thing for me too. I gotta travel and see it. So, all right, man, we're about out of time here. So you can close up here. Talk about the club a little bit. I've been telling folks all day long. We're here, streaming in front of people that probably, everybody has to know Jeremy, I'm sure. But let's talk about the club and how great it is and what folks can expect. And yeah.
No, it's just community. I'm trying to get people together. I know Craps Nation does it as well. They're bringing the community together. I charge for it because I'm a greedy bastard. Not really. I want people to. It's not a small amount. You can get in for like $5. So it's just a little something to give some investment. It weeds out people. Usually, if things are free, it brings in some unsavory stuff. But it's a friendly environment, and it's growing, and there's just a bunch of great people. So that's really, they share information about where they are locally, and then they, fantasy craps and that sort of thing. But it's real. People are becoming good friends, and they meet up all the time in real life.
Yeah.
So, and I feel like I know a lot of people through it. And so it's really just about making a community of, all of us that love craps. So that's it.
It's worked well for that goal. I mean, I can tell you that I'm a member of the club and also Craps Nation, and I find that the conversations we have in the club they're great conversations. There's really good strategy talk. The fantasy craps goes almost every night now, and that's a big group. Like they're busy in there, and the tournament is fun. So it's a great way to kind of just do craps during the day on your coffee breaks and stuff like that. It's really cool. I'm glad you put it together because that fills a void.
Yeah, it is. I know when I first started, everyone's like, oh yeah, here we go. He's going to shut down YouTube or whatever, and everything's going to be behind the paywall. But that's not the case at all. I still love making videos, and so YouTube, that's not going anywhere. You can always watch for free on YouTube. And but yeah, the club is more about community. So.
Yeah. Well, it's good. I mean, you didn't go to Patreon. You're not charging for your strategies. In fact, I think you do a great job of calling folks out that are charging for stuff. That's my favorite thing about your channel. I wait. I'm like, when's he going to do it again? When's he going to get somebody who's charging for the next great trap and expose it? It's the best.
They're not worth it, folks. They're not worth it. They're not worth 2 cents. You can find it for free on the internet, and I'll try to roll it and show it to you for free. Yep. They're just not worth it.
No, I love that. It's funny because you're so soft spoken and you're so humble, but when one of those things comes around, you're like, okay, we're gonna hammer this guy.
I think every once in a while just gets on my nerve. Like, what's this guy doing selling this for this slight variation of Iron Cross for $500 and promising that it's going to win every time and you're going to win thousands? I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah,
it's
win 1,000 by Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's annoying.
It does get on my nerves every once in a while, so I try to, I don't know.
Yeah, I love when you call those guys out. It's fun. Super fun. And people charging for this stuff is unless you're writing a book, I guess it's different. If it's an actual, I have my John Patrick Craps Bible here, right?
Yeah.
That's different, right?
Information's fine. If you want to, I don't even mind, most of you know that I'm not really a dice control guy, but if you want to teach that class and people think that they know what they're getting into, that's fine. If you want to sell a book on it, I mean, I've been trying to write a book for a couple years here, so I might put out a book. But I have no problem with the information. I have no problem if you start a club. But I mean, to blatantly say like this will win every time if you do this and that sort of thing. Yeah. It's just not. That snake oil stuff is not good.
I'm not into that at all. Yeah, Greg, Jeremy's video with King Dice was hilarious. That was one of the best. That was, that period of time in your channel when you were doing the King Dice, and then it's like almost like the CEG stuff came like right after that. You were kind of like making the rounds there. That was great TV at the time.
Yeah, I was trying to reach out to people, and I got to give King Dice credit. He's the only one willing to put his reputation on the line. He was a smaller channel then, but he did it, and he personally, we had a good time. He's a nice guy. I'm not trying to like embarrass anybody or anything. It didn't turn out too well for the dice control versus the random guy, but I mean, it is what it is. But I got to give him credit for sticking it out there.
At least he put his neck out there, like you said. He did.
Yeah, it was in a no-win situation. Like, if he beat me bad or something, he should, right? And if he lost, it's whatever. But I think he's came out of it okay. So it's all good.
Yeah, it was good stuff. Like it's all, to me, it's all good entertainment, And I feel like I was going to say this earlier. I've got like my own little addiction. My new addiction is the YouTube thing. I think I've watched every single Craps video on YouTube. There's a high probability that I've watched all 200 channels. I probably subscribe to 100, and I'm looking for things to watch. Like YouTube once in a while surprises me with a suggestion of something I've never heard of, but I feel like I've watched everything. I don't know that I don't know. I'm getting to be. We need El Toro back.
I think it's like
give me something new to watch.
230 channels. Yeah, wow. I do. I run a search. I run a search on YouTube once a week to see if there's any new content or news channels. And so if I haven't commented on your channel or whatever, if you're a small guy, I might not say anything or whatever, but I've probably seen you. So I just like to see what people are up to.
Yep. Well, we got somebody from a smaller channel come up next. We have Jeff from Mid-Atlantic Craps is in the waiting room now. So
Okay.
yeah,
Awesome.
it'll be fun to talk to Jeff. Jeff's gonna roll out a strategy. He's been practicing all week. He's been putting out his practice videos. And basically every dollar that he wins in his practice sessions and whatever he wins coming up here, he's throwing 50 cents on the dollar at the charity. So I think he's already
Wow,
rolled
nice.
like 300 and some bucks worth of profit. So
Okay,
Jeff's
cool.
putting his money where his time is, which is amazing.
Yeah, and I'm gonna hopefully catch this flight, and then
Yep.
I may pop it in the wrap up hour if I land
Okay.
in Dallas in time. But otherwise, yeah, I appreciate what you're putting this together, and
Yeah. Thanks for coming out and
Glad to
joining
be
us.
a
I know
part of
it was kind of rough going to the airport and everything else, but the timing worked out. And thanks to Greg 555
Yeah.
for switching times. That was really cool of him to do that.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
And yeah, and I'll send you the Zoom link in a little while. So if you get a chance to come on in and you can join that'd be cool. I'm going to open the Zoom up to everybody. So all of us that were here and people that are watching can just join, like 100 people. We'll just go and wave to each other, and it'll just be a fun way to end this thing. So safe flight, Jeremy.
All
right. Thanks again for joining.
right.
I'll see you
See you
later.
guys.
Yeah. Bye. All right. That was the man himself, Jeremy. So we've gotten some heavy hitters this long day of ours here, and the hits are going to keep on coming. We have Jeff from Mid-Atlantic Craps on the way. He's in the waiting room right now. We have Jeff, then my friend Ken, then my friend Greg. So my three buds are gonna close us out here. We're gonna end this thing really, really strong. I'm gonna go ahead and show you the leaderboard. Then we're gonna watch the NGC commercial again. And then I'm gonna go ahead and fill my coffee maybe one final time. We'll see about that. So with that said, let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard. I'm gonna go ahead and drop this up here, the donation total. We'll see how we are doing. The fundraiser was at, let's see, you guys can't see I'm on the wrong screen. That's why. Let's go here. Let's go to, why can I not scroll? Interesting. You can't see the thing. How about that? No. Hold on a second. I'll get it fixed. That's on the wrong thing. Let's go here. Sorry about this. This is going to be secondary display. Safari. Come on. I have two things going. That's why this thing has to go away. Sorry about that. Little glitchy on my part. Here we are at the auctions. Let me refresh the auction screen and see what we're doing here. I think we should be creeping up into really positive territory here. I'm still looking for a bid on the big day with AZ. I can't believe nobody's bid on that yet. That's good. That's a great thing. We're getting there, right? We need some bids on the trucker hat, the owl picture. We got a bid on Ken's shirt finally. That's great. Everything else is like it's motoring along. We need the color up mug, and I think the dice grinder hats have got some bids. That's great. Let's get on the big AZ trip, guys. That's a big one. I think that's going to be one of the more interesting stories to tell after this thing is over with. Let's go also look at the fundraiser board. We were at, what's our new total? Where are we at here? New total is 1863. We're creeping up on 2K in straight up donations, which is awesome. Between the donations and what's pending in the auction here, it looks like we're gonna crest 2,500, which is, I gotta applause. We'll applause you guys later again, but that's 25. I feel like Garrison, 25K or 2,500 is a lot of money for us. We're a small group, and wow, that's pretty humbling. So let me cut away here for 3 minutes, and we're going to go ahead and learn more about the NCPG. When we come back, I'll bring in Jeff, and we're going to roll it out and talk a little bit about Mid-Atlantic Craps and Jeff's plans for his channel and also for this fundraiser. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Our National Problem Gambling Helpline is like a 911 service. Anytime, anywhere in the U.S., you can call, text, or chat for help in your area.
just learned how to play at a very young age, and then I started playing in junior high and high school, and it was just such a part of my life.
When I got my own bookmaker, he was really helpful. He said, you know, Donnie, when football's done with, I got basketball and hockey.
We lost our home to foreclosure. We lost a motor home. We lost a car. This was all our daughter's senior year of high school.
I started going to meetings and got that feeling of hope, which is so important because I just identified so much of myself as a gambler, but now realize, well, this is not going to be a healthy lifestyle for a family man.
Until I got in the door and started identifying with everybody else that was there and realizing that I wasn't unique. I wasn't the only one. It was an amazing place.
Life in recovery, is a way to experience the world.
My marriage to Diane is selflessly giving, not selfishly taking.
And that is awesome.
You have a choice to be brand new today. You can start your day over whenever you want. You're brand spanking new. It doesn't make any difference what you said or what you did in the past. The only thing that counts is today. In fact, the only thing that counts is this moment.
Please consider making your tax-deductible gift of $25 or more today. Just visit ncpgambling.org to give help and hope this holiday season. No gift is too small, and every gift helps. Thank you.
All right, I'm back. I want to show you this. El Toro is shaming me in the chat for not showing this. I'm going to bring this up here. I'm going to put it on this book because it's hard to see. This is the El Toro cube. This thing is a whole cube, right? It weighs a ton. It weighs probably 3 pounds. This thing is enormous. Inside of it is the El Toro logo. You can see that El Toro Dice Club logo. This sits atop an LED light that shines up through it. It's literally cool. This is like the coolest. Look at that. Look at that. That's so badass. It's all, you guys got to bid on this. This thing, like I said, that owl picture that Zop is putting up, I think these are things that, the owl picture, he took the picture, like he's a photographer and artist and did that. El Toro had this made for this event, right? So let's get it straight here. This was made for this, right? Let's get on that. So if you're thinking about donating, you haven't hit the donate button yet, and you got money burning a hole, which I hope you do, get on something like that. Get on the Big AZ trip. These are the things that we're looking to bump the numbers up with. So with that said, I'm bringing in Jeff here. I'm going to go back to the other screen and give me a second here to type in his name. Let's see here. I'm going to go get out of there. We're going to bring Jeff in. Jeff, how are you? Can you hear me okay? I'm not getting any.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? There we go. Yep.
All right.
All right. There you go. I'm changing your name so people know who you actually are. Cool. How's it going, man?
All right. How are you?
Is this what you? I'm doing all right. I'm hanging in there. I'm living the dream over here.
Are you tired yet?
Not even a little bit. I might look. I'm sure my eyes are a little bloodshot and jacked up, but I don't feel it at all. I feel actually really strong.
Well,
and it's
you're
easy.
doing a fantastic job.
Well, I appreciate that. This is actually pretty easy, believe it or not. It's silly and crazy to say that, but you guys are making this easy on me because every guest, except for a couple, right? I'd never met Michael. I'd never met Steen. I getting to talk to friends. It's just like talking to friends. You and I talked on the phone. You know what I mean? It's no different than that. It's no different than that. And it's like, let's just BS in front of a bunch of people. And while we're doing it, hopefully they're digging deep, right? That's what we want. So you're going to do something cool today. You're going to roll your strategy, and I'm going to let you share what you shared the other day. I've been trying to follow everybody along, and I watched your last practice video, and I about crapped myself. I couldn't believe what you were saying. So why don't you share that with us?
Well, what I did was I'm fortunate enough to be able to donate. I pledged $100 last weekend as we practiced this out after that week. And I said, you know what? I'm going to do a minimum of $100. So I went in to start filming videos on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And I was afraid that you and I were going to go live with this roll tonight, and I was going to be backwards. So I figured, why don't I go ahead and capture some videos, some rolls, and I can't win every time, but maybe I'll win a couple of times and be able to boost that $100 some. So lo and behold, on Monday, I don't remember the progression of the videos. I guess I should have wrote those down. I had like a 200 and some dollar winning, which I bumped up to make it an even 150 because I didn't think Tuesday was going to come, and I had another 200 some plus winning, and so I bumped that up to 125. So that took me to 275 right off the bat that I was going to donate, and then I had another session which I won just a little over 200. And when you put it all together and you break it down, it's a little over a $700 winning. You break that 50 cents on the dollar. I said, well, I've been saying that all along. Each video, you can see the rollouts. My videos are shot unedited. They're just you get what you get. And we're at $377 today as we stand. And I'm afraid when you and I head to the tables, that this might be the losing session.
Well,
and I hope
roll,
not.
It might be, yeah, right.
Well, I'll roll my strategy against you because I'm a primarily dart player, hybrid player, such as yourself. Little different style of playing. I'm not a strictly don't player. So you can't always win. And when you get on a table with a long roll, like today during Live Fantasy Craps, Ed, at first he killed me, and then he made me. And that's the power of the hybrids system. So I was able to say, well, I wasn't on the dark to begin with him at all because I knew his reputation. I never played dark against him nor George. No disrespect to any of the other guys. But if it wasn't for Ed's role, bringing me back because I was able to donate an additional $25, which I've already contributed through the link that you have from Live Fantasy Craps today. So, you take the total of both. I'm not, like bragging or anything, but I hope that you and I can add to that so that we can push you over that $2,000 mark when we get done in this hour. Actually, I think you just showed the channel. I didn't quite see it. Was it 1,800 and some?
18 and change. Yeah. It's 1863. Yeah.
Well, we're going to try to get you to 2,200. So maybe if I do my math, maybe even 2,300 before we get done today, just in this hour. So, as far as what I did all week, I shot videos Monday, I shot videos Tuesday and Wednesday, and I've started pre-shooting videos because, as you know, I'm getting ready to go on vacation next week, and I'm going to be doing some cruise ship craps and heading to the Bahamas to play craps, and we'll have some trip reports like I did back in October. So, with that said, I strictly played my dark strategy the entire time. I played a squeeze 4 strategy. And I got to give credit. I think Jacob said it best last night when he was talking about some of the channels that people are just continuously rolling out strategies and a little bit of a twist. So my squeeze 4, I want to give the shout out to both of these guys, both Brian over at Hawaii Crap Shooters and Jacob for how I play that strategy. It's a combination of kind of two of their ideas about what they do. So I don't want anybody to think that it's the Max squeeze 4. It's not mine. I just took something that was already there. I didn't reinvent the wheel. I just took something and used it. And so far, I'm going to say I have good success with it, especially on the shorter roll. But when you get into somebody like what Ed did earlier, oh my gosh, if you can't transition out of the dark and back into the light, and I didn't even want to go back into I didn't even want to try the dark on him because I was keeping the KPI for George. And I'm like saying 20 roll by. Then he hit 30. And then he hit 40. And I had to confirm with Troy over at 0.7 out. Troy was at 41 or 42 because I pushed the 7 so fast I wanted to look. But, that's what you wait for. And it was that roll that brought me back today. I'd love to be at the table when he's rolling.
No kidding, right? I mean, he crushed it in the other thing too. He rolled 66 rolls with me and crushed it there too. He had, 2 super long. He's a dude for sure.
Oh, he just
Yeah.
impressed the heck out of me. It's the first time I
Yeah.
rolled live fantasy craps with him, but I watch his channel and I'm just impressed with what his ability is. As you know, I'm a
Mhm.
newer, serious craps player. I've played craps recreational for many years. Traditionally, like you, I started from, well, you started with your parents and on the blackjack. I started with just gambling from a standpoint of poker, and from that standpoint, my two local casinos, they closed their poker tables, poker rooms, I should say, and then COVID hit. And between that
Mhm.
combination, I was playing craps. I just took it more serious, and I started recording. Well, first of all, I started practicing strategies, and then I built this little thing on my kitchen table, and then I bought the same setup that you have behind you from the same
Mhm.
guy that you got yours from. We probably got it at the same time. You were probably the
Yep.
reason why mine was so late getting here. But if you look at mine looks identical to yours in the back. It's just I've added some things to my table, and then I
Mhm.
started recording my throws because I really thought there was something to this dice control, dice influence. And I'm like you, I have mixed opinions, but what I have found is by using free things that are out there, there's easy ways to track your software than using a notepad and a piece of paper or a spreadsheet and calculating what dice sets you used and what results you got. So I took the free stuff and I started recording, and all of a sudden I started seeing a trend. Was I extended my sevens? No, I wasn't. But what I found out was certain dice sets gave me larger groups of numbers that I feel comfortable with. Now, the more I've done that, it seems like the worse I've gotten, because I'm trying to do everything that people like George has told me in regards to how I'm doing the mechanics. So I
Mhm.
look at all those things, and the bowl thing that you and Brian did last night. I was sitting there watching Dice Chef throw the dice, and I'm thinking, wow, that's a lot of dice. And Brian steps up to the plate, and then you kind of disappointed me. That's why I put in the chat that I would go ahead and throw a quarter or whatever it was that I said in the chat. For you, because I really wanted you to
Yeah.
get there, and I saw the one you did where you were about 2 feet away from it and threw two
Yeah.
dice in
Well, they were
there.
giving me grief because I didn't get to. It's harder than it looks to do that. For sure. That's pretty from 9
Practice.
feet away. That's really, really hard to do. Yeah.
Yeah, it is, and so that's my story. I started recording stuff for my own use because
Mhm.
one of the things George told me is he wants to see my release, and so I didn't pay any attention to it. And the next thing I know, I started doing, like, I don't golf, but I used to bowl. So with bowling,
Mm.
you have the same follow through, you have the same force. You're shooting for a specific pin. So whatever sport you're playing, I think there is some statistics to it. I play music just like you. I play music, I play guitar. You've got the
Mhm.
memory in your hands and your
Yep.
arms that you do. And I think there's something to controlling it. And it's like Ed said, and even El Toro said, you can control everything until the dice hit the table. After that, the control is really up to
Yeah.
wherever they land. So, with
True.
that said, I'm glad to be able to pledge the 377. That's a minimum. So if we head to the table here in just a few minutes, and we don't have winning sessions, you will get that 377
Yeah.
as I promised, and I'll go right to the donation button and
That is
go ahead and
awesome.
make that other
Let's
donation.
hope we can do a little better. That'd be great. So let me ask you this: what's next for Mid Atlantic? I know you said you're retiring soon, and you got a shout out in the chat somewhere. I can't find it. There's so many things going on in chat, but somebody said, "Oh my God, he sounds like a sports announcer. What a cool vibe." So Gen X Crypto, subscribe to Mid Atlantic Craps. Jeff's great. He does
Well,
have you have a cool vibe about you. You do.
well, you and I had talked because I have a broadcasting background. Um, and I gave that up almost 35 years ago to start the career that I'm in now, and I'm in public safety, and I'm getting ready to retire early spring, and I'm going to have a lot of time on my hands. And as you and I had remember the 1 hour and a half conversation we had when we were talking about fundraising, and you
Oh
lost
yeah.
the cell signal in the mountains. We were talking about that because you reached out because I work with several nonprofit organizations that I help
Mhm.
run fundraisers for. And although I don't think I gave you any ideas about how you got to where you are, but I think you were looking for reassurance that, yeah, let's go with this. And if I gave you that
Mhm.
reassurance or was part of that, I'm glad I did because you've done one heck of a job here.
Well,
So what's
that's the
going
thing.
on with my
It's
channel?
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, so when you have an idea like this, you got to run it by somebody who you have belief is going to A, tell you the truth, and B, has a little bit of common sense to him. right?
I
And
don't
that's
know
why,
about the
and
common
I
sense,
called
but
you,
okay.
I called Greg, and I'm like, you know what? If I do this, there's no going back. And like, I said it the day I announced, I said, if I say this out loud on my channel one morning during Coffee and Crafts and 11 people hear it, it's going to be real. There's no turning back from that statement, right?
Yep.
And so that's why I wanted to talk to you. I'm like, man, if I do this, it's on. And what do you
Yep.
think? And you're like,
Oh
well,
no, you're right. And
if you can stay awake,
and
you should do it. You know.
I gave you some encouragement to be able to go ahead and try it. Your presence
Mhm.
on screen is a natural, just like Dave Carlin's, just a natural presence on screen. You know, as far as my announcing voice, when I hear myself in recordings, I cringe. You know, I just
Oh, me too.
that's not me. But I just like helping people, and I know helping people and probably gambling don't go hand in hand. But we're here for calls, and the calls that you chose, one of the two, and this is the one that you chose, I thought was
Mhm.
excellent. So here we are, and from a small channel, in my pockets, I went in and I brought out a minimum of $100 because I thought that was good. Now I did the same thing you did when I put the challenge out there, and I said, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to shoot some videos all week long, and we'll
Uh-huh.
take 25 to 50 cents on the dollar over what I make. Lo and behold, 3 consecutive winning sessions, and I'm sitting on 377, and I'm loving it, and I'm glad I can contribute.
That's awesome. That is so cool. So we were talking about next up for Jeff. Next up for Jeff, you're retiring soon,
Yes, in the
right?
spring.
And you're gonna do this not full time, but you're gonna make this a more of a priority. It sounds like, right?
Priority, yes. I have a lot of hobbies, and just like you, I have some other vices that we don't want to really talk about.
Mhm.
Nothing bad, but there's things that we like to do, and I find joy when I get comments, and especially the emails from the small channel, from people telling me that the way that I'm explaining it, the way that I'm going through my techniques, I don't get as many rolls in as some of the other channels. When they're just sitting up
Mhm.
there rolling the dice one after the other.
Yep.
But I have a lot of people that play along at home, and I used to do that with Big AZ's channel. I used to do that with Jacob's channel. Just sit there and play along with them, just so I wouldn't have to roll the dice, and I was truly getting random rolls other than what my dice on the kitchen table might have been doing. So
Mhm.
I'm moving forward. I live in a small house. I think we talked about this.
Mhm.
And space wise, I'm limited to about a 10 to 12-foot table. Right now, the table I have is 10 feet. And I'm split between making it larger or not, or taking the room to be able to move fully all the way around the table. And right now, I can only be on one side of the table with the room that I'm in. But as you see, it's served me good. You can even see my ceiling fan up there running, and
Yep.
the lighting. You know how you got to get the lighting and the acoustics right.
Oh yeah.
So there's a lot to it. So I've got this other room that I'm going to transition out sometime after the first of the year. I've got some new equipment coming. You and I have talked tech stuff for 4 or 5 different times, about the equipment, and go back
Yep.
to a chat in one of the forums we were in, and we showed pictures of camera stands and those kind of things. But this is a hobby. I'm not looking to make money at it. I watched the interview with Jeremy and how he started, and he was probably the first one that I ever watched, and his production level, because I have people that are in the photography and videography business, friends of mine. His production level was outstanding, and it wasn't until I realize what he does is the reason why it's that way. But he's such a humble person. Almost every person that I've played with, that I've become craps friends at the table,
Mhm.
online, or my viewers or subscribers, they're really good people. They're really down to earth people. I don't want to keep mentioning like the Craps Nation group, but they were the first group that I entered. And they took me in like, I guess I'm an old fart, but they took me in like I was, one of their own. And I've
Mhm.
become very fond of some of them. I haven't met them. The group that the trip that they had in Vegas a few weeks back, or about a month ago, I was split between going where I was going on vacation with another group and going out there. And I really wish I had gone out there for them, because those guys had a wonderful time. And I'm still looking forward to meeting them
Mhm.
all. I'll tell you what, on that Big AZ thing, I don't golf, but if nobody bids on that at the last hour, I'll probably shoot Lauren a message to say, hey, instead of golf, can we do something else? I'm going to bid on this package. So
Take him bowling.
I haven't decided. I haven't decided yet, but I don't golf. I tell you what, John,
Yeah.
we'll go together. I'll buy it. You can golf with him, and I'll go
There you
play
go.
craps.
And you go play craps at night. That's it. I'll sit there at the bar and just watch. That's great.
So my channel, it's growing, and to get to where I am, I'm truly humbled to get there
Mhm.
with the subscribers that I have, and I've taken a lot of criticism from some YouTubers, and I've taken some good comments from people like you and Greg that have helped me along the way. And to the new guys like Dan Tana that's coming out, that Butterberg strategy,
Mhm.
I've actually got a video coming out doing a couple different things with it. It doesn't matter whether he's going to go somewhere and be the next, pro craps. We all start somewhere and we take a hobby and we move forward. I was glad you brought El Toro out.
Oh yeah.
And I would like to see him back, but listening to him talk, I understand.
Yeah, well, he's lot going on there for sure, with the COVID and stuff. But yeah, El Toro actually, I met him, and it's like you say, you meet folks on these streams and you don't realize it. When I did the live stream with the Square Pair a few months back, the Spider Murder episode, and El Toro was on that episode. He was in the chat rooms, and I'm like, oh my God, El Toro's watching me. Like I literally had like that moment, like you walked by the prettiest girl at school kind of thing. I'm like, oh my God, he's actually here. And he said like cool things about me. So I reached out right away and like, hey, let's talk about what I'm doing here and how do I improve? And, Jeremy's been instrumental too. Jeremy's great. You talk to Jeremy, talk to Jacob. These guys are so awesome at helping you out. And that's the community. Greg, obviously Greg was one of the first people that ever even, noticed me. So Greg, I humbled by that. And, you're the same with you right now. It's like, Greg and me, we're talking about you all the time. And it's like, you've got something going on, it's not just the booming voice, right? You got a presence about you.
Voice.
Oh, you got the booming, you got the, you got the gift, right? I don't have pipes. I have no pipes at all. I got nothing. I have an equalizer.
Your voice is still hanging out. Your voice is still hanging out 3 hours later.
Yeah, no, but I have a software that makes me sound like a man. I always joke about it because my regular voice is not good. So this thing is all EQ'd up.
Yeah, don't give away all your tricks. Yeah,
Nah.
But I understand. It's like when you put out the schedule. I joked about this, and we can get on to what we're going to do here because I know you got time aligned there.
Sure.
You put me in between Ken and Greg initially, and on my videos that you watched, you heard me talk about I was the rose between two thorns. Then you shuffle up, and I see Greg's video comes out that there's a change yesterday, and he's going to go on to 5, and Jeremy's coming on before me. I'm like, holy crap. I mean, what more could I ask for than to follow the man that, that is the myth of the Craps YouTube community? Not necessarily that he's the initial starter, but he's big. I mean, and I just said, wow, that's just incredible. And I know that Ken's coming on. So really, I guess it was the rose and then the thorn and the thorn, because I like Ken's personality. And I've said this many times in my videos. I even commented on a couple. He commented on one of my videos one time, and he said, hey, you and John, you IT geeks, you got it down. Me, I'm just going to continue to do it. And I told Ken, just keep doing what you're doing, because he has a personality that you cannot like it. You know what I mean?
No, you can't not like Ken. Ken asked me this. He said, what should I do with my camera? And I'm like, dude, don't do a damn thing. Like me and Jeff have to work because we look like this. We got no hair. We gotta make this shit happen over here. And it's hard work. And that's why we have all the tech stuff to make it look like we know what we're doing. Ken just, I'm Ken, here I am. And I love that, man. It's so cool.
Yeah. And although, probably when I first got started, I got a lot of advice from Greg over at Fives. And I believe he and I have become really good friends. And we've actually talked about it. Sometime when this COVID mess is over with, I go to Florida quite often, and you go to Florida because I think you said you have family there. I'm looking forward.
I do.
I'm going in the end of February. Don't know whether we're going to be able to get there with this new variant out, but I'm going, and I hope to be able to get there and play with him. And one time I was talking to him, and he actually said, man, it'd be great if you and John could be here and we shoot a video with the cats and all. And
yeah, right, with the cats and all.
Whether we put the video up or not, that would just be a blast.
I'm warning Greg now that the cats, I don't do well with cats. Cats don't seem to tend to like John very much. I don't know why that is, but February is actually a possibility because my sister got engaged last week, which is great. She lives in Naples. She got engaged. They are considering February. They're trying to figure it out with the whatever the school break is, the midwinter break, which generally speaking is last week of February. So that's a possibility. Otherwise, April. So that's the two dates that are on our radar.
I'm going to be in there the last week of February to the 1st of March. And at the end of March, I will be retired, and I can come back down there, and I'd be happy to come down and meet with you guys. I already met with a couple of my viewers and subscribers. One of them is a big fan he's a big fan of yours. I know that because we talked about you. We went and I met Zoff, so I'm going to throw a shout out to him. We played craps for about 45 minutes. We talked for an hour and a half to 2 hours just about craps and YouTubers and,
Yeah.
just the names that came out. And he bought my lunch. So I guess I owe him lunch. But, just to meet these people, it's a hobby that's become, um, I hate to keep using the word humbling, but it's just great to be able to see people with the same passion and drive for something that we know it could affect our pockets, but we're trying to do what we can do to protect it, to limit our losses, which goes into your questions about bankroll management and those kind of things.
It is humbling. It's and again, we're not doing it for the fame, right? But Ken will tell you, and I may even ask him this later on. He's at work right now, but you don't start the channel for the fame. You don't give a shit. You're just trying to do a thing, teach your stuff, and and I say all the time, it's a way to like make me accountable. Like if I do it on TV, I'm doing it for real, and it makes me every day get up and have to think and dive in. But you can't help but look at your subscriber count, and you can't help but look at the comments you're getting and take the emails personally and all that. It's part of it, and the celebrity it ends up being a part of it, and you can't escape that. And everybody needs to know we're just two fat old guys playing craps. I mean, it's just,
And people, I've ran into a couple people. One of them was on the cruise ship. She's a subscriber now of my October cruise, and she referred to me. I'm not a celebrity. I'm just Jeff. People call me by my last name. I said, no, that was my dad. I said, I'm just Jeff, just plain old Jeff. I'm just like you. I'll sit and shoot the breeze with you, and I don't like to think of myself like that. And I'm doing this as a hobby. And if I'm going to help a more recreational player become more serious about the game, I think that's where my goal is going with my channel. I have a lot of experienced people that watch me, and I have a lot of Greg once told me, hey, don't let the criticism bust you, because if you do something wrong, trust me, your viewers will let you know. And I can take criticism. I can take constructive criticism. I just don't like the sarcasm that comes along when they're being too nitpicky, when I'm just being me. You come have a drink with me. I'm just me.
Me too. And I'm the same. I'm unpolished, and I get to talking back there at the table, and I mess up, and thank God we have Gainer, right? Rob is out there making sure we don't screw up our math every day. Yep. Rob does that for like 5 different channels. I mean, think about that. Like, that's dedication to the cause. There's a guy without a channel it's just making the rounds, making sure that we don't screw it up for other people. That's accountability, right? And Waylon, same thing. Yes. Waylon's running around. Sometimes Waylon gets a little angry and pops off a little bit, but there's passion there. Waylon's like Big AZ without a channel. You know what I mean? And I love the passion about that, right? It's like, it's good to be like, yes, I feel this. And you guys, I want you to hear what I'm feeling. And that's the voice you get. And I think that's what we kind of engender. So it's good. We're getting more porn. Clear the porn out of the chat, please. God,
I just blocked it last night. I stayed up till somewhere between when you had Dave on is when I dozed off. So I didn't get that much sleep either today. I'm sure you're as tired. But when I go back and I think about my journey to get where I get here, I think about Joe over at Craps Master Journey, and listen to his story and his table build and the way that we do different things. It's just amazing, because we all start as recreational players. We just want to become more serious about the game. And what happened in my beginning is when I was playing, not just recreational, but when I got playing a little more serious, I found out that I was losing just playing the one side. And I said, there's got to be more to this. And that's what the Big AZ said last night. He said, there's got to be more to this. And what about this, the don't side or the 7 side? And so I started watching a lot of channels, but included from Jeremy to Jacob and Lauren over Big AZ. And I said, that's where my mindset went. If the house has the edge, let's play with them for a little while, transition out, go to the light side, and if we get lucky with a longer roll, we'll transition back in. And that's worked for me for it's a little over 2 years, a little less than 3 years. But being serious at the table, I play with somebody locally, and you probably know who he is, and he doesn't want me to mention his name. But we play, and we typically stand side by side, and I listen to you talk with El Toro. We stand side by side, and I like stick left 1, and he likes stick left 2 or 1. But when I'm done throwing, I back up, and he's got this space. He's got that space there. And the box people know what we're doing, but that's working together. Now, we don't split our chips, as contrary to a couple friends that think that we do. We just play and have a good time. But when we're playing, he and I don't talk. We might high five, every once in a while, but we're too serious about watching what's going on and knowing what our next move is. And to the recreational player that's going out there and dropping $300 on a $15 table, you got to have a plan, $5 tables, you find them on cruise ships and early in the morning.
Not true. All right, let's go play a little bit, shall we?
Sure.
I'm gonna change my microphone. I'm gonna change my mic.
Sure, no,
we got some work to do. So to get the screen, I'm gonna apply that. You should still be hearing me, I hope.
I do.
All right. My voice may have changed volume a little bit there, but that's fine. Go back here. I'm gonna go to table view. Let's see here, gameplay. I'm gonna go to this. I gotta figure what screen I'm gonna use here. So this is gonna be this will be my cam link. That's my table. Let's see, you're gonna be, let's take this one out. Let's make this one, whoops. This one will be Jeff. Oh, look, there's your table. Look at that. How good are we at this, right? Unlock the overlay. You're gonna be up here. I'm gonna I can't make them too big because we'll cover up too much of the screen, but I'm gonna cover up your throwing station with my table.
Sure, no problem.
But I can see your.
I can take that out.
That's okay. I miss my table's overlapping yours a little bit in the video. So we're gonna see, and I'll put some words up here so folks know who is who. This will make sense later on. I'll let's see.
And if you want to, I'll run the KPI if unless you want to do it.
I will not do it because my screen doesn't have enough room. It might be too small actually.
I already have it on my screen, don't I?
You do, but it's tiny because if you look at what I'm broadcasting, it's in the corner of my screen. Because if I want to show both tables, then it's tough. Yeah. So
I keep track of it because it keeps my rolls. And I go back in my videos and listen to what dice set I throw if I'm not throwing randomly, and I go back and I put it in Bone Tracker. So I'll keep it, and we'll just see if we hit the ATS. Not that I'm going to bet the ATS.
Perfect. All right, so you're going to be upper right. I'm lower left. Everybody knows our tables by now, so let's go ahead and play it out. I'm going to play Butterberg today. I'm going to play my new version of it. I'm going to work through it. My rack is at the top of the thing. I'm buying in for 10 shooters worth. We're not going to get that far, but 10 shooters at 170 or 275 each. So I'm going to go with 100 on the don't, and then I'm going to do 160 across, and I'm going to take a hit, come down, and work. I'm going to work into the don't come with my winnings. And you'll see how I do that when we get into it.
Okay.
You're going to run what?
I'm going to go ahead and start with the 4 squeeze, which is a combination of anything but 4, anything but 10, along with Brian's one of Brian's strategies as well. I'm only going to use it to build the foundation, qualify the shooter, whatever you would like to call it. I believe in that philosophy. I got 50 on the don't. And although I do play this occasionally when I shoot, I typically do it against a random shooter. But I have 50 on the don't. I have 140 on the lay with the VIG taken out, and 20 and on the hard 4. The only thing I'm not protected against is the come out yo. So who's shooting first, you or me?
You can shoot first.
Okay. So that Butterberg that you speak of, I've recorded a video that shows me playing the back wall along with after the come out and you take the back wall down. I transition to a 2-level green chip, $50 Butterberg process with just 2 hits and down. So that video will be coming out later this week. Not trying to promote myself, but I just did. But
that's cool. No, I actually like that approach to it because coming from the back wall lay into the Butterberg is a way to hedge the 7 here. I'm not hedging the 7, so I'm really exposed for the 100 on this come out roll. So that's the one piece of it that I don't like. But you weigh that against losing 30 on the outside. So let's see what happens here.
Well, with the Butterberg, if you have both the pass and the don't pass, you're also not protected against the box bars coming out either. So
I'm not doing the pass either.
At that level.
Yeah, I'm doing this straight don't. So I'm not going to do the pass don't pass because my casinos don't let me do it. So I run this to practice for my local. So I'm exposed here on the come out roll completely.
Okay, you are.
So I'm willing to take that shot. Yep.
All right. So I'm going to throw, and Waylon's probably watching. He's going to love this. I used this set exclusively today on Live Fantasy Craps. I had a roll of 9, a roll of 10, and a roll of 4 with this set. So it's the 5, 6, 3, 5. All right, and really what I'm trying to do is I hit a lot of hard 10s with this. Not to say that I'm controlling the dice; it just seems what comes out. Watch this. I'm jinx myself. I'm gonna throw an easy 4. All right, dice are out. And there's a 5, 3, 8. Okay, so.
All right, good. We're on the 8 then? Cool. All right, I'm going to go 160 across, and I'll bet as fast as I can because we are short on time. So there's my quarter.
Okay, well,
there's 5.
Right. Yep.
Okay, so I've got, for my shooter, 15 in the rack, 160 across, 100 on the don't. Point is going to be 8. If I'm feeling froggy, I could go ahead and drop the 15 on the hard 8, but I won't. But I could.
All right, and this is what I'm doing. I'm using the 50 on the don't and the 170 lay that's still out there on the 4. I consider it $70, but you do have the 20 on the hard 4, so an easy 4. The 2 ways that hurt you can hurt you. But I'm coming out with 60 on the 6. I hop the 5s for 5 each, and once I get to the 5s, my foundation would actually convert back into a $15 table, because that's what my minimum table is. I play here. That's what my locals are. And I got 3 progressions. You'll like this. What's the sound like? 3 come progressions.
3 comes,
and when
yep.
I'm in the come, I'm also in the field. So
Wow.
whether they win or lose, I only do 3 of them. All right, now.
Yeah, that's a strategy Jeremy would never roll out.
I don't like that 8, so I'm probably going to jinx myself, but it is what it is. So
Yep.
I'm going to do the 5-1, 5-1. I'm going to roll it over, and I'm going to have the straight 6s.
All right.
All right, dice are out, and there's a hard 10.
Boom.
Okay.
Love it. All right, so the 10 is going to pay me 48. I'm going to do it this. I'm going to rack it all, but I'm going to put 15 of that. Or I'll go 10. I'm going to go 10 into the don't. So what I do with the winnings here is I'm going to take the reds off of my winnings and drop it into the don't, pull down the original bet. So I'm reducing my bets down completely. And all the chump change, we call it, goes into the don't come. The 4 and 10 are weird because they pay an odd number, but that's fine.
That's a unique twist to that strategy.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and what I'll do is if I get those things set, I'll take the don't pass bet down by how much I have the don't come set. So I have 0 risk, but all the coverage on the 7.
All right. So what I do is my 10 will travel. I'll get paid the quarter in the field, shift that up. But I do have to spend the $10. Shoot, I took that out of the bank, sorry. No, I didn't. I took it out of my rack. I do have to spend the $10 on the hop to 5s. And I only hop to 5s 3 times whenever this is out. Eventually, I'm supposed to be able to get to my foundation within 3 rolls, no more than 4. But, you know, things don't always go as planned. You know what I mean?
That's true.
All right. So I'm going to throw the same set. And dice are out. And there's a 5, 3, 8. Burn us both.
That's all right. I'm
It's all
fine
right
with
me.
that
I'm
because
okay
my
with that. I'm
don't.
not worried about that.
Yeah, my don't come travels to the 8, and I get paid on that. The 8's going to pay $35 and come down. I've got $10 for my next don't come bet when we come back through, and I lose my don't. No big deal. Now, once I lost that don't on a shooter, I'm not going back to it. I know Jacob says you got to keep going back to it. The allotment for this shot is not to go back, so we got burned. I'm cool. Just going to run through it now.
All right. So, same set. Dice are out. I don't think I removed my don't put it back up. I don't think I did. So, there you go. All right. Don't think I did. Dice are out. And there's a come out 7.
Boom. Get paid on this.
Yep.
That's beautiful. Thank you.
Not me. I'm backwards on this one.
And I'm still owing myself a next come bet, so I'm set pretty well there. I'm going to change those 5 in for a green.
Now, I'm the shooter, and I actually burned myself twice. I'm going to get the 70 for the lay, and I'm just going to change up just a little bit. I'm going to drop back down to a quarter because I can still have an opportunity to do some things. My 6, I'm going to leave there for the time being. It's off. I still owe the 3 on the big for the lay 4 that's up there, and I do have to come back for the hard 4 because I still have the layout. All right. Let's do a dial-in set. All right. Dice are out. Hard 6. There's a hard 6.
Love it.
Could have been on and working, but I'm not.
So for me, that's 35 in, 15 to the don't come, racking the greens.
Oops. All right. That was easy enough for you.
And actually, I forgot. I should have been in. Oh, no, that's the point, right? That was your point?
What's that?
6 is the point, right?
6 is the point, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yep, it was a hard 6.
All right.
So let's see. I got 60. I got 70 against 795-ish. So I'm even on the board. These two will be, if I throw a 0.7 out, they'll pay for themselves. I have 60 and 70. I have 70 up there, a quarter down here, and I got 20 over there. So right now I'm in full hybrid mode that I've already lost on myself, but I hope that that trend doesn't continue. All right. So, all right. 5, 6, 3, 5. Dice are out. And there's aces.
Okay. That pays me in the don't. That's beautiful. Thank you for that.
Well, with me, what I like about that, a lot of people don't like this field bet, and you probably know who I'm talking about, but I'm going to lose the come, because of the aces, but I'm going to get paid double down there.
Yeah, that actually worked out for you.
Yep. I'm going to shoot this up. I have had enough of the field and the come. That's my 3 times. I pull my top 5s off. And since I want to get to the $15 level, what I'm going to do is I'll get the change from the dealer. And I'm just going to come up for my base. But I'm going to leave the squeeze 4 out just for another time or two before I take it up. Because, ultimately, the longer you roll, the more chances that that's going to come. And I don't want to lose it unless it's the hard 4. And then it's just kind of like a push. All right, so I still do have my 8 up on the 60. Everything else is at the base. All right, let's go ahead. All right. I'm not sure where we are on time because I can't see the time. But
we got about 10 minutes or so. We're good.
All right, dice are out. And there's a 5, 3, 8. That's what I was waiting for. See, that 8's going to pay me 70. And although I put my foundation out because I waited too long, if I was going to stick with the shooter, I could have just stopped with the shooter, but it happens to be me, and just pulled everything off and just wait. You don't have to play every shooter. A lot of new players think you have to continue to play every shooter. All right, so I'm going to get paid 70. So my 60 here will come down, and I'll come up for the minimum. And now it'll be a half press all the way because I do like to be collecting on something from this point out. All right. We could actually squeeze the 4 out. Here's your 4 squeeze, John. We're going to squeeze the 4 out. The hard 4 is going to come down, and we're going to place the 4 as well.
Nice.
So
nice. Love that.
Just a tad bit lopsided, but I'm okay with what's happened here. One, because I have the dice, but that doesn't mean anything. All right. Dice are out. And there's a 9, 5, 4, 9.
Good shot. I needed that one. So for me, it pays 35. I'm racking the greens, and don't come in the reds.
Yep. So I'm going to get 21. So I'm going to press the sister. So I'll take the 8, the 5 up. The 8, 5 is not really a sister, but the 6 is the point. So I'm going to rack 10.
I'm just coloring up my rack here. So I'm actually right now, believe it or not, after all that, after losing that $100 on the don't, I'm actually dead even. So I've already recovered my money back, and what I have in action out here is actually all profit. So I'm solid right now.
Well, and that's good. I mean, we're playing 2 different strategies with 2 different philosophies. But if we were playing at the table, I'm not rooting against you. I want you to win regardless of what side of the line you're on.
Yep, exactly. Exactly.
Dice are out. And there's an AC Doocy.
Yes, thank you. Another freebie. Yeah, I'm in the don't come right now. It's a freebie. So this over here is all profit.
Oh, hey, that's right.
Yeah.
I'm not looking at the screen, so I'm listening to what you're saying, but I'm not looking at the screen.
Yep.
All right, get a couple more rolls in here since that was quick. Dice are out. And there's a Yo 11.
That's a bummer.
That one you didn't like.
That's all right.
Yeah, that one you didn't like.
That's all right.
That one you didn't
I'm
like.
still ahead, right? I'm still ahead, $12 after losing $100. I'm very happy with that. I could pull this down. I could pull down all what I got. $65 and pull that in as profit. I'm going to let you hit one more number and then I'm going to pull it down.
All right, dice are out.
Yeah.
And there's a 639. 639.
Not what I'm on.
And since we've mentioned him during our time together, I've primarily been throwing the whaling set since then. I'm throwing the 5-6 3-5. So that's going to pay me 21. And what I'm going to do with that again is I'm going to catch the 9, going to take it up to 20, and I'll go ahead and take the 8 will go to 30, and the 5 will stay at 20 for the next hit. And I'll
Okay, this is my last shot on you. Your last roll, I'm pulling my fronts down. We'll see what happens.
Okay.
Money shot right here. Call it the money shot.
Money shot.
Give me a 5.
All right.
Give me a 4, actually. I'll take a 4.
I would change the dice set and try to do that, but I'm just a rhythm roller.
Nope. Do your thing, man.
Where I am, because I need 2 more hits, and then I'm on the profit side. Pretty decent. Dice are out. 4-1-5 now. You asked for it.
There you go, baby. Awesome. That pays me 35, right? The reds go in the dump. The greens go to the rack as profit. I'm pulling the 4 down. I don't need that anymore. Now I'm up $78. So just like that. The Butterberg is so cool. When you get 3 or 4 hits, if I wouldn't have lost that don't, we'd be up $175 right now. I love that strategy.
You're right. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Love
So
that strategy.
I get paid 28. I have 20 on the 5 and the 9. I will take this back up, and probably even on myself shooting, I will regress. And when I'm on the don't, and people see me playing the don't and shooting, they're confused. But then they see what I'm doing. When they see me regress, typically they regress as well. Now I don't have any odds on the don't, so I'm strictly light at this particular moment. I'll drop back down here in a second and show you what I'm going to do because I'm ahead on the shooter.
All right.
All right. We better hope this roll doesn't go much longer because we got time constraints. Dice are out. And there's a 12 boxcars.
Okay, barred here.
All right. All right, dice are out. And there's a 3-1-4.
Oh, I took it down, but that's fine.
4. So I had 12 and a 4.
I wanted to
Right,
lock
so
that profit. I want to lock that profit in. Now I got 2 don'ts. I got a don't 8 and a don't 4. I'm happy with that.
What I'm doing is I got paid $27. I'm looking at my rolls, and I would know on inside my chip rack where I would stand, and I would know that I'm above my average. I feel I'm comfortable 8 to 12, 8 to 10 shots. I'm at 12. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my profits here, and I'm actually going to reduce everything down back to some minimums. But I'm gonna transition him to something that you really don't see on my videos that much. I'm gonna do a little bit of a hybrid side portion of the Iron Cross because I want to get it. I want to be able to catch those other numbers because I've been missing the 2, 3s, 11s, and 12s. You know, I've rolled those and I haven't made any money. So now I'm even keel, and I know this is like bleeding money, but I've regressed and put my money in there. I think we may have made you another $50 on my rack towards your donation if and whenever I what out. You know what I mean? After this roll, I'm actually going to place the 6 because I don't want to lose that. I'll just place it for the same amount of money.
Yep.
All right. Dice are out. And there's a hard 8. Hard 8. I'm not sure what you had up then, but
I had a no 8. That's okay. It was a profit bet. So those cap bets that I do here in the don't, they're fine.
I picked the field up. I'm looking at the 8. I'm going to spend every bit of that money. I'm coming back in the field, and I'm going to push my 8 up just one time. And then after this roll, I will place the 6 for, I don't know if I'll do it for 24, but I'll do it for 18. It won't be that much of a loss one way or the other. 6. All right. Dice are out. And there's a 5-3. I mean, 4-3-7 out. So
okay.
4-3.
So I'm going to pick up a deuce in here. All right. I'm going to color up my reds just real quick. Keep things clean. All right. Puck's off.
All right. Are you going to roll one time, or we
Yep,
already done
I'll go.
time?
I'll go. Yeah, Ken's in the waiting room. I think. Let me have him join in actually, and just let him hear us. I think he can hear us. Hey Ken, we're gonna be about 5 minutes. I'm gonna roll. If I roll like crap, it's gonna be a quick one. You can come on in. If it's a long roll, it'll take us a minute. So here I go.
All right.
Tell me when you're ready, Jeff.
I'm ready. I've
right.
got it set up the same way I did before. I'm not going to play the hybrid. I'm going to do the squeeze 4. Go ahead.
All right, here I go. Dice are going to be out in just a second. There we go. It's a 5-3-8 to come out.
All right.
5-3-8's the point. And again, I'm 175, so it's going to be 160 across. One, 2, and 3 to the rack. All right. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready. I did the same thing I did.
You are quick.
A field. Yep.
You are quick. Here we go. Just get them set here. I'm throwing 2V, by the way. I'm just trying to wing a 2V down here, nice and soft. Soft as I can on cork, anyway.
I know you're trying to hit me on
At
that.
5-2-7. That was a quickie.
That was a quickie.
That was a quickie. Yep.
But with mine, it's not a big deal because I went in the come. I get paid 50 on my don't, and I get 70. I got to take the hard 4 off. I get 70 for my leg, and when we rack all this up, I'm going to be up something. I don't know how much I'm going to be up, and I know since Ken's coming next, it's just the whole thing with me is that I was bleeding money right and left at the casino, and I said there's got to be a way to reduce it until you wait for that long roll, and that's what this is about.
I'm going to color these reds up over here for myself. I got three whites left over, so I'm up. Even after that PSO, and you're whacking me for $100, I'm up 53 for the session. Not great.
Oh, it's not great, but
that PSO comes one shot too early for me to break even. But it is what it is, right?
All right, so I'm not up that much, but I didn't lose any. Even on that long roll that I had, or longer roll that I had, where we both lost money. I lost on the point, and I lost on the don't. So I'm gonna call that 10. I'm short $1, but I'm up $100. No, $80. I'm up 80. Sorry, 79 if you want to know what's really up there, because I have my initial bankroll 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and that's the profit. And you saw that, if we'd come up with 66 inside or 42 or whatever you do on the light side with a pass line bet, we would have lost twice. We would have lost that. And here we preserved our bankroll waiting for the next shooter. That's going to be Ken.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, for me, like the way that I play that Butterberg without the protection of the pass line bet, and I go out higher than my don't. So I get 160 out, and I'm only 100 on the don't. So a 7 in the first 2 rolls is a killer for me when I play it that way. So I lost, in your 7, you're hitting the point, me hitting the 7 here, PSO. That burned me twice, basically. And I still came up ahead because on a 7 to 9 roller, or even a 6 to 9 roller, that thing makes money every single time. And
and you see me with what I played. Fortunately, we didn't hit it easy 4. That's what's going to kill me. But I didn't lose money, and that's what I think. A lot of newer players, they think they have to pay the pass line because when they walk up to the table, that's what a dealer will tell them or somebody next to them. Put your money on the pass line. And until you learn all about the game and become a little more serious, that's what my channel is about. And I didn't make a lot of money. We made another, we'll call it 80. I'll tell you what, I'll round it up to 100. I'll give you another $50. So we're going to add 377 to that amount, and that will be posted on your donation board. We're going to push it above the $2,200 when I get to the computer after we get done here.
That's unbelievable, man. I so appreciate that. And I know the charity obviously appreciates that. That's awesome. And Dan 10, I'm glad I got to roll your strategy out live finally. So I'll spend more time on that Butterberg next week for sure. With warm rolls. Jeff, thank you for that. That was great.
No, thank you. I look forward to coming back when you're on your last hour.
Absolutely. Yes, that'll be fun. And then we should do I keep telling everybody the same thing, but we should come back one of my evening lives, and we'll just do like an evening live and just kind of do this kind of thing and just hang and roll.
Well,
people love seeing
I think
that.
If newer players, let alone experienced players, if newer players could see several players that play the hybrid system, and not just the don't and not just the light. I think if we all did our little variation at one time, I think people would see that there is something to the hybrid. You might not make a lot of money. The key is we preserved our bankroll and we're not out.
Yeah. Well, what does John Patrick say, right? It's how little do you lose, not necessarily how much you win. That's the thing, right? That's the thing. So anybody out there, I'm looking at some of the chat. I'm trying to remember the chat. There's a lot going on there. If anybody had a side bet on Jeff or me or money on the wins or whatever you're going to do there, that's your total, right? 80 for Jeff, well, looks like 53 for me.
Looks like old number 7 said post 50 more for Jeff. I don't know if that's what he's going to make or whatever.
Let's hope so.
My subscribers that I failed to mention this real quick. I had 5 subscribers that were going to play along. Whether they're watching or not, I don't know because I wasn't watching the chat.
Right.
Obviously, I didn't make that much money today on them. But even if they just gave $10 each, it would help the cause.
100%. 100%.
All right, John. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hey, good work.
Thanks,
good work. Good
all
work.
Right, thanks for coming in, Jeff. Yeah, thank you for that. And yeah, all we can do to help you.
Yep. Thank you.
See you later, sir. Thank you. Yep. Bye.
God bless.
All right, we're back. Boy, we're creeping into this thing, aren't we? We are at 3:00 p.m. my time. Ken Knows Gambling is kind of in the guest room. Oh, there he is. He comes out of the darkness and just sits on up like that. That's fantastic, man. I love it. Here we come. I'm going to bring Ken right in. We're going to go to Talking Heads. Here we go. Let's change this to your video. Let me go to Ken. I'm going to go to stop the recording, start the recording. Okay, Ken's in, and I cannot hear you.
How's the volume?
There you go. Now I got you.
Can you not hear me?
I got you. Yep. I change your name to Ken.
Okay.
Just Ken.
Is there a delay like there was last night?
Yeah, it's
is there a delay like there was last night?
There's a little bit of a delay, yeah. You want to try disconnect, reconnect again? That seemed to work.
Well, I've switched to my phone. No, it didn't. It really didn't. I'm on my phone versus my computer this time.
Yeah. Yeah, but
we do sign language.
Yeah, right.
You know, it's like, hey, huh?
Yeah, what I found is that if you leave and come back, it'll hook your mouth. What happens is that your mouth is not matching your voice, like on bad TV. So.
Oh crap! Leave and come back.
Oh, there you go. Wait, no, it's fixed now. Now it's fixed.
What is it fixed?
Yeah, you're good now. It fixed itself. Now we can see. Perfect.
I wonder if I just got closer to the mic. I
don't know. Now you're good. You're on time. There's no delay. Yeah.
Well, good.
You're in your Ken Unfiltered chair, which is great. I love that. Whenever you're in the Ken Unfiltered chair, there are, I don't know how many people are online right now. I'm going to check the stats here. I got 54 people on my channel watching it. There's 13 other channels streaming this thing. There's probably 100 people watching. Buckle up. Because Ken is unfiltered.
You know,
don't be
Jeff
totally
over
unfiltered.
Mid-Atlantic guy. He was saying, "Hey, how can you help but not like Ken?" I said, "Well, I got some relatives to argue with you."
Yeah. So Ken, we got to talk. So last night you were on a little bit. We of course do what we do. We meander a little bit. You want to tell your story, right? You want to tell the story. And I think it's important for this talk because gambling professionally is not achievable for lots of reasons, right? You did it, right? You did it to see if you could do it. Oh wait, I gotta stop. Skill Luck says, love Ken's shirt. If you love Ken's shirt, bid on the damn thing. Right? Ken is auctioning off one of his shirts, right?
I saw somebody, I don't know who did it, but somebody finally, I said, "Oh man, I'm going to be the one that don't have no bids on it, man. I'm going to be the behind tip."
Yeah, Rick Sowers. Yeah.
Somebody did.
If y'all love Ken's shirts, get on them. Get on one of them shirts for sure. They're awesome.
It's a 3X too for fat people, man. It's a great shirt.
Gen X Crypto, by the way, just dropped $80 in on Jeff, the voice from Mid-Atlantic. That's great. I love it. All right, back to you, Ken. Let's talk about the gambler's journey and what it's like to try and be a pro gambler. And what did you experience? How did it go? Microphone, floor is yours. I'm gonna go turn that light off back there.
Well, when I did it in about the mid 80s, 86ish maybe, and I wasn't married. I was in between marriages. I had no kids. And me and my dad would sit at a kitchen table when I was 12, 13, 14. And we just, I mean, I've known how to gamble forever, okay? But I wanted to see if it could be done. There was no time limit on it. I didn't go out to set out to go 2 years, even a year. I was prepared to come home in a week. I just wanted to see if I could do it. It was just one of those things on my brain in my 20s. And I said, I got the skill. And true enough, before I even knew about John Patrick, man, I had sessions down. I had the rules. I had, win goals, loss limits, even before I even knew who John Patrick was. So when John Patrick came about later in my life, it just reiterated what, I thought I invented some of this shit, but I didn't. So anyway, now listen, this story, don't try to emulate it, man, because you're going to get killed. So I had $1,100 when I decided to make the jump. I had 4 days at the old Aladdin Hotel, which I think is gone now, right? And I had that paid for. So I got off the plane, and oh, by the way, I was so confident in myself, one-way ticket. All right. So I am now in Vegas with $1,100 in my pocket and no way to get home. It was just like, if I'm going to jump, I'm going to jump. Now, here's the touchy part. I started my journey on a 9-step blackjack martingale. That's how I started. I don't do that anymore because I just figured out over the years there's no reason to do that. You can eke out profits without having to risk a whole bunch. But back then, I'm just telling people that's how I started. But when I played, you could play with silver dollars. So it was 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. I could go up to $256. Limits were there. I didn't have to worry. But it's how I did it. Because I know you mentioned John Patrick, and he said it's not what you bet on, it's how you bet on what you bet on, right? So I got off the plane and I immediately hit the tables. But what I did was, it was all sessions back then. Here's one thing that was a rule of mine. Now, nobody was there to watch me. I could have done whatever the hell I wanted to do. But while I was in mode, no drinking allowed. Zero. Not a whiff of it, okay? Because that'll get you off. You'll do something that you ain't supposed to do. So I played sessions between 10 and 15 minutes at a time. I clocked it. I don't care, up, down, deep in 10, 15 minutes. I was averaging about $9 to $15 a session. Now think about that, y'all. There's no such thing as unless you get on some stupid machine. But I was just, as soon as I'd get up, I'd go find the other table, sit down again. And I did it for hours over and for 4 flipping days. I know, John, you said you're not tired now. I'm wore out. You've been doing this 30 some odd hours. I'm ready for a nap. But at the end of my 4 days, it's time for me to check out from the Aladdin. I had my 1,100 plus 1,500. So again, I did blackjack, because there's a lot of times I may have been on 5 or 6 bet, hit the blackjack, I get a 50% payout on top of it. So sometimes I'd win 30, 40, $50 on that session. But I also did this too, very, very important when I did it. If I got over the 4th bet, 1, 2, 4, 8, if I was betting 16 ever, the next win I was done. Did not care. Okay, it could be the first time. I just sit down the first time and get to the 5th hand, and I win $1. Up, gone. I just didn't want to give them the shot to get there. And let me tell you something, y'all. Playing like that, I had enough to do this twice. If I'd have got whacked early, I had another one sitting there. But that's it. And you're 1,100. I lived in Tennessee, 1,100 miles away from home, and you're toast. That was tough, mentally tough.
Insanity, man. Oh my God.
And that's where I started eating my mom's Valium. I became a Valium addict, to be honest with you. By the end of my run, I had to come home, get off that shit. But it was, and that's the part that I learned in the first week. The stress level that I was under to try to make this work. And I'm thinking, where's all the glitz and glamour and hoopla? Baby, it ain't there. Anyway, so I had 1,500 extra bucks, had my 1,100, so I had enough to move out, and I went downtown. You have the Four Queens and the Golden Nugget, whatever, and you just go down about 10 blocks south. Little dumpy, in the hood, little efficient. It was like on the bottom, it was like a hotel room with a little kitchenette. And on the top row of it, they had one bedroom. My goal was to move from the little one to upstairs. I mean, you know, moving on up to the east side, right? So my first night there, I hear bam, bam, bam. I mean gunshots. I mean close. You could like almost feel the compressions. They were close, honey. And so the next thing you know, you hear the sirens and the cops and all that. And I'm thinking, Jesus Christ. Maybe it's just time to bolt. I got enough for a plane ticket. I can get out of here. But my brain just wouldn't let me do it. So I went, it's like 4 blocks from where I was. I don't know if it was called it wasn't the Western Hoe, but it was some little dump, you know, $1 to 300. But they had Hold'em there. This is key. So they had Hold'em and they had roulette. So my whole goal for a 24-hour period was to win $200. And by any game, don't care. You know, if I evened out on blackjack, but I could win it on Hold'em or, you know, not baccarat because they didn't have one then, or whatever game that I played. The goal was 200, and I kept it in a little lockbox in the closet of my hotel. And I was always afraid somebody's gonna break in and steal my money. Very paranoid I was. I didn't have a bank account yet. So the 5th night, the gunshots. On the 6th night, I had met this girl and her boyfriend at that place, and we were playing roulette. She was hot but rough at the same time, if you know what I'm saying. Hot but used. Okay. So the next thing I know, it's nighttime. I hear a knock on my door. She's in her slinkiest bikini. She comes in. She had one of them bottle of 50-cent Wild Irish Rose wines.
Mm-hmm.
And she didn't even play. She said she wanted me. She wanted to have sex with me right then. And I'm like, ho, time out. Your boyfriend's just right here upstairs. Well, he can't satisfy me. Blah, blah, blah.
Oh my God.
And I'm like, oh my God, man. She got naked and all that. I didn't do anything with her. Actually, I politely kicked her out because Ken don't play that. And plus, security was on my mind. She gonna drug me? Do they want my money? You know, what do they want? Nobody, unless you're reading the Playboy Forum, nobody comes knocking on your door going, here I am. Nobody. So I thought there probably was some underlying things. But here in 1 week, I went through all that in 1 lousy week. All right. So I'm like, gee whiz. But anyway, my day would start whenever I got up, okay, and it would end when I had the $200. It could be 2-3 hours. It could be 15. It is what it is, and so every night I would put my money in my little lock box, and anything over the 200. There were several days I had over 200. I used that to learn. I actually was a pro gambler because I was doing it for the living. That's the only reason you could call me a pro gambler, because it wasn't because I have the knowledge then that I do now, because I didn't. But I did it for a living, so thus you could call me a pro gambler, right? Is that right?
Yeah.
So I took whatever extra money to learn, be it baccarat, be it other crap. I didn't throw a pair of dice for my first 3 months there. That's true. It was a few games. That's it. I stuck to it. I mean, discipline out the wazoo, boy. And but funny thing happened about this martingale thing. Now I still played the martingale 9-step with blackjack only. I did a video about that. If you're going to do a martingale, do it with the blackjack, and I gave the reasons. But I was talking to my brother, my older brother. He goes, "Well, Ken, if the martingale works with blackjack, it'll work on anything." Now, my pea brain, listening to my older brother, because back then my older brother was just smart. And so we were looking at the roulette, and he says, "Well, if the columns are 2-1, that's actually a better payout than blackjack at 3-2, right? So, and we could go with 50 cents. So I could go 50 cents a dollar. That gave me an extra shot, 10, right? So I forget what column I played. And on the first flipping series, it popped me 10 in a row. I lost 500 and some odd dollars. Now, boys and girls, you know, by then I might have had $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, but lose 25% of your bankroll in one shot. Height, man, talking about the kick, and there comes some more psychological to this whole thing. It's the gut shot, man. I can't even explain what that felt like. I mean, it's different when you go to the casino now and you just have a bad run and you get whacked. $1,000. You got to go home, tell your wife, and cry in your beer. But you had a home to go to, a job, whatnot. Boy, when that's it, it just amplified that gut shot. Okay. So anyway, over the course of the next year, I made 0 friends, and that's another thing. I got very, very lonely out there. I refused to let myself make friends. I didn't want to let anybody close to me because my dad always told me, trust no one. And even to this day, it's very, very difficult for me to trust anyone. I always think somebody has ulterior motive. But I didn't have any friends. So at about that year mark, I was thinking about giving it up then. I said, a year is a long time. But I looked at the life of it and I was like, really? Is this what it is? Hey, I made a living. I started a bank account. You call it a 401g. I just opened up a little checking account, dumped money in it, and that's how I, paid rent and da-da-da. But see, I used gambling back then to pay bills, where now I just use it to keep putting money in my master bankroll. I don't pay anything out of it. So it was way different back then. I was paying everything from that. So I couldn't quite do it like you talk about, right? So after about a year of it, now this is funny as hell. I almost went home because I said, hey, I did it. A year's a long time, I did it. But I still wanted to learn some things. I still wanted to accomplish some things in that, like, because I'm never going to get to do it again, more than likely, because I didn't want to do it. Anyway, so I thought, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go get me a little part-time job somewhere. I didn't have to. I want you to know that. I didn't have to. But I needed companionship. I was lonely after a year. I'm not kidding you. So all these emotions are going. So I got a job. Anybody been to Vegas? Have you ever been to a place? I don't even know if the damn thing even still exists. It was called Pluto's. Open sex and nudity. They had the orgy room and whatnot. Well, come to find out what this place was, it was a highly legal but barely legal joint to trap men into spending a lot of money. Here was the concept behind this place. Open sex and nudity, completely legal, Okay. You could actually have sex with somebody as long as no money was exchanged. Okay. I ended up being a bouncer there just to start knowing people, man. I just needed human contact other than the casino. So, I mean, you'd have people come up to you, hey, man, you want to bang my wife? You know, and she's in her leopard outfit and he wants to look like a referee while you're banging her. I mean, I'm in one of those. But here was the key to this place. You had a lot of girls that technically didn't work for them. They were independent contractors. This is how he skated the law. And so here was their job. They're in there showing their titties and they're drinking and all that. And they would come to a guy like me and say, hey, I see a private room. How do we get one of those private rooms? And I tell them, well, you got to go up to the bar, talk to the bartender. Well, when they go up and talk to the bartender tells them, hey, to get one of those rooms, you have to buy one of our premium bottles of champagne or wine. And then you two could go in there and do whatever you want. Well, guess how much they were? Now, this was in the 80s, man. The cheapest bottle was $850, and it went up to $1,500.
Oh my God.
All right. Now, here's even the kicker to that one. This was the world that I was in. The kicker to that one was it was all non-alcoholic. That's how that guy stayed legal. And so it was so flippin' dark in this bar area. Now, he had to post it on the wall. You know, when we put the lights on, you can see clear as day. Hey, all of this stuff is non-alcoholic. But when we're in business, you can't read that. There's no way. So they wouldn't have the money. But see, they had a limo service. And the chick would say, well, hey, I know you guys got limos. So we'd take the guy and the girl, get in the limo, and they'd go to the nearest ATM, come back with the money, give me cash or the bartender cash, and they disappeared to this room. Now, as long as that girl did not take any money, theoretically, legally, she could have had sex with the guy, but she's not there for that. She's there for the money. So after a little while and things get a little hot between them, she excuses herself to go to the bathroom. That was my cue that she has left the auditorium. All right. So sooner or later, the guy comes looking. Where's Suzanne? Oh man, she bolted. She left about 10 minutes ago. Out the door. She wasn't. She was hiding back in that bathroom. And you had about two guys like me making sure ain't nobody went back there either. Boy, they would get so pissed, man. But that was the scam, and they did that over.
Wow.
You know, and they only got, you know, when these guys would come in and see two girls screwing or you know, having an orgy that was completely legal, no money, they thought when these girls did what they did, they thought that's what was going to happen to them. But the whole thing was a setup to the unknown guy.
It makes the martingale sound good.
So anyway, to make it, I did that for another year. I used that money, you know, for some bills, but actually to start paying on a car, you know, because I was walking and taking cabs for a year because I just didn't need to go anywhere. But anyway, after 2 years, I had it. I did what I was set out to do. I learned so much that second year, and then I left. It's like the second year anniversary. I was gone the next morning, type of thing, and just back to Tennessee, and that was it. That was the end of my professional days. But what I did take from it, and to this very day, I don't do the martingale anymore because you just don't have to. And anybody listening to me, I mean, I don't even think you can do a 9-step anymore with the limits. The bankrupt is ridiculous. But anyway, I don't have to do that no more. But then after the fact, I learned about John Patrick, blah, blah, blah. And I just developed myself from then till now. So I play 95% of the time when I play, I remember. And I'll play like I did back then. with that, like, man, if you don't do it, you're screwed. If you don't do it right, so I played with that mentality of 30 years ago, or however long that was, 86. That's how I play now, unless I was out with a guy like you and we were just, drinking some beers or whatnot, and we're just screwing off. But that's only about 5% of the time because, John, I don't have any friends. That's the truth. I do not have any friends, nor do I make them. So that's one thing nobody knows about old Ken. I've got a pretty tight circle. I'm talking to more people on this YouTube stuff than I have in 30 years, man. I just, personable, but I just genuinely keep people at bay. So I'm really digging this. I really, really, really am. And so I wouldn't mind going out and see anybody. I go to Lake Charles. Anybody get close to that, hit me up, and I'll go down there for a weekend with you. We'll have some fun. So how was that, man?
That's
for a little quick 2-year story.
That's a hell of a story, dude. I mean, the gambling part is like it's a small part of it. It's
very small.
Shit, and it gets so dumb question here, right? You get the job at the semi-legal place, whatever, right? You get a job there. Is that because you weren't making enough money gambling to like eat?
No.
Or you just wanted to make sure you had the extra stuff?
No, I got lonely, man. I just needed human companionship other than people yeehawing at a table.
I mean, you couldn't work at a restaurant?
No. I needed somebody that thought like me at the same time. So I'm pretty dark any damn way. I used to work for Hank Williams Jr. When I was 18. My dad played piano with him for 13 years.
That's cool.
And so I went out on the road for 3 years with Hank Jr. And I'm a little dark anyway. And so I sort of chose that because it was easy. A bouncer, what do I got to do? All I had to do was walk around, look at pretty girls, and throw people out if I had to. That was it. And I think they paid me $50 a night. So it wasn't, I still did my thing during the day.
Yeah.
I still went and made my $200. It was just more extra pocket money. I did build a couple friendships with, matter of fact, one of them, I brought him back to Tennessee with me. We just hit it off, and so I did it more for that than anything else. I could have quit that any second. I never had to do it to start with. It had nothing to do with gambling at all. It was I just needed to do that. I don't know why. I just did.
So you're in Craps specifically. Excuse me. Your 4 safe ways to play, the way you play roulette, all those things you talk about. Is that from those days still, those same strategies, or did you play something different back then that you're not doing now? Maybe the betting was different. But...
No. Back then, when I first started playing craps, I was a pass line bettor. Remember, I didn't know about John Patrick. And I didn't play craps for the first 3 months or so that I was in Vegas. I knew how, not to the close to the degree that I know now, but I was still a little afraid of it. Why? Because I didn't have the knowledge really that I needed. So that's when I screwed around with it. I used those extra dollars, started learning, talking to some dealers. My aunt was a blackjack dealer there in Vegas, and her husband was a crap dealer. So they lived in Vegas, which I didn't even know when I moved there. Had no clue. It was by happenstance somebody told me. So I got to spend a lot of time with them. Started learning craps from a dealer. A lot of different. So it was probably as much a learning process for me as anything else. So just I was a pro gambler, yes, but it still was more of a learning process. So craps didn't come along for 3 or 4 months. I played the right side, got my ass tore up, the pass line, insides, and all the way that insides do it. But the basic way, because I really didn't know much more than that in the early days. And I was thinking, well, this sucks. And but then I started, getting with some more people, and I started learning that dark side. And I saw John Patrick for the first time. Seems like I was in my second year there, and every once in a while, a group of us people, after I got that job, I knew people, we'd go to a hotel room, party down, and it'd be on TV. I don't know what casino it was from, but I distinctly remember it. And it was after I left, I really got into John. So I really honed in my craps probably in my late 20s when I would go to like Tunica or fly to Vegas or whatnot. I started honing it over the years from my late 20s. And probably in my early 30s is when I went dark all the way. I knew John at that moment. And I just, that's the way I stayed. So it was a development over time.
Yeah.
The
Now,
craps.
You met John, right? You used to hang, you know him pretty well, or?
I never met him. I talked to him on the phone, emailed him. We talk all the time, like me and you do. It's one of those relationships. I could just call him up, he'd answer, he'd talk to me, and we talk a lot. And then, of course, he had a website back then, and it's not even there anymore. A lot of chat going on, but you had assholes on. I mean, anyway, but he would answer the same questions over, over. But joined his sports service. I learned, tweaked what I knew about. I was betting sports in my 20s, but he helped tweak a little bit on what I thought about sports. He definitely helped me on craps. He is how I got to the regression up and full. So Patrick he got me doing the dark side, the regression up and pull. I already had the money management. I already had the discipline. I already had the knowledge in most of the games that I played. I knew when to quit, when to walk away a winner or loser. He just helped, what's the word? Just helped jam more of that in my head that I already knew. But a lot of help on the sport, a lot of help tweaking me with craps. And the other games, I know he says he hates blackjack, and I know that was one of the questions somebody had for me like yesterday. I still like blackjack. I know he hates it, but I didn't say I agreed with everything that he says. Right? A lot of it, but not everything. I still like it. Now I haven't martingaled any of those things since I left Vegas in my late 20s. Because you don't have to now. And I'm never going to do it for 100% living ever the rest of my life. So there's no need to have to. See, back then, I would take my whole bankroll to that table. I got to go 9 shots. I mean, I might have half of it left in the hotel room. Stress, boy, stress. So there's your really, really quick, brief run into 2 years.
Right. That's nuts. For $200 a day.
Yeah. I'd make more sometimes. Sometimes I wouldn't make 200. Sometimes I'd lose.
Well, like I say, you when you martied at the roulette table and got hit for 500, that's pretty rough. Like you said, that's what was it, a quarter or whatever of your bankroll. That's a lot.
Yeah, it was 25-30% of my entire bankroll at that moment.
Damn.
And it scared the hell out of me. That let me know that the martingale could kill you. Now on blackjack, did I get to 9 a couple times? Yeah, and that'll make your butt pucker, buddy. When you're on your 9th.
Yeah.
And there was no reason. So as I got smart, like, did I win? Yes. I never, and I'm not saying you won't, people, because you probably will, but I never got busted. Blackjack, martingale never busted me out, but I probably lost a few years of life because of the stress of it. So while it's one of those don't do as I did, do as I tell you type of thing, that's why I tell people don't do it. I'm very much anti-martingale now. And so I know there's going to be some people who, well, how the hell can you be anti-martingale when you started your damn career that way? I don't know. If you listen to my story, that's why.
Yeah.
There's just no need for it. It is my point.
Yeah, that amount of stress is a bitch. I mean, that like I said, that takes years off your life. Right. And that's the hardest part. And I say this all the time, you know, we're spoiled as a people today, right? But like, I can't imagine not having health insurance that I get from my job, you know, and not having just, you know, the basics, what we consider the basics of life, like a car. Like you said, you were walking everywhere, like not having the basic stuff. And like you said, a bad afternoon could rock the whole thing, and you'd be screwed.
Oh, sure.
I mean, I don't know how you handle that mentally. I mean, that's because people think I said it.
Valium.
Well, there you go. I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, that's part of the story.
And two, blackjack was not my sole. You know how people talk about making their living on one game or the other. It wasn't. I made more money probably over the last 2 years there on the hold'em table than I did on blackjack. So I didn't sit there and just have to do blackjack until I won $200. I still incorporated in there, but it was those sports betting and hold'em, which I keep telling people, those are the two things that you can absolutely beat if you know what you're doing. Those helped me win more money, really, than even the blackjack. Because once I got hit on the roulette table, it scared me to death, and I spent more time doing hold'em. Yeah. But I still did it. I mean, I did that until I left, but not as much.
Man, that's nuts. I mean, the martingale thing has never ever occurred to me. You know, when I look at it and you do the math on it, it's a lot of risk for not a whole lot of reward, other than a quote unquote guarantee. If you can outlast it, that's the only thing you got going for you. You know,
other than that roulette, because I listened to my idiot brother. Other than that, blackjack is the only game that you can get extra money, and that's why I did blackjack. Because there are times you're betting your 6th or 7th, and you hit that blackjack, and that's a lot of extra money. That's 2 or 3 sessions worth of winnings for me in one hit. And then as soon as that hit, I was gone. You see, and I wouldn't play it again. I never played the martingale. Once I got hit on roulette, I never played it again the rest of my life on any game other than blackjack. And I did that periodically and intermittently all the way through that 2 years. While I'm incorporating other things, while I'm learning craps, while I'm learning, you know, and then you get lucky every once in a while. You go to a Keno machine. You drop $1 in it, 5 numbers hit, you win $400 or $500. That counts, ladies and gentlemen, when you're pro gambling, right? Those count too. And then I guess yesterday that I told you how I picked those 8 teams on that football yesterday.
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Circle 18. Watch this shit. That was 15, 16. That counted too.
Yep.
So getting lucky counts just like you're getting hit. You know, when you're doing this for 100% of your money, all of it counts. And I won't even tell you the story because I don't even know if my aunt's still alive or not, to be honest with you. She was way older than me, but she helped me out a little bit sometimes on the blackjack. She was a blackjack dealer. They didn't have the little mirror. They had to look. So I won't say anymore, but I got some help every once in a while. So you use everything at your disposal when you're in that world like I was. And that's another thing. It's a bad world. How's that? It's a bad flipping world. And I don't think anybody out here, I wouldn't want anybody to try it. I wouldn't want to wish that stress lifestyle on anybody. So while we're all talking about winning and all that, and I'm very conservative because I still remember those days. So I play like I did back then.
Right.
Very strict. But at the end of the day, if anybody out there thinking they want to take a run at it, I would really, really think about that again.
Yeah.
So.
And you know what's funny is because I showed the video today, which I think like 12 of you watched it. It was in the middle of the night. The video of my money management, the 401g account video, which, you know, a few of you saw that.
I saw that.
Right. Yeah. You were there when I was showing it, you know, and I make the point in the end of that thing. I'm like, hey, let's play what if, because spreadsheets are all about what if, you know, and I was like, what if you won $100 a day. What if your bankroll's $1,000, you won $100 a day? How long would it take you to get to 2,000? And then at 2,000, how long does it take you to get to 200? You know, and kind of build yourself up. And you can do it if you can be consistent about those little tiny wins, percentage of your bankroll. But my God, the getting it done every day would be a nightmare. And I say it flippantly sometimes. You know, almost everybody. Patrick says this too. 90% of the people walk into a casino are up at some point in that day. They're up, and 90% of them walk out with less than they came with. 90% of that 10%, right? And that's super true,
what
right?
you hear, I think you mentioned it, maybe not something that you do, but you've mentioned most people will. Like you can go 20 minutes, you know, you can get $100 hit, $50 hit, bug out, and come right on back to the house.
Yep.
You know, people go, yeah, but you know what? I got my flights, man. I'm there for the whole weekend. Shit, I can't play like that. I gotta go. Fine, do it, because you're gonna get whacked. I mean, it's that brain telling it's, you know, it's that brain screwing with you. And does that mean, why can't you treat it, if you've got a hotel room, why can't you treat it just like you would at your local casino? Go win your 50 or 60 bucks and get your ass back to the hotel room. Watch a little TV. Why can't you do that? Nah, shit, I spent all year waiting to get to here. All right, then, you know, go do your thing. And I get passionate about it, and I get a little opinionated about that stuff when I talk on my channel about how conservative I am. It's only because of what I went through in that 2 years. I mean, that is locked and loaded, man, in my brain. It'll never ever leave me. And that's why I am the way I am. And then when I hear stuff that I used to say back in the you know, when I was in my 20s, you know, it's like, come on, use some logic here. And again, it's okay, man. You got $5 grand, you want to just go burn it up and press to the wall and go crazy, fine. As long as you're fine mentally when you lose it. If you're fine mentally and you don't care and you still feed your kids and all that, then there ain't nothing wrong with it. Do what you want, just like Shackelford said. Yeah, go ahead. You know, he did say he'd like the don't pass, come out of the don't come, and odds all the time. Like I did that one video.
And odds on everything.
Odds on everything. I was getting hit pretty hard when I was doing that. Oh, yeah, that's too damn cool.
What's funny is the odds. I don't know, man. I'm so I'm anti-odds for lots of reasons. You know, I think on the right side of the table, the odds don't favor you. On the dark side, the odds don't pay well enough to put the risk out there. So I'm more about the flat bets. But man, hearing him say that, you know, and you figure a math person's going to say that, right? The math person says, "Come bet with odds."
I'm surprised he said it, because most of the stuff I ever heard coming out of Shackelford's mouth was flat bet, flat bet, flat bet. Everything was, you're better off just flat bet. And I understand that too. There's somebody that's doing another channel that shouted me out, and he was doing my regression up in pull. I think he won like 350. He's doing it live on live dealers on a casino. He's trying my strategy live. Like, it's called the Baccarat Master, something like that. He just emailed me today, and I went and watched it. And he had tons of streaks, but he wouldn't, you know, if say that he was on the banker and the player hit, you know, he would just stay on player no matter what, and he would miss 6 streaks. I mean, tons of those.
Yeah.
And he admitted it. Well, you know, I'm just stubborn or whatever. He still won $300 something on the ruck. And I was glad that he shouted me out and all that. But as I'm watching the video, I don't know if you've ever done a strategy or watched somebody do it, and you're watching them, you go, no.
Yeah.
Go to the player now, and you're yelling at the TV. No, you don't stay on banker. You go to the, you know. So I'm doing that while I'm watching the video. No, man, look at this streak you're missing, you idiot, you know. And I shouldn't do that, but, you know, but he still won, and I was happy for him. And I told him, the regression up and pull baccarat is only to keep you in the game until the streak happens. It's not, you ain't going to get rich at it.
Right.
I don't care. You're not. I mean, it's just slightly maybe better than flat betting if you can get up in that fifth, sixth,
Yeah.
But if you're just wavering
Well,
like that, it's going to keep you in the game while you're waiting. That's all.
it depends on the game, right? And here's the way I view that thing, because at Baccarat, you can do it. You can regression up and pull once, take the next hit, and when you get back to your original bet level with your profits, at that point you can go with a progression. You can go 3, 4 back to 2. You can do some work. In craps, you can't really do that. Like on the place bets, there's no way. There's not enough. In Baccarat, you can get 5 bankers in a row. In craps, and we saw it today, 5 8s in a row, but that never happens. Like, that's so rare that happens. You can't make enough money doing it to make it make sense, right? And that's I think that's why I think the regression up and pull works better in this game than trying to progress a place bet. I know that some people out here, I know they progress their place bets, but I don't think that's a winning strategy.
I mean, I don't really necessarily regress up and pull on my don't pass. My don't pass is I know what I'm going to bet wherever I'm going to bet it. It's there to protect whatever I'm going out there. That's all it's there for.
Yeah.
So, but I will, now you guys have seen me do it. I will do like a 24, 6 and 8 or whatever. And as soon as I get that one hit, I'm bringing them both down to 12. That is a regression. And so then I can go up and spread from there. So that's technically still a regression up and pull, or up and spread even. But that's really the only place that I'll actually do that. Because otherwise I'm coming out of DC with odds and I don't regress. I mean, I don't. It's just, there it is. This is what I do. And anything else I do is pretty much just flat with odds. But when I'm place betting, I will regress, get a profit, and then pull, because unlike some folks, I'm going to drag something before I press. I'm going to get something from this shit. I just have to. I can't just press blind. I can't, because that's my money sitting out there. No, sir. I'm not going to let the 7 take it all. I'm going to take some of it before you take it.
Right.
Type of thing. And that's just my belief. It doesn't make me right, John. It doesn't make me wrong.
No.
That's my opinion.
That's your opinion.
And,
that's your style. And my style, similar. Like PJ's asking, my place. He's on me about the place bets, right? I don't leave place bets out there forever. Like, if I'm going to do a regression, come down, regress, then I'll leave the place bets out there. But what my 160 across is 2 or 3 hits and I'm out. I typically will do like the Butterberg I did today. I'll let them hit twice and pull it all down. I'm not out there, generally speaking, to go to the ceiling, because I know that very rarely happens. That is my way.
Well,
I'm conservative in that. I'm conservative in that respect too. What's that?
You can also double regress.
You can.
If you're really hitting them, you can regress, pull it up a bit. Instead of taking it all down, double regress, get it back down to minimum. Or you can take it all. I've done it both ways. There's no right or wrong when it comes to that one.
Yeah.
But
I'm not a person, and Shackelford said this. I think Jacob said it too. It's like, just go out there with what you're going to go out there with, and even Jeremy at Color Up, like, I'm putting 44 outside. That's it. No protection. That's going to take 10 chances at it for 450, and that's the way we're going to do it. I like to nuance it a little bit, and I'd rather just pull it back as I win and be done. And like I said, take that 30, 40, $50 an hour and get the hell out. When you catch, like, a good example with Jeff just now, right? After the first shooter, I was up 175. Right? That was 6 hits, out, bye. See you later. I would have been home if that was the casino. I would never have shot.
Well,
you know what I mean?
I think
that's me though. I'm super
I know
conservative.
some people that are watching, they don't agree with how me and you speak.
Yep.
It's that long life. Life is like one great big session or whatever, and everybody knows where I stand on that. It's all beatable. I did, and there's no way I can lose my entire bankroll at this age. There's no way, because I will never let myself take that much at a time. I take 5, max 10% of my master bankroll with me. So I'm taking $1,000 to $5,000 into a casino. I can lose that every single trip for the next foreseeable future, and it's not going to take my money. And it's only because I played this way. I quit when I'm supposed to quit. that I've been so disciplined. That's the only reason why. And I don't spend it on plane trips and other stuff like that. I mean, nothing wrong with it, man. I just go, hey, that's why I think in my heart, that's why I've been able to build my master bankroll up so high, because I've never touched it for anything other than making a bet. Now that's just me, how you do it, and I know why you do it, and that's all good.
Yep.
But if you, in my opinion, when you have to do your plane ticket, your hotel, and you've got say $5,000 in it, so you're walking to the casino with half of it to start with, you still got to build that back up by winning.
Mm-hmm.
I don't start 25 in the hole on my master.
Right.
And that's just how I look at it, but it doesn't make me right. Doesn't make you know.
Yep.
And I don't mean to be arrogant about it.
No, I think it's a nuance, right? Because if I said to my wife, "Hey, Kat, I'm gonna go to Vegas for the weekend. I need $3,000." She's like, "You got $3,000?" I'm like, "Well, she's like, because I don't got $3,000 to give you." And that's how that conversation goes. So it's like, yeah, it's coming out of that account, and that's exactly how
makes your life easier.
that turns into. Yeah.
I mean, no, I get it. Listen, I get and understand more than people think I understand. But no, nonetheless, it's all good. I'm surprised you're still up, man.
Hey, I got 2 hours to go. I'm fine.
I didn't, when I left this morning to go sell some water heaters, not one call did I get all day long. So I actually watched more of this today than I thought I was going to even be able to do. And
I made some sense throughout it.
Took a nap. I took a nap, man.
Damn.
And I'm still beat. What time is it?
It's almost 4:00 my time.
Hey, man, 2 hours left. You got Greg, right? 555 coming up.
Greg coming up next. Yep.
He's your what is it, designated hitter. He's your cleanup guy.
He's the cleanup guy. Yeah, I told him no pressure when Jeremy couldn't come at that time. Like, yeah, no pressure, right? Let's do it.
Well, I have to watch Greg, and if he's going to do it from his, did somebody say he lives in Florida? Is that where he lives?
He's in Florida. Yep.
It's that cat, man. It's that cat. He's got a cool cat. I mean, I like Greg. I really do. I like. He just flips it on and talks too.
Mm-hmm.
And but that cat will just sort of go where the hell it wants to, and it gets up on its little perch up there, and just flipping that tail like, yeah, what's up? So
he's got 2 of them. I didn't know he had 2 cats. The other day he had a second cat up there wagging its tail, and I'm like, oh, he's got a second one, like a black or a brown cat or something. So.
No, I can't do animals in the house. Can't do it.
My dog is like my child. Like, our dog is like, you see, now you know how good like the cameras are, because when I get the close up on the table and all that kind of stuff, it's like there's dog hair on there. Like, yeah, can't get rid of it. We rescued this dog.
Hair, man. Can't do it.
Now we rescued this dog from an apple orchard, and she's our baby. We love her. She's big,
and then
big girl.
And then the cat. Fur balls. I can't do animals in the house. Now, hey, have an outside dog? Fine.
Oh, that's funny.
But my house is human beings only.
No hamsters, no chinchillas, none of that crap.
No, sir. My daughter had a guinea pig for about a month, and she couldn't take care of it. I made her get rid of it. All that. Whatever, that batting or, just shit everywhere. And I don't have patience on a lot of stuff. I don't know if you guys can tell or not. My patience level as I get older, my patience level for stupid, idiot things. And what's the word I'm looking for? Inconsiderate. If you're inconsiderate, and you do just dumb stuff, my patience level is like really low for that anymore. I'm like that, Jeff Dunham. He's got that he's got that damn puppet Walter.
Yep. That's you, right?
That's pretty much me anymore. Well, John, you've done a good job, son. You've done I know it's winding down for you. I know our time is winding down. I appreciate you having me on twice. and your subscribers had to bore their way through 2 of me.
You're a great storyteller. Everybody says you're a great storyteller. It's awesome.
Well, it was. Thank you for having me twice, and I mean, you still look like you did 24 hours ago, and I'm dragging ass.
Guns are out, baby. So, all good. No, it's cool. And
I appreciate it.
Man, thank you so. And when I put this thing together, like I said, 2 weeks ago, I'm like, I'm gonna do a 24-hour crap show, and my first thought was, can I actually do my day show for 24 straight hours like this roll? No. Who am I gonna do? I'm gonna call my friends. You know what I mean? And you stepped up, and Greg stepped up, and Jeff stepped up, and El Toro, and everybody just stepped up for it. It's fantastic. I mean, who could ask for a better thing, right? You get your friends to support a cause like this. It's awesome.
I suspect you're going to build from this because other than Jeremy, he's started the resident geek-con. Now you stepped in, and now you got Jeff over at Mid-Atlantic, and there's a couple of you guys that have all this stuff. But you seem to be, to me now, you seem to be the new leader of the sub-Jeremy. Okay, Jeremy's up here.
Yeah.
All right, everybody else is down here, right? But it seems like you're floating up to the top to lead this subgroup. If I can call everybody subgroup without you getting mad at me. So by you taking the lead, I don't see how'd you get Shackelford? How the fuck do you do something like that? I mean, he's big time.
You know what's funny? And he is big time, and it's funny because my dad was. You're a salesman, right? My dad sold tractor trailers before we had the bookstore, and he told me not always be closing. He said, don't ever be afraid to ask for the money.
Oh yeah.
He's like, if you don't ask for the money, nobody will pay you. Right. That was his whole thing. And I never did sales, but that was you learn these lessons. And I was talking to Big AZ, he's from Philly as well. And he's like, I'm from Philly. And, he's like, I'm a soft-spoken, quiet guy. I don't like to make a lot of weight. And I'm like, me neither. When you grow up in a big city like Philly or New York, like Greg did, you learn really quick that your life is this. You're quiet. You don't make friends. You put your hands in your pockets and cover your money up. You're careful like that. And just the way that it kind of works out. I don't know. I mean, whatever.
Well, I like don't be afraid to ask the ridiculous.
Well, you got to, if you don't ask for it, you'll never get it. Right. And so I asked, I had 2 people that I asked that said no, actually. That were another couple of big hitters, and one of them just didn't see it. One of them was going to do it. And there was an issue with some money thing. It was with the GoFundMe piece of it. You're not going to get everybody, but I went to Michael and I'm like, hey, you don't know me. And my email says, hi, I'm John. I run a channel called Pro Craps. You have no idea who I am, but everybody in my community knows who you are. We're doing a fundraiser. Would you be interested in helping out? And 15 minutes later, I got a yes. Just out of the blue. And we exchanged like 3 emails, kind of setting them up like I did with you guys. Here's how it's going to work and all that kind of stuff. And it was a no brainer. He just came right in. I couldn't believe it. But it worked out.
The fact that you set it up, you got all these moving parts. You know what you had to do with me. Oh my God. I mean, hell, that's a story for you to tell. Oh, that Ken, what a wackadoodle. But you did all that stuff to set everything and the moving parts and the fundraiser and getting everybody to donate. You were sort of the lead dog. And that was my whole point 5 minutes ago. You are now, to me, you're rising up to be the lead of this sub-pack. And I think there's a lot of people out there that would agree with me on that. And to me, there ain't no better guy. It sure ain't going to be a guy like me, right? I'll be part of the pack. But I ain't going to be the lead dog. I'm just not going to do it. So thank you for that, for real. I mean that.
I appreciate that. And PJ, you're so funny. No, the big hitters were not sellers of DI. There's other people that aren't really part of our community. They're other larger players in the gambling world that just didn't want to be a part. And again, we'll talk to them at other points in time. Just for this particular venue, it wasn't the right thing. And it's great. I'm looking at the chat, and I got William and PJ and Waylon, and there's a lot of this going back and forth, and some of it's directed at me. And it's great. I love it. And I love PJ saying that I'm an idiot because I like my place bets and pull him down. I think he thinks I'm stupid, and I don't care because It's the way that I play, and he's thinking about it, and he's like willing to post about it. Like, it takes balls to post something in public, believe it or not. People think it's
No,
keyboard
it
warrior.
don't.
It does. I think it does. I think it's definitely what he's doing, and he's like, you are incorrect because, and now he's got other people thinking about, wait, maybe John is wrong. Oh, wait, and then now they're talking about it. I think that's good. I think the back and forth of that gets everybody thinking, and that's what I feel like my job is, to make you think. Right? My job is not
Well,
to give you
I'm
the
gonna-
answer. It's to give you food for thought most of the time, and I love that about what's happening here.
Yeah, I'll keep my mouth shut about that guy.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Like you said, I told you before, like I know, PJ, I don't think you think I'm an idiot, but because I teach for a living, right? My job is to get people to do what they wouldn't normally do. Adults have you've got 53 years of this in the way you were raised, born, lived, all that stuff. My job as an instructor of coders is to unwind all of that and make you think a whole different way, because computer programming is a different way of thinking than logic. You think it's logical, it's not logical, it's very creative. This is the same thing, right? A lot of folks have their ways of thinking it, and I'm like, oh, let me just put this little grenade out here and see how that works out. It makes you talk about it, makes you get angry about it. We debate about it, and I come back and say, okay, now let's circle back up on Monday morning show, and we'll unwind one of these things. And that's the way that you teach.
Man, I agree.
You know, and I think that's how it happens to me. And I like a little bit of this, because without this, there's no this. And that's how I look at it. You gotta come, I think, from not pain, but you gotta come from somewhere to get together. You can't just automatically become kumbaya. There's got to be a little bit of, something.
Right.
I believe that.
And so with me, you either love me or hate me, not even for my views on gambling, just me as a person. I've always told people that you either love Ken or you hate Ken. There's very little in between with me, because I'm so honest with people. You don't have to wonder what I think about you or what I'm thinking about. Everybody knows it. To me, I think that's a good thing. At least that lets you know where you stand. If I don't like you, I don't like you, and I'm going to tell you. Well, at least you freaking know. You don't have to wonder. I wonder if that guy likes me. Nah, hell with that. I'll let you know. And I want you to do the same thing with me too.
Yeah.
And that's just how I do it. You'd think I was New Yorkers on, but I'm not.
You have a little bit of East Coast attitude in you, but I love that. My wife's the same way. You know, we have zero censorship. It's just like, here's what's up right now. You know, and it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. You know, when we're in a relationship.
I think so. My wife yells at me all the time. But
what I tell my students is this, and I know where Greg should be here soon. Greg, come on in if you're ready. If you got the link. What I tell my students all the time is, I'm with them through. I'm going to sell my school now, right? It's a very intense program. It's 20 weeks of hell. We put them through. It's a boot camp, right? And I tell them, I'm going to put you in uncomfortable spots the whole time. You're going to hate me this entire time. You're going to cross a line where you feel like you can say what's on your mind to me, right? At the beginning of the class, it's everybody loves everybody else. It's thank you for being a great teacher. Partway through the class, you're like, this is insane. And there's a point where you can say what's up. My wife and I crossed that point about a year into our marriage. We were like, we were kind of dancing around it, got married, and then it was like, okay, dude, here's what's going on, right? When you cross that point, the relationship changes and it accelerates, right? With a student teacher, it happens. YouTuber to subscriber, that happens at some point where people feel like, okay, John and I, Ken and I, Greg and I, whoever it is, we're here now. We're like, I don't agree, and I'm okay with telling you that. Whereas the earlier I don't agree is more of a reaction. This is more of a, hey, let's get together on this, whether they realize it or not. That's a beautiful thing. When that worm turns, that's when it's different. And I think that's where my channel is now. I'm at this point now where, no, I don't see you, Greg. You're in the wrong room. You're in the wrong broadcast. I'm going to send you a new link and make sure you've got it.
Well, it took me a while before I could call you a techno geek and you take it. I didn't do that from jump. But now you know where it's coming from.
You didn't call me that until I started doing the camera flip thing, right?
It's all right. I still think it's cool shit. I really do. I'm in that comfort zone with, I guess, what you're talking about. And in the beginning, you don't know you can do that. Is Greg there yet?
Not yet. I think he's on the wrong link. Greg, I just emailed you the right link.
That old.
The old link is a dead one, but when I had to restart the stream. So Greg, there's a new link in your email. So we'll wait for you to come on in. And yeah, it'll be great. Let's see here. Let me get back to the screen. I lost my screens. Where's Waldo? I don't know. Gaynor Mason. Greg will be here soon. I gave him he had the morning link. So yeah, maybe I want to get you guys on together for 5 minutes. And maybe I'll just do this while you guys talk and tell stories. The two
Greg.
Here he is. The two greatest storytellers in the internet are right here with me right now, right? Greg is here. Greg, can you hear me? I'm going to try this. Hold on a second, Ken. I'm going to make you a little smaller. Just because I can.
Greg
Ken is going to
Hey, I don't want Ken on my freaking hour.
You're going to be tiny. Here comes Greg. I'm going to bring Greg in, and this is going to be fun because I can do it. I'm the geek, right? Here we go. Let's bring in a camera. That's that one. This will be Greg's camera. Hold on. Where is Greg? Cam link. Greg. There's Greg's camera. Greg, can you talk to us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, there you are. Greg.
You see me?
Oh, look at that. Greg and Ken all at the same time.
I don't see.
We're seeing.
Guys.
We're seeing Greg's
ear,
which is great. All right, that's awesome. Dan Tana says, "Don't mention dice setting around Greg. Greg can set the dice. Greg's got his own toss. Do you know that? Greg has perfected a toss.